Chapter 30. The night before the storm, the remaining 8 fragments weighed heavily on Li Hao's mind, a yearning he dared not vocalize. In truth, he was fervently hoping to strengthen himself. However, Liu Long had mentioned that a single life could be exchanged for 5 or 6 fragments of mysterious energy. Li Hao had already absorbed 4. Upon joining the demon hunting squad, Liu Long had not deceived him. He had been transparent from the outset, stating that Li Hao was to serve as bait. The fact that a mere bait could be granted 4 fragments of mysterious energy was a testament to Liu Long's sincerity. This individual knew when to be calculating and when to be forthright. Otherwise, a bait merely intended to lure out subsequent superhumans would have no necessity to bestow Li Hao with mysterious energy. The brief time frame rendered it likely a waste. Had Li Hao been an ordinary individual, absorbing 4 fragments would likely have hindered his advancement to the 10th realm. Time was indeed of the essence. Li Hao refrained from expressing his thoughts, instead quietly reflecting on the distinct nature of this absorption of mysterious energy. Attribute energy and starlight energy were not merely neutral. They extracted specific attribute energies. This was fundamentally different from the neutral mysterious energy. The neutral starlight energy mitigated the destructive forces, while the attribute energy extracted special attribute energies, losing its offensive potential but yielding unique nurturing effects. It bore some resemblance to starlight energy, yet was not entirely synonymous. Starlight energy nurtured the entirety of the body, whereas attribute energy nourished the internal organs. From his recent observations, it seemed that the 5 elements corresponded to the 5 organs, with different attributes nurturing distinct internal locations. At this moment, Li Hao was also attuned to the uniqueness of starlight energy. Whether it was due to his own exceptional nature or the distinctiveness of the starlight energy within the Jade Sword, his absorption experience was markedly different from others. Just as Li Hao pondered these matters, Liu Long suddenly inquired, "How do you feel?" "I feel somewhat faint," Li Hao replied with a wry smile. Whether it was through blood purification or bloodletting, the substantial loss of blood left him feeling somewhat weakened, despite sensing his body rapidly regenerating blood. Out with the old, in with the new, a good sign, Liu Long remarked with approval, then added thoughtfully, "I may have an inkling as to why Yuan Shuo chose you as a disciple." At that moment, Liu Long contemplated whether Yuan Shuo was aware of something. Did the Li family possess some unique attributes? Were they descendants of ancient superhumans? Did their bloodline harbor the exceptional traits of ancient superhuman warriors? Numerous questions swirled in his mind. Yet he was convinced that Li Hao before him might indeed be a prodigy, consistently providing him with novel insights. His rapid progress was not something every recipient of mysterious energy could achieve. Even among the Night Watchers, only the celestial gifted masters could potentially rival Li Hao. Were the celestial gifted masters akin to Li Hao? According to certain research records among the Night Watchers, these celestial gifted masters, with the rise of superhumans, possessed innate superhuman abilities, suggesting that their ancestors may have once been superhuman warriors. The superhuman lock had been instinctively activated. Li Hao was, however, somewhat different. With this thought in mind, he suddenly asked, "Li Hao, are you able to sense your superhuman lock?" Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. When absorbing the mysterious energy, he could faintly sense the existence of the superpower lock. Liu Long inhaled sharply, momentarily overturning his own thoughts. The reason for his inhalation was that Li Hao had only absorbed it twice, yet he had already perceived the superpower lock. The contradiction lay in the fact that Li Hao possessed the superpower lock, which differed from the celestial favored masters. Did this imply that Li Hao's ancestors were not superhumans? Yet, the sword of the Li family was undeniably an extraordinary artifact. Had time caused it to degenerate? Not every ancient superpower stronghold was a celestial favored master. Li Hao seemed to possess relatively mediocre qualifications, and perhaps the superpower lock remained unopened. This might be the only plausible explanation. With this thought, he spoke. The ability to quickly sense the superpower lock indicates that you are a genius. However, remember that you are merely a genius, not one favored by the heavens. For celestial favored masters, the superpower lock is inherently opened. Liu Long self-deprecatingly remarked, "Although I believe these individuals are not truly favored by the heavens, the reality is that they indeed possess far greater advantages. They are born superhumans, and as time passes, even without training, they will only grow stronger. It is truly enviable. Are celestial favored masters born without a superpower lock?" Li Hao mused. This certainly simplified cultivation, They did not need to unlock a superpower lock, but were directly star masters. Meanwhile, individuals like Liu Long had no idea how much effort they had expended to unlock their superpower locks. As for Li Hao himself, he recognized that he might not be a genius, for he had felt the superpower lock, which seemed to have completely sealed him off, like chains binding him. It had confined all the vital areas of his body. Even now, he sensed that his heart and several regions of his brain were locked away by chains, and he was uncertain if there were other superpower locks within his body. At that moment, even Li Hao displayed a glimmer of envy. A naturally born star master. How enviable indeed. Although being a born star master might seem limited to the 10th realm, their potential was boundless, while martial masters had a mere limit of 1,000. There was no comparison. All right, boss, why bring this up now? Isn't this just discouraging little Hao? Liu Yan laughed brightly. Little Hao already possesses considerable talent. Who would have thought that the bait we brought back, little Hao, is actually a genius? I can't bear to let you become bait. Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. He truly had no effective counter to her. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when one could not win the fight. At that moment, Yin Yao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Li Hao, although it seems you have improved once more, I must remind you that your physical fitness is becoming increasingly formidable. If this continues, should you fail to become a star master after several attempts, you may follow in the footsteps of brother Liu and your teacher. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Liu Long, who had just been reveling in joy, now furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Li Hao, and suddenly spoke in a somber tone. Forget that matter. Li Hao, you should find a way to advance to superhuman status as soon as possible. The path of martial masters is coming to an end. Though reluctant, he had to admit that the path of martial masters had reached its conclusion. It had been many years since a martial master of the 1,000 realm had appeared. Within the Silver Moon province, the number of martial masters who have surpassed the 100 mark is exceedingly scarce. Achieving this level merely equates to the realm of Moonshade. Yet the prowess in the domain of superpowers dwarfs that of Moonshade by a factor of at least 10, if not 100 times more. Even he finds himself fighting for superpowers, not for the sake of becoming one among the myriad martial masters, for the path ahead is obscured. After decades devoted to martial arts, he ultimately finds his pursuits redirected towards superpowers, a poignant regret for Liu Long. How many years must one toil to become a martial master capable of contending with 1,000? If all goes favorably, perhaps 10 or 20 years, or even a lifetime. Yet, once one attains superpowers, one could instantaneously rise to the level of the Radiant Realm, rivaling 1,000 martial masters. With a gentle sigh, he suddenly considers that Li Hao's blood transfusion may not be a fortuitous turn of events. His physique has grown even stronger. The stronger the physique, the more arduous the journey to attain superpowers. This is a well-established principle. However, Li Hao remains unfazed, for he harbors no particular affinity for superpowers. Rather, he holds a deep admiration for martial masters. His mentor is a martial master, and the current captain, Liu Long, is also a martial master. Though he must act as bait, there are numerous benefits to be gained, including self-protection. The martial masters are indeed admirable. The entire squad consists of martial masters. What a commendable group they are. As for the notion that martial masters are at an impasse, with contending against 1,000 being the utmost limit. Li Hao has only just begun his journey in martial arts, yet he has already achieved the realm of slaying 10th. He still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching the 1,000 mark, and he perceives no inferiority in martial masters compared to superpowers, naturally finding no fault in them. While he cannot fully comprehend Liu Long's despair, Li Hao has encountered true martial masters capable of contending with 1,000, and he finds them formidable. Thus, at this moment, Li Hao responds with a remark that leaves Liu Long feeling overly youthful. Captain, what is wrong with being a martial master? Are superpowers truly that formidable? Just 2 months ago, a superpowered individual was effortlessly dispatched by my teacher with a single strike, not daring to utter a word. Liu Long chuckles, recognizing the youthful naivety in Li Hao's perspective. Li Hao continues, moreover, my impression of superpowered individuals is rather unfavorable. They have killed their own friends, even their parents. Many cases I am familiar with may very well be the work of superpowered individuals. Once these individuals attain superpowers, they often lack the requisite qualities and psychological maturity to wield such power, leading to a propensity for deviation. Martial masters, however, ascend step by step. The martial masters within our squad have trained for decades, with even the least experienced among them possessing 8 to 10 years of dedication, while Li Hao himself has already practiced martial arts for 3 years. In contrast, those favored by the heavens may become superpowered at a mere young age, wielding the strength of slaying 10th. At such a tender age, they can easily slay dozens of soldiers. How can such superpowered individuals not become arrogant? Superpowers have only developed for 20 years, which means that even the earliest superpowered individuals have only entered this domain for 2 decades. In that time, the subsequent generation of superpowered individuals seems to lack some fundamental principles of being human. Martial masters mentor their students through comprehensive evaluations to discern if they are worthy successors of their legacy, whereas in the realm of superpowers, it appears that only talent is considered, whether one can harness energy into their being, seemingly indifferent to other crucial aspects. Li Hao has heard from Wang Ming regarding the selection system for superpowers, which is entirely based on talent. As for everything else, it is of no consequence. Even if you are a criminal, there are organizations willing to pay for you. As long as you can become a superpower, past transgressions will be overlooked. Liu Long smiled, but chose not to respond. However, Liu Yan beamed with an unsettling brightness, her smile chilling enough to make Li Hao feel uneasy. You are indeed correct. Little Hao. Liu Yan's laughter took on a sinister edge. 20 years ago, even martial artists who committed crimes would be apprehended and brought to justice. Execution was the fate of the wicked. What of martial artists? What does their power amount to? If you are a villain, then you deserve to be punished. Yet now, some superpower organizations are actively recruiting criminals, recognizing that the psychology of wrongdoers may be more resilient, less fearful of death, and more daring in harnessing energy. This has led to an overwhelming number of criminal superpowers within certain organizations. Moreover, if you have committed murder, it matters not, as long as you can successfully ascend to superpower status and do not join the Night Watchers. There will be superpower organizations that will shelter you from the storm. Liu Yan's fervor intensified as she spoke, her teeth clenched in a cold smile. They harbor filth and protect wrongdoers, yet they can stride boldly through every realm, impervious even to the Night Watchers. Although the Night Watchers are not malevolent, they are constrained by too many considerations, unable to assert their dominance, resorting instead to a policy of compromise. To gain support from certain organizations, they turn a blind eye to many transgressions, as long as they are not egregious, allowing some individuals to become increasingly audacious. This was the first time Li Hao had encountered such sentiments, the first time he became aware of the situation surrounding superpower organizations. He felt both surprised and, in some sense, it appeared quite natural. When power transcends the limits of the mundane, conventional weaponry loses its deterrent effect against them. And official organizations like the Night Watchers are unable to impose order. It seems almost inevitable that chaos would ensue. Liu Yan scoffed. Thus, if one desires to transcend the limitations of the mundane, one must become a superpower. Li Hao, remember this. Once you become a superpower, even if you bear guilt, it will matter little. Minor offenses will not attract the attention of the Night Watchers, while for major offenses, simply join another organization, and you shall live comfortably. Li Hao shook his head and chuckled. Sister Liu, you make it sound as if I am akin to them. I am different. I have received higher education, and having been with the Inspection Bureau for a year, I am inherently just and virtuous. Those who have fallen are merely part of the evil order. How can you equate me with them? Liu Yan huffed. The more one reads, the easier it is to become corrupted. This remark left little room for rebuttal. Furthermore, becoming a superpower was still an uncertain prospect, and Li Hao chose not to argue. The group of 6 exited the secret vault. As Li Hao's powers continued to grow, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. Walking along the path, he proactively inquired, Boss, do we have a plan to deal with the self-immolation case's perpetrator? Previously, he would not have asked, nor would Liu Long have answered. However, at this moment, Liu Long pondered for a moment before replying. The plan is straightforward. Lure the snake from its den, invite the enemy into the trap. We will primarily rely on some conventional weapons, laying explosives underground, and commencing with a barrage from machine guns for an initial strike. Eliminate the weak directly. As for the strong, they too may sustain injuries. It is at this moment that we shall strike to hunt. Li Hao furrowed his brows, pondering the situation. The adversary could not possibly be ignorant. He even suspected that they had an informant within the law enforcement team. How could they not comprehend the formidable power of firearms? Moreover, since they had previously tracked him, the leader had already been exposed. They must have surmised the existence of the demon hunting squad and even known that several superhumans had been slain. He wondered if Liu Long had been careless. Although his trump card was their instructor, he hoped Liu Long and the others would not suffer severe losses due to negligence, given their limited numbers. Liu Long chuckled and nodded, acknowledging the concern. I am aware, and there are indeed additional arrangements in place. However, knowing too much may not be advantageous for you. Just understand that we have other strategies. He continued, your task is quite simple. When the rain-soaked night descends, find a way to lure them to our predetermined location, and then we shall wait for them to take the bait. Li Hao hesitated, contemplating the risks involved. Liu Long, with a light laugh, inquired, do you find it perilous? A bit, Li Hao admitted. Well, what other viable options do you believe we possess? Liu Long replied with a soft chuckle. I would prefer to overpower them decisively, but we lack the strength. We also desire to arrange an assassination, yet we cannot even track their movements. Therefore, let us be straightforward. If they wish to kill you, they must fall into our trap. With that, he waved his hand, instructing the others, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with Li Hao. The group departed without question. Once they were out of earshot, Liu Long sighed. You witnessed the situation with Liu Yin earlier. She was previously married, but her husband was murdered by a superhuman. The perpetrator joined a superhuman organization, and the Night Watch could do nothing but turn a blind eye, which is why she was rather agitated just now. Li Hao felt a stir of emotion within him. Liu Long continued, I mention this merely to inform you that her erratic behavior stems from desperation. When Liu Yin undertakes missions, she is among the fiercest and most fearless. And do not let her gender deceive you. When she becomes unhinged, even I pale in comparison. Her joining the demon hunting squad was not driven by ulterior motives. She merely wishes to become a superhuman herself, to hunt that wretch. Unfortunately, she has yet to succeed. He briefly recounted Liu Yan's circumstances, particularly her instability and her persistent attachment to Li Hao. Liu Long did not want Liu Yan to leave a negative impression on Li Hao. Her pursuit of you is not necessarily a desire for intimacy. Liu Long chuckled as he explained. She is quite enthusiastic about newcomers, mainly hoping they will attain superhuman status. To put it bluntly, if newcomers can become superhumans, she would be willing to engage in something with you for one purpose, revenge. However, I always remind newcomers to be cautious and not take advantage of her, for she bears a deep-seated vendetta. She is a rose with thorns, not something everyone can handle. Li Hao frowned, questioning, the Night Watch cannot intervene? After all, they are the inspectors of the inspection department. If the family of the inspector is murdered and the Night Watch does not seek vengeance, what credibility does such an organization possess, even if it is official? He was astonished that, out of fear of the superhuman organization, the Night Watch could not retaliate even when the inspector's family was slain. Can such an organization still exert any deterrent power? Given Li Hao's character, even if he does not seek vengeance overtly, he must find a way to set an example in secret. Otherwise, how could he instill fear in others? For Liu Yan, only sympathy remains. Liu Long's words were clear. If anyone could avenge Liu Yan, this thorny rose would likely be willing to do anything for it. It is indeed a tragic situation. She is a commissioner, while Li Hao is merely a third-level inspector. There is a considerable gap in their ranks, yet the commissioner's grievance remains unaddressed. Liu Long sighed once more, having sighed many times today. He felt somewhat helpless and shook his head, saying, the realm of superpowers is far more intricate than you might imagine. To put it bluntly, the Night Watchers are formidable, but in terms of overall strength, they may not be the most powerful among superhumans. There are perhaps several organizations that surpass or are at least equal to the Night Watchers. Moreover, the Night Watchers must exercise caution. After all, they are an official organization and cannot engage in reckless life-and-death conflicts. You must understand that the Night Watchers also bear the responsibility of guarding the major cities. In simple terms, the Night Watchers face too many constraints. To offend a major superhuman organization for the sake of one commissioner might provoke resistance from other organizations, which, in the eyes of the higher-ups, would be a loss outweighing the gain. This perspective is understandable from a higher-level viewpoint, yet from Li Hao's and the parties involved stance, it is incomprehensible. Does this mean that Liu Yan's revenge cannot be avenged? There is no other way, unless we become powerful superhumans ourselves, enabling us to seek vengeance in our own name, rather than relying on the Night Watchers. Liu Long calmly stated, as the team leader, I naturally have a plan. The prerequisite is that I must become a superhuman. Otherwise, it is merely wishful thinking and utterly unrealistic. The individual who killed Liu Yin's husband is now at the pinnacle of Moonshade and even has prospects of advancing to the Radiant level. Radiant figures are high-ranking members in any organization. Without becoming a superhuman, it is utterly impossible to confront that person. Li Hao silently nodded, though his mind was filled with myriad thoughts that he chose not to voice. He then thought of a few others and inquired, "What about the others, boss?" "Them?" Liu Long replied with a smile. "Each person has their story. Why expose their wounds? As for Liu Yin, it is because I see her high hopes for you. You have absorbed mysterious energy rather swiftly. I can see she has developed some intentions, and I must remind you to avoid falling prey to youthful temptations, lest you suffer an unfortunate fate." Li Hao shook his head. "Boss, you are overthinking it. I am not that kind of person." Liu Long chose not to comment further. "Ah, young one, you may claim you are not that type, but when Liu Yin truly ensnares you, will you aid her or not?" At that moment, even I as the team leader would face difficulties. Just as Li Hao was about to bring up Wang Ming, Liu Long slightly shook his head and whispered, "Do not concern yourself with him. I have already clarified this person's identity. You may remain oblivious. He is indeed associated with the Night Watchers, and I have my arrangements." Li Hao nodded. He felt reassured by Liu Long's plans. Although this individual appeared somewhat brash, he possessed considerable insight. Otherwise, he would not have privately discussed Liu Yan's matters with him at this time. After a brief exchange, Li Hao had no further matters to attend to and parted ways with Liu Long. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he decided to take a shower and change his clothes. Fortunately, the basement was spacious and well-equipped. There was indeed a bathroom, and as for fresh clothing, the wardrobe housed a plethora of new inspection uniforms. It seemed that the likes of old Liu and his companions were rather indolent, often discarding their dirty or torn uniforms in favor of new ones, as evidenced by the several discarded garments he found in the trash bin. Indeed, the leader of the inspection team wielded a modicum of authority, allowing him the luxury of choosing his attire freely. After bathing and donning fresh clothing, Li Hao felt invigorated. The enhancement of his spleen was beginning to manifest its benefits. His blood coursed with greater alacrity. With a casual punch, he could produce a sound akin to a whip crack, a sensation of his sinews and bones resonating distinctly. Throughout that day, Li Hao remained in the basement, continuing to absorb mysterious energies while also engaging in sparring sessions with Wu Chao and Shen Jian. These two proved to be more manageable opponents than Liu Yin and Yun Yao. Liu Long was preoccupied and had seemingly vanished, leaving Li Hao to practice with these two. One was adept at defense, while the other excelled in agility, making them formidable sparring partners. By the end of the day, Li Hao felt he had gained invaluable insights. In contrast, Wu Chao and Chun Jian shared a singular thought. Li Hao was a prodigy. His progress was palpably evident. The once clumsy five-animal technique now flowed with grace, exhibiting a semblance of mastery, although he still lacked the necessary combat ferocity. At this moment, Li Hao bore the true semblance of someone on the precipice of the 10th realm. Historically, reaching the 10th realm often required actual combat experience. It was a state more frequently encountered on the battlefield. However, in Li Hao's era, with the advent of superpowers and firearms, martial artists seldom faced such trials. On the evening of the 15th, Li Hao returned home, greeted by a brisk night breeze. The sweltering summer had given way to a refreshing night. For Li Hao, this change in weather heralded something significant. The impending arrival of the rainy season was not far off. Simultaneously, outside Silver City, numerous blood shadows materialized in the darkness. Not just one, but many. Behind each shadow stood a figure wearing a ghostly mask. The rainy night approached. In the shadows, a masked figure spoke in a tone laden with both anticipation and regret. The time had come for the Li family's reckoning. Some chuckled, while others pondered. The Silver City Demon Hunting Squad had entered the fray, and Yuan Shua might also be involved. Ah, the Demon Hunting Squad. Is that the foolish Liu Long? I am familiar with him. He has offended the Night Watch's formidable martial artists. Initially, the Night Watch had hoped he would ascend to superpower status, becoming the next prodigious talent. Yet, he not only failed but also audaciously claimed that martial artists were not necessarily inferior to superpowers, asserting that he could maintain order in Silver City, which was laughable. It is said that for years he has clandestinely hunted superpowers, taking down a few minor ones. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Ladies and gentlemen, while Silver City may be small, do not underestimate its dangers. In the small Silver City, the Night Watchmen seldom venture here. Yet it does not imply the absence of threats. This diminutive city harbors several martial masters who have surpassed the 100 mark, warranting our vigilance. A master of such caliber. The ghostly figure chuckled. Perhaps we should be more cautious regarding firearms. Should a master surpassing the 100 mark dare to appear, one shall meet their demise. This marks the final convergence of the 8 veins, and it is our last mission in Silver City. Esteemed colleagues, upon completion of this task, we may never return to this place again. Understood. Rest assured, although there are preparations on Silver City's part, and even the night watchmen have made an appearance, so what? We know of them, yet they remain oblivious to our existence. Let us act swiftly, resolving matters with utmost expedience, eliminate the Li family, and seize their sword, thus completing the grand design of the 8 veins. What of the Zhang family's blade? No matter, once we acquire the Li family's sword, the significance of the Zhang family's blade will diminish considerably. We might even find alternatives. The Zhang family's blade has yet to surface. It may indeed be lost for good. Understood. With a chorus of affirmations, shortly thereafter, shadows in crimson vanished into the darkness. The ghostly figures also dispersed from their positions. Just as Li Hao had surmised, the crimson shadows were neither singular nor solitary. Chapter 31. The Eager Little Inspector, July 16th. The weather was stifling, oppressive, inducing a sensation of breathlessness. Those in the know understood this to be a harbinger of an impending storm. In the morning, Li Hao rode his bicycle, one hand on the handlebars, the other enjoying a bun, casually making his way towards the inspection office. The previous night had been peaceful. There were no sightings of crimson shadows. The demon hunting squad had not sought him out, his mentor had not made contact, and Wang Ming had not bothered him. Even the Black Panther had remained unusually quiet that night. It was indeed a rare and pleasant evening. Beside the bicycle, small cars zoomed past. Silver 7219. A familiar license plate. Li Hao, munching on his bun, cast a nonchalant glance, his face illuminated by the vitality and joy of youth. He recalled just days prior when he reported a self-immolation case. That very day, this car had been tailing him. After a few days' absence, he was taken aback to see it again. Were they growing increasingly desperate? Were they so concerned as to monitor him in broad daylight, fearing he might flee? Li Hao mused about the potential amusement of a sudden escape. Yet, now would be far too perilous, potentially disrupting Liu Long's plans and depriving his mentor of valuable time. Indeed, time. At this moment, Li Hao wished to prolong the inevitable. Even if his mentor had entered Duoqian, absorbing the energy of blades would necessitate time. The force of the blade's energy was overwhelmingly potent, and even his mentor might struggle to absorb too much at once. Thus, to grow stronger would require patience. Observing the flowers bloom and wither, evoking a sense of tenderness, Li Hao rode his bicycle, humming a tune, appearing in remarkably good spirits today. Inside the car, a man and a woman sped by, the window ajar, both hearing Li Hao singing. It was quite discordant. As they distanced themselves from Li Hao, the car continued its journey. The woman in the passenger seat suddenly laughed. People can be quite pitiable at times. Referring specifically to Li Hao, unaware of his impending demise and the grim nature of it, he continues to hum a cheerful tune, a truly tragic sight. The middle-aged driver chuckles softly, recognizing the ordinary sorrow of common folk. The vehicle gradually comes to a halt, seemingly in need of repair. The man exits the car, followed by the woman, as they wait by the roadside for Li Hao. A directive has been issued from above. For the next few days, nothing else matters. They must keep a close watch on Li Hao, ensuring he remains within sight. Of course, if Li Hao enters the inspection bureau, they can wait outside, as arrangements are already in place within. Moments later, a bicycle passes by. Li Hao, still humming his tune, suddenly halts, glancing at the parked car with a bright, sincere smile. "Good day. Do you need assistance?" he inquires warmly. "If you're in trouble, seek the inspection bureau." Li Hao cheerfully announces, "I am Li Hao, a level 3 inspector at the bureau. It seems your vehicle has broken down. May I offer my help?" The two exchange surprised glances, taken aback by his enthusiasm. They find it amusing yet somewhat pitiful. How naive this young man is. "Do you have any idea who we are?" the man asks, eyeing Li Hao with a smirk. "Thank you, but there is no need. We can manage the repairs ourselves." "Are you certain?" Li Hao dismounts his bicycle, setting it aside and approaching them. He leans down to inspect the vehicle, asking, "What seems to be the problem?" "I've repaired cars before. The inspectors at the bureau are always willing to help. Of course, if I fix your vehicle, it would be splendid if you could present a banner to the bureau." "Just a jest, of course. No obligation. Li Hao's face flushes with a hint of embarrassment, as if yearning for the banner, yet hesitant to voice it. The woman chuckles, finding amusement in the youthful innocence of the lad before her. A banner? You can repair cars? Li Hao beams with pride, unable to contain his delight. Indeed, if you can afford a vehicle, I am certain you wouldn't mind arranging for a banner. Ahem, as a newcomer to the bureau, I hope to showcase my abilities, especially since I might soon be promoted to level 2 inspector. A little recognition would be appreciated, wouldn't you agree? The pair is genuinely astonished and speechless. This fellow is eagerly offering to fix their car while simultaneously expressing his desire for a banner, all for the sake of a potential promotion. They are well aware of the rumors that Li Hao is to be transferred to the law enforcement team, which would indeed present him with a significant opportunity for advancement. Yet, at this very moment, does he not realize that his life hangs by a thread? What use is a promotion if one cannot enjoy it? The man smiles, his expression warm. Then we shall trouble you, Inspector Li. If you can repair our car, a banner is certainly in order. He finds the situation rather intriguing. The pursued person, eager to engage, willing to assist. Perhaps this approach makes the task at hand easier. Quite fascinating. From what he knows, Li Hao has no friends or family and is rather reclusive. The higher-ups truly know little about him. If I were to have more interactions with this individual, would that not provide better information to the higher authorities? Moreover, given the enthusiasm displayed by the inspector, your continued rejections do come across as somewhat peculiar. Li Hao, not one to hold back, approached and lifted the hood of the car, peering inside to inspect it. He also touched the engine and took a moment to circle around the vehicle, puzzled as he inquired, "Is it not starting? Could it be overheating?" The man chuckled and replied, "Let me try again. It just stalled, and my attempts to restart it have been futile." "Well, I checked, and it seems there are no major issues. The car is still quite new." After a brief exchange, the man entered the vehicle and attempted to start it once more. This time, the engine roared to life. In truth, there had been no significant problem. They had merely stopped to better follow Li Hao. At that moment, the woman's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Inspector, thank you so much. Please, I feel as though I have done little to deserve such gratitude. It is a pity, but as long as you are safe, that is what matters." Addressing the concerns of the public is indeed the duty of the inspection team. Li Hao responded with a sincere smile. The couple seemed to be charmed by his warmth. The man stepped out of the car, his expression turning serious as he stated, "That is not how it should be said. Inspector Li is always willing to assist. My wife and I have only recently arrived in Silver City, and to meet you is truly fortuitous. Therefore, we shall go and have a banner made, and we will present it to the inspection team shortly. Please, no?" Li Hao quickly waved his hands. "Really, do not go to such lengths. If it's not possible, I can cover the cost of the banner. I do not have many friends, or else I would have had someone else do it. As you know, inspectors are also human. Having an additional banner is a point of honor. If you don't mind, I will gladly pay." The couple could not help but chuckle. How endearing. Truly, so innocent. Feeling embarrassed over a banner, yet unable to resist? The man laughed. "Do not worry, Inspector. Let us not discuss the money. What is a few coins for a banner? That would only serve to insult me. In that case, I shall not hold back." Li Hao appeared genuinely pleased, his smile radiant. Glancing at the time, he exclaimed, "I must hurry. I will be late. If you come by, just head straight to the secretariat to find me. If I am not there, you can seek me out at the enforcement team. I will soon be transferred there and will be spending more time on duty outside. It is good to make friends. Thank you both." With that, Li Hao hurriedly hopped onto his bicycle, his face beaming with joy as he waved goodbye and pedaled away. Once he had departed, the woman sighed. "I must say, people like him are truly fascinating and delightful, possessing a childlike heart and genuine spirit. It is a pity that you and I can never return to the past." The man nodded in agreement, clearly touched by Li Hao's infectious smile. "Oh, youth indeed has its charm. Always eager to lend a hand. Not everyone at the inspection team embodies such spirit." The woman added, "Are we truly going to present that banner?" "Of course." The man grinned, a hint of mischief in his smile. "Why not? Our identities pose no issue. It would be beneficial to gain insight from our visit to the inspection team. Such an opportunity to engage openly with them is rare." He continued, "With this chance, we can frequently appear near the inspection team. Who could possibly find fault with that? We have a perfect pretext to seek out Li Hao and invite him to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. Who would really pay us any mind?" The woman considered this and nodded in agreement. "It is indeed a splendid excuse. It seems serendipitous. as I had been contemplating whether following Li Hao would arouse suspicion or draw attention. Now, the situation appears even more secure. At the same time, in the inspection division, Li Hao arrived, his countenance radiating joy. La la la, tra la la. Today is a splendid day. He hummed a little tune, his spirits high as he awaited the catch of the day. Instead of heading to the confidential office, he made a beeline for the enforcement team. In Luyan's office, upon hearing footsteps outside and the gradually fading melody, she was taken aback. Why was this fellow so cheerful today? The door swung open with a knock. With a beaming smile, Li Hao exclaimed, "Sister Liu, you're here so early." Indeed. Liu Yan reclined in her chair, her long legs casually draped over the desk. Exuding an air of audacity, she raised an eyebrow, bemused. "You seem to be in quite a good mood today?" "Absolutely," Li Hao replied with a grin. "Sister, I was just pondering, am I not just a novice? I've never taken a life, and the mere sight of blood sends shivers down my spine. I fear that if I encounter a real scene, I might faint from fright. Therefore, I have resolved to fortify my courage." "What nonsense is this?" Liu Yan queried, perplexed. "Where on earth do you plan to seek opportunities to toughen up? Time is of the essence." Li Hao, as if reading her thoughts, chuckled. "No need to trouble yourself. Boss and Sister Liu, I found my own targets. 2 martial artists, or perhaps 1 martial artist and 1 ordinary person." Li Hao continued cheerfully. "I just wanted to inform you, sister, to provide me with a venue and perhaps lend me some support, as I am a tad apprehensive on my own. I am a diligent student and have never fought. The sight of blood might leave me utterly dazed." Liu Yan stared at him in disbelief, mulling over his peculiar demeanor today. "You found your own targets? Li Hao, are you planning to go astray?" This fellow, did he truly take her jest to heart? Believing that as an empowered individual, he could act with impunity? Liu Yan's expression turned a shade colder. Her words had been laced with sarcasm, yet it seemed he did not grasp the insinuation. Seeking individuals as targets to draw blood? Listen to what he has uttered. Could such words belong to a person of virtue? Liu Yan never considered herself a good person, yet she understood one principle: do not impose upon others what one does not desire for oneself. She had endured the torment of being bullied without recourse, and it appeared that Li Hao was on the path to becoming such a person. In an instant, her fondness for him plummeted into the negative, even bordering on disdain. Li Hao, with an innocent visage and a radiant smile, proclaimed, "Sister, the 2 scoundrels tailing me are likely mere pawns manipulated by the nefarious forces behind the self-immolation case. They've been monitoring my movements. More likely than not, if there's any uncertainty, we can interrogate them. After all, the only ones trailing me, aside from our team, are certainly not good people." Li Hao chuckled merrily. "I've just stepped into the 10th severing realm, haven't I? Hitting wooden targets daily is rather dull and lacks the essence of real combat. I thought I might invite them over here to hone my skills. Capture them." Liu Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is this really the right time to apprehend someone and risk alarming the others?" Li Hao chuckled. "No need to capture anyone. They will come to us. And, sister, do you think this is a matter of startling the snake in the grass? The other party has likely known we are in cahoots for quite some time. It's rather open now, merely unspoken. Hence, even if we truly apprehend someone or take a life, they wouldn't care." Li Hao understood well that the Red Shadow was already aware of Liu Long and his associate's existence. What was there to conceal? Nothing at all. Aside from Yuan Shua, Red Shadow was oblivious, but Li Hao believed Liu Long's secrets had long been laid bare. At this moment, capturing 2 insignificant characters posed no issue. The other party would scarcely be concerned. However, I shall indulge myself first and practice a bit. Liu Yan was somewhat taken aback by the latter remark. "They will come to you? Do you think others are fools? Following you is one thing, but coming willingly? Have you taken them for simpletons?" Li Hao responded with a grin. "Indeed, those 2 fellows were quite enthusiastic, claiming they would come here to be my targets, even offering to present me with a banner. Can you believe it?" Li Hao, that little rascal, was becoming increasingly unhinged. Liu Yan was left speechless. Did he think she was a fool, or was he underestimating others? Coming to be his target, and then presenting him with a banner? Why not just say they would offer their heads instead? Wouldn't that be more straightforward? Get out of here. Liu Yan's patience was wearing thin. Just days ago, he was perfectly sane. What had caused this sudden madness? Was he under too much pressure? Really? If you don't leave, I'll send you a hand grenade. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless. Really? Why don't you believe me? Just then, the office phone rang. Liu Yan answered. It was a call from the front desk. As soon as she picked up, she heard the patrol report from the front desk. Team Leader Liu. Two individuals have arrived outside, claiming to bring a banner for Li Hao. The Secretariat informed me they are with our enforcement team. I inquired further and was told Li Hao is with you. Would it be convenient for him to come down for a moment? Liu Yin stared blankly at Li Hao, bewildered. What was happening? She hung up the phone, looking at Li Hao with a furrowed brow. Are you certain the ones bringing the banner are those tracking you? Absolutely certain. Li Hao nodded eagerly, a broad smile on his face. They arrived quite promptly, just a tad late. The efficiency of this banner delivery is impressive. Li Hao was genuinely delighted. Sister, I'll head down for a bit. Where would be suitable for you to interrogate them? I can bring them over. Liu Yin was momentarily stunned. Goodness, was this truly happening? They were delivering themselves right to him, allowing him to choose the location and present themselves for execution. At that moment, she wondered if those tracking Li Hao had lost their minds. Otherwise, how could they willingly walk into the lioness den? With a hint of peculiarity, Liu Yin stood up. I'll accompany you. Don't. Li Hao shook his head. Sister, just find a place. Then take them to the basement. Liu Yin was left speechless again and added, do you truly not need me to accompany you? Why complicate matters? They're coming in on their own. Li Hao chuckled. Sister, please back me up later. I am genuinely a bit frightened. This is my first time doing something like this. As you know, I used to be a diligent student, and my work as an inspector was merely clerical in the confidential office. The thought of witnessing blood terrifies me. I fear I might vomit or my legs might give way. While his words may seem exaggerated, they hold a kernel of truth. The first encounter with blood is not the ordinary sight of it. It is the reality of injury and violence. In such circumstances, feeling faint, anxious, and fearful is entirely common, unless one is inherently malevolent and inclined towards killing. Indeed, Li Hao wished to seize an opportunity to hone his skills before encountering the Red Shadow. He was afraid that when faced with genuine conflict, he would succumb to fear, tremble, and feel his legs weaken. This is a natural human response. He did not believe he possessed an extraordinarily courageous heart, capable of remaining indifferent in the presence of death. When Xiao Yuan passed away, he was engulfed by fear and terror, unable to move, his legs weak, devoid of strength even to scream. Hence, as he passed by those two individuals, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps it was time to cultivate a bit of courage. Liu Yin found her impression of Li Hao shifting. In her mind, he was a somewhat shy young man with a modicum of talent, yet merely a novice. Lacking knowledge and skills, she genuinely believed that in a real battlefield, Li Hao would be a liability, and it was uncertain whether he could even save himself. Yet at this moment, her perception was being challenged. Li Hao had identified a target to practice upon, claiming he wished to build his bravery. Was this truly the Li Hao she knew? She had investigated every detail of his life in the confidential office. He was a model of integrity, a kind-hearted individual who arrived early and left late, diligently cleaning and serving tea. What was he saying now? It was surprising, even shocking. Could it be that this fellow had been influenced by superhumans? Sister, I shall head down first. Would you please wait for me in the basement? Liu Yin wanted to say something, but ultimately refrained, nodding instead. Be careful. Rest assured, this is the inspection bureau. Li Hao smiled as he entered the bureau. What could two insignificant characters accomplish? If they possessed such courage, they would not merely be following him. Downstairs, the man and woman indeed arrived bearing a banner. It was their first time entering the law enforcement building, and they surveyed their surroundings, appearing entirely at ease. This place was not accessible to ordinary individuals. But thanks to Li Hao, they were able to enter with transparency. The receptionist paid them no mind. Those bringing banners were there for Li Hao. And as the law enforcement team was not familiar with them, there was some curiosity about what good deed Li Hao had performed to warrant such an honor. Greetings, esteemed seniors. At that moment, Li Hao descended the stairs, his face alight with excitement. You really came. It's just a small matter. I thought you were joking. Inspector Li. The man rose with a smile, greeting him. We would never joke about this. Inspector Li is always ready to assist, rescuing others in times of peril. This morning, my wife and I nearly had a car accident, and it was thanks to Inspector Li's timely help that we were saved. He raised the banner before Li Hao. The palanquin is lifted by all, and isn't that what the youth truly enjoy? Ha ha ha, my dear brother, you are too kind. Li Hao, with a sweet tongue, chuckled and said, Gentlemen, let us cease our conversation here, for I feel rather embarrassed. I have yet to be officially assigned. Come, follow me for a cup of tea. I shall graciously accept your banners without further ado. However, you must have a cup of tea before you depart. The two exchanged glances, their faces adorned with smiles. Such hospitality, such warmth. Since we are here, it would be beneficial to witness a little more. They nodded in agreement and followed Li Hao, who led them down the corridor to the end of the first floor, conversing as they walked. As a newcomer, I find myself amidst many veterans here. If they happen to see me, it could lead to some awkwardness, you understand. Let us proceed to the basement. Where there are fewer onlookers, we shall enjoy a cup of tea together. I truly appreciate your assistance. Li Hao guided them down the stairs, his smile unwavering. I forgot to ask, may I know your esteemed surname? No need for formality. I am Zhou He, and my wife's surname is Yuan. Brother Zhou, sister Yuan. Li Hao's sweetness was palpable, swiftly bridging the gap between them. Soon, they arrived at the first basement level, where the headquarters of the Demon Hunter Squad lay ahead. The basement did not exude a sinister atmosphere. Rather, it was well lit. Up ahead, this area sees little traffic. Brother Zhou, sister Yuan, you appear to be successful business people. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. I take great pleasure in assisting others with their troubles. Zhou He maintained a warm smile, embodying a truly genuine spirit. The woman echoed Li Hao's sentiments, remarking on the rarity of such enthusiastic hospitality. Alas, in the next moment, Li Hao pushed open the door, and the two followed him into the basement, the usual recreational area of the Demon Hunter Squad. Li Hao warmly invited them in, and then closed the door. This door was no ordinary one. It boasted exceptional soundproofing and security. Not even a bomb could breach it. Once closed, it required a code and fingerprint to exit. Otherwise, one would be trapped. As Li Hao shut the door, Zhou He felt an unsettling sensation, glancing at the room's furnishings, and his expression shifted. This was not a reception area or a lounge. Rather, it resembled a substantial gathering space. With fitness equipment and an arsenal of firearms, it appeared akin to an armory. Where are we? At that moment, Zhou He felt a pang of anxiety. Could this be a place a mere outsider like him could access? The woman beside him also changed her demeanor, having caught sight of the weapons, including a small cannon. Good heavens! Is this a place for ordinary individuals? Both felt a deep sense of unease and trepidation. They merely intended to cozy up to Li Hao, and yet they found themselves here. Meanwhile, Li Hao had completely shut the door behind them. How delightful! These two are remarkably cooperative, showing no signs of resistance. It is quite comfortable. This sensation of luring one into a trap is truly exhilarating. Seizing the moment while Zhou He was momentarily distracted, Li Hao patted Zhou He's shoulder from behind and chuckled. Brother Zhou, this place is deserted and tranquil. In the next instant, his knee bent, and with a swift motion, he thrust forward. A sharp crack echoed as Zhou He desperately twisted his body to evade a fatal blow, yet still felt the impact of Li Hao's knee striking his lower back, an agonizing sensation radiating throughout his body. In that moment, Zhou He could only think, I've been tricked. I walked right into this. Beside them, the woman's expression shifted dramatically, without uttering a word. She suddenly drew a dagger from deep within her leg and lunged at Li Hao with it. Deep within the basement, several individuals observed silently. Liu Long was among them. His gaze complex and peculiar. What a masterstroke, trapping the foe in their own game. It was almost unbelievable. Was Li Hao truly timid? It seemed to me he possessed audacity beyond reckoning. Is this something a normal person would dare to do? If this young man survives this ordeal, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. The frail Wu Chao sighed softly, while the stout Chun Jian's grin subsided slightly. Recognizing the brilliance of the young man, Yun Yao and Lu Yin remained silent, merely watching intently. After a while, Liu Long spoke softly. Indeed, we have formidable opponents here. One at the 10th slashing realm, the other, though not yet at that level, is nonetheless an experienced practitioner. It appears that their side is truly formidable, with both watchers boasting 10th slashing realm prowess. The 10th slashing realm may not sound particularly impressive, but Liu Long knew that in the entire Silver City, with its million-strong populace, there were likely fewer than 100 martial artists and stellar masters at this level. A rarity indeed. And now, here was one, merely a watcher. Could Li Hao, in his first real combat, contend with these two? Even if he managed to outsmart them, it was evident they were not novices, they were seasoned veterans. At this moment, the members of the Demon Hunter Squad watched intently. In the arena, Li Hao, having seized the initiative, wasted no time and continued his assault. With a fierce leap forward, his hands clawed like a tiger, showing no mercy. This was not a mere spar. Li Hao regarded this as his rite of passage into adulthood, a celebration of his advancement to the 10th slashing realm. If the red shadow sought to take my life, I shall not lie down and await my demise. I will take down the two of you first. Even if you are mere pawns, you will taste defeat." With a swift motion, his hands plunged into Zhou He's arms, tearing away flesh and sending blood spraying. Li Hao grinned, his spleen surging with adrenaline. He felt exhilarated. Yet fear was conspicuously absent. "Do I fear you? In the presence of the red shadow, dare you wield your strength against me, Li Da? After all, you are but human." With a roar that echoed through the underground, the basement transformed into a battleground, marking Li Hao's inaugural experience in real combat. Chapter 32. A victorious first battle. A thunderous roar pierced the air, striking fear into Zhou He's heart. His eardrums vibrated violently, feeling as though they might burst. And he found himself at a disadvantage due to his unpreparedness. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao soared into the air, leaping gracefully. In combat, one must always be wary of aerial assaults. This was a lesson imparted to him by Chun Jian on the very first day. However, the training in the art of the simian had instilled in Li Hao a fondness for aerial maneuvers. It is precisely due to the lessons learned on the first day that the current Li Hao, with a forceful leap, propelled himself to the ceiling, his feet momentarily interlocking for support. In the next instant, he kicked downwards with a fierce rotation. With a thunderous crash, Zhou He was sent flying by his aerial kick. Li Hao, undeterred by the pursuit, was suddenly met with a piercing sound slicing through the air. A dagger lunged towards his temple in an instant. Reacting swiftly, Li Hao grasped the wrist of the woman of the Yuan surname, his fingers erupting with sharp force that pierced into her wrist, eliciting a cry of agony from her lips. In a seamless motion, he seized the fallen dagger, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged it towards the woman's wrist. A resounding thud echoed as the metal met bone, not silent, but a tremendous sound, for the strength of the human skeleton is formidable, and this was no ordinary weapon. The blade pierced through the bone with brutal precision. The woman's shrill cries of pain reverberated through the air. Li Hao seemed impervious to her suffering. With his left hand, he clutched her neck and violently slammed her against the wall. Another deafening crash ensued, shattering an unknown number of her bones, while Li Hao withdrew the dagger and, in a swift motion, plunged it into her palm, pinning her right hand firmly to the wall. Li Hao, Zhou He, having been flung through the air, landed and spat blood. Witnessing the woman being impaled against the wall by Li Hao, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Such cruelty. This was entirely at odds with the information he had gathered. Kind, simple, pure-hearted, sentimental, and shy. These were the descriptors he had collected regarding Li Hao, derived from various sources: casual remarks from classmates, gossip from neighbors, and evaluations from colleagues in the inspection bureau. Yet, never had anyone described Li Hao as a merciless individual capable of such brutality. TSK. Lu Yin, too, was taken aback, realizing that a biting dog does not bark. Li Hao's actions were so ruthless that even she, an experienced assassin, felt a tinge of shock. Though the woman was slightly older, she was still a woman. Yet Li Hao had not only broken her wrist but, fearing her escape, had nailed her hand to the wall. Was this truly a novice's first foray into combat? His ferocity surpassed that of many veterans. The members of the demon hunting team typically exert their utmost against superhumans. Yet faced with a woman who had not even reached the 10th realm, Chun Jian and Wu Chao might not have shown such mercilessness. Meanwhile, Liu Long and the others remained silent, continuing to observe the unfolding scene. Was this indeed Li Hao's first real battle? At this moment, Liu Long and the others shared a flicker of doubt. Was it truly so? Had this young man really never tasted blood before? His strikes were dark and deadly. A pure martial artist rarely employs weapons, and even when they do, it is often their own. Yet Li Hao, having seized the opponent's dagger, showed no hesitation and drove it down without a second thought. A dagger, after all, is far sharper than hands or feet. With a single thrust, the woman's hand was rendered useless. Her wrist shattered, and even if she were to survive, her hand would be irrevocably impaired. Women are not merely obstacles. Encountering someone like Li Hao, who disregards reason, results in a crushing defeat purely through sheer strength. Setting aside the thoughts of the onlookers, when Li Hao engages in battle, he is singularly focused on one principle. Once the fight begins, nothing else matters, whether right or wrong. There is only one truth. You must stand victorious. This was a lesson imparted to him by Yuan Shua. When Yuan Shua taught him the 5 animal techniques, he emphasized this very notion. A martial artist must refrain from striking unless they intend to kill. There should be no excessive dialogue, regardless of one's righteousness. The first action must be to strike down all adversaries, rendering them incapable of retaliation. Only then, if the opponent remains alive, can one engage in discussions of right and wrong. Otherwise, to show mercy is akin to inviting one's own demise. Thus, at this moment, Li Hao felt no remorse. With a swift motion, he pinned the woman against the wall. In the next instant, like a nimble monkey, he ascended, using both hands and feet. And within the blink of an eye, he descended and climbed, propelling himself towards Zhou He. Zhou He, also at the 10th level of the slashing realm, may have been slightly stronger than Li Hao. However, with his arm mangled and his lower back potentially severely injured from Li Hao's ambush, his strength had significantly waned. Seeing Li Hao swiftly approach, Zhou He was engulfed in terror. He understood that escape was impossible. Even if he were to defeat Li Hao, there would be no way out. In a moment of panic, he shouted, "No, I have crucial information to share." Bang! Without a moment's hesitation or doubt, Li Hao unleashed a strike, his claw piercing through with ferocity. Zhou He, in a flustered state, could only scramble to defend himself, raising his arms in a desperate attempt to shield his chest. But before he could fully extend his arms, Li Hao seized him with the ferocity of a tiger, his claws tearing downward with brutal force. Splatter! Flesh was rent asunder once more. Cold sweat poured from Zhou He's brow, a testament to his agony. He attempted to retaliate, but his movements were hesitant and feeble. Meanwhile, Li Hao circled around him, launching a relentless assault. "Your demise is imminent. I possess vital intelligence to convey." Roar! Another thunderous cry echoed through the air. Blood flowed from Zhou He's orifices as he gasped, his movements faltering. Li Hao found him foolish. His teacher had always said that a martial artist must cultivate their breath. This breath is essential for maintaining momentum and harmonizing internal and external energies. As Zhou He engaged in combat, he continued to speak, revealing his lack of strength. He was merely at the 10th level of the slashing realm. With insufficient mastery of both internal and external disciplines, he became an easy target for disruption. Such is the advantage of having an exceptional teacher. The wisdom passed down from a master of thousands of battles, while Zhou He potentially had a teacher who barely exceeded 100 encounters, if that. Perhaps his mentor was simply another at the 10th level. The martial arts have indeed declined. Li Hao's roar was perfectly timed, shattering Zhou He's rhythm and forcing the air from his lungs, resulting in internal injuries and a disjointed coordination of limbs. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao suddenly wrapped his arms around Zhou He. A bear hug of death. The sound of bones compressing and shattering erupted in an instant. Li Hao focused on targeting his opponent's legs, delivering a powerful stomp that shattered Zhou He's right shoe, leaving it bloodied and mangled, with bone piercing through flesh. Zhou He let out a wild scream of agony. In the depths of the basement, 5 individuals were breathing heavily, inhaling with intensity. Chun Jian glanced at Liu Long and then at Liu Yan, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he whispered, "Was he feigning ignorance during our sparring sessions? Is this his first real combat? Damn it! This kid fights with a ruthless ferocity, and his methods are anything but random." He incapacitated the woman first before dealing with Zhou He, who, like him, was a master of the 10th realm, yet found himself unable to make a significant impact against this newcomer Li Hao. Given the current situation, it seemed there was almost no chance for a comeback. Liu Long, however, was more concerned about the implications of what he witnessed, pondering the multitude of lethal techniques inherent in the 5-animal style. Indeed, Li Hao's interpretation of the 5-animal style, whether it be the techniques of the ape or any of the other animals, was deadly with each strike. Heart extraction, tearing grips, and crushing embraces. Every move Li Hao executed was viciously effective. It was hard to discern this side of him in everyday life, as he often held back. Had Yuan Shuo modified the 5-animal style, the intensity was overwhelming. Over the years, as Yuan Shuo adapted the 5-animal techniques, many believed he had turned to self-cultivation, demonstrating a slow and deliberate style in practice. Yet now, Liu Long, a seasoned martial artist, recognized the deadly precision in every attack. Li Hao seemed to specialize in targeting vital points. The heart, throat, eyes, groin, spleen, and kidneys were his primary areas of assault. Strikes to the eyes, grips to the throat, and attacks to the groin. Li Hao showed no restraint whatsoever. The more Liu Long observed, the more alarmed he became. In essence, martial artists were not solely focused on killing. Strengthening the body was equally vital. especially in an era where modern weaponry had emerged, altering many traditional killing techniques. However, Li Hao's version of the five-animal style felt primal, almost primitive. Lu Yan, herself on the verge of becoming a formidable warrior, furrowed her brows slightly. The five-animal style represented the instinctual hunting methods of five beasts. Among beasts, it was often a matter of life and death. If one could not hunt successfully, they would starve. It was brutally savage. Though it may sound trivial, the reality was that this martial art was exceedingly ruthless, presenting a stark contrast to the diluted versions we typically encountered. At this moment, Li Hao embodied a return to that primal essence. Of course, being a newcomer, he often missed opportunities. Had Liu Long been in his place, he might have already crushed Zhou He's throat in the previous encounters. However, Li Hao's legacy stemmed from a top-tier martial artist, a lineage far beyond what Zhou He could compare to. Just as they engaged in discussion, Li Hao surged forward with a shoulder charge. He first tossed Zhou He aside, then pulled him back, releasing him at just the right moment, driving his shoulder into Zhou He's chest with a resounding crack. In that instant, an unknown number of ribs broke. With a thud, Zhou He crashed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, struggling to breathe as his internal organs likely sustained severe damage, his eyes becoming vacant and unfocused. At this moment, Li Hao remained vigilant. He cast a quick glance, hastily retreated, and in the next instant, pivoted and fled. Midway, he leapt into the air, executing a remarkably graceful spin, and unleashed a fierce kick with his right leg. The woman, who had just freed her almost incapacitated right hand from the wall, had no time to evade and was struck directly in the neck by Li Hao's powerful kick, resulting in a chilling crack of bone. The sound of her body crashing to the ground followed, blood instantaneously staining the floor. Until this moment, the skirmish had lasted barely 3 minutes, concluding with both combatants lying on the ground, blood pooling around them. Li Hao, gasping heavily, knelt on the ground, cautiously observing the fallen figures. Noticing their inability to rise, he seemed to awaken to the gravity of the situation, his face paling as he beheld the blood-soaked scene and the few individuals emerging from the shadows. A sudden wave of dread washed over him. He realized the ferocity of his opponents, how terrifying they were. That woman had nearly plunged a knife into his temple. Liu Long regarded him in silence, while Liu Yan wore a peculiar expression, managing a stiff smile. "Xiao Hao, are you serious? Are you pretending?" Li Hao looked at her, bewildered. "Of course I'm serious." It was terrifying. The reality of combat is perilous. My adversaries wielded knives, and a moment of carelessness could have cost me my life. His demeanor left everyone perplexed. Li Hao appeared genuinely shaken. But, just look at the scene before them. 2 individuals lay in pools of blood. Zhou He had suffered countless broken ribs, his foot shattered, and his kidney crushed. His arms had been brutally mangled, exposing bone. The woman fared no better. Her neck likely broken, her hands rendered useless, and numerous bones fractured. Yet here he was, expressing fear. Liu Long remained silent, unfazed by whether Li Hao was feigning or not, and spoke in a low voice. "Is this your first real combat?" "Yes." Li Hao nodded vigorously, panting. "Real combat is truly terrifying. I was merely a martial arts enthusiast. Although I practiced the 5 animals technique, it was solely for physical conditioning. I never anticipated that actual combat would be so perilous." First real combat for a martial arts enthusiast. Liu Long's gaze turned quizzical. "So, when you struck?" There was no hesitation or doubt. Li Hao's decisiveness in that moment did not resemble that of a novice. It was too resolute, a trait only seasoned martial artists, particularly those who have faced life and death, could possess, striking first without hesitation to subdue their opponent. Hesitation? Li Hao pondered before shaking his head. He truly felt none. He elucidated. "I understood they were enemies, and thus I felt no sympathy. My teacher had always instructed me that when the moment to engage arises, one must prioritize incapacitating the opponent without regard for anything else. The more formidable the adversary, the harsher the strike must be. Otherwise, the misfortune will certainly befall oneself." Very well. Liu Long had not expected Li Hao to be so obedient. Yuan Shua's remarks stem from the formidable adversaries he has faced, who are indeed lethal foes. However, for Li Hao, this may prove to be fortuitous. The seemingly inconsequential individual he had underestimated achieved an unexpectedly remarkable outcome in his maiden combat. One was a master at the 10th severance, while the other was nearly at the same level, yet together they were caught off guard by Li Hao, who concluded the encounter in a mere 3 minutes, leaving both severely injured and on the brink of death, while Li Hao's fist bore a wound. Indeed, his strike had been excessively forceful, as it had inadvertently collided with the exposed bone of Zhou He, puncturing his skin and drawing blood. Apart from this, there seemed to be no further injuries. This was an astounding achievement for a novice newly entering the realm of the 10th Severance. Liu Long could attest that he had witnessed few martial artists accomplish such a feat. Even he, upon his initial entry into the 10th Severance, had not managed to achieve this, nearly succumbing to his adversary in his first real battle. It was not he who vanquished his opponent, but rather he had narrowly escaped being slain. "Brother, you are impressive," Chun Jian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, he was awestruck. This seemingly frail and scholarly young man, who occasionally blushed at Liu Yan's teasing, had just delivered an overwhelming defeat to two martial artists in his debut confrontation. The lean Wu Chao wore an expression of trepidation, thankful that their previous sparring had not been executed with such ferocity. This lad, especially in grappling, was a force to be reckoned with. Fortunately, Chun Jian possessed formidable defenses. Had he been subjected to Li Hao's grasp, he would have long since been stripped of his flesh. Li Hao, feeling somewhat bashful, hastened to clarify, "They are the villains, and we are the forces of justice. My actions against wrongdoers are in the name of righteousness. How could I strike at my own justice?" Liu Long and the others paused momentarily, turning their gazes toward him. Liu Yan was unable to contain her laughter, bending over and clutching her chest in amusement. Before Li Hao stood a blur of white. He couldn't resist the urge to remind her, "Sister Liu, you haven't fastened your buttons." Silence enveloped the room. Liu Yan immediately rose, astonished, and pointed an accusatory finger at Li Hao, rebuking, "Are you even a man? At this moment, you dare to remind me about my buttons?" Li Hao wore an innocent expression. "What is wrong with that? Is it not permissible?" Liu Long and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. In such a light-hearted scenario, they laughed heartily. Even Yun Yao found it amusing, quipping, "Vice Captain Liu, it seems your attire isn't universally appreciated." "Humph, do you have any grounds to speak?" Although wary of Yun Yao, Liu Yan couldn't help but retort, "I enjoy it. Do you possess the means to challenge me?" Yun Yao fell silent, her gaze towards Liu Yan sharp, as if seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained oblivious to their banter. He glanced at the two still coughing up blood and couldn't resist suggesting, "Should we detain them for questioning? Perhaps they possess valuable intelligence. Sister Yin, you are a doctor. Could you assess their condition? If they perish, it would impede our inquiries. You truly have a dark heart." Liu Yan chuckled and scolded. "This fellow is still thinking about that at this moment. Truly impressive." Li Hao awkwardly laughed, rising to his feet and exhaling. Expressing his thoughts once more, "The reality of combat is truly different. It's exhilarating. The primary source of tension lies within the psyche. I was incredibly anxious just now. I was terrified, especially regarding the two individuals. I feared they would sandwich my leader from both sides." "How do you typically respond in such situations?" Liu Long regarded him in silence. "Well, you've already dealt with it, haven't you? First, you incapacitate one with all your might. Then you confront the other. Isn't that sufficient? What more is there to consider?" This young man's question seems rather naive. Yet, Li Hao was genuinely inquiring, adding, "Leader, there's one more thing my instructor never taught me. The claw technique, while effective, doesn't inflict severe damage. When one's hands are stained with blood, it can hinder performance. With blood and flesh intertwined, the slickness can lead to a loss of grip. What should one do in such circumstances?" Li Hao approached the question with the earnestness of a student seeking his teacher's wisdom, sincerely asking, "At that moment, I had no time to clean my hands. Thankfully, I wasn't wielding a weapon. Otherwise, the blood would have caused even more slippage. Leader, how do you generally handle this?" A hush fell over the room. This was indeed a peculiar inquiry, so unique that Liu Long momentarily found himself lost in thought. Li Hao despised the bloody nature of the claw technique, not out of concern for the suffering inflicted upon his adversaries, but rather for the mess it created on his hands, which could jeopardize his grip on any weapon. Could this be considered a legitimate query regarding practical combat? Perhaps. Yet no one had ever posed such a question as nonchalantly and without shame as Li Hao did. He genuinely sought a resolution to this dilemma. Yun Yao could not help but ask, "Li Hao, don't you feel even a hint of guilt?" It's not merely about feeling guilty for wrongdoing. Under ordinary circumstances, during one's first real combat, especially in such a scenario, even seasoned martial artists experience some sense of unease and remorse. Don't you feel anything? Was there something psychologically amiss with Li Hao? Or was he inherently cold-blooded? After pondering briefly, Li Hao replied, I feel no guilt, for I knew from the outset that they were villains intent on taking my life. As for the sort of unease you mentioned, I do feel a trace of it. However, I don't believe that relates to my question, does it? Li Hao felt somewhat perplexed. Though he sensed a bit of trepidation, why were they looking at him in such a manner? These individuals were seasoned veterans. Was it truly necessary to react this way? Liu Long and the others remained silent. They did not perceive anything amiss, merely viewing Li Hao as an innate warrior, perhaps harboring a touch of coldness in his character. Liu Long chose to set aside such thoughts and responded earnestly to Li Hao's query regarding your hands stained with blood from the claw technique. First, you should wipe them clean on your adversary. Second, if possible, rub them on the ground, especially where there's dirt. Third, try to avoid grasping major arteries, or you'll end up drenched in blood. Fourth, ensure you penetrate your opponent fully, and as you withdraw, clean your hands. Fifth, act swiftly, before the blood sprays out. Finish your grip and retract. The others regarded Liu Long with an odd expression once more. Goodness, one dared to ask, and another dared to respond. Liu Long unexpectedly provided him with 5 solutions in one breath. Meanwhile, Li Hao listened attentively, feeling that he was still too inexperienced and that learning from these seasoned martial artists was essential. For instance, the 5th point Liu Long mentioned was indeed quite insightful. To strike swiftly, so that when one retracts their claw, the opponent's blood has yet to spurt forth. This would suffice. Achieving such speed would eliminate worries about various complications. Contemplating this, admiration gleamed in Li Hao's eyes. Indeed, it was the captain's experience that shone through. No wonder the others were not formidable. Their expressions reflected confusion rather than enlightenment. The captain's strength was to be expected. Liu Long, bemused, chose to remain silent. Li Hao was truly a promising talent. In the past, seasoned martial artists would accept such disciples merely for their own comfort in old age. As they grew frail and unable to fight, it was precisely individuals like Li Hao, ruthless and fierce, that they required. He struck hard and with venom, all while perceiving no issue with his approach. A true disciple. In that moment, Liu Long began to grasp how Yuan Shuo had taught him. That fellow had, for the past 2 years, imparted wisdom as if Li Hao were his prized disciple, inadvertently revealing many of Yuan Shuo's own philosophies. Li Hao's martial arts enlightenment had been guided by Yuan Shuo, and thus, his growth was significantly influenced by that old man, who was equally ruthless. Otherwise, he would not have garnered so many enemies. Setting aside these reflections, Liu Long decided to interrogate the 2 individuals, Yin Yao, to stop the bleeding and ensure they did not succumb to death. Though they were merely minor players, they might still yield unexpected insights. Liu Long issued a reminder, recognizing that it would be challenging to interrogate them until they regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Li Hao was picking up the banner that had been dropped during the fight. Upon seeing this, Liu Yin remarked, "What do you need that for? Just hang it outside." Li Hao replied cheerfully, "Sister, this is the first banner I've ever received. It holds great sentimental value. Moreover, they presented it to me openly. If I don't hang it up, it would be disrespectful. I'll just say they left through a back door after I hang it up." An instant silence ensued. Yin Yao, who was assisting with the bleeding, noticed Zhou He's eyes widen in disbelief, as if he were struggling to breathe. Inwardly, she cursed, "What an idiot. Li Hao is such a fool." At that moment, she thought that if she were in his position, she would be infuriated, unaware of the thoughts swirling in others' minds. Li Hao remained oblivious to their discontent. He delightedly held the banner, growing increasingly satisfied with it. Generous and compassionate, it read, "Inspected by Inspection Officer Li Hao." Li Hao admired the inscription, marveling at its beauty. "I'll first take the banner back to the confidential office," he said, "and once I retrieve it, I'll bring it back." This was the first time he had received such a banner, and he cherished it immensely, reluctant to part with it. He decided to take it back to the confidential office before returning. "You all take your time with the interrogation. I'll be off." After Li Hao finished speaking, he took the ceremonial banner, humming a cheerful tune, and left with an air of elation. At that moment, he truly resembled a newcomer inspector who had received the commendation of the public. A feeling of pride and joy enveloped him. In the basement, several individuals exchanged silent glances. Rendered speechless, after a long pause, Wu Chao broke the silence, remarking, "My friends, has this fellow become somewhat deranged? Do you not realize who bestowed upon him that banner? And what fate has befallen the one who presented it?" Remarkably, He possesses the audacity to take the banner back and display it with such ostentation. How absurd. I am at a loss for words, yet I cannot help but admire Li Hao's audacity. Does he not perceive that the crimson banner seems as if stained with blood? Liu Long hesitated, then muttered, "Let him be. What more can be said? There is nothing left to discuss." Indeed, following today's battle, Liu Long understood one thing. The others in the team had begun to accept Li Hao. He was no longer viewed merely as bait, a disposable tool, or a hindrance. Previously, regardless of who it was, including Liu Long himself, they all shared that sentiment. However, Li Hao's performance in the recent skirmish made everyone suddenly realize that he was far from an ordinary bystander. If he managed to survive, he would undoubtedly become more formidable than Liu Long in the future. At this moment, the demon hunting team members began to regard Li Hao as a true teammate. Strangely enough, Li Hao himself might not comprehend any of this. Chapter 33. Good fortune favors the kind-hearted. Li Hao entered the confidential office with a light-hearted gait, his spirits elevated. Upon seeing Wang Ming, his mood brightened even further. "Is Xiaoming here?" Wang Ming, who was busy entering files, stiffened momentarily at the peculiar address but quickly responded. "Brother Hao, you're here. Have you been to the enforcement team again today?" "Indeed," Li Hao replied, deliberately showcasing the ceremonial banner in his hand. This is the glory of the new inspector. Though typically modest and unassuming, he could not resist the urge to flaunt the banner just a bit. "Look, someone presented me with a ceremonial banner." Wang Ming's curiosity was piqued as he inquired, "A banner? They gave it to you, Brother Hao?" "Ah, it's a trivial matter. They were simply too courteous and insisted on presenting me with the banner." Li Hao feigned indifference, then added jovially, "Of course, Xiaoming. You shall have one of your own in due time." At that moment, the other individuals in the confidential office were drawn to the commotion, turning their attention to Li Hao. Upon seeing the banner in his grasp, they became inquisitive, eager to learn what had transpired. Li Hao, ever honest, recounted the events, stating that he had merely assisted someone with their vehicle. All of it was the unvarnished truth. As for what transpired after the banner was presented, who truly cared about that? The atmosphere in the confidential office became lively. After hanging the banner, Li Hao finally took a seat and recalled something, asking, "Xiaoming, did you not mention that you would be late today because your elder was visiting?" Previously, during a meal, he had mentioned that family elders were coming over today. "They have arrived. I was late by an hour this morning. Since Brother Hao was not here, I was unaware," Wang Ming replied. Li Hao nodded. "They have arrived. Are the night watchmen strong ones truly your elders?" He smiled in a sincere manner, suggesting, "Shall we pay them a visit after work? Let your elder know that we will accompany you here, ensuring your smooth journey." "No need for that." Wang Ming politely declined, stating, "My elder prefers not to engage with others. He has certain peculiarities." "Understood. A quintessential night watchman. Otherwise, there would be no need to repeatedly refer to him as elder. Father is father, mother is mother." Li Hao ceased his probing, aware that excessive inquiry could arouse suspicion. However, Wang Ming sought to engage Li Hao further, lowering his voice. "Brother Hao, it seems that Silver City will experience rain over the next couple of days, coinciding with our holiday. Do you have any plans? Today is the 16th, and rain is expected in Silver City on the 18th. Li Hao and his companions will be on holiday on the 18th and 19th. Do you have any arrangements?" Li Hao, somewhat intrigued, inquired, "You've just arrived, yet you know of interesting places in Silver City? How about suggesting a location for me to consider? What do you think of climbing a mountain?" Wang Ming said with eager anticipation, "Isn't there a majestic Tianwang mountain on the outskirts of Silver City? I've heard it's quite magnificent. Shall we go explore?" Climbing a mountain. Outskirts. Li Hao pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Chen Na expressed her disdain, saying, "What is so entertaining about climbing a mountain? It's desolate out there. And with the rain, there will be no shelter. Why not go singing and dining instead?" Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly. "Sister Na, we men aren't fond of singing. Climbing the mountain is an excellent way to exercise. Besides, there are accommodations on the mountain. After a tiring day, we can stay overnight and witness the sunrise. The rain-soaked Tianwang mountain may be even more beautiful." Chen Na remained unimpressed. "Forget it. I have no desire to climb a mountain. It's exhausting and utterly pointless." Li Hao, however, quickly assessed the situation. Did Wang Ming suggest climbing a mountain to scout a suitable ambush site for the night watchman? Tianwang Mountain is sparsely populated, and on a rainy day, few would venture there. aligning perfectly with the Night Watchman's intentions to engage in combat with the Red Shadow faction without impacting Silver City. After all, it is an official organization, a bastion of justice and order. Despite numerous issues, the Night Watchman remains the primary protective organization for ordinary citizens. Therefore, the Night Watchman and demon hunting teams hope to establish their battlegrounds in the outskirts rather than within the city. A careless encounter between superhumans could lead to mass casualties among ordinary people. As Li Hao contemplated, he realized that the demon hunting team had not designated Tianwang Mountain as their location. Though it is on the outskirts, they rely more on firearms, which are better suited for open plains rather than mountainous terrain, where planting explosives would be challenging. He decided to wait and consult Liu Long and the others before making a decision. Wang Ming wished to continue the conversation, but upon noticing Li Hao engrossed in his work, he refrained from pressing further, though he felt a sense of urgency. Li Hao must not remain in the city. This individual is the next target for the opposing faction. The Night Watchman has dispatched a significant figure, indicating considerable attention to the 8 great families of Silver City. Wang Ming was not fully informed but had an inkling of the situation. Previously, the 8 great families had received little attention, but it seemed something was afoot in the realm of superhumans, possibly linked to these enigmatic families. Thus, the arrival of the esteemed figure from the Night Watch serves 2 purposes: to resolve pressing issues and to ascertain the true nature of the Li family's sword. It is clear that he is aware of Li Hao's collaboration with the demon hunting squad. After some contemplation, it appears that Li Hao must adhere to the squad's directives, leaving the grand figure to ponder his own arrangements. In the secret chamber, the atmosphere remains tranquil throughout the morning. Following Li Hao's receipt of a ceremonial flag, which sparked a brief flurry of discussion, the others quickly resumed their conversations and leisurely pursuits, sipping tea and perusing newspapers, indifferent to the whereabouts of Zhou He and his companion. To everyone's reckoning, after presenting the flag, it was only natural for them to depart. Who would linger, waiting for an invitation to dine from the inspection bureau? Simultaneously, outside the inspection bureau, an elderly man ambles past the entrance, seemingly without purpose, and advances forward. After a short distance, a black vehicle halts nearby, license plate Silver 7219. The old man casts a casual glance towards the interior of the vehicle, feigning indifference, and soon drifts away. The vehicle remains unoccupied and has lingered for several hours. As he strolls further, the elderly figure enters a narrow alleyway. With few passers-by during work hours, the alley is enveloped in silence. As he walks, he murmurs. Once inside, there has been no word from them. Moments later, a chilling male voice emanates from the earpiece concealed beneath his graying hair. Return immediately. It is evident that Zhou He would not recklessly enter, and after doing so, he seemingly vanished, with no reports emerging from the inspection bureau. Clearly, they have either fled or been clandestinely apprehended, likely by the demon hunting squad rather than the enforcement team. Otherwise, some information would have surfaced. As for Zhou He's supposed reason for entering the bureau, purportedly to deliver the ceremonial flag to Li Hao, it is utterly absurd. What connection does he have to Li Hao? None whatsoever. According to the intelligence received, Li Hao was still gleefully brandishing the flag, returning to the secret chamber to boast. A new inspector, truly, would not associate Zhou He's capture with Li Hao, especially while still celebrating with the flag. Thus, it is reasonable to eliminate any link to Li Hao in this matter. It is highly probable that Liu Long and his associates discovered Zhou He and his companion, proceeding to apprehend them in secret. What a fool Zhou He is. The old man hears another voice of disdain echoing in his ear, berating Zhou He for his folly. What were you thinking? Delivering a ceremonial flag to Li Hao is akin to walking into a lion's den. Did you truly believe Liu Long and his crew would refrain from taking action? Alas, they have captured the two, though it is a pity for Zhou He, who had the opportunity for a successful mission, which would have led to his recall for an energy induction ceremony, with promising prospects of transcending into a superhuman. A being capable of slaying at the 10th realm is of considerable interest to various superhuman organizations. The task assigned to Zhou He was not arduous. It was merely to earn merit, which would provide him with the necessary accolades and justification to undergo energy induction, thereby becoming a superhuman with hopes of directly ascending to the Moonshade realm. Now, all of that has evaporated. One can only lament Zhou He's self-destructive choices. Without responding further, the old man quickens his pace, his figure gradually fading into the shadows of the alley. Since it has been confirmed that Zhou He has been apprehended, there is no longer any need for him to take further action. Although Li Hao is on the verge of being reassigned, he diligently fulfills his responsibilities. In the afternoon, after completing his tasks, the telephone on his desk rang. It was Liu Yan, requesting him to visit the law enforcement team. Li Hao informed Chen Na and Wang Ming. And under Chen Na's envious gaze and Wang Ming's curious expression, he departed alone towards the law enforcement team. In the basement, the blood had already been cleared away. Zhou He and the woman surnamed Yuan were nowhere to be found, leaving their fates uncertain. Li Hao was indifferent to this. At times, he viewed life and death with a certain detachment. As a solitary figure, he had witnessed the demise of friends and parents, and had perused countless case files, all of which contained fatalities. After witnessing so much, his heart had grown numb. The basement housed a small conference room where Liu Long and Liu Yan were present, while the whereabouts of others remained unknown. Upon Li Hao's entrance, Liu Long gestured for him to take a seat, which he did obediently. Liu Yan, sitting beside him, seemed somewhat unsettled and cast a peculiar glance at Li Hao, inquiring, "Have you returned to work without any unsettling thoughts?" Li Hao looked perplexed. "What unsettling thoughts?" Liu Yan pressed further. "Don't you feel any regret?" Li Hao, genuinely puzzled, responded, "Regret? Why would I? Isn't it all over now?" Liu Yan, observing his expression, felt a sense of exhaustion and helplessness. This man was undeniably peculiar. He appeared completely unfazed, returning to work as if nothing had happened. In a first combat experience, who wouldn't he reflect on it for a long time? Regardless of victory or defeat, whether one had taken a life or even witnessed bloodshed, it was an experience worth contemplating. Yet Li Hao, he truly resumed his duties as if the events had simply passed him by. "Xiao Hao, haven't you thought about it at all?" Liu Yan pressed. Li Hao considered for a moment before responding. "I did think about it, sister. I'm not heartless. When I returned, I was pondering whether that Zhou He, being a master of the 10th realm, had any martial arts manuals or similar items on him. Were there any mysterious energies? Moreover, if a master dies, can they, like superhumans, extract any mysterious energies? Even if not, can the internal energy of a master be extracted? Damn." At that moment, Liu Yan realized this young man was indeed strange. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Perverse, cold-hearted fellow." Li Hao, feeling utterly innocent, asked, "What's wrong?" To him, the members of the demon hunting team were the ones behaving abnormally. Wasn't it a normal line of thought to consider the benefits of having killed a master of the 10th realm? Liu Long, equally speechless, interrupted their exchange, stating solemnly, "Enough of this. Let us discuss some intelligence I just acquired." Li Hao, as the involved party, "You are here merely to listen this time." Li Hao nodded obediently. "Regarding Zhou He, the one you killed," Li Hao raised his hand like a student, quickly interjecting, "I didn't kill him." Liu Long coldly remarked, "You shattered his foot, penetrated his sternum, crushed his kidney, and broke his spleen. Had it not been for the martial artist's formidable vitality, he would have perished on the spot. Even so, he was beyond saving in the end. Thus, Zhou He is indeed dead." Li Hao appeared momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure, choosing not to utter a word. Death is death. He had not personally inflicted the fatal blow. The man had succumbed during interrogation, and since he did not die before Li Hao's eyes, he chose to remain oblivious. In his inaugural strike, he had slain a martial artist of the 10th Severing realm. Li Hao was somewhat perturbed by this fact, yet, recalling that the deceased was a nefarious individual, he felt a sense of justified peace. As an inspector, it was his duty to punish evil and promote good, and the elimination of criminals was encouraged during training. In instances of resistance from offenders, the inspectorate even advocated for the immediate execution of such threats. With that in mind, there was little left to discuss. Liu Long, undeterred by Li Hao's thoughts, continued, "Zhou He, aged 40, was a martial artist from Yaoguang City. Yaoguang City, the second largest city in the Silver Moon province, is only surpassed by White Moon City, boasting a population of 10 million, and is tenfold more prosperous than Silver City. He began his martial arts training at 21, under the tutelage of a martial artist who had surpassed the 100 realm, but his master passed away a decade ago. Zhou He attained the 10th Severing realm at 32, yet made no progress in the subsequent 8 years. A year ago, Zhou He joined an external organization linked to superpowered individuals, known as Ghostface. The leader of Ghostface is a martial artist who has surpassed the 100 realm, not a superpowered being, and both Zhou He and Yuan Shao are members of this organization. A subordinate organization of superpowered individuals? Li Hao pondered thoughtfully, while Liu Long solemnly continued, there are numerous superpowered organizations. However, for a martial artist of the 100 realm to establish an external organization and recruit several martial artists, including many at the 10th severing realm, indicates that this superpowered organization is undoubtedly formidable. You must understand, no one rises early without incentive. For martial artists, unless they are on the path to advancement, it is exceedingly difficult to sway them. To persuade them to willingly serve is an even greater challenge. Yet, this organization provides abundant mysterious energy for these 10th severing realm martial artists. Should they fail to break through and become superpowered beings, they can still advance to the 100 realm. Even the Night Watchers would not squander mysterious energy carelessly. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Are you suggesting that this organization possesses substantial financial resources? Perhaps it is quite large and powerful? Indeed. Liu Long nodded, casting a glance at Li Hao before continuing. Moreover, having a martial artist of the 100 realm in merely an external organization is noteworthy. In this era, such martial artists are not overly common, though Yawang City has a few more. However, encountering a martial arts powerhouse of the 100 realm is still a rare occurrence. To willingly serve another is no trivial matter. Li Hao nodded again. Liu Long pressed on. According to Zhou He's account, his and Yuan Zhao's mission was simply to track you, ensuring you did not leave Silver City. The task was straightforward and not of critical importance. Li Hao nodded once more. Suddenly, Liu Long inquired, there is a question within this. Can you discern it? What question? Li Hao reflected for a moment, analyzing the situation, and then softly remarked, the leader suggests that the organization is formidable, and thus its members are equally powerful. This was a suspicion we had long held. It should not be the crux of the matter. He then turned to Liu Long, who seemed to have a realization. Li Hao's eyes flickered. The opposition possesses an external organization, which implies that it is not merely a group of superhumans. They do not exhibit that kind of disdain for ordinary people. Moreover, a martial artist who has surpassed the 100 mark, under normal circumstances, would not be impoverished or of low status. Otherwise, they would be akin to the leader, who is the head of the inspection division and wields powerful weaponry. This thought struck him suddenly. Liu Long and his companions, while engaged in local combat, indeed relied significantly on the might of firearms to continually vanquish superhumans. Thus, it follows that this organization may also possess firearms. Liu Long nodded. Not only that, their martial artists may have even ventured into the territory of the Night Watchers. Firearms are one aspect. Secondly, they likely possess complete intelligence on our demon hunting squad. Consequently, we are virtually devoid of secrets in their eyes. Liu Yan interjected, stating a third point. In the realm of ordinary people, there exists an organization whose intelligence capabilities are unlikely to be subpar. Your mentor, Yuan Shuo, might also be within their considerations, along with the 2 Night Watchers from Silver City, both of whom operate at the Moonshade level. They should certainly be on their radar as well. Liu Yan's expression grew grave. Given their caution and the decade-long strategic planning, they will have arranged for an assault capability comparable to 2 individuals who have surpassed the 100 mark and 2 at the Moonshade level. Additionally, they have prepared at least 5 formidable opponents at the Moonshade and 100+ levels to confront you. This indeed exceeds their capacity to manage. Liu Yan continued, if a Radiant-level superhuman were to arrive, it might be somewhat manageable. However, we fear that most of their forces consist of Moonshade and 100+ level experts. A Radiant-level individual, even if exceptionally powerful in isolation, would have limited effectiveness. Our current concern is that on the day of the attack, they might split their forces, one faction to restrain us while another focuses solely on you. Li Hao remained silent. This was indeed a troubling predicament. Liu Long glanced at Li Hao and spoke. Hence, I have a proposal. The Li family's sword is in your possession. The opposition may covet both your life and the sword. It would be prudent for us to separate. If you are at ease, entrust that sword to my care. This way, they will not direct their full force against you alone. Even if we are indeed separated, the pressure on your side will be substantially alleviated. Indeed, his primary aim was to persuade Li Hao to surrender the sword to him. In their eyes, Li Hao was merely an ordinary individual. If the sword remained with him, it would undoubtedly attract the most formidable attacks. However, if the sword were absent from Li Hao's side, even if he were isolated, he would likely only face a lesser degree of assault. Moreover, Li Hao had already reached the 10th realm, a detail kept secret. Should the opposition underestimate him and dispatch individuals equivalent to the 10th slash to confront him, it could yield an unexpected surprise. Yet, would Li Hao trust an outsider with the Li family's sword? Liu Long pondered, realizing that this might easily lead Li Hao to think he was coveting a family heirloom. Just as he contemplated this, Li Hao drew out the sword and placed it on the table. Liu Long was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Li Hao. Li Hao, with an innocent smile, declared, "If I cannot trust the boss, who else can I rely upon? Now that I am part of the team, I am one of you. I understand the boss's intentions. It is all for my safety, and I ought to be grateful rather than harbor doubts. It is merely a sword. It might be a treasure, or it could be worthless. However, I cannot utilize it at this moment, and keeping it would only endanger the boss. If he takes it, he bears a greater risk." Upon hearing these words, even Liu Long felt a stir of emotion. Gazing at the sword on the table, Liu Long faintly sensed the fluctuations of a mysterious energy. Its appearance alone hinted at its extraordinary nature, and the aura emanating from it was indeed remarkable. Such a sword, and Li Hao was willing to part with it so readily. At that moment, Liu Long even pondered whether it was inappropriate to use Li Hao as bait. Such a notion made him feel guilty. Nevertheless, he quickly suppressed the thought. Using Li Hao as bait was an unavoidable necessity. At this juncture, Liu Long refrained from saying much more, only speaking with gravity, "Do not worry. As long as I live, so will the sword. Moreover, should this mission conclude with our demise, everything within the demon hunting team belongs to you." Li Hao was taken aback, thinking, "Is this truly mine? Have I just been thrust into the very core of the demon hunting team?" How sentimental of old Liu. While he considered himself quite rational, Liu Long's emotional display was overwhelming, even to the point of uttering such phrases about life and the sword. "Boss, we will win. Justice shall prevail." Li Hao encouraged him. Liu Long, however, chose not to respond. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly produced a yellowed book from his bosom and casually tossed it to Li Hao, saying, "Take this back and read it. It may prove useful. If not, consider it a leisurely read." With that, Liu Long took the small sword and strode away. As soon as he departed, Liu Yan abruptly snatched the yellowed booklet and, upon glancing at it, expressed her envy. Indeed, it is the 9 forging strength, the very technique he excels in. Noticing Li Hao's confusion, she elaborated. "This is the secret martial arts technique cultivated by the boss, 9 forging strength. As the name suggests, it unleashes 9-fold strength at the moment of impact. This was also the technique practiced by the boss's father during his illustrious days, who was a top martial artist in the Silver Moon province." Li Hao was aware of this silver spear, one of the 3 Silver Moon spears. Even his teacher had mentioned that it was formidable, being at least among the elite of those who could break 100. However, it was not the spear technique but the 9 forging strength that surprised him. The greater surprise was that this was bestowed upon him. Martial artists are typically far more rigorous about their legacies than those with supernatural abilities. Liu Yan continued, "Take good care of it. This secret technique is powerful and on par with the 5-animal new book passed down by your teacher. Your teacher's technique is comprehensive, yet its breadth has its drawbacks. It lacks explosiveness. 9 forging strength is an exceptionally explosive technique. Achieving 9-fold strength is, of course, beyond the reach of most, as one's physique must be capable of supporting it." With a final sigh of admiration, she rose and departed. Because Liu Long unexpectedly left this behind, Liu Yan felt an overwhelming sense of danger, a profound peril. There are martial artists who would rather take their secrets to the grave than pass on their martial heritage. Liu Long had previously been reluctant, yet now he has suddenly chosen to bestow this upon Li Hao. What does this signify? Is this a one-way journey? Meanwhile, Li Hao, holding that small booklet, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Was this truly handed to me so casually? The 9 forging technique, renowned for its explosive prowess. Li Hao could not fathom its true value, yet Liu Long's signature skill could not be trivial. Pondering this, he suddenly reached for his communicator and dialed a number. As the close disciple of Yuan Shuo, he could not recklessly learn the legacies of other martial artists. "Teacher, is there something you need?" Yuan Shuo's voice was tinged with fatigue, likely from recent exertions. "Teacher, have you heard of our captain's 9 forging technique?" "Of course. The signature skill of the silver spear. The 9 layers of a single strike. It is indeed a remarkable secret art, despite its many drawbacks. The explosive power it possesses is formidable. I once tried to trade for it with the 5 animals new manual, but that fellow was unwilling. Though, He met an early demise, which is related to this. Too much strain on the body, and at a young age, his arms gave out, leading to his depression and death. But if it were me, with my physique, a single strike of 9 layers would leave the sun in awe. While Yuan Shua's words may appear dismissive, they were, in fact, a high compliment to the technique. Li Hao contemplated for a moment and quietly inquired, "The captain passed this on to me. May I learn it?" "What?" Yuan Shua was taken aback, then suddenly exclaimed, "Nonsense, of course, learn it. Your physique is perfect for this. I was just considering how to find a technique better suited to you. This is splendid. Liu Long and the others have grown frail with age. You will not learn it." With that, he expressed his confusion. "But how did he give it to you? It's only been a few days. Is Liu Long foolish enough to part with it so easily? And you, Li Hao, how did you manage to persuade him?" Li Hao sheepishly replied, "I'm not sure. I simply gave that little sword to the captain, and he handed this down to me." "Very well. Just be aware. I can't guide you on the secret arts of other martial artists, as they do not suit you. However, this technique is indeed a perfect match. If mastered, you could achieve a triple strike even at the initial stages of the 10th severance, capable of defeating those in the mid-level of the 10th severance." Evidently, Yuan Shua held high hopes for him. Moreover, the adverse effects on the body posed minimal concern for Li Hao, as he possessed stellar energy, a fact Yuan Shua was well aware of. After ending the call, Yuan Shua suddenly chuckled, then muttered under his breath, "That little rascal. What fortune he possesses. It truly is remarkable. The 9 forging technique, indeed. Silver gun, you old rascal. You will probably never realize that your family's secret technique has ultimately fallen into the hands of my student." Chapter 34. The cultivation of layered strength. Darkness approaches night. Qiming community. At home, Li Hao opened the 9 forged strength while beside him. The Black Panther sat on the sofa, resembling a dog, curiously peering at the book. Li Hao did not push it away, for he found it hard to believe that a mere dog could comprehend human speech, let alone recognize characters. If the Black Panther could indeed read, he might as well call it master. As a martial artist, upon reaching the 10th realm of severance, internal energy surges forth, resonating through the bones and muscles, yet the strength is limited and dispersed throughout the body. Among martial artists of the same realm, the disparity in strength is negligible. This book was penned by Liu Long's father, not the original version. From its pages, it becomes evident that Liu Long's father, Liu Hao, was once a formidable figure, having surpassed the 100 mark, a powerful martial artist indeed. Yuan Shua remarked that upon meeting him, he might have exaggerated a bit, likening Liu Long to a grandson. A martial artist who has surpassed the 100 mark is comparable in strength to the Yuan Shua of yesteryears. Moreover, Liu Hao excelled in offense. The gun, the king of all weapons. Most martial artists who wield firearms focus solely on attack, lacking in defense. Liu Hao, through the 9 forged strength, executed 9 layers of gunfire, establishing a remarkable reputation within the martial arts community of Silver Moon Province, earning the title of Silver Gun Liu Hao, one of the 3 great gun kings of the province. In those days, many martial artists had surpassed the 100 mark. Yet Liu Hao's extraordinary renown was not due to mediocrity. The primary reason lay within this 9 forged strength. With the same level of energy, Liu Hao's 9 layers of gunfire, despite lacking in comprehensive skills, ranked first in offensive prowess among the 3 great gun kings. However, Liu Hao's strengths were counterbalanced by glaring weaknesses. His speed was lacking, and his physical condition deteriorated. The burden of the 9 layers of strength inflicted considerable harm on his body, leading to the near incapacitation of his arms as he entered middle age. This was also one of the reasons Liu Long was taken by Liu Hao to seek mentorship from Yuan Shua during his childhood. The Liu family's firearms were renowned. Yet Liu Hao understood the detrimental effects of the 9 forged strength on the human body. While typical martial artists exceeding the 100 mark could still fight at 70, those of the Liu family experienced a rapid decline after reaching 40, often leading to complete incapacitation. Had Liu Long not absorbed the mysterious energy, significantly enhancing his physique. Given his age and continuous battles, he might have been rendered ineffective long ago. 9 layers of strength. Li Hao felt a sense of awe. Though he did not fully grasp the rarity of the secret technique, he understood the immense power that could arise after such layering. The potency of the 9 forged strength does not emerge from thin air. It fundamentally relies on the application of force, concentrating the energy from other parts of the body into the arms. This layered strength not only tests one's mastery over their own power, but also challenges the resilience and strength of the arms. Is 3 layers the limit within the 10th severance realm? According to the book, within the 10th severance realm, layering strength 3 times is the maximum, beyond which the risk of arm fractures increases, leaving irreversible injuries. For those surpassing the 100 mark, it is advisable not to exceed 6 layers of accumulation. In his earlier years, Liu Hao encountered formidable foes and resorted to utilizing the 9 refinements technique. Although he succeeded in vanquishing his adversary, he sustained grave injuries that rendered his arms nearly incapacitated. Shortly thereafter, he withdrew from the martial world, sealing his silver spear from the Silver Moon Triad. And within a few years, he passed away. The merits of the 9 refinements technique are evident, yet its drawbacks are equally pronounced. Once the power accumulates, one is nearly immobilized. Any movement risks dissipating the gathered strength. This inherent flaw constitutes the most significant disadvantage of the 9 refinements technique. After drawing upon one's full strength, excessive movement becomes perilous, as it may lead to a release of energy that could potentially harm oneself. Consequently, while the 9 refinements boasts considerable renown, seasoned martial artists are acutely aware of its serious limitations. Unless one possesses a robust physique that is indifferent to such energy extraction, this is likely the rationale behind Liu Long imparting it to Li Hao. Li Hao's constitution appeared to be quite formidable, even before entering the 10th slaughter realm. He had already demonstrated remarkable physical prowess. Following his recent blood transfusion, his vitality had been further enhanced. With such a physique, Li Hao might circumvent the immobility flaw associated with the 9 refinements technique, and even if he moved, he could potentially sustain his accumulated strength. Moreover, the likelihood of self-injury would be significantly diminished. After a period of contemplation, Li Hao discerned that the essence of the 9 refinements technique, beyond its articulation and execution, lay in a unique breathing method. Indeed, nearly every secret technique is complemented by a corresponding breathing practice. The breathing method is pivotal, as different techniques necessitate distinct approaches to energy exertion. Should Li Hao employ the 5 animals breathing technique in conjunction with the 9 refinements, he might inadvertently experience a disruption in energy flow, resulting in self-harm. Thus, while the technique itself may not be of utmost importance, the compatible breathing method is undoubtedly paramount. This time, Liu Long had even included the breathing method, which was clearly a standalone document, nestled within the pages of a weathered manuscript. Li Hao devoted over an hour to meticulously pondering the concise 3,000 characters before he commenced his practice. He first adjusted his breathing, employing the 9 refinements breathing technique. The rhythm of his breath was markedly different from before. Beside him, the Black Panther watched intently. Li Hao cast a sideways glance at it and smiled, realizing this clever creature was attempting to learn from him. It could perceive the rhythm of his breath, but could not grasp the nuances of internal energy. It could only mimic the surface without understanding the essence. Nonetheless, for a mere dog, that was sufficient. The Black Panther, undeterred, continued to shadow Li Hao's learning. Gradually, the rhythm of his breathing developed a distinctive cadence. It was not chaotic. Rather, the duration of each breath varied, creating a harmonious and unique tempo that was devoid of discomfort. Since the Black Panther wished to learn, Li Hao made no effort to suppress the sound of his breathing. Otherwise, a reduction in volume might have rendered it difficult for outsiders to discern anything. After adjusting his breathing, Li Hao could now sense the energy within him, or what could be termed as internal strength. This was distinct from the mysterious energy. Internal strength possessed a unique quality, unlike the foreign sensation of external power, which felt estranged from the human body. The internal strength, however, is indeed a genuine sensation of power emanating from within the body. This force derives from the blood, muscles, cells, and bones, as if the entire being is generating a subtle energy akin to the essence of life itself. A healthy body provides one with a formidable vitality. Though intangible, this internal strength is palpable, flowing through the body like a current of air. Li Hao concentrated his energy in his arms, feeling the muscles ripple. With a gentle shake of his hand, a series of sharp sounds echoed. This is the resonance of sinews and bones. Compared to just a couple of days ago when he first entered the 10th realm, Li Hao now seemed to have a greater grasp and understanding of his strength. As his arm trembled, he executed a horizontal push, propelling the nearby Black Panther several meters away, crashing it against the wall. The panther's eyes were filled with innocence. Of course, it was unharmed. This dog had absorbed a bit of energy from the blade, making its physique far superior to that of an average person, even rivaling any martial artist at the 10th realm. Yet, despite its enhanced strength, the dog lacked the finesse to wield such power effectively. Li Hao paid it no mind, first savoring the sensation of his internal strength surging, and soon after, he struck down upon the coffee table. The table, a heavy marble surface procured by his father from the mountains, had long succumbed to several cracks over the years. At that moment, when Li Hao gently struck it, the sturdy table showed no reaction. However, as he unleashed the first wave of force, he was not finished. His arm rippled again, a second surge of energy emerged, and his palm pressed lightly against the table, which trembled violently. The table quivered, hinting at the potential for further fractures. Li Hao, meanwhile, adjusted his breathing, as a third wave of strength began to circulate from within his body, causing the muscles in his right arm to quiver and writhe, appearing somewhat fearsome. This strength, however, resisted descent. It lingered in his upper right arm, causing a slight soreness in his muscles. Yet, Li Hao persisted in directing the energy downward. This is the essence of layered strength. Of course, the process was slow. True 9 tempering strength could not afford such languor. A strike should not be delayed, as an opponent would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to defeat one before the third layer could manifest. Li Hao's initial attempts were merely unrefined. With his perseverance, the third wave of strength finally descended. With a crisp snap, a small crack appeared on the coffee table. A smile of delight spread across Li Hao's face. Although the journey was arduous, it signified his capacity to learn. Nevertheless, he was far from mastering the triple layering. He had yet to form even a single layer. True triple layering consists of 3 forces, each following the other in rapid succession, with almost no gap in between, which would be the true embodiment of layered strength. Books say that this is the most challenging aspect to initiate, as it is all too easy to injure oneself. Just now, I felt a slight strain in the muscles of my upper right arm. But did I care? Li Hao suddenly smiled. The starry sky sword technique. This art is the ultimate nurturer of the body. The enigmatic energy, capable of delivering such intense impacts, can indeed be neutralized. Thus, one can only imagine the lesser force of internal energy, particularly in its effect upon oneself, which pales in comparison to that of the mysterious energy. Consequently, the starlight energy undoubtedly suffices to mend these minor injuries. While others practicing the 9 Forge technique may initially manage only a couple of sessions per day, Li Hao, unfazed by such limitations, channels a modicum of starlight energy through the 5 animals breathing technique. In an instant, the strain on his recently injured muscle dissipates entirely, leaving no trace of discomfort. What a remarkable boon! This time, Li Hao once again perceives the immense advantages of this energy, reveling in its benefits. With this, his practice of the 9 Forge technique requires no supplementary medicinal aids. It is worth noting that the Liu family employs an additional prescription specifically designed to nourish the body and prevent fundamental injuries during training. Yet, the efficacy of Li Hao's starlight energy far surpasses that of any such remedy by countless magnitudes. Delightful. Indeed, Li Hao finds it thoroughly enjoyable. Passion is the essence of cultivation. Without it, martial prowess is unlikely to flourish. He approaches the 9 Forge technique as if it were a game, igniting his enthusiasm. With each punch he delivers, his strength begins to accumulate. Initially, the emergence of the second layer of energy takes a minimum of 3 seconds, a duration that would render a real battle futile. However, gradually, as his arm adjusts to the force, the speed at which the second layer manifests accelerates. 2 seconds, then 1 second. Yet, once the interval reduces to a mere second, Li Hao encounters difficulty. For a martial artist, a second is ample time to execute several moves. An opponent would hardly stand idly by, waiting to be struck again. Throughout that night, Li Hao devoted himself solely to the practice of the 9 Forge technique, eschewing other secret arts. This, perhaps, is the most accessible and straightforward method for his current advancement. With the accompaniment of starlight energy, he is unafraid of injury. Fearless, he unleashes strike after strike, each time layering his strength, perhaps achieving in one night what others might accomplish in a year or even 5. Should Liu Long witness his practice, his eyes would likely bulge in astonishment. For the average individual, their arms would have surely succumbed to exhaustion. Yet, Li Hao remains unfazed. Moreover, under the nurturing influence of starlight energy, his arm muscles visibly strengthen, exuding a palpable vigor. Li Hao delights in this relentless pursuit. With every punch and palm strike, he uncovers a not-so-secret revelation. The more he employs the nine-forge technique, the more formidable his arm strength becomes. This is not a secret at all. Rather, it is an endeavor that ordinary martial artists could never undertake, for who could endure such exertion for a day without facing dire consequences? That night, Li Hao was so engrossed in his practice that he scarcely thought of sleep. As dawn approached, he unleashed a punch that resonated with 2 successive cracks. This time, the sounds merged into one continuous strike, leaving him momentarily stunned. Had he truly succeeded? In disbelief, he delivered another punch towards the coffee table, which had already accumulated numerous dents from his relentless training. With a resounding smack, the impact echoed through the stillness of the morning. This time, the coffee table shattered with a resounding crash. Downstairs, the elderly woman who had just risen early let out a thunderous roar. "Li Hao, what are you doing again? What madness is this so early in the morning?" Li Hao had indeed been cautious. He had even laid a blanket beneath the coffee table. Yet a single punch had caused it to splinter into pieces, rendering the blanket useless. Feeling somewhat helpless, he lamented the cramped space. There was nowhere to practice, and the slightest noise would provoke the elderly woman's ferocious outburst, a roar that could rival that of a tiger. Though he had never encountered a true wild tiger, he had witnessed the formidable power of the downstairs woman's voice countless times during neighborhood disputes, where her prowess was unmatched by the other women in the vicinity. Li Hao sought to console himself and quickly shouted, "The refrigerator has toppled over." "Your refrigerator falls over every day," the elderly woman retorted. "It has fallen many times already." "Is it made of paper? How can it topple so easily? Next month, I'll get a new refrigerator. You can give the old one to me. I could sell it for scrap." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman fell silent. Indeed, acquiring a refrigerator for free and selling it for a few coins was no small gain. At that moment, Li Hao could not dwell on such matters. A radiant smile spread across his face. He had succeeded. He had achieved the second level of stacking energy. Although it was merely the beginning and certainly not on par with Liu Long, he had managed to master this technique in just one night. Li Hao fantasized about possibly attaining the 9th level in a few days' time. At that point, he might even reach the 10th slashing realm, and perhaps, in a moment of explosive power, he could vanquish foes over 100 in number. Success had finally arrived. This first formal achievement signified that the journey ahead would be easier. Li Hao attempted the technique several more times, each endeavor culminating in success. However, the third attempt proved to be arduous, reverting to its previous difficulty with prolonged intervals. On the 17th, Li Hao drew back the curtains and glanced outside. Today, the weather had noticeably shifted. The sweltering summer was now accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Above, dark clouds appeared to be gathering. Rain might be on the horizon. It had only been a few days since he had unraveled the mystery behind the Red Shadow murders, his next target being himself, but those days felt like a century. During this time, Li Hao had entered the 10th slashing realm, joined the demon hunting team, discovered the energy utilization methods for the jade sword and stone knife, and learned the 5 animal breathing technique and the 9 levels of strength. These experiences were perhaps beyond the reach of an ordinary person in a lifetime. Finally, the moment was drawing near. At this juncture, Li Hao found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Red Shadow. Despite knowing his own weaknesses, the prolonged wait for death was a heavy burden. He gently touched the jade sword resting against his chest. At this moment, he still did not know how to wield this sword, and it felt too small. Could he truly expect to slay with such a blade? It was akin to using a toothpick as a weapon. Although the sword had some effect against the Red Shadow, exhibiting peculiar reactions each time, he could not simply pinch it between 2 fingers to confront such a formidable foe. This conundrum was a source of great frustration for Li Hao. It was simply not something he could grow accustomed to. Who is accustomed to jabbing others with a toothpick? For Li Hao, the Red Shadow represents the most significant threat, as it remains unseen. A moment's carelessness could allow the Red Shadow to close in and incinerate him, leaving others unable to render timely assistance. Thus, Li Hao must confront this challenge independently. What should he do? He removed the chain and grasped the jade sword, which was the size of a crucifix. Holding it delicately between 2 fingers, he thrust it forward. It felt rather awkward. Nonetheless, awkwardness aside, it might prove beneficial. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable to wield, it was functional enough. Li Hao donned the jade sword once more and practiced his swift draw, but to no avail. With a tug on the chain, he pinched the sword with his fingers and thrust it forward. That was all there was to it. However, His ability to concentrate his energy seemed lacking, as it was primarily directed through his fingers, and he had yet to master that aspect. For the Red Shadow, perhaps it would make no difference whether he managed to concentrate his energy or not. Li Hao chose to cease his ruminations. This was, after all, the extent of his capabilities at present. He had exhausted all means to prepare, seek assistance, and aid his mentor in advancing. Compared to previously facing challenges alone, this was a 100-fold improvement. If he still could not withstand this trial, then so be it. Just as he was about to freshen up, a sudden commotion erupted within the room. Nearby, the Black Panther unexpectedly struck the shattered coffee table with its paw. Instantly, a piercing yelp echoed through the space. How? The Black Panther gazed at its swollen paw, turning to Li Hao with a pained expression, bewildered as to why it could not shatter the table. Li Hao was at a loss for words. After absorbing a modicum of sword energy, he allowed it to circulate through his arm, and the next moment, a glimmer of energy emerged from his fingertips. He pointed at the Black Panther, and the sword energy coursed into its body. The swollen paw seemed to feel considerably better. Yet the panther's expression remained sullen as it looked at Li Hao, as if seeking guidance. Throughout the night, it had absorbed a considerable amount of Li Hao's dispersed sword energy and had been attempting to learn the 9 forging technique. However, it bore little fruit. Humans and dogs follow different paths. I truly do not know how to teach you. The energy must converge in your limbs, yet how to achieve that, I cannot articulate. Li Hao sighed, saying, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Furthermore, Black Panther, how about following me starting tomorrow? Can you handle that creature? Upon hearing this, the Black Panther appeared somewhat apprehensive. Li Hao contemplated and continued, you needn't accompany me. Instead, follow Liu Long. That burly fellow might not notice or sense that creature when he encounters it. Just bark a few times in a certain direction to alert him and guide him to its whereabouts. What do you think? The Black Panther considered this, but still seemed fearful. Li Hao added, it's entirely up to you. I won't force you. However, after tomorrow, I might be dead, so you'll have to continue your wandering alone. Hearing this, the Black Panther became frantic. Dead? What will I do then? Woof, woof, woof. Have you agreed? Woof. Li Hao chuckled. That's splendid. I'm not compelling you to do this. It is entirely your choice. I am quite democratic in nature. If you refuse, even as a dog, I won't impose my will upon you. All right. Today accompany me to the inspection office where I shall introduce you to the captain. Maintain a humble demeanor, akin to that of an ordinary dog. However, your ability to perceive certain entities is noteworthy. Upon sighting them, you shall bark, which is the innate talent of a black dog. After all, the captain remains oblivious to the true capabilities of a black dog. The Black Panther seemed to regard the situation with a hint of disdain, prompting Li Hao to gently pat its head, resulting in a momentary daze for the panther, thus calming this remarkably perceptive creature. At the inspection office, within the enforcement team's basement, Liu Long was quite perplexed upon encountering the Black Panther. It was only when Li Hao remarked that the panther could see these entities that Liu Long gazed at the panther in utter astonishment. A dog can see? Are you certain a dog can perceive such spiritual presences? The statement bore a semblance of ambiguity, almost sounding like an insult to oneself, for he too could perceive them. Li Hao, maintaining his composure, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it can see. Whenever I sense something amiss, the panther would gaze in a particular direction and softly whimper. He continued, the Black Panther comprehends human speech. It is quite intelligent, Captain. If you take it along, your task may become significantly easier. The panther will not cause you any trouble, only alerting you when those entities manifest, and they are unlikely to regard a mere dog with any concern. Liu Long nodded, though incredulous. He considered that perhaps this dog possessed some unique traits. Very well, I shall bring it along and acclimatize it. We must ensure it does not bark unnecessarily and alert the enemy. Rest assured, it won't, Li Hao replied. After exchanging a few more words, Liu Long inquired, have you reviewed the book? I have memorized it and burned it. Retaining the information is sufficient. I do not expect you to learn it immediately, he candidly admitted, as he had never truly anticipated such an outcome. The 9 refinements technique was notoriously challenging to master, particularly at the outset, requiring significant effort. During his own learning, Liu Long had spent 3 years merely to reach the preliminary stage, after which progress became more rapid. His father, the silver gun Liu Hao, boasted greater aptitude and had achieved the pinnacle of a 100-breaking martial artist before turning 40. Even he had taken a year to grasp the basics. Thus, despite Li Hao's superior physique and the guidance of esteemed mentors, Liu Long believed that without a year or more of dedication, progress would be arduous. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained quietly frustrated. He saw no need to boast about his achievements, preferring to keep his abilities concealed. With the captain underestimating him, it was inevitable that the adversaries would do the same. Modesty would lead to greater rewards and accomplishments. How could one achieve greatness through mere bluster? After concluding this discussion, Liu Long continued, "Tonight, do not return home. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the outskirts. We shall be visible while they remain hidden. There is no alternative. We must actively draw the serpent from its lair. Wang Ming has invited me to ascend Tianwang Mountain." "I understand," Liu Long nodded. "We will not go to Tianwang Mountain. However, our chosen location will be at its base. The area on the other side is unsuitable for our operations. Of course, if you believe the Night Watchers can resolve the matter, you are welcome to join them." He regarded Li Hao, probing. "Do you place greater trust in the Night Watchers or the Demon Hunters?" "The Night Watchers, perhaps, would take action. The Night Watchman may not necessarily be capable of handling the situation, and even if the Watchman is stronger, it may not bode well for you, Li Hao. When it comes to extraordinary abilities, they do not concern themselves with your survival." Liu Long, at the very least, still cares for Li Hao, hoping he does not perish so easily. Li Hao, with a sincere smile, remarked, "The leader's word is final. But I wonder if it would be more advantageous for both sides to collaborate. Wouldn't it be more fitting to combine our strengths?" The tactic of simply adding fuel to the fire is often the hallmark of a villain. Losing one only to replace them with another, leading to a series of defeats, seems rather ominous. Liu Long laughed softly, shaking his head. "You are mistaken. Collaboration does not necessarily enhance our strength. Some extraordinary beings possess indiscriminate attack capabilities, and in fact, most do, particularly those with offensive abilities. When a thunderbolt strikes, it spares no one but the caster. Acting in unison might inadvertently hinder our efforts, just as the enemy could affect us. What about our adversaries? If they too are extraordinary beings, might they not also influence one another? Such a possibility exists, hence the enemy will likely divide their forces. If they separate, the impact will be minimal. Rest assured, if such a scenario arises tomorrow, I will ensure Liu Yin protects you. She is the strongest in our team aside from myself." Li Hao pondered this, nodding in agreement, reluctant to dismiss the notion. Despite his confidence, he did not believe he could contend with the Red Shadow alone. Moreover, he lacked that conviction. Even though he had defeated an extraordinary being at the 10th slashing realm, comparable to those at the Starlight realm, Li Hao still considered himself rather feeble. After all, having fought only once, he felt insignificant when compared to his teacher. His teacher was formidable, effortlessly sending an opponent flying with a single strike. Li Hao felt like nothing in comparison. With Liu Yin present, should the circumstances allow, he could certainly capitalize on any opportunity. The two engaged in discussion for a while. Soon, Liu Long departed with the Black Panther, stating that he needed to bond with the creature to ensure its cooperation later. Initially, Liu Long taking the Black Panther away seemed inconsequential. However, half a day later, Liu Long approached Li Hao with an unusual expression. Without uttering a word, he unexpectedly struck Li Hao with a punch and then inexplicably ran off. Li Hao was left utterly perplexed, wondering what had just transpired. "Why did he punch me?" In the enforcement team's captain's office, Liu Long was visibly agitated, fixating his gaze on the Black Panther. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and exclaimed, "Humans are inferior to dogs. Damn it, this dog has mastered the breathing technique, specifically my Liu family's 9 forging technique. Are you too clever for your own good? I only learned it after several days of practice. Did you really pick it up just by observing Li Hao last night?" Indeed, he had discovered the truth. The Black Panther had instinctively employed the breathing method, which, though subtle, was unmistakably from the Liu family. Liu Long had not noticed it before. After spending time with the Black Panther, he realized that the creature's breathing rhythm matched his own, leaving him utterly stunned. As Liu Long inhaled, the Black Panther did the same. When Liu Long paused, the Black Panther mirrored him. This synchronization nearly drove Liu Long to the brink of exasperation. The dog is quite peculiar. No wonder Li Hao claims to perceive entities of a spiritual nature. The supernatural manifests, and even dogs have attained a level of enlightenment. Liu Long shook his head, not overly surprised, and sighed softly, remarking that with the resurgence of myths and the emergence of supernatural phenomena, it is said that even animals in Baiwest City have achieved sentience. Furthermore, Reports from the central region suggest that a sentient animal has devoured a top-tier powerhouse beyond the daybreak level. To think that in this small silver city, a dog like you has also evolved. Amused by the irony, he thought to himself, if even dogs can attain enlightenment, why can't I become supernatural? How utterly ironic. Never mind, since you have learned my family's breathing technique, I have little else to occupy my time. Let me teach you the 9 forging fist and see how it goes. If you truly become enlightened, deliver a claw strike with 9 layers for me. Let us eliminate those scoundrels. Saying this, he chuckled to himself. Can a dog really learn? Who cares? Let's give it a try. He was far superior to Li Hao, having practiced the 9 forging fist for decades, a feat unmatched by Li Hao. After studying the Black Panther for a while, he began to teach it the 9 layers claw under the fervent gaze of the panther. The panther's learning ability nearly left Liu Long astounded. Goodness, it learned faster than he did. This was also due to the fact that the panther had trained all night and absorbed a significant amount of starlight energy. When it encountered a suitable instructor, its learning was naturally swift. The paw strikes were almost forming illusions in the air. As the Black Panther executed the 2 layers claw, Liu Long nearly exclaimed, "You ought to consider me your student. Just take me as your master, for you surpass humans by far." Yuan Shua had taken Li Hao under his wing, believing him to be talented. But now, observing the Black Panther, he thought, nonsense. Li Hao can't hold a candle to the intelligence of this panther. In a short span, it could already perform the 2 layers claw. This day, which was supposed to herald significant events, found Liu Long neglecting serious matters, spending the entire day in the office teaching a dog. A fact that would surely drive the members of the demon hunting squad mad. They presumed Liu Long was preoccupied with strategizing against potential threats. However, no one anticipated that he would spend the day training a dog in martial arts. By the end, the Black Panther could barely execute the 3 layers claw. If Li Hao were to find out, he would surely be left speechless. Time passed slowly as the Black Panther practiced, and on July 17th, the day gradually came to an end. Night fell, and dark clouds gathered. In Silver City, a cool breeze swept through. In the darkness, shadows of blood emerged. Waiting for the impending harvest, the 8 meridians converged. It was imminent. Chapter 35. It's raining pitter-patter, it's raining. Fine droplets of rain fell, colliding with the awning over the window, creating a rhythmic sound. The night grew still. In a small city like Silver City, after 10 p.m., the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Knowing that inclement weather was approaching, the number of people outside Silver City diminished even further. The shops lining the streets had already shuttered their doors. The rainy season has arrived. Henceforth, Silver City would be graced with rain. In the basement, Li Hao donned a new inspection uniform, fastening the 3rd-generation vortex at his waist and pocketing several grenades. Without carrying any formidable firearms, it became exceedingly inconvenient. Operating alone posed considerable challenges, and portability was severely compromised. Not far away, Chun Jian stood beside a black shield, modest in size, primarily intended for the protection of vital areas. In a corner, Dr. Yun Yao was tidying her small medical kit, while the slender Wu Chao idly toyed with a dagger in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Before Li Hao stood Lu Yan, who at that moment wore no smile and seemed equally preoccupied, her gaze fixed on a confiscated picture frame, the identity of its occupant unknown. Perhaps it was her slain husband. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door swung open. Entering in a trench coat was Liu Long, accompanied by a dog. It was only then that he emerged from his office with the Black Panther. All eyes turned towards him. Even the distracted Lu Yin and Wu Chao snapped back to attention, focusing on their leader, the true pillar of the demon hunting team. It began to rain. Liu Long stepped inside, his tone indifferent as he surveyed the room. "Are we all prepared?" "Ready," Chen Jian replied in a muffled tone. Liu Long flashed a chilling smile. "Remember, evil shall never triumph over justice. We belong to justice." "Justice," the group chorused. "To act righteously and eliminate evil." The team's rallying cry resonated through the basement. Seemingly juvenile, yet the reverberation stirred a pulse of excitement within Li Hao's heart. To act righteously and eliminate evil. Boom. At that moment, it felt as if thunder had struck. However, Liu Long and the others slightly paled. Lu Yin swiftly rose, her expression turning grave. This was no thunder. Indeed, they were all too familiar with the sound. It was an explosion. Liu Long's expression darkened, forcing a stiff smile. "The superhumans are quite capable. They do not wish for us to exit the city, nor allow us to seize the initiative. They have infiltrated. They had entered the city. The enemy had breached Silver City, wreaking havoc and threatening the safety of its inhabitants to force division among them. Li Hao's complexion turned slightly pale. Liu Long and the others mistakenly believed he was frightened into silence, surprised that he, a young man, had faltered at a critical moment. Yet, Li Hao was not afraid. He was merely listening intently, a surge of anger and trepidation coursing through him. Boss, was that the sound of an explosion? It seemed to come from the direction of my home. As for its certainty, he could not ascertain at that moment. Outside, a cacophony erupted. The inspection agency had mobilized. Liu Long, regaining his composure, realized this was only the beginning. It appeared their adversaries were formidable. Before Li Hao and the others could exit the city, the enemy had struck preemptively. It was both a threat and a warning. Do not attempt to leave. They were even informing Liu Long and his team to abandon their plans, for they were fully aware of their strategies. They knew precisely where Liu Long had laid traps, waiting for them to fall into the snare. Do not even think about it. Some psychics display a sense of arrogance, while others exhibit caution. The adversaries that have arrived this time are evidently of the latter disposition. Even if they deem the demon hunting squad to be insignificant, they are reluctant to inadvertently step into the traps set by Liu Long and his companions. Taking a deep breath, Liu Long realizes that trouble may be imminent. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bell resonates, prompting Liu Long to grasp the nearby communicator, where a somewhat familiar voice swiftly erupts. Liu Long, where are you? The enforcement team is in disarray. Neither you nor Liu Yin is present, and a grave incident has occurred in Silver City. Are you deaf? An explosion has taken place, and there are fatalities. Such a significant matter requires the immediate attention of the enforcement team. However, chaos reigns as both the captain and vice captain are absent. The explosion is merely one occurrence. It remains uncertain if there will be others. Moreover, the furious voice continues, return to the inspection division at once, and lead the team to the scene of the incident. This concerns not only you, but also Liu Yin. Return to base immediately. Another arson attack has erupted in the western suburbs of Silver City. A fuel depot is ablaze, and someone has set it alight. Liu Long's expression remains composed as he responds calmly. Understood, Director. There is no need for alarm. I shall handle it. Liu Long. The director's voice resonates again, imbued with a weighty tone. I understand you have been busy recently, and I have turned a blind eye to certain matters. However, professional issues must be resolved by professionals. I am the director of the inspection division, the sole enforcement agency in Silver City. You must comprehend that the safety of the entire populace supersedes that of any individual. This evening, I will oversee the inspection division. You need to pursue the criminals. If you believe that young lad is indispensable, bring him to the director's office. Both men are acutely aware that the recent explosion is merely the beginning. A warning intended to prompt the inspection division to recognize the situation and compel Liu Long's demon hunting squad to abandon their protection of Li Hao. Their ultimate objective has always been Li Hao. Thus, at this moment, whether it be the explosion or the arson attack, these events serve as warnings rather than a complete rupture with the enforcement agency of Silver City. The director's voice is loud enough for Li Hao to hear as well. This time, Li Hao comprehends the extent of the enemy's cunning and menace. They remain stealthy, indifferent to the involvement of the demon hunting squad, for they have long devised a scheme to incite chaos in Silver City. Once chaos ensues, the demon hunting squad will bear immense pressure. You pride yourselves on justice, do you not? So now, will you address the other cases and uphold peace in Silver City, or will you remain and protect Li Hao? I understand. Liu Long maintains his calm demeanor. I will manage it. Director, I shall terminate the call. He disconnects the communication. Liu Long glances at Li Hao and, after a moment of silence, speaks. Stay here and do not act recklessly. I will handle matters up top. Boss. Liu Yan's expression shifts slightly. This is precisely what they wish to see. They want the demon hunting squad to disperse and be preoccupied with their own concerns. From the very beginning, those individuals have targeted Li Hao, and this is exceedingly clear. Liu Long nods. I am aware. However, he must venture out. If he does not present himself, those individuals will continue to instigate chaos, and safeguarding Silver City is not merely an empty phrase. Liu Long proceeds onward. At this moment, Li Hao's expression was somewhat grim, not due to Liu Long's departure, but rather out of anger towards those who sought his demise. Acting with complete disregard and employing unscrupulous methods, They were leveraging the lives of the entire city, coercing the demon hunters not to intervene. Even if they deemed the demon hunters to be inconsequential and manageable, they still chose to threaten with Silver City just to be safe. They deserved to be eliminated. Li Hao silently raged within, yet felt utterly helpless. He was simply too weak. That night, Silver City was in disarray. Rain continued to fall from the sky, while multiple fires blazed throughout the city. It was not until Liu Long appeared, leading a patrol in all directions, that the tumult in Silver City gradually subsided. Within the ancient courtyard of the Yuan family, Yuan Shuo was not alone. Two night watchmen, Hu Hao and Li Meng, were also present. Li Meng seemed to have recovered significantly, though her complexion remained pallid. Hu Hao gazed outside, sensing the chaos beyond, and softly remarked, "Yuan Lao, we have already reported to the Night Watch headquarters. Reinforcements will arrive soon. However, it is best for you to remain here for the time being. It is safer." Hu Hao understood, albeit vaguely, that the adversaries were not inclined to confront the Night Watchman directly, nor were they targeting Yuan Shuo himself, but rather his student. From the perspective of the Night Watchman, these audacious individuals deserved to be dealt with. However, their mission was to protect Yuan Shuo, making him far more significant than Li Hao. They could not place Yuan Shuo in jeopardy for the sake of Li Hao. Yuan Shuo said nothing, merely observing the world outside. Gradually, the clamor subsided. What audacity! Yuan Shuo suddenly spoke, his tone laced with coldness. Superpowers belong to the extraordinary, while the mundane pertains to the ordinary. In this world, there are still laws to uphold. This organization is exceedingly rampant. Does the Night Watch know which organization it is? Such flagrant behavior was intolerable. Silver City, though small and remote, was nonetheless an officially recognized city. Yet now it was being utilized by these individuals as a tool to threaten both the Night Watch and the inspection department. Hu Hao shook his head. This matter does not fall under my jurisdiction, and I am not well acquainted with it. However, such reckless conduct and elusive movements can only be attributed to the three major superpower organizations, Red Moon, Flying Sky, and Yanluo. Upon hearing the names of these three organizations, Yuan Shuo furrowed his brow. Could it indeed be one of these superpower organizations? If so, the troubles for his student were far greater than he had anticipated. These three organizations had emerged even before the Night Watch. Established 2 decades ago, the Night Watch had only begun to uncover clues about their existence with the formation of their own organization. Compared to other superpower organizations, Red Moon, Flying Sky, and Yanluo had ventured further into the realm of superpowers, boasting more formidable individuals, and upon a mere glimpse, one could discern countless heart-stopping secrets. Their strength was beyond imagination. Yuan Shuo fell silent. If these three organizations were indeed involved, the trouble would be considerable. However, since their presence in Silver City was solely to target Li Hao, even if formidable individuals arrived, it would not exceed expectations. Otherwise, should the Night Watch suffer a setback and lose some top-tier experts, it would be an outcome none of the three organizations would wish to see. Yuan Shuo remained still, waiting. It is not yet the opportune moment for him to act. If he refrains from taking action, then when he does finally strike, it must yield significant results. Otherwise, failing to eliminate the serpent will render future confrontations even more arduous. Within the confines of the room, the expressions of the two Night Watchmen were grim. These Night Watchmen, the official and orthodox organization of superhumans, found themselves in a somewhat constrained position. Their strength was lacking, and this task was beyond their capacity. They could only observe as the authority of the Night Watchmen was diminished. Although Silver City is small, it is still a metropolis of 1 million inhabitants, and today it is shrouded in the intimidation of others. They shall be exterminated eventually. Li Meng snorted disdainfully, her words bold, her courage seemingly unfaltering. Yuan Shuo remained silent, while Hu Hao sighed inwardly, contemplating the simplicity of the situation. If it were possible to eradicate the threat, the Night Watchmen would have already intervened. The reality is that they are unable to act, and the opponent's movements are shrouded in mystery, resulting in the current predicament. The rise of superhumans has been rapid and unexpected, catching the authorities off guard. In fact, the emergence of superhumans was not spontaneous. It was premeditated and meticulously planned. A detail the authorities failed to grasp in time. By the time they became aware, they had no choice but to leverage their formidable foundation to mobilize the Night Watchmen's forces, thereby barely maintaining stability across the provinces. Presently, chaos reigns in various locales, and with the limited number of Night Watchmen, How can they possibly instill fear in all directions? Li Hao harbored some underlying concerns. For the past 2 decades, the night watchmen have continually compromised. If this trend persists, various organizations will grow increasingly unrestrained, and in some regions, even the night watchmen have been compromised. How much longer can this fragile peace endure? The Silver Moon province had previously been relatively stable, but with the turmoil in Silver City today, will it spread further? At this moment, silence enveloped the entire room. The 2 night watchmen felt a mix of anger and frustration. Yet they could only wait and hope for reinforcements from the headquarters. Even dreaming of the arrival of powerful figures who could swiftly quell the chaos and restore the prestige of the superhuman domain. However, such hopes have persisted for many years, seldom coming to fruition. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuo leaned back in his chair, falling silent, yet his hand caressed a large blade beside him. Yuan Shuo had gained fame not solely through weaponry. He was well-rounded, proficient in both arms and martial arts. At this moment, however, he had placed a newly forged blade at his side. No one paid attention to it, not even the 2 individuals beside him, who remained oblivious to the small stone knife embedded within the hilt, measuring merely 7 to 8 centimeters in length and 2 to 3 centimeters in width. Smaller than the handle itself. Yuan Shuo gently stroked the blade, his breathing rhythmic, as the muscles beneath his clothing rippled, a surge of energy coursing through his entire being. In Silver City, less than 3,000 meters from the inspection division, stood a grand cathedral. At this moment, the cathedral resembled a haunted realm, eerily silent. After an indeterminate period, a low chuckle resonated from the shadows of a corner. Liu Long has emerged. Yuan Shuo remained in the ancient courtyard, and the 2 guardians assigned to protect him remained vigilant, unwilling to stir. Did the night watchmen have a plan? For the time being, no discoveries have been made. However, that is of little consequence. In the realm of the night watchers, particularly within the Silver Moon province, there exist only a handful of elite beings, each occupied with their own missions and responsibilities, their movements traceable. Moreover, the formidable individuals from the Night Watch headquarters are not prone to acting recklessly. Should a top-tier expert arrive among us, it might very well draw their attention. Presently, to eliminate us and sever ties would be a risk they are unwilling to take. If they could decisively eliminate several of their organization's foremost experts, the Night Watchers might consider intervening, even at a cost. However, to slay some mid-tier members and thus irrevocably rupture relations with a powerful faction is, for the Night Watchers, an unworthy endeavor. In the shadows, laughter softly reverberates, imbued with a sense of satisfaction and pride. Enveloping Silver City in their obscurity brings an unparalleled sense of achievement. What are the Night Watchers? This time, they come to harvest a mere ordinary individual. No matter how illustrious the Li family once was, the present Li Hao is but an average man. And the audacity of others to obstruct them is laughable. When shall we strike? A voice emerges from the shadows once more. Patience is key. Wait for what? Some are puzzled, while others comprehend. Among the masked figures, a newcomer cannot restrain his inquiry, with Liu Long absent and Yuan Shuo not appearing. Is this not the perfect moment to act? Why must we delay? Patience. We must first allow others to become preoccupied. When the stormy night arrives and the rain turns blue, that shall be our moment to strike. Blue? Rain turning blue? Not all present have ventured to Silver City, nor have they all executed such tasks. Surprise and confusion ripple through the crowd. Can rain truly change color? Why must it be so? In the basement, Li Hao exhales deeply, glancing at the others with a hint of impatience and unease. They have drawn away the leader. How long must we wait for them to act? He had assumed that with Liu Long's departure, these individuals would initiate their assault. Yet, they linger, still waiting. The stormy night has arrived. The red shadow has made its move. What further conditions are required? If they delay any longer, he will grow desperate. At worst, they can fight. Winning would be ideal. But dying is preferable to this interminable waiting. Not far away, Lu Yin chuckles softly, a touch of amusement in her voice. Are you so eager to court death? Sister, perhaps we could turn the tables. Li Hao chuckles as well, his anxiety somewhat alleviated. Then let us wait. He adds, why not take the initiative and head to the designated location? Their waiting indicates one thing. The time has not yet come. Even if we were to leave now, they might not act. The Red Shadows faction still requires time. Li Hao is unwilling to accept the outcome of waiting here for death. Let us await the leader's directives. Liu Yan, who typically does not heed Liu Long's counsel, seems to place immense trust in him at this moment. Since Liu Long did not permit them to leave when he departed, she refrains from broaching the subject of leaving. Despite Li Hao's suggestions, she remains steadfast in her decision to stay. Outside the inspection bureau, Liu Long leads a team, having completed a round of surveillance, leaving some individuals to handle the cases before returning. This time, he does not descend back to the basement. The rain intensified, and in the depths of night, thunder began to brew, rumbling ominously. At his feet, the sleek fur of the Black Panther glistened as raindrops cascaded down, sparing it from becoming a drenched mess. Liu Long felt an overwhelming sense of passivity. He was being led by the nose, ensnared by the relentless pressure from Silver City and the brazen demeanor of those around him. Yet, in his eyes, there was little sign of anxiety or tension, only a calm detachment. Barely having alighted from the vehicle, and without the chance to quench his thirst, a figure burst forth from the inspection hall, drenched by the rain, and urgently reported, "Captain, another arson incident has occurred in the northern suburbs. Many individuals are trapped inside the building. The fire brigade has already been dispatched, but they require the assistance of the law enforcement team." Yet again, the threads of fate pulled Liu Long away, toys in a cruel game, threatening him with the unspoken warning. Returning would mean facing yet another crisis. "Liu Long," he murmured. If this situation remained unresolved, the authority of the inspection office would be utterly shattered, along with the reputation of the night patrolmen, leaving them in disgrace. "You should comprehend this. I wonder if we are adequately prepared?" he commanded, his voice firm as he urged the enforcement team onward through the downpour. "Let us proceed," he declared, plowing ahead into the rain with the enforcement personnel, hastily departing in their vehicle. "Silver City, after all, you are the outsiders. Can you truly orchestrate matters better than I, Liu Long? I am close to pinpointing your location." As he entered the vehicle, he affectionately ruffled the Black Panther's head, a faint smile gracing his lips. The panther, its nostrils flaring, accompanied the vehicle through the rain-soaked streets of Silver City. The pace was slow, perhaps due to the increasing downpour, which caused the engine to stall on several occasions. With each stall, Liu Long's temper flared more intensely. He would step out to smoke, growling in a low voice and chastising his team, leaving them intimidated into silence. Who could fathom the captain's thoughts, bringing a dog along on such a stormy night? Eventually, they arrived near a grand cathedral, and the vehicle stalled once more. Liu Long kicked it with frustration, causing it to shudder, and growled, "Damn it, why not switch vehicles? Why? Every time it rains, this heap breaks down. It's not the first time. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Can't those imbeciles up top see the struggles of the law enforcement team? Funding dwindles, and they are all worthless. You too." His voice erupted in a thunderous roar, coinciding with the crack of thunder, as he bellowed, "Move out. This wretched car is to be smashed tomorrow." With that, Liu Long led the charge into the storm, racing toward the scene of the incident. The distance was considerable, yet he sprinted with remarkable speed. In the shadows, the panther slipped away from his side. In the rain-soaked night, no one would spare a thought for a mere dog. Ahead, Liu Long, accompanied by more than 20 members of the enforcement team, raced forward, rain pelting his face but failing to extinguish the fiery rage and fervor in his eyes. "It's just ahead." The panther, instinctively aware, could sense the situation. Not only could it see, but it was a creature untrained yet astutely perceptive, on the verge of becoming something extraordinary. "Just wait." On a rainy night, Liu Long retrieved his communicator, running as he dialed a number, his voice a low growl. "You must leave the city. Only outside can it be quiet. I will arrange for your protection." "Understood." The communication was swiftly terminated, echoing with Liu Yan's voice. In the basement, Liu Yan ended the call, fully armed, and commanded in a hushed tone, "We leave the city now." Li Hao was uncertain why they had suddenly decided to depart. Yet he said nothing and quickly followed Liu Yan. The others, including Yun Yao, grabbed their medical kits without a word, joining Liu Yan. Outside the cathedral, once Liu Long finished his call, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared, accompanied by a red shadow. In a corner, the Black Panther allowed the rain to drench its fur, watching silently. After a fleeting moment, the Black Panther, like a stray dog, tucked its tail and scampered away through the rain. As it was a stray and needed no pretense, this was how strays ran. Amidst its flight, a whimper escaped. The Black Panther felt it might achieve something significant. Perhaps this newly acquainted giant would impart more martial skills than Li Hao, who never taught dogs to train. Chapter 36. The first hunt against demons in the rain-soaked night. The Black Panther arrived, Liu Long's gaze was indifferent as he spotted it from a distance, noticing the panther's head. There. Found it. Even without the Black Panther, Liu Long had ways to locate individuals, as this was his territory. However, with the panther, the task became considerably simpler. Confirming the target's location, Liu Long cast a glance towards the distant cathedral. This structure, built years ago in Silver City, had since been abandoned. Originally intended as a recreational space for the city's populace, the locals showed little interest in the cathedral, preferring to lounge beneath trees rather than visit. Consequently, the cathedral had been slated for demolition, set to be torn down soon. An excellent choice, Liu Long praised silently. It was a site designated for demolition, with nearby residents having long since vacated, and the rain tonight ensured minimal foot traffic in the vicinity. Suddenly, he halted, prompting over 20 law enforcement officers behind him to come to a stop as well. Some looked at their commanding officer with confusion. Why have we stopped? Breathless sighs filled the rainy night as some were fatigued from running. Yet Liu Long's imposing presence discouraged any dissent. The officers revered their captain, though Liu Long's attention had waned in recent years, leading to a slight disarray within the ranks. At that moment, the rain washed over them. Liu Long remained silent, and none dared to speak. Thus, a group stood in the rain-soaked night, gazing upward at the tall figure ahead, harboring no grievances. Even if they did, they would not dare to express them. Liu Long surveyed each face, noting the years etched upon them. Those accompanying him were longtime comrades. Though they had not joined the demon hunting squad, nevertheless, they were well aware of its existence. All members of the demon hunting squad are either lunatics, gamblers, or individuals who have reached a point of desperation, or they possess an intense desire for power. Otherwise, Liu Long would not have recruited them. For ordinary individuals to confront superhumans is a gamble that is fraught with peril. At this moment, Liu Long surveyed the scene under the rain-soaked night. The droplets cascading down his face, and his voice resonated with an icy detachment. You are all my brothers, who have fought alongside me through life and death. I, Liu Long, will not treat you unfairly, and you need not seek to bring harm to me. Upon hearing these words, some faces paled while others solemnly responded. What does the captain mean? Who would dare harm the captain? That is of no consequence, Liu Long replied, his tone remaining cold. What matters is this. While money may be alluring, remember that superhumans are superhumans, and ordinary folks are ordinary. Those individuals will never regard you with respect. Wealth will eventually dwindle, and if you delve into such matters, you will inevitably meet an untimely end. A profound silence enveloped the group. I shall not drag you into peril, but you must heed my commands. He directed his gaze at everyone, proclaiming, listen closely, we shall split into 2 teams. One will observe while the other remains vigilant. No one is permitted to move, to whisper, or to stray from this spot, even if someone among you is watching me. It matters not, for I shall not pursue the matter. However, any movement at this moment will be met with lethal consequences. At that instant, everyone held their breath. I refuse to believe that all will betray me. Darkness is merely darkness. Some among them may have been marked, continuously monitoring Liu Long's movements. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the enemy to acquire such swift intelligence regarding his whereabouts. The transmission of information was too seamless. Thus, among the 20 or so present, there must be someone tasked with shadowing him, potentially equipped with superhuman capabilities to sense his location. Liu Long was already aware of this. Those who could accurately track his position were his most trusted confidants. Presently, if these individuals remained still, it might buy them some time. The squad did not lack intelligence. Moments later, someone spoke in a low voice. Captain, today's events are far from simple. Our brothers are not fools and have likely discerned something. The captain has been led by the nose, and perhaps someone among us has inadvertently become entangled. Trusting in us, the brothers will not allow the captain to be placed in a position of difficulty while waiting here. That cannot be the solution. If the captain trusts us, I, along with the 2nd and 3rd team leaders, will supervise each other and lead the way to the scene of the incident. We are seasoned inspectors. Who among us lacks a degree of acumen? No one has suggested that betrayal has occurred. It may well be unintentional. Now is not the time for deep inquiries. Upon hearing these words, Liu Long cast a penetrating glance at the crowd and nodded. I trust you, but if we approach the scene and the assailants are still present, you may find yourselves in danger. Captain, we are inspectors. Someone chuckled softly. Do inspectors fear assailants? Liu Long refrained from elaborating further, and with a decisive gesture, the group swiftly advanced through the rain-soaked night. each member vigilantly monitoring the others, including the squad leaders. The enforcement team had not been entirely eroded. In the next moment, Liu Long dashed through the ring. Li Hao and his associates had emerged. The opposing side could no longer restrain themselves. Movement was afoot, and their whereabouts were now exposed, necessitating prompt action on their part. He sped past, a faint whistle escaping his lips. In the blink of an eye, a dozen figures clad in deep black military uniforms emerged from the rain-soaked night. Indeed, they wore military attire. While Silver City lacked an active military presence, it harbored a number of retired veterans, among whom Liu Long was once counted. However, upon returning from service, he had joined the inspection corps. "Follow me." With no superfluous words, the group of over 10 swiftly fell in behind him. Each individual was agile, some shouldering short cannons, others bearing heavy weaponry reminiscent of rocket launchers, while a few carried substantial amounts of explosives and others lugged boxes of grenades. In recent days, Liu Long had not acted without forethought. For instance, these old comrades were summoned by him in secret. The group raced after Liu Long, their footsteps muffled by the pounding rain. Moments later, they arrived at the cathedral. Liu Long did not approach, for the enhanced senses of the superhumans were formidable. Getting too close might alert them. Without uttering a word, Liu Long raised his hand. The others swiftly established an attack position, rapidly assembling a small cannon and loading it with ammunition. A machine gun was set up without a hint of chaos, while some darted into nearby buildings, and within a minute, everything was prepared. The entire process was eerily silent. There was no need for loud commands. Liu Long had previously slain superhumans with the assistance of these individuals, though their aid remained concealed from most, with only a few aware that he had confidants willing to assist him beyond the law enforcement team. In the rain-drenched night, Liu Long, tall and imposing, gazed toward the distant cathedral, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware that superhumans were difficult to kill, even with a surprise attack. It was uncertain how many he could eliminate. Yet, Liu Long was not one to passively endure. He believed in striking first. The strong dragon could not contend with the local snake. And he, Liu Long, was the local snake of Silver City. His right hand rose high, and in the next moment, he brought it down with force. Boom! The shell landed directly within the cathedral, followed by a flurry of grenades hurled into the building, along with a multitude of explosive charges cast toward it. In that instant, the sound overwhelmed the rain. Liu Long shouted fiercely, "Law enforcement of the inspection corps, surrender immediately. Resistance will lead to death." Boom! Before his words had fully resonated, the sound of explosions erupted chaotically. Boom! The old cathedral was almost instantaneously reduced to rubble. Its walls shattered and beams collapsed. Liu Long drew a short axe from beneath his drenched trench coat, shedding the garment. In the next moment, he bellowed, swinging the axe towards a ghostly figure that had just burst forth from the cathedral. The bombardment continued. Boom! It seemed as though no one cared for Liu Long's safety, nor feared injuring him. As a barrage of shells relentlessly pounded the cathedral, the gunfire drowning out the rain. Within the damaged cathedral, upon receiving news of Li Hao and others departing the inspection corps, the ghostly figures were caught off guard just as they attempted to escape. Fortunately, among them were several superhumans. One of the ghostly figures shouted with fervor, unleashing a mysterious energy to form a defensive shield. Yet, in an instant, the shield was pierced by a shell, and the very next moment, the others retreated, while the ghostly figure sustaining the shield was mercilessly riddled with bullets from the outside machine gun. In a state of panic, the ghostly figure burst out of the church, only to be met by a gleaming silver axe. With a single strike, it cleaved through the air, 7 times over. Boom! The superhuman of the lunar realm, comparable to 100 formidable entities, was, in this moment of fright, severed in twain, blood splattering across the long street. Liu Long! A piercing cry echoed. At this instant, Liu Long sensed an impending peril, a formless threat. It felt as though something had materialized beside him. In the next moment, it seemed an entity was burrowing into his very being. Had Li Hao been present, he would have observed 3 crimson shadows emerging beside Liu Long. Moreover, these shadows swiftly darted towards the distant soldiers, oblivious to the danger. Firearms and ammunition posed no threat to these spectral figures. Woof, woof, woof! The sharp cries of a black panther pierced through the rainy night. Liu Long understood that the psychic menace he had sensed earlier had arrived. Although he was formidable enough to withstand it, the brothers outside would likely be unable to defend themselves. Currently, The soldiers outside were suppressing the superhumans within the church with artillery, explosives, and machine guns. Thus, Liu Long seized the opportunity to enter and eliminate one with a single blow. Once these foes perished and their firearms were rendered useless, Liu Long would certainly find himself outmatched. He had already detected the presence of multiple superhumans, not less than 7 or 8, though this was after he had slain one and witnessed another fall to gunfire. A team of 10? Liu Long was taken aback. 10 superhumans? Such a scale was indeed beyond imagination. Even the night watchmen found it challenging to deploy 10 of their kind simultaneously in Silver City, given the multitude of cities they were tasked to guard. Inside the church, a voice thundered, "Liu Long, are you courting death? Today, we have only set our sights on Li Hao. Your interference in this bloodshed in such a minuscule territory as Silver City, do you truly believe we would hesitate to raze it to the ground? How reckless." They had long been plotting and were well acquainted with Liu Long. He should have been elsewhere, attending to an arson case. So what prompted his sudden appearance here? Furthermore, they had their own informants within the law enforcement team. The enforcement unit had not conducted a large-scale arms extraction today, and the armory remained untouched. Of course, as the captain of the enforcement team, if Liu Long were discreetly amassing a cache of weapons with the director turning a blind eye, it would be difficult for the ordinary observer to discern. Yet, they had not anticipated Liu Long's audacity to open fire directly in the city. The firepower was remarkably formidable. Mortars had even been brought forth. Had time permitted, he might have summoned siege artillery as well. No compromise with evil. This mantra was Liu Long's sole conviction. Raise a city? Regardless of the circumstances, he would never acquiesce to malevolence. The repeated concessions made by the night watchmen had not ushered in peace, but rather in escalating chaos. These ruffians would only know fear through bloodshed. In a final surge, Liu Long swiftly withdrew from the church's confines, bellowing with fervor. In the next moment, a myriad of ghostly figures manifested within the church. Some soared into the air, others swiftly vanished underground, while some appeared to dissolve into nothingness. At this juncture, the prepared superhumans exhibited powers that surpassed imagination. As Liu Long bellowed the command for the final assault, those present, save for a few who found escape impossible, hastily fled the scene. One individual wielding a firearm posed little threat. However, when over a dozen elite, organized combatants unleashed their formidable machine guns and mortars, even the bravest would seek to evade their wrath. Given a moment's respite, they could swiftly eradicate the opposition. At that moment, as Liu Long's voice echoed, the sky was painted crimson. Every shell, explosive, and grenade was simultaneously hurled toward them. A figure, cloaked in a ghostly visage, roared, summoning a mysterious energy that birthed a tempest, sweeping everything in its path, including the projectiles, into the heavens. A deafening roar reverberated throughout. The wielder of the tempest staggered, clearly overwhelmed by the exertion of such a potent ability in haste. Just then, Liu Long abruptly pivoted, gripping his short axe, veins bulging, unleashing a series of 7 tremors. Sevenfold. With a surge of ferocity akin to a dragon, he propelled himself from the ground, aiming directly at the spectral figure who had just unleashed their power. The aura of impending death radiated from him like chilling ice, scattering the raindrops as he struck with his axe. The Tempest wielder, despite being a superhuman of the Moonshade tier, revealed a flicker of fear in his eyes. Having just exerted himself beyond his limits and now caught in the delicate balance between strength and exhaustion. A seasoned warrior like Liu Long, adept at seizing opportunities in battle, sensed the vulnerability. However, as the Tempest wielder's apprehension mounted, Liu Long suddenly faltered. He had been resisting the encroaching red shadows that had infiltrated his being. In that moment of exertion, he neglected his protective energy, feeling a searing pain deep within, akin to being scorched. Unbeknownst to Liu Long, the Black Panther observed from afar, its eyes brimming with anxiety. It saw 3 red shadows burrowing into Liu Long, emanating faint flames that scorched him. Furthermore, several other red shadows had nearly reached the perimeter where the soldiers stood. The panther barked urgently, warning the others. Was this to be the end? In that instant, Liu Long let out a ferocious roar, his voice booming as he endured the excruciating pain. With a decisive swing, he cleaved the Tempest wielder's head asunder. And in the next moment, his blood surged forth like boiling water. As his blood bubbled violently, it seemed to injure the red shadows as well. Suddenly, wisps of azure smoke began to emanate from Liu Long's form, the boiling blood scorching the encroaching shadows. With the tenacity of a lion, he summoned his inner strength, embracing the prospect of mutual destruction, yet he cared not. At this age, having surpassed 40 and cultivated the 9 tempering force to the 7th layer, each battle only compounded his injuries. If he failed to ascend to superhuman status, he would inevitably meet the same fate as his father, crippled and languishing in a sickbed until death claimed him. Today, amidst the chaos, he had felled 2 superhumans, and his comrades had dispatched another, a total of 3 spectral foes vanquished, a worthy endeavor indeed. Yet, he did not wish for his demise just yet. No one wishes for death, and he is no exception. However, when faced with the Red Shadow, there are indeed limited options available. Unless he can ascend to the level of 1,000 layers, he can only resort to this mutually destructive tactic to counter the foe. Outside, the soldiers, without a backward glance, unleashed their final barrage and swiftly made their escape. Years of unspoken understanding and experience informed them that remaining here would mean certain death. Not only could they not assist Liu Long in confronting his formidable adversary, but they would also hinder him further. Yet, the Red Shadow relentlessly pursued. Clearly, the significant losses inflicted upon the ghost face by these ordinary individuals ignited the determination of certain superpowered beings controlling the Red Shadow, who were unwilling to concede defeat. They sought annihilation. These individuals must perish. As for Liu Long, there were certainly others who would deal with him, since he dared to charge headlong into battle. He must be prepared for the embrace of death. Outside the church, at this moment, 7 ghostly figures emerged. They indeed formed a small team of 10 superpowered individuals, 3 of whom had just perished. The remaining members seethed with rage and agitation, an aura of mysterious energy radiating from each of them. They were all destined for death. Observing Liu Long's blood boiling and scorching the Red Shadow, one among the ghost face scoffed. "Liu Long, do you believe you can hold us back? You overestimate yourself and underestimate the significance of Li Hao. Do you think we are all there is?" As Liu Long, who was fending off the Red Shadow, was taken aback by this revelation, a wave of fear washed over him. Not all. This is not the entirety of it. With 10 superpowered beings, nearly all at the level of Moonshade, and no sign of the Star Master, it indicated there were indeed 10 individuals surpassing the 100-layer threshold. This exceeded his expectations, and yet it was still not the full extent of their forces. What kind of organization could mobilize so many superpowered beings at once? Moreover, what significance does Li Hao possess that a mere ordinary person could incite such a response from so many superpowered individuals? Are the 8 great families truly that crucial? As Liu Long's expression shifted dramatically, he suddenly roared, spewing blood that evaporated instantaneously in the air. In the next moment, he drew a small crystal orb from his waist and shattered it without hesitation. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as the orb detonated, and amidst the chaos, Liu Long swiftly fled, racing towards the direction where Li Hao and the others had exited the city. Not just one team. Such a realization could complicate his arrangements. He had already endeavored to overestimate this group. 10 Moonshade beings against a single ordinary person and a demon-hunting squad, with merely 1 warrior surpassing the 100-layer mark. Even a combination of Silver City's 100-layer warriors and Moonshade Night Watchers would total 10. Was it really necessary? Liu Long could hardly suppress his urge to curse. Was it truly to this extent? Pursue. Behind him, the ghost faces surged forward in pursuit. Liu Long stomped down hard, causing the ground to collapse with a thunderous roar, crushing one of the ghost faces beneath his heel and denying them the chance to ambush him. Engaging in combat with superpowered beings was not a new experience for him. Meanwhile, the Red Shadow, closing in on the slower retreating soldiers, was suddenly interrupted by a figure that materialized in the rain-soaked night. A small silhouette rushing through the darkness with rapidity. It was Yun Yao. Indeed, as the figure halted, it was none other than Yun Yao from the demon-hunting squad. At this moment, she donned an apparatus resembling a gas mask. In her line of sight, there were no discernible beings or objects. However, as she shifted her gaze, various regions of vibrant hues materialized before her, courtesy of her modified superpowered detector. The crimson shadows remained elusive, yet their presence was not entirely undetectable. Even in the absence of supernatural abilities, their movement and actions would inevitably stir faint ripples of energy. In an instant, Yun Yao detected a region of striking red. There. In the next moment, she conjured forth over a dozen crystal orbs recently retrieved by Liu Long, each encapsulating enigmatic energy, shrouded in icy crystals. poised to unleash explosive effects upon activation. While the Crimson Shadows may lack physical harm, Liu Long and his companions had deduced that this mysterious energy could likely counteract them. Regrettably, time proved too fleeting, and Yun Yao had managed to craft only a pair of reconnaissance goggles thus far, originally intended for Liu Long, who, being a formidable martial artist, did not require them as he could more readily sense such entities. The rest of the team had yet to surpass the threshold of 100, and without these goggles, they remained oblivious to their surroundings. With a thunderous boom, the red region erupted. Yun Yao could discern little, merely witnessing the dispersal of the crimson area. Conversely, Black Panther gained a clearer view. As the pursuing Crimson Shadows were obliterated by the enigmatic energy, only to swiftly reassemble, albeit at a slightly diminished pace, still very much present. Barking urgently, Yun Yao wasted no time and followed Black Panther's lead, while the Crimson Shadows surged towards them with alarming speed. The other soldiers fled in haste. No words were exchanged. This was all part of the established plan. Should a crisis arise, they, as ordinary individuals, were to escape first. While Yun Yao was designated to provide cover for the demon hunting team, Black Panther sprinted furiously, adept at evading the pursuit of the Crimson Shadows due to its ability to perceive them. Yun Yao was well aware of this, and despite her petite stature, she moved with surprising speed, her breath coming in quick gasps. Black Panther, run towards the northern outskirts. Steer clear of those entities, head north. Li Hao and the others are over there. Liu Long is making his way in that direction as well, preparing to regroup. It is safer when we are united. Moreover, they have other plans in place. Every action taken now is meant to lure these adversaries away. Though they nearly met their demise here, the plan continues. Survival equates to success. Yun Yao felt her strength waning, the sense of urgency intensifying. At that moment, another figure dashed toward them with remarkable speed. The slender Wu Chao descended swiftly from the eaves, seizing Yun Yao and bolting away. This time, even Black Panther could not keep pace with him. "What are you doing here?" Yun Yao exclaimed in surprise. He had arrived, leaving only Lu Yin and Chun Jian with Li Hao at their location. Wu Chao was originally meant to accompany Li Hao, his speed crucial for ensuring Li Hao's safety during critical moments, as Li Hao was too vulnerable. Li Hao instructed me to come to his aid, assuring that he would not perish, as his teacher would intervene at a critical moment. Wu Chao swiftly responded, refraining from further speech, fearful of disrupting the flow of energy, and hoisted Yun Yao onto his shoulder as he fled. Woof woof. Behind them, the urgent voice of Black Panther echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Chao turned, scooped up Black Panther, and, while carrying Yun Yao, dragged Black Panther along. Racing towards the outskirts of the city, his feet seemed to generate wind, propelling him at an astonishing speed. In the next instant, two shadowy figures emerged behind, and the pursuing red silhouettes dwindled to just two. They were intent on converging. The demon hunting team, comprising Wu Chao and Yun Yao, was in chaos, daring to engage despite their meager rank. "Chase!" the two exclaimed in unison, hastening after Wu Chao's fleeing form. This night, it was destined that many would meet their end. Simultaneously, in North City, Chun Jian led the way, with Lu Yin trailing behind and Li Hao positioned in the middle. The trio did not traverse on foot, but rather drove a small vehicle, speeding towards the city's exterior. Lu Yin gripped a small knife, her expression one of cold detachment, exuding vigilance. Ahead, Chun Jian drove recklessly, his attention diverted from the road as they barreled toward the city limits. Li Hao, too, had heard the cacophony of explosions within the city, even witnessing the brilliant flames that soared into the night sky. The captain had deployed a significant arsenal of heavy weaponry to strike the enemy, swiftly locating their hideout, which astonished Li Hao. However, he understood that heavy weaponry was not infallible, unless a large-scale bombardment was unleashed upon the city, resulting in widespread devastation. Countless innocent lives would be lost, a scenario that could not be permitted. In encounters involving superhumans, particularly within city confines, the effectiveness of heavy weaponry often diminished significantly. The demon hunting team could not resort to such heartlessness as to bombard the city, bringing untold suffering to the masses. While the vehicle sped forward, a thunderous explosion erupted ahead. In the next moment, the bridge before them was obliterated. Amidst the darkness and rain, several figures emerged, and as Li Hao focused, he was taken aback. Martial artists. Indeed, they were not superhumans. The reason he discerned them as martial artists was that, like Liu Long and his companions, They emanated a faint aura of mysterious energy. However, it had not permeated their beings, indicating they had absorbed the energy but had not progressed to superhuman status. Ghost Mask. The vehicle came to a halt, and Liu Yin and Chun Jian swiftly exited, readying themselves for battle. Liu Yin cast a frosty glare at the opposing figures. Ghost Mask Organization? Assassinating the inspectors. Do they truly believe the Night Watchmen are idle? The organization to which Zhou He belonged was indeed the Ghost Mask Organization, affiliated with a superhuman syndicate. This time, the Ghost Mask Organization had deployed martial artists. Li Hao. A sharp voice rang out from among the opposing figures. To avoid recognition, they donned black, fearsome masks, their voices distorted. Very well. Liu Yin responded readily, causing a momentary pause among the adversaries. In the next heartbeat, she drew her sidearm, unleashing a rapid succession of shots. Move. Liu Yin fired while grasping Li Hao, urging him to flee. At this moment, they could not afford to linger any longer, especially since she was no match for them. The leader of the opposing force appeared to be a master of martial arts, renowned for surpassing the 100 mark. A firearm would likely prove ineffective against him. Indeed, the figure clad in a ghostly mask swiftly evaded the bullets. Moving with the grace of an eagle, arms outstretched as he accelerated towards Li Hao and his companions. Others too displayed their unique skills, pursuing relentlessly. Their singular mission was to ensure that Li Hao did not escape the city. Furthermore, while they were not permitted to kill Li Hao, the same could not be said for others. The leader of the Ghost Mask Organization found this command perplexing. However, the superpowered individuals held their own motives, keeping their plans shrouded in secrecy. Thus, he refrained from questioning further, aware that if he successfully completed the mission, he would gain 3 opportunities to draw energy into his body. Those above him would provide sufficient mysterious energy, and if he failed to achieve superpower status after 3 attempts, he could only blame his misfortune. Yet, the chances were substantial. A 100-break master could harness energy in vast quantities with each attempt. Liu Long had slain multiple superpowered individuals who had surpassed the 100 mark but struggled to attain superpower himself. For him, the odds were even steeper, leaving him to rely on the higher-ups. Li Hao gasped for breath, struggling to maintain his breathing technique, steadying his pace as he fled alongside Liu Yin and the others. The muddy path hindered their speed. In the darkness, this actually worked to their advantage, as it made it difficult for their pursuers to catch up. The sound of gunfire erupted from behind, and Li Hao couldn't help but curse. Damn it, aren't these guys martial artists? Must they resort to firearms? The clattering of bullets continued, with Chun Jian's small shield enduring countless impacts as he shielded vital areas, using his robust form to protect Li Hao and the others. This, in turn, spared Li Hao from the fate of being caught in a hail of bullets. Nevertheless, if the chase continued, their chances of escaping the city grew slimmer. Liu Long had yet to appear, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Wu Chao and Yun Yao had gone to assist him, leaving Liu Yin, the strongest among them. But still not a 100-break master, while formidable opponents pursued them from behind. Shut up, Liu Yin hissed sharply, urging silence. In their flight, conversation could lead to distraction and disrupt their rhythm. If they were overtaken, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. They won't kill me if they let me go. Li Hao gasped, forcing out the words. He feared for his life, yet he understood that if they continued in this manner, they would inevitably be caught. The pursuers were merely martial artists, and having not seen the Red Shadow, it seemed they were not intent on killing him just yet. There was still hope. The teacher had not yet appeared, indicating that they still had a trump card. Liu Yin, however, disregarded his words, her gaze cold and frenzied. Fatty, she called out in a low voice. Chun Jian, having collaborated with her on multiple occasions, understood her intent without needing further explanation. In the next moment, to Li Hao's astonishment, Liu Yin flung him away, while Chun Jian, shield raised, turned to charge directly at the approaching 100-break master. Liu Yin followed closely behind, and with a resounding thud, the formidable warrior struck the shield with a punch, forcing Chun Jian to stagger back several steps, yet he remained unscathed. In that instant, Liu Yin, like a wraith, flashed into action, thrusting her blade towards her opponent's fist. With a sharp hiss, the dagger grazed by, leaving behind a crimson mark on the warrior's hand without inflicting any critical harm. The warrior, intent on launching another attack, suddenly felt a numbness in his arm. In the blink of an eye, dark tendrils materialized upon his limb, causing a noticeable change in his expression as he hastily retreated, slapping his left hand against his right. blood gushing forth from the wound, mingled with a sinister black substance. "You dare to poison me?" The warrior seethed with fury. The use of poison was more detestable than gunfire itself. Meanwhile, Liu Yin, unfazed, obstructed his path momentarily, then leaped into the air, seizing Li Hao and sprinting away once more. At that moment, Li Hao was equally astounded. Liu Yin and Chun Jian displayed remarkable audacity, daring to counterattack, and indeed, they succeeded. Truly, they were warriors capable of slaying superhumans, their combat experience far surpassing anything Li Hao could fathom. The pursuit continued. At this juncture, Li Hao ceased to resist, allowing Liu Yin to drag him along. Yet he persistently glanced back, contemplating how he might turn the tables on their pursuers. He was acutely aware of his own frailty, but he also recognized that his adversaries understood his weakness, and they hesitated to eliminate him. This was his advantage. "Sis, treat me as a shield," Li Hao exclaimed, but Liu Yin remained silent, uncertain if she had heard him. Chun Jian, however, had caught the remark and could only think that Li Hao was indeed mad. "You think to serve as a shield?" They vaguely understood his intent. Yet if their judgment faltered, what if they dared to kill you? You, a mere fledgling, truly believe you can survive against a 100-level warrior? At that moment, the trio continued their reckless flight. 3 adept warriors were scheming to see if they could counterattack and eliminate the 100-level warrior pursuing them, with several more adept warriors trailing from a distance. The rain poured down more fiercely. Chapter 37. Counterattack. Li Hao wished to serve as a shield, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against the 100-level warrior behind them. However, Liu Yin was hesitant to take such a gamble. This was not akin to their previous encounter. When facing Zhou He, they had the backing of Liu Long and the others. A mere adept warrior was manageable, with no fear of unexpected events. But today, Liu Long had yet to return. Although Liu Yin was nearing the 100-level threshold, she still fell short, and her adversaries were not limited to one. Otherwise, a 3-on-1 might have been feasible, but if they became entangled, numerous other warriors would be in pursuit. The rain soaked Liu Yan's long hair. The captivating woman, typically enchanting, now had her clothing clinging to her form, accentuating her alluring figure, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of the usual mirth and jest, replaced instead with tension and gravity. Li Hao, too absorbed in their escape to admire her, struggled to keep pace as Liu Yin pulled him along, feeling weary and fatigued. A counterattack was imperative. Li Hao believed it was crucial to strike back at this moment. Yet, there were still no signs of the superhumans. If one does not retaliate at this moment, the adversary may strike, and while the teacher might intervene, the superhuman could very well escape. This situation cannot persist. Although he has not set any specific goals for himself, he harbors his own intentions, drawing all those who wish to eliminate him together. Before these foes converge, he must not perish. He intends to afford the teacher an opportunity to act, to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. The earlier the teacher intervenes, the lesser the achievement. The superhumans possess myriad abilities. Should the teacher manifest and eliminate several martial artists, the remaining superhumans might scatter like frightened birds, fleeing in an instant. Thus, it is imperative not only to delay but also to counterattack, compelling the adversary to continuously reinforce their numbers. This encapsulates Li Hao's mindset, and it elucidates why he willingly embraces risk, refusing to remain sheltered within the ancient confines of Silver City. Otherwise, with the teacher entering the fray, he could simply hide away without taking chances. "Sister," Li Hao's voice dropped, tinged with urgency. While he still had strength, he must retaliate. If he allowed them to pursue him further at this pace, in such weather, they might soon lack the vigor to fight back, be they martial artists or superhumans. They are not invincible. Their mysterious energy and inner strength are finite. Such intensive exertion exhausts significantly. Of course, Li Hao retains a modicum of reserves. He activated the 5 animals breathing technique, and warm currents surged from the jade sword nestled within his bosom. At this moment, he absorbed some while the remainder dissipated, enveloping the tightly grasped Liu Yan. As she fled, reluctant to engage with Li Hao, Liu Yan's body suddenly stiffened. In an instant, she regained her composure and continued her escape, yet her heart brimmed with astonishment. Mysterious energy? No. She had initially thought a superhuman had come to hunt her down, that she had been targeted and invaded, only to realize the energy emanated from Li Hao himself, weak, yet palpable. In this context, rather than assaulting her, this energy enveloped her like a warm spring, reviving her strength. "What is this?" Liu Yan's mind momentarily clouded, leaving her little time to ponder the nature of this power. However, the taut muscles that had been strained began to relax. After fleeing for more than 3 minutes, the vigorous sprint under such perilous circumstances, compounded by the burden of another, was immensely taxing. Yet now, she felt a semblance of recovery. A glint of intrigue appeared on her rain-soaked visage. As she continued to flee, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Li Hao. That force continued to flow towards her, imparting a long-forgotten warmth, even aiding in the recovery of her old wounds that had suffered from the impact of mysterious energy. This young man is not as he seems. It is no wonder he is being pursued. Liu Yan remained silent, assessing her dwindling stamina and inner strength. The martial artists behind her, surpassing the 100 mark, indeed held greater prowess, yet she was among the closest to that threshold. Their physical capabilities and inner strength were also depleting, as their fortunes wax and wane. Should she manage to recuperate and reach an apex, having previously inflicted damage upon her pursuers, coupled with their relentless chase, there might indeed be a chance. Fire! With a sharp exclamation, Liu Yan seized Li Hao as if he were a child, cradling him in her arms and fleeing. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been pulled along before, and now Liu Yan had lifted him entirely, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed as a man. Yet, in this critical moment, such concerns faded away. With Liu Yan supporting him, Li Hao was liberated. He drew out his third-generation vortex gun and aimed at the ghost-faced warrior, who was less than 50 meters away and the only one amongst them to have surpassed the 100 mark. Bang! The gun fired. The warrior was indeed formidable. Even amidst such a high-speed pursuit, he swiftly evaded the bullet. However, his speed was still compromised, and his voice, tinged with coldness, echoed, "Li Hao, you cannot escape. You must understand that should this continue, it will not only be your demise, but that of many others." Unfazed, Li Hao did not rush to shoot this time. He created a bit of distance while continuing to practice the 5-animal breathing technique, retorting, "I cannot escape, and neither can you. My mentor will avenge me. If you cannot kill the extraordinary, you, a mere 100, will certainly fall to my mentor." What a joke! Yuan Shuo. The name reverberated in the mind of the ghost-faced warrior. Yuan Shuo. Were it 20 years ago, or even 3 years prior, he would not have dared to provoke Yuan Shuo. Yet now, the era of Yuan Shuo had long passed. The extraordinary had risen. As a warrior, he chuckled. He was a practitioner himself, a 100-level warrior, and he understood better than anyone that the warrior class had truly declined. In years past, 100-level warriors roamed freely. But in recent years, the number of extraordinary beings at the Moonshade level had surged, with those at the Sunlight level increasing by the day. In the Silver Moon province alone, there existed a considerable number of extraordinary beings at the Sunlight level. This was akin to the presence of the Do Qian. Yet the warrior class did not have a single Do Qian in the Silver Moon province. The martial way had utterly fallen into decline. An antiquated figure like Yuan Shuo should have already been laid to rest. Li Hao's hope that Yuan Shuo would avenge him was misplaced. Yuan Shuo ought to focus on his own safety. The Night Watchers could not protect him indefinitely. He had countless enemies. It was rumored that years ago, after crossing from the 100 mark to the Sunlight level, he had seemingly progressed even further, surpassing the Sunlight. In the past, the Night Watchers were indifferent to a Sunlight level being, allowing them to shield Yuan Shuo. Yet now, with someone surpassing the Sunlight level seeking vengeance, would the Night Watchers still offer protection? Such thoughts flashed continually through the mind of the ghost-faced warrior. Bang! At that moment, a bullet whizzed past his ear, nearly striking him. The ghost-faced warrior was instantly jolted back to reality. Anger flickered across the visage hidden beneath the mask, and his voice grew even colder. "Li Hao, come here. I do not wish to kill you. Do you want Liu Yan and Chen Jian to accompany you to the grave? Do you understand? If the Demon Hunter squad is annihilated, how many lives will be lost in Silver City? You have no idea. Silver City is too small. The weakest and smallest among the 32 cities of the Silver Moon province, a place that can easily be forsaken. Countless individuals covet Silver City, and the Night Watchers do not possess the strength or inclination to safeguard it. Years ago, the Night Watchers suggested abandoning the small city, relocating the populace to gather in larger cities, advocating a defensive strategy. Liu Long is unwilling to allow Silver City to fade into the annals of history. He resolutely stands guard over it, wielding the strength of 100 martial masters to fend off the supernaturals. He once boasted before the Night Watch that as long as he draws breath, Silver City shall not be abandoned, should he perish. It may very well become a relic of the past, with countless souls forsaking their homes and livelihoods, fleeing to distant lands in search of survival. Do you wish for Liu Long and his companions to perish alongside you? From the rear, the ghost-faced martial master bellowed, seemingly concerned for Silver City's fate and future. Indeed, this was a matter of reality. A few years prior, a suggestion had been made to abandon the small city in favor of fortifying the larger one. Silver City had been deemed too taxing for the Night Watch, which lacked the resources to defend it against supernatural incursions. Nevertheless, Liu Long declared that he alone was sufficient. He would wield his martial prowess to repel the supernatural invasion, ensuring that Silver City would not need to be relocated. Relocation, though seemingly straightforward, would mean countless individuals would forsake their homes, migrating to the larger city, stripped of their savings and livelihoods, uprooted and dependent on others. The youth might endure. But how would the elderly and children survive? The world grows increasingly chaotic. Among a population of 1 million, it is feared that a significant portion would lead lives of utter desolation. As long as Liu Long lives, the formidable beings from the realm of the supernatural regard Silver City with disdain. Daylight, who looks down upon it, and Moonshade, who was slain by Liu Long, have thus far refrained from encroaching upon it. Yet, what if Liu Long were to die? How many supernaturals would ascend in an instant? Driven by an insatiable thirst for wealth, power, material possessions, and beauty, they would shun the larger city and inevitably seek pleasure in the small one. Silver City is under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. Li Hao, held in the embrace of Liu Yan, felt a subtle shift in his expression. Is this truly the case? The higher-ups actually wish to relinquish the small city, which signifies that even the authorities find it challenging to maintain control over the entirety of the situation, compelled to abandon certain locales to fortify the larger city, accommodating more people and enhancing defense. Are the authorities being forced into a defensive position? Have they fallen to the disadvantage in the realm of the supernatural? Yet, the authorities possess an army, an extensive one, armed with formidable firearms, and, it is rumored, even superweapons capable of annihilating cities. In such circumstances, are they truly compelled to defend? Li Hao found this notion astonishing. In his memory, the authorities had always seemed immensely powerful. He had believed that the Night Watch's reluctance to exert themselves stemmed from a perception that Silver City was too insignificant to warrant their attention. However, at this moment, he sensed a shift in perspective. To abandon the defense of Silver City. No wonder, years prior, the Silver Moon Province had sought to rename itself the Moonlight Province. Though it had never succeeded, perhaps Liu Long played a part in this. As a martial master of considerable renown, he could have found his place in White Moon City. Yet he chose to remain steadfast in Silver City. Justice echoed in his ears, the hollow slogans of Liu Long resonating. Guardians of justice. Exterminators of evil. Li Hao always felt there was a tinge of insincerity, a self-soothing pretense in those words. Yet, at this moment, having gleaned insights from the enemy's discourse, he suddenly realized that Liu Long might care about this ideal more than he had originally assumed. Darkness shall never triumph over justice. Li Hao let out a low growl. Behind him, the martial master, drawing ever closer, spoke with an icy tone. You are mistaken. It is the victors who embody justice. The vanquished are the harbingers of darkness. The martial artists have fallen into decline, while the superpowered individuals have risen, driven by boundless ambition. They refuse to remain hidden in the wilderness, unwilling to traverse the shadows. When one's strength surpasses the limits, capable of withstanding or even obliterating officials wielding firearms, they aspire to usurp their place. The martial artists advance steadily. Hence their desires are not as fervent, allowing them to restrain their own powers. In this moment, the venerable martial artist, having surpassed the century mark, appears somewhat disdainful, somewhat scornful. Superpowers? Ascending to greatness in an instant, unworthy of their newfound status, some mere adolescents, suddenly transformed into formidable entities, capable of vanquishing thousands with ease. Wielding such power so effortlessly, do you expect superpowered beings to tread the same gradual path as martial artists? No, they seek to overthrow, to reconstruct a realm that belongs to them. This encapsulates the current landscape of the superpowered domain. This reflects the present state of affairs. The masked martial artist harbors contempt for those who have abruptly gained power. However, the harsh reality remains. Regardless of disdain, he must serve the superpowered. What does it matter if one is unwilling? Discontent merely compels one to find a way to integrate into the realm of superpowers, to cross into that domain. Even Yuan Shua has faltered, and the support from officials is insufficient. These individuals are worse off, driven to seek refuge within the superpowered organizations lurking in the wild. Amidst a relentless pursuit, the martial artist speaks no more, for he is closing in. Those prior words were merely to instill doubt and contemplation in Li Hao. Perhaps Li Hao will unwittingly walk into his grasp. It is not impossible. According to the information he has gathered, Li Hao is a person of deep loyalty. To avenge his classmates, he willingly forsook his place at the Silver City Academy. Such a person, upon grasping the significance of the demon hunting squad, would he still wish for them to sacrifice themselves for him? Li Hao. With each stride, he draws nearer to Li Hao. The masked martial artist coldly states, "Will you condemn the entire Silver City for your own sake?" With Liu Long unyielding and Yuan Shua still present, Silver City retains its value. Should they perish, who will safeguard Silver City from the superpowered? In that moment, you shall bear the guilt of Silver City. Li Hao's face contorts with conflict, gritting his teeth, his eyes reddening, staring intently at the martial artist as they stand in close proximity. Clutching the vortex, three tightly, he yearns to fire, yet his fingers tremble. Gritting his teeth, he retorts vehemently, "Compromising with darkness will only invite greater calamity. If you dare to kill me today, who among you is foolish enough to take pleasure in slaying innocents? Your death would be justified only by your worthiness of it." Li Hao, Lu Yan, and the others have lost their minds. Do not join them in their madness. You may not perish, but if this stalemate continues, when the superpowered arrive, none of you shall escape. As a fellow martial artist, I respect the demon hunting squad. If they release you, I will let them go. Li Hao. This is a promise from a martial artist of over 100 accomplishments. You are the key. Their lives and deaths rest upon your decision. In this moment, Li Hao hesitates, gritting his teeth, and in the next instant, he bellows, "Let me down." Silence. Lu Yan shouts in anger. Li Hao struggles. Behind them, Chun Jian's expression shifts drastically, and he exclaims furiously, "Do not listen to his nonsense. Li Hao, do not move recklessly. It will disrupt Lu Team's rhythm." Damn it. Li Hao, typically composed, unexpectedly created chaos today. This could result in fatalities. Damn it. These students are utterly unreliable. They falter at critical moments. In this instance, Li Hao's erratic behavior unsettled Lu Yan. Meanwhile, the masked martial artist chuckled with satisfaction. As anticipated, a person like Li Hao, so deeply loyal, would undoubtedly be moved by such words. He relished the presence of these students. If it were someone as cunning as Yuan Shua, he would have long since spat out a retort and would not have entertained such lengthy discourse. Up ahead, Lu Yan slowed her pace due to Li Hao's struggles. "Li Hao," she bellowed in frustration. Yet, Li Hao persisted in his struggle, gritting his teeth. "Let me go. You must escape. I can perish, but you must survive. Silver City needs you. In this dark time, it requires individuals like you to illuminate a glimmer of hope for its people. Even if Silver City were to be eradicated and relocated, as long as you are here, its citizens would still have a foundation and a glimmer of hope. I cannot let my selfishness condemn everyone to a future devoid of light." With a resolute spirit, Li Hao resumed his struggles. "You fool." Lu Yan found her rhythm disrupted by his resistance, her composure faltering as she was compelled to release him. Behind them, the masked martial artist laughed. "Steady now." At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. Li Hao, what a good child. Still so young, with a heart full of justice. If I had encountered such a young man 20 years ago, I would have taken a liking to him, perhaps even considered taking him as a disciple. A youth like this would uphold my legacy when I grow old, never betraying me. Such individuals are invaluable for a martial artist's twilight years. Alas, the rise of superpowers complicates matters. You promised to release Lu and the others. Li Hao attempted to shake off Lu Yan's grip, unwilling to be further restrained, and faced the masked martial artist with a pleading gaze. "You too are a martial artist. Grievances have their sources. If you wish to kill me, so be it. But do not waver on your word." Li Hao, Chun Jian, filled with rage, had no choice but to grasp Li Hao firmly and push him forward. "Damn it. What on earth are you doing? Do you really trust the enemy's promises?" "Of course not. I'm not insane. Why would I kill them and turn against Liu Long and the Night Watchers? Killing you is a task. But killing them serves no benefit and would only antagonize the Night Watchers. Even if they are currently powerless for retribution, should my true identity be revealed, they could still come for me. I have no confidence in antagonizing them. The masked martial artist's voice carried a hint of amusement. Precisely. Moreover, his words hold truth. Why would I seek to eliminate the demon hunting squad without necessity? That would only create trouble for myself. At that moment, Li Hao bit down hard on Chen Jian's arm, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao freed himself from Liu Yan's hold as well. He broke away from the two, narrowly avoiding a collision with Chen Jian, and dashed directly towards the masked martial artist. Li Hao, Liu Yan came to an abrupt halt, and Chen Jian quickly followed suit. In the rain, Li Hao sprinted toward the adversary before him. At this moment, Li Hao displayed an air of composure and a resolute determination to face his demise, proclaiming loudly, "I will remain. You all should leave." The distance between the two parties was alarmingly close. As soon as he uttered these words, the masked warrior stood face to face with Li Hao. At this instant, the warrior appeared momentarily dazed, realizing that this individual had truly walked into his grasp. Fearing that he might inadvertently harm Li Hao, who was merely an ordinary person, he hastily came to a halt, leaving a dragging mark upon the ground. In the next moment, he placed a hand upon Li Hao's shoulder. A smile hidden beneath his mask, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of joy and exhilaration. The task had been accomplished. His grip was gentle, as if Li Hao were made of porcelain, cautious not to shatter him. After all, a warrior of his caliber could easily crush Li Hao's shoulder with little effort. Yet, at this moment, the warrior was exceedingly careful. Conversely, Li Hao, seemingly unstable, surged forward, colliding with his opponent. The force was minimal, the strength of an ordinary person. However, after 3 years of martial arts training, Li Hao understood that even a warrior of over 100, when exerting their utmost, is most susceptible to having their rhythm disrupted. With precise timing, one could disturb their breathing technique. Although it may not yield immediate results, it would require the warrior some time to regain their focus. This insight had come to him after he had personally witnessed Zhou He's demise. Under normal circumstances, a warrior of such caliber would not allow anyone to get so close, particularly an adversary. Yet, the masked warrior was more preoccupied with guarding against Liu Yan and Chen Jian, paying little heed to Li Hao. While gripping Li Hao, he remained vigilant, wary of the two who might not be willing to leave so easily. "Liu Yan, Chen Jian, you needn't," he began, but was abruptly interrupted as Li Hao collided into him, causing him to momentarily falter. At that moment, Liu Yan let out a furious scream, brandishing a dagger, twisting her body, and launching herself forward with a fierce determination. Fueled by anger and disappointment, she cried out, "Even if I have to kill Li Hao, I will not allow you to succeed." Her blade was aimed directly at Li Hao. The masked warrior was startled. This was unacceptable. Li Hao could not perish now. If he did, not only would the mission fail, but he would also face severe repercussions. It had been made abundantly clear that Li Hao must not die before the arrival of the Blue Rain. He bore the dual responsibility of capturing Li Hao and ensuring his protection. At the very least, he had to secure Li Hao's safety until he could hand him over to the superhumans. The masked warrior could no longer afford to be distracted by Li Hao's collision. He grasped Li Hao firmly and began to retreat. "Protect Li Hao," he shouted, intent on tossing Li Hao backward, where several other warriors awaited. He needed to have them safeguard Li Hao. First, however, he had to deal with these two lunatics. Should they persist in their attempt to kill Li Hao, he would not hold back. Meanwhile, Li Hao, whom he had underestimated, revealed a gleam of determination in his eyes, with his hands poised like claws and internal energy surging. As the masked warrior lifted him, they were drawn close together, and Li Hao, seemingly frightened, instinctively wrapped his arms around the warrior's neck. The masked warrior sensed an unsettling disquiet. Being unable to extricate himself would inevitably lead to his own downfall. Why was this young man suddenly so timid at this moment? In the next instant, it seemed as if something had been torn apart, and before him, Li Hao's face was suddenly splattered with blood. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao unleashed a surge of strength, embodying the prowess of the 10th realm, complemented by the second layer of internal energy. His hands, akin to those of a tiger, swiftly seized and severed the opponent's throat. It was astonishingly swift and entirely unforeseen. The masked warrior, far superior in strength, had been preoccupied with guarding against Liu Yan and her companions, harboring no suspicion towards Li Hao. Yet, in that very instant, Li Hao had decisively crushed his windpipe. There was no trace of fear or trepidation in his gaze, only a chilling indifference. Blood gushed forth with fervor, as the masked warrior attempted to muster a counterattack. A surge of pain had yet to register. He still possessed the strength to strike down this adversary before him. He raised his hand, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Li Hao's head. But at that very moment, as Li Hao's hands gripped his throat, a third hand emerged from below, seizing the masked warrior's groin just as he struck. For a man, that region is indeed vulnerable, whether one surpasses 100 or engages in 1,000 battles. The sensitivity remains. With a sickening crunch, it was as if something had been crushed to dust. In that instant, the excruciating pain eclipsed all else. The masked warrior's hand, which had just been raised, lacked the strength to descend again, nor could he emit a scream that would shatter the heavens. Yet his throat was severed. He howled in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably, the mask doing little to conceal his despair. Crushed, shattered, but he could not voice his torment. The anguish rendered him numb, his mind a blank slate. Before him stood the young man, merciless and brutal, who had torn his throat and obliterated his manhood. His body swayed, and in the next moment, he fell to his knees, his hands powerless to do anything, naturally dropping to shield his groin. Despite knowing it was a futile effort, he instinctively guarded himself. With tear-filled eyes, he struggled to lift his gaze, blood gushing from his throat as he fixed his stare on Li Hao. It was over. In that moment, Li Hao remained unfazed, while behind him, Lu Yin charged forward, her blade piercing cleanly and decisively into the masked warrior's temple. She did not pause. She withdrew her blade and struck again and again. The tear-filled eyes of the masked warrior extinguished all light. He was dead, a warrior of the 100 realms. When confronted face-to-face with Lu Yin and her companions, would likely meet a grim fate. Yet, he had succumbed. He perished at Li Hao's hands. All of this transpired in a flash. Li Hao appeared somewhat flustered. Just moments ago, he had been face-to-face with the masked warrior. Now, taking advantage of the latter's demise, he propelled himself backward, shouting, "Catch me, protect me." Those warriors of the 10th realm, who had just received the masked warrior's command to safeguard Li Hao, were momentarily stunned by his sudden kneeling. However, their instincts kicked in, and one among them, reacting on impulse, reached out to catch the airborne Li Hao. Protect Li Hao. Li Hao descended with momentum, pressing closely against his opponent, wrapping his arms around the other's neck and exclaiming, "Protect me." The man had no time to think. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through him as if Li Hao had snapped his neck in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao's inner strength surged forth, his arms constricting like iron bands. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as he embraced his adversary, utilizing the bear fighting technique to decisively break the opponent's neck. With his right hand, he drew a gun and aimed it directly at the head of a nearby martial artist of the 10th realm, firing without hesitation, the speed astonishing. One hand held the decapitated body while the other fired at the head of his target, with a mere meter separating them. At such a close distance, missing would be sheer folly. Bang! The gunshot rang out, unavoidable. Blood sprayed from the head as a single shot shattered the opponent's skull. In an instant, two martial artists of the 10th realm met their demise at his hands. From behind, Lu Yin lunged forward. In the astonished eyes of others, she plunged a knife into the throat of one man, swiftly drawing another blade with her left hand, thrusting it into the heart of another. Two lethal strikes. In the blink of an eye, one master of the 100 realm and 3 martial artists of the 10th realm were slain by their ambush. Caution was warranted. There were 9 martial artists of the 10th realm and a master of the 100 realm, forming a 10-member squad. Yet, 4 had fallen, including the strongest among them. The remaining 6 martial artists of the 10th realm were filled with dread. Some were paralyzed by fear, while others were in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. It was all too swift. At that moment, Li Hao fired again. The distance was too close. He preferred not to charge in, as it remained perilous. Better to shoot first. Bang! Another shot struck a martial artist. Meanwhile, Lu Yin wielded her dual blades with lightning speed, swiftly attacking again and severing the arm of another martial artist. Instantly, 2 of the remaining 6 were incapacitated. At that moment, Chun Jian arrived, equally bewildered, mirroring the confusion of the martial artists. Just as he arrived, Li Hao suddenly shouted, "Protect me." In the next instant, under Chun Jian's stunned gaze, Li Hao produced 7 or 8 grenades from his pocket, their fuses linked together by a single cord which he pulled to sever. He tossed the grenades and turned to flee. Lu Yin, about to strike the disarmed opponent, caught sight of the falling grenades from the corner of her eye. cursing under her breath as she hastily retreated. 7 or 8 grenades. She was merely a martial artist of the 10th realm, not an invincible fighter of the 1,000 realms. Nor did she possess any supernatural abilities. Martial artists were but mortals, susceptible to obliteration. Instead of fleeing backward, she leaped onto a martial artist, propelling herself outward into the air. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. 3 of the 6 martial artists were sent flying, their bodies utterly dismembered. The remaining 3 were also left with severed limbs. Liu Yan, like Li Hao, was thrown back by the shockwave. Only Qin Jian, at a safer distance, quickly responded, dragging Li Hao away and using his shield to block the debris hurtling towards them. Bang! 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 A series of impacts resounded against the shield. Qin Jian was still somewhat dazed when Li Hao abruptly turned and sprinted backward. With a burst of agility, he seized a foe who had remained unharmed amidst the chaos. Gripping him tightly, with a powerful thrust of his hands, akin to a black tiger clawing at its heart, he tore open the man's chest in an instant. Blood splattered across his hands as he harnessed his inner strength, shattering the heart within. Nearby, Liu Yan wasted no time, swiftly turning to slice the throat of an escaping martial artist with her blade. At this moment, only one martial artist remained alive, his right leg blown off, suffering a slower demise due to his delayed fate. It was then that Qin Jian fully regained his senses. With a ferocious roar, seizing a shield, he charged forward amidst the carnage, bringing the shield crashing down upon the adversary's skull, obliterating it with a series of thunderous blows. He was dead. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene. Li Hao and Liu Yan were drenched in blood, as the pouring rain intensified, swiftly washing away the crimson stains, leaving the ground awash in red. 10 martial artists, including one who had surpassed the 100 mark, had been inexplicably slaughtered by 3 at the pinnacle of their craft. Liu Yan, still in a daze, began to deliver finishing blows, glancing repeatedly at Li Hao, her gaze oddly intense and fervent. This battle was simply beyond comprehension for Li Hao. Chapter 38. The Silver City Inspection Bureau, seeking monthly votes. The rain fell in torrents. Liu Yan continued her relentless attack, ensuring that even the downed martial artist was not spared, fearing they might yet survive. This was the wisdom of experience on the battlefield. Neglecting to deliver the final blow could lead to unforeseen repercussions. With the emergence of superpowers, some abilities could even halt a heart's beating. And in the presence of such foes, one might wish to reduce them to ashes. Once the finishing blows were executed, Liu Yan emerged unscathed, having merely been caught in the fray, suffering only minor abrasions. She gazed at Li Hao, as if seeing him for the first time. Previously, in his confrontation with Zhou He, Li Hao had exhibited a chilling ruthlessness and cunning nature, yet now, in the face of adversity, this newly minted master of the 10th realm had contemplated a counterattack, and astonishingly, he had succeeded. Had the martial artist, who had surpassed the 100 mark, not underestimated Li Hao, the trio might have been overwhelmed. At this moment, Qin Jian wore a perplexed expression, having sustained injuries himself. While defending from the rear, he had been struck by gunfire from the martial artists wielding firearms. However, his robust physique had absorbed the blows. He had been shot in the back and buttocks. But he now extracted the bullets with little regard for the pain, his attention drawn to Li Hao. The two were genuinely impressed this time. Meanwhile, Li Hao, contemplating the corpses before him, fell into deep thought. After a moment, he turned to the others. Do we have any grenades left? His own had been discarded in the recent skirmish. Ambush. Liu Yan shook her head. Any seasoned warrior would refrain from recklessly inspecting the bodies. They are all martial artists with experience. This time, they simply underestimated you. Li Hao smiled, contemplating the possibility of turning the tables on the superpowered adversaries. Upon reflection, it seems that the psychics might be more vigilant, possessing diverse abilities, rendering grenades unlikely to eliminate them and thereby squandering a precious opportunity. Perhaps it would be prudent to bury the bodies? A temporary concealment could prove advantageous. With one team of martial artists dispatched, once their remains are discovered, the significance of Li Hao and his companions would undoubtedly escalate. This need not be elaborated upon by Li Hao. Having finished the grim task, Liu Yan commenced the process of disposing of the bodies into the crater created by the grenade. Qin Jian assisted as well, clearly indicating that this was not their first encounter with such macabre duties. Li Hao joined their efforts, and the 3 swiftly cast the corpses into the pit. In a moment of opportunism, Li Hao also seized a short knife from the grasp of the deceased martial artist, realizing that sometimes being unarmed puts one at a disadvantage. With a blade in hand, he understood, as did Liu Yin, that even against a martial artist's throat, flesh is still flesh, and a single stroke could sever it. They chose not to take anything else. Victory could be sought later, while defeat rendered any spoils meaningless. 10 martial artists lay lifeless, with only one having surpassed the 100 mark, yet surely they possessed valuable items. Nonetheless, the urgency of their situation left them indifferent to such considerations. The torrential rain proved beneficial, swiftly washing away the blood and erasing any evidence of their presence. Once the last body was disposed of, the pit quickly filled with water, appearing merely as a small puddle, a commonplace sight near the outskirts. Amidst their industriousness, Liu Yin and Chen Jian exchanged no words. In the darkness, aided by the faint glow of the moon, the three could barely discern one another. The relentless rain did little to obscure the remnants of the waning moon, casting an unusually cold light upon them. Once their task was complete, Liu Yin rose and beckoned, prompting Chen Jian to follow swiftly, with Li Hao trailing behind them as they continued along the muddy path. As they walked, Liu Yin stated their destination, the storage facility at the foot of King S Mountain. They are aware that we will bury the explosives, Li Hao cautioned, receiving a confident affirmation in return. Absolutely. Otherwise, they would not have obstructed our exit from the city. Do not worry. Liu Yin appeared willing to share some insights with Li Hao, her gaze cool, yet softened by a hint of amusement. The leader is not so easily deciphered by them. However, you should remember this. Once we arrive, we will possess the means to contend with the psychics. Contend with the psychics? Li Hao was puzzled, yet he discerned that Liu Long had further plans. The captain of the law enforcement team stationed in Silver City was evidently more capable than initially assumed. Although his whereabouts remained unknown, and it was uncertain if he had encountered trouble, the absence of his body left no room for doubt regarding his survival. Move swiftly. Let us reach our destination before they realize our intentions. In their minds, these martial artists are more than capable of subduing us. With that, the trio dashed through the shadows. Chen Jian lagged behind, his speed slightly inferior to Li Hao's, a consequence of having been wounded by a bullet that continued to bleed. After a brief interval, he whispered, "You two go on ahead. I will hold the rear. I will lie in ambush here, and should anyone pursue us, I will eliminate them." His speed was exceedingly sluggish, even inferior to that of Li Hao. Continuing like this would only burden Liu Yin and Li Hao. It would be better to make a decisive effort. As for leaving, that was not in his plans. The mission of the demon hunting squad remained unfinished, and departing would equate to cowardice. At this moment, Li Hao patted his head, grasped him firmly, and a wave of warmth surged toward Chen Jian. Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback. "It's nothing, just a special internal force, passed down by my teacher," Li Hao explained. Chen Jian, though puzzled, remained silent. He too felt the benefits of this energy. Suddenly, his wounds ceased to throb, and the vast amount of internal energy he had previously expended began to swiftly replenish. Li Hao harbored secrets, yet Chen Jian paid little heed to it. His complexion now slightly flushed with excitement. This meant he could continue onward, with his internal energy beginning to recover and his wounds staunched. The sense of weakness that had previously enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a newfound vigor. Ahead, Liu Yin said nothing, seizing Li Hao's hand and urging him to run swiftly. "Give me some energy, lest we exhaust ourselves." At such a rapid pace, she could not afford to deplete her reserves. Finding a vehicle at this late hour in the outskirts was impractical. Even if they located one, it would be too conspicuous. Li Hao remained silent, gripping Liu Yin with one hand and Chen Jian with the other. The trio formed a line, with Li Hao in the center, nearly being pulled apart by the two. He focused on channeling some star energy into them. At this moment, there was no time for frivolities. Should they fail, their lives would be forfeit. If they succeeded, they would at least be comrades in life and death. It was merely star energy, and Li Hao would find an excuse. Whether they believed it or not was of no consequence. In the midst of this, Li Hao's thoughts wandered, and he suddenly asked, "Is the boss truly unable to advance to a superpower, or is he simply unwilling?" "Unable to advance," Liu Yin replied while they ran. "Who would be foolish enough to forego advancement? Don't overthink it. However, he does have the opportunity to advance. He is not Yuan Shuo. The Night Watchers are actually willing to offer him multiple chances, but there's a condition. Upon advancement, he must remain in Baiwest City to serve as its guardian. If the boss advances, he could potentially reach the level of a daylight tier being. Yet, The boss has expended too much energy, and the night watchers need his assistance. But he is reluctant, which is why he left them and returned here. The provincial authorities wish to contract the defensive perimeter, including Silver City, as several cities will be eliminated and relocated. The Night Watchers suggest it would be prudent to concede some cities and populations to other superpower organizations, thereby acknowledging their rule. Li Hao was taken aback. Acknowledge? What does that mean? As they continued to sprint, Lu Yin whispered in explanation. The current superpower organizations are lawless. And one reason for this is that their bases are unknown, their numbers unclear, and their true strength a mystery. Conceding some cities, if necessary, even an entire province, would allow them to establish a nation. First, with such entanglements, they would be more hesitant to harm ordinary people. Second, with a stronghold, they could execute precise strikes with greater ease. Third, once these entities establish their nation, powerful city-destroying weapons would come into play. Unlike now, when superpowers can come and go at will. Li Hao contemplated this for a moment, his eyes brightening. This is indeed a favorable development. According to Lu Yin, it is indeed a favorable development. The superpower organization's lawlessness stems from its enigmatic and liberated nature. Once it establishes a nation, it will find itself constrained. At that point, if they act recklessly, it would be met with artillery bombardment and devastating weaponry. The Night Watcher's idea is commendable. Just as Li Hao contemplated this, Lu Yin remarked, "This is an inevitable trend, unalterable. The strategy is sound, the plan is viable. Both the leader and I find ourselves powerless to resist. In the grand scheme, this approach facilitates societal stability and curbs those restless elements. However, Li Hao, bear in mind that nation-building requires a populace. Where will that population come from? The current officials are merely ordinary individuals, hence their concern and willingness to protect those they perceive as superpowered beings. But do they truly care? Can they manage it? Thus, the areas that are abandoned and those that remain, as well as who is left behind, signify that these individuals have been forsaken. Those living under the dominion of the superpower organization, what fate awaits them? None can say. Perhaps they will lead blissful lives, or perhaps they will endure a hellish existence. The future is shrouded in uncertainty, and it is profoundly unjust to those left behind. Yet, what can be done? Liu Long's every action is aimed at preventing Silver City from becoming one of those forsaken cities, for Silver City lies at the edge of the province. Its strategic significance negligible, and with its small size and sparse population, its abandonment seems advantageous. It could potentially restrain some superpower organizations, outweighing the drawbacks. Nevertheless, Liu Long is unwilling to accept this. Thus, he prefers to return, hunting superpowered beings to gradually rise in strength. Only then might he safeguard Silver City from abandonment. Once abandoned, the entirety of Silver City would fall under the jurisdiction of the superpowers. Should conflict arise, Silver City would serve as a deterrent to the official superpower organizations, and devastating weaponry may very well be unleashed upon it. At this moment, Li Hao cannot grasp the full implications. The higher echelons of Silver City, such as the several inspectors of the Night Watch, are acutely aware of these dynamics. The establishment of the Demon Hunting Squad also bears this consideration in mind. While Li Hao was still mulling over these thoughts, Lu Yin ceased to speak. The trio moved swiftly yet subtly, weaving through the rain-soaked night. They were still over 10 kilometers from their designated rendezvous point. Even as martial artists, traversing such a distance in these conditions would require time. In the ancient courtyard of Silver City, Yuan Shua exhaled deeply, rising to his feet. He walked to the door and glanced outside, suddenly exclaiming, "I wonder if my student is still alive." Hu Hao remained silent. Li Meng, as forthright as ever, suggested, "Perhaps he's dead. Why don't we go out and take a look? I refuse to believe these people would dare to kill a night watcher. If he is indeed dead, we might as well recover the body. Perhaps the adversaries are weak, and we could seize some advantage." Her words were rather unpalatable. However, upon hearing the latter part, Yuan Shua decided it was best not to engage with her. This young girl lacks common sense. Yet, there remains an undying heart aflame with fervor, willing to vanquish a few foes. Perhaps among the Night Watchers, there exists a need for a cadre of such impassioned individuals, who do not ponder excessively or harbor too many concerns, but merely seek opportunities to assert their might. This is not without merit. Hu Hao, in contrast, is burdened with more thoughts than Li Meng, which is why he remains silent, weighed down by his apprehensions. At that moment, a voice reached Hu Hao's ears. After listening for a while, he sighed, Liu Long is on the brink of collapse. Yuan Shuo regarded him intently. The intelligence network of the Night Watchers is quite commendable. There are matters within the city that Yuan Shuo may not be privy to. Yet the Night Watchers likely possess such knowledge, for the inspection department falls under their jurisdiction. Liu Long has rallied his old comrades and eliminated 3 superhumans, all of the Moonming caliber. However, this time, the opposing organization has dispatched even more superhumans. And now several are in pursuit of Liu Long. He fears he may not endure much longer. Upon uttering this, Hu Hao fell into silence. The captain of the enforcement team within the inspection department. In truth, he is part of the same system, yet he finds himself powerless at this moment. Here, it is just he and Li Ming. Remaining here offers a semblance of safety, but venturing outside would likely lead to certain death. Yuan Shuo too remained silent. Is Liu Long truly on the verge of collapse? Should he intervene now? He inhaled deeply and stepped forth, disregarding everything else. Although Liu Long may be foolish, he has contributed significantly to Silver City over the years. Even if he feels Liu Long's efforts have been in vain, one cannot diminish his contributions. Liu Long must be preserved. In the urban area, Liu Long was fleeing. Behind him, superhumans pursued, not just one, but several. Shadows of crimson invaded Liu Long's being repeatedly. At this moment, his visage was ashen, and he felt increasingly feeble. His blood boiled time and again, resulting in mutual injury with each encounter. That intangible force proved more troublesome than the superhumans themselves. What a curse! What on earth is this? It cannot be slain or extinguished. Even with blood boiling over 100 degrees, it merely repels, but does not annihilate the foe. At this moment, Liu Long refused to contemplate anything else. To the outskirts. If he can reach there, perhaps there remains a chance. Even if he cannot escape, he must first entangle his pursuers. If Liu Yan arrives, that would also be deemed a success. A body exceeding 100 degrees. Today he has slain 3 Moonming superhumans, which is worth the effort. Just when Liu Long prepared for a desperate struggle, the ground trembled ahead, and the earth-burrowing phantom had arrived to intercept him. A cold expression crossed Liu Long's face. He cared not. He would fight fiercely. Just as he braced himself for a fierce battle, a gunshot rang out. This single gunshot seemed to serve as a signal. At that moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. In the darkness, from a distant high-rise, a middle-aged man clad in inspection uniform surveyed the scene below, gripping a firearm in his hand. The man was somewhat portly, and on his epaulets gleamed 3 insignias shaped like small swords. 1-star inspector, 2-star inspector general, 3-star city inspector. Li Hao held a 1-star rank. Even upon reaching the primary level of inspector, he remained at 1 star. Liu Yan and Liu Long were both 2-star inspectors general. In Silver City, there was but one individual holding the 3-star rank of city inspector, the head of the inspection department, a truly formidable figure. At this moment, the chief of the inspection department has arrived. The very chief who urged Liu Long to abandon Li Hao has come. He stands atop a tall building, signaling the commencement of action. In this instant, within the city, amidst the rain, the synchronized sound of marching footsteps resonates. It is a well-organized force. The inspection department. In this critical juncture, as Liu Long finds himself in a desperate predicament, the inspection department mobilizes. This is the heart of Silver City, a place to which superhumans are not permitted entry. Violators will be dealt with mercilessly as the marauders assault the city. It is the duty of the inspection department to respond. Citizens of Silver City, as chaos unfolds today, I implore you all to secure your doors and windows. Any losses incurred must be reported to the inspection department once the turmoil subsides. Atop the high building, the chief of the inspection department bellows with great intensity, his voice booming. In the next moment, a volley of gunfire erupts. Below, elite inspectors from the inspection department begin to fire upon those formidable adversaries. Some soar through the skies, others burrow into the earth, some blaze with flames, while others crackle with lightning. Yet, we are the inspection department. The sound of gunfire pierces the silence, echoing through the night. Tonight, Silver City shall not slumber. In the heights, a masked superhuman suddenly roars. Silver City Inspection Department. You are mere mortals, daring to attack superhumans? Do you wish for the demise of Silver City today? At this moment, he ascends towards the high building. Capture that fat fool. Madness. In this small Silver City, the inspection department audaciously mobilizes, and under the barrage of gunfire, they have managed to slay a superhuman in the chaos. They did not anticipate that at this moment, the inspection department would dare to act. This is a war of superhumans. Although the inspection department wields firearms, once they realize the threat, the red shadows shall annihilate them. Countless ordinary inspectors may perish tonight. Has the inspection department gone mad? Do they seek our annihilation? On the high building, that rotund figure chuckles. Such bravado. In the next instant, he propels himself into the air, suddenly drawing a long blade from behind, using the force of his leap to launch himself forward, swinging his blade towards the approaching superhuman. Remember my name, for it is I, Moose, son of the Silver City Inspection Department, who shall slay you. This hefty figure is none other than the head of the inspection department, the former chief, known as a master, reputed to be invulnerable to blades and bullets. Yet, few are aware that the current chief of the inspection department is also a formidable force. At this moment, Moose Sun soars into the air, slashing with his blade. The airborne superhuman's expression shifts, and he retaliates with a palm strike, unleashing a surge of mysterious energy, displaying the might of a peak-level combatant. Indeed, the flying superhuman is powerful, not weaker than Liu Long, and possesses the ability to soar. The blood mark on Liu Long's back is a testament to this individual's prowess. Had Liu Long not been familiar with the terrain and skillfully evaded, he would have long been vanquished. Meanwhile, the portly Moose San, without hesitation, executes a sweeping strike, creating a thunderous explosion as his internal energy surges, resonating through his bones, cleaving through the downpour and triggering a burst of mysterious energy. In that instant, Moose San bellows a battle cry, "Kill!" Boom. The next moment, a cannonball ascends skyward, detonating near the rotund figure. Boom. The explosion of the cannonball shattered the darkness of Silver City, illuminating the void and casting light upon the surroundings. The airborne warrior was caught in the shockwave of the blast, his mysterious energy momentarily dissipating, causing him to falter in midair. "Damn it!" he shouted. Glancing at the descending Moose Senator, the attack was merely an attempt to stall him for a fleeting moment. As the cannonball detonated, his body was thrown off balance, compelling him to stabilize himself and descend to the ground for combat. He forcibly regained his composure, his mysterious energy surging once more. He intended to convey a message. You are mistaken. Superpowers are indeed superpowers. Soaring through the skies, omnipotent, they are incomparable to mere martial artists. You cannot hover, but I can. In that instant, a cacophony erupted. Below, a squad of 100 surged forth from various buildings, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Indiscriminate shooting. The initial few bullets were manageable, but with 100 firing simultaneously, even a superpowered individual would find it challenging to evade, let alone Moose San, who was in the process of landing. He was struck by a bullet but, propelled by its force, managed to ascend once more and slash downward. "Come down." Moose San sneered coldly. "Fly high, and I'll shatter your dreams." Boom. The clash of superpowers and martial arts reverberated once more. Both combatants struggled to maintain their balance as they plummeted downward. At that moment, the ghostly-faced aerial warrior felt a twinge of fear. Once they landed, they would be exposed to the gunfire of the 100 below, potentially reducing him to a mere sieve. Even Yu Ming, who had breached the 100 mark, was not immune to the threat posed by armed individuals. He too could not evade such a peril. "Moose San," he roared, while a cold voice echoed from the distance. A companion of the superpowered individual, Moose San, if you dare to kill him, Silver City will be your grave. Boom. Thunder erupted as the distant figure obliterated a corner of a small building, causing it to crack and eliciting gasps from the crowd. Realizing the potential peril to his comrade, he resorted to threatening the innocent citizens of Silver City. "Withdraw, Inspection Bureau, or we shall unleash our powers from the shadows, striking you down." How will Silver City respond to such an assault? Moose San watched the plunging superpowered foe, glancing toward the chaos, his eyes betraying a hint of anguish. This was the tragedy of the Inspection Bureau. They possessed the strength to fight, yet the superpowered beings, far exceeding ordinary individuals, could vanish into the shadows, rendering weapons ineffective, and wreak havoc upon the defenseless populace, an unimaginable horror. Such events had occurred before. Otherwise, the Inspection Bureau would not have remained so apprehensive. Fearing to corner these superpowered beings into a fight to the death, the adversaries acted without restraint, while they, burdened with responsibility, could not afford the same liberty. A sigh escaped Moose San's lips, for he felt powerless. Just as he had conveyed to Liu Long, Should one person be saved? Or should the fate of an entire city be compromised? The leaders had no choice but to act prudently. Liu Long, this is all I can do. Withdraw from Silver City, or we shall face annihilation together. Mu Sun bellowed, if you do not retreat today. The inspection bureau stands ready with 1,200 rifles and 30 artillery pieces, awaiting a decisive battle. Leave. If you seek conflict, take it outside. The death of one in the city is no different from the death of 100. Do not force us into a situation where we are left with no options. Director Mu, we shall naturally retreat. The figure in the distance let out a low grunt. We had no intention of engaging with you. Liu Long, overestimating his own capabilities, thought that the assassination of 3 superhumans would suffice to quell our fury. I believe Director Mu would not wish to witness such a scene. At this moment, Liu Long had already fled. When the inspectors arrived, a barrage of gunfire transformed the earth-burrowing individual into a sieve, and he fled, sprinting away with remarkable speed. He understood that Mu Sun should not act impulsively. After one outburst, he had already elevated his perception of the rotund man. This was the extent of the fat man's capabilities. Meanwhile, Liu Long, having escaped to a distance, laughed heartily. Mu Sun, I shall leave the city first. You guard it well. Tonight, I grant you a measure of respect. Perhaps another day we may reconvene. With that, he leapt and dashed swiftly towards the northern outskirts. Of the 7 superhumans, one had been gunned down, while the aerial superhuman was now encircled by 100 inspectors. Some pursued Liu Long, while others cast watchful eyes upon Mu. Senator, let the aerial superhuman go. Otherwise, we shall not retreat. As for the account of the one who was killed, let the organization settle that. Today, they had not received orders for a citywide massacre and were wary of recklessly turning against the inspectors. Should a large-scale mobilization of the night watch ensue, it would surely result in mutual destruction. Mu Sun landed heavily, splashing water from the ground, rubbing his backside. He stood up and gazed at the fallen aerial superhuman nearby, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He yearned to eliminate this foe. Had it not been for a sudden strike, this individual would have proven exceedingly difficult to kill. Now presented with the finest opportunity, should he let this aerial superhuman escape, Liu Long would have nowhere to hide. The aerial ability was terrifying, capable of tracking, locking onto, pursuing, and evading. Should he kill him? If so, what would become of the ensuing rampage among the superhumans? Allow him a path to escape. In that moment, Mu Sun ultimately relented. He had to protect Silver City. As for potential retaliation from the Night Watch, it would be futile. If Silver City suffered heavy casualties tonight, even if the Night Watch engaged in a fight to the death with their adversaries, it would hold no significance. The superhuman, encircled in the midst of it all, now bore a mocking expression beneath his ghostly visage. A low chuckle escaped him. Just moments ago, he had believed himself doomed, yet here he was. Ordinary beings, after all, are burdened by too many fears and ultimately lack the courage to eliminate him. He would bide his time until this task concluded. Today was not the opportune moment to deal with the rotund man. Once he had captured Li Hao, he would settle the score with this fat individual. Director, around him, the inspectors seethed with anger. Let him go? This individual posed too great a threat. They had been quietly observing him, and Captain Liu Long was the gravest danger he represented. At this moment, they had finally brought him down, only to let him walk away. Although Liu Long had escaped, how far could he flee? With this man still present, even if he fled, he would soon be pursued. Let him go? Mu Sun felt a tinge of irritation and anger. He was aware of his fury, yet felt utterly powerless. At this moment, the extraordinary beings lingered, with the one wielding thunder hidden away, biding his time to unleash a devastating strike that could shatter buildings and claim lives. In this darkness, it was exceedingly challenging to apprehend them. The impending casualties would be too grievous. He could not forsake the citizens of Silver City for the sake of Liu Long and his companions. Director Mu, farewell. The airborne superhuman chuckled softly, ascending into the skies once more, departing from the scene. What of the hundreds of firearms? I am not alone. This is the advantage of teamwork. Had he been solitary, he would have surely met his demise today. Yet, he was supported by his comrades, who were intimidating the inspectors, rendering them hesitant to act against him. Just as the aerial figure took flight, a silhouette akin to a bolt of lightning soared upwards, delivering a punch that resonated like thunder. Boom! In the air, that individual was obliterated, scattering into fragments, his remains falling to the ground. A scream erupted from the onlookers hidden in the shadows. the residents who witnessed the chaos. In the sky, the venerable Yuan Shua propelled himself upwards, delivering a powerful blow that annihilated the airborne superhuman, blood gushing from his mouth. Imbued with an icy mockery, "I fear not. A man already marked for death can still find worth in taking down a beast in his final moments." With that declaration, Yuan Shua, bearing a long blade, traversed the tall buildings with remarkable speed amidst the rainy night, pursuing Liu Long while his laughter echoed around. "Liu's young scion, calamity looms. And I have come to your aid. In the realm of Silver City, there are scarce few who can surpass 100. If you dare to fight, I shall not cower." Yuan Shua. Until this moment, a furious roar erupted from within the city. The thunderous superhuman was filled with rage. He had not anticipated that Yuan Shua would take action at this juncture. 2 had perished. Along with the preceding 3, they had suddenly lost half their forces. Cursed be this. Pursue. In the next instant, several figures hastened after him, each consumed with fury. Yuan Shua, a man on the brink of death, dared to confront them at this critical moment. The warriors of Silver City were exceedingly audacious. Meanwhile, in the distance, Li Hao and Li Meng exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment and alarm. How swift! In the blink of an eye, Yuan Shua had glided through the air like a bird, directly annihilating that moon shadow. Hadn't this old man been on the verge of death? To their astonishment, he still possessed the strength to fight. In the next moment, their faces paled. What should they do? This could spell trouble. To follow or not to follow. If they refrained, Yuan Shua would perish, and they would have no explanation to offer. But if they pursued, would they provoke a superhuman conflict between the inspectors and the opposing organization? As they pondered this dilemma, Mu Sun spotted the 2 and suddenly sneered. "Are you staying behind for a midnight snack? If you dare not act, then do you think they will? Should a real clash with the inspectors occur, they would undoubtedly triumph? Fools." The 2 felt their faces flush with embarrassment from the scorn. "Let us go." Li Hao, capable of flight, seized Li Meng and swiftly soared into the distance. Just as Mu Sun had indicated, they were reluctant to act impulsively, and neither would their adversaries dare to make a move against them. Otherwise, it would incite a war between the 2 great factions, a responsibility no one could bear. "Director." An inspector glared at Mu Sun, filled with indignation. Had they truly allowed those individuals to escape? Although the recent celestial flyer was slain by Yuan Shua, it was not their doing, and they remained deeply unsettled. Watching those individuals pursue the captain of the enforcers, their frustration is palpable. "With our numbers and firepower, it has been proven that we can indeed strike down those who threaten us." Mu Sun waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat despondent. He gazed into the distance, a hint of self-mockery in his expression as he trudged towards the inspection division. "It seems inevitable. Liu Long, you may be doomed. I sense a far more formidable and mysterious power stirring. Perhaps a being of the solar radiance tier has arrived. Fire the guns." As he walked, Mu Sun raised his voice, declaring, "Remember this day of humiliation. Remember, when the superhumans enter the city, we, the sons of Silver City, shall fight valiantly. We shall not allow your arrogance to go unchecked." It was both a threat and an expression of helplessness, a mere outburst to vent his pent-up frustration. In that moment, the chief of the inspection division felt a wave of sorrow. A dignified leader reduced to inaction by a handful of superhumans was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. In the next moment, Mu Sun arrived at a street, wielding a long knife, his gaze fixed on the captives along the thoroughfare. He uttered no words, simply slicing through them one by one, seemingly deaf to their cries, blind to the splatter of blood. Methodically, he decapitated over a dozen, his tone icy as he proclaimed, "If Liu Long chooses to overlook this, I shall not. Today, I may not be able to slay the superhumans, but dealing with you traitors is not beyond my reach. Do you not realize whose territory this is? How dare you serve those scoundrels here?" With each head that fell, Mu Sun felt a surge of relief, though he soon cast his eyes into the distance, revealing a mixture of resignation and anticipation. Had Wang Ming and his companion departed? He hoped the night watchers would prove their worth this time. If they did not rise to the occasion, they would soon be overwhelmed. It appeared that foes of the solar radiance tier had truly arrived. He wondered if they could be confronted. As for Liu Long, he hoped for his safety. At this moment, the plump, usually affable chief stepped over the corpses, casually wiping the blood from his shoes, exuding a chilling demeanor. As he walked, he shook his head, lamenting Yuan Shua's meddling. The old man, nearing his end, insisted on getting involved. Once this battle is over, if he survives the superhumans, he may not live much longer anyway. Step forward and dare to exchange the sun and moon for the cosmos. Under the rain-soaked night, the rotund moose son hummed a tune, as if all that had transpired was behind him, and his chubby face was adorned with a carefree expression. Arriving at the Grand Cathedral, he waved his hand, and several individuals rushed inside, armed with various instruments to swiftly collect the mysterious energy from the fallen superhumans. Brother Liu, if you survive, I'll return it to you. If not, it will be mine, for I too have need of it. Moose-san sighed before breaking into laughter. If you perish, I shall claim it, and once I ascend to superhuman status, I will avenge you. Silver City has more than just you, Liu Long. Do not truly believe yourself so extraordinary. Without my clandestine support, where would you have acquired such an arsenal and the brave souls to join your demon-hunting squad? Once again turning his gaze towards the northern city, Musen maintained his smiling facade, yet his eyes were filled with a chilling intent to kill. These individuals, the ghostly faces, I have etched into my memory. Chapter 39, Slaying the Red Shadow in the northern suburbs. Li Hao and his companions sprinted with great urgency, their energy rapidly depleting, yet equally swiftly replenishing. The sounds of gunfire within the city reached their ears. Lu Yin momentarily halted her steps, glancing back at Silver City, a smile gracing her lips that was difficult to discern as either mocking or wistful. The inspection division had ultimately taken action. In Silver City, the only one with the capability to mobilize such an armed force was that corpulent figure from the inspection division. Our leader is about to break free, Lu Yin swiftly remarked. That rotund man may be overly cautious and reluctant to act hastily, yet at the very least, it assures us that Liu Long will not be slain within the city. The inspection division? Li Hao also registered this information, somewhat taken aback. The inspection division has intervened? This was indeed beyond his expectations. Yes, it must be. Lu Yin continued her run, whispering as she went, be cautious of that portly figure from the inspection division. Our superior, do not let him sell you out while counting his profits. He is not a good man. Li Hao had encountered Musen within days of his employment. Musen had personally visited him, praising his efforts and presenting himself as a congenial individual, well regarded within the inspection division. However, Li Hao had not anticipated that the usually reticent Musen would dare to involve himself in matters of the superpower tonight. Is the chief also a martial artist? Or perhaps a superpowered being? A martial artist, Lu Yin quickly replied. Most superpowered individuals are among the night watchmen, while the inspection division generally comprises ordinary individuals. The majority of chiefs are martial artists, though some are entirely ordinary. Li Hao withheld further inquiries. This was not the moment for questions. The trio pressed on at full speed. After traversing a patch of overgrown grass, they advanced over 1,000 meters towards a large warehouse. Ahead, the outline of a mountain became faintly visible. That was Tianwang Mountain. This was the location Liu Long had chosen for their gathering. Li Hao was uncertain why this site was deemed necessary, yet at that moment, he had no choice but to place his trust in Liu Long. We are nearing. Suddenly, in the midst of the wild grass, Lu Yin crouched down. Chen Jin quickly followed suit, and the two of them pulled Li Hao down as well. Silence enveloped them. Li Hao scanned the surroundings, but detected nothing amiss. Nonetheless, he trusted Lu Yin's judgment and remained silent, crouched amidst the towering grass, as the rain continued to pour, muffling any sounds they might have made. Approximately 30 seconds passed in the rain-soaked night before a gunshot rang out. The downpour subdued the sound, yet it remained faintly audible. Lu Yin did not speak, but lowered herself further. Chen Jin gestured towards Li Hao, who understood. Wu Chao, the tall one. It was Wu Chao and his group arriving. Wu Chao and Yun Yao had departed to rendezvous with the captain and had not made an appearance, causing Li Hao to worry about their safety. Now it seemed they were still alive, albeit seemingly being followed. Woof, woof, woof. In the rainy night, a black dog could be heard continuously whimpering, faintly reaching Li Hao's ears. Black Panther. At this moment, Wu Chao's complexion was ashen, and he gasped for breath. He was unable to carry Yun Yao any longer, nor could he drag the Black Panther. Yet, the Black Panther still possessed some energy, emitting low growls as if to intimidate an unseen threat. Yun Yao had long discarded her glasses, rendering her unable to see the red shadow. However, she could discern its location. The direction of the Black Panther's growls indicated where the red shadow lurked. Yun Yao, though petite, still carried her medical kit on her back. A glance at Wu Chao revealed that he was injured, A superhuman had been following them. Fortunately, most had been diverted by their leader, but one remained in relentless pursuit. Wu Chao, frail and flushed, felt the rain cascading down his head, mingling with streaks of crimson blood. His injuries were severe. The pursuing superhuman matched his speed, keeping a steady distance, yet they had been ambushed by the red shadows several times, even with the Black Panther guiding them. Unlike Liu Long, Wu Chao could not summon his inner strength to force the red shadow away. He bore internal burns from the shadow, as if his very skull had been seared. The rain washed away droplets of blood. Without uttering a word, Yun Yao swiftly opened the medical kit and extracted a small crystal ball, thrusting it into his mouth. Wu Chao swallowed it without protest, and in the next moment, his complexion deepened in hue. Not only that, but his vitality surged. Even as his skin tore and blood flowed more rapidly, Yun Yao hurriedly tended to his wounds, her hands radiating a faint energy that barely closed the gashes. Weary, she urged, "Let us move to the rendezvous point. You know the consequences." "What consequences?" "The repercussions of swallowing the crystal ball." Wu Chao smiled, a chilling smile. He understood well. The crystal ball was both poison and remedy, awakening latent potential, but eventually leading to ruin. Yet, in this moment, who cared? Wu Chao felt as though he had returned to his peak, his strength and speed restored. Grasping Yun Yao with one hand and the Black Panther with the other, he dashed towards the distant warehouse. His speed had once again reached its zenith. Moments later, a figure darted past, suffused with an ethereal blue glow, wearing a ghostly mask. The superhuman pursued them. Having followed them from the city to this location, he was astonished that he had failed to catch a mere 10th-tier warrior. While that individual was indeed slightly faster, their prolonged evasion had clearly taken him by surprise. The dog, initially of little concern, now piqued the blue-masked figure's curiosity. He sensed that the dog possessed some unique trait, as it seemed capable of perceiving the red shadow that eluded others. Despite the red shadow's repeated attempts to assault them, it had only managed to wound Wu Chao on one occasion. Logically, a 10th-tier warrior should not have been able to evade the red shadow. Even Liu Long could only withstand its onslaught. Yet that black dog was indeed intriguing. Could it be a dog on the verge of attaining sentience? Is it possible that the black dog is inherently unique? The enigmatic ghost face is also perplexed. The crimson shadow possesses distinct qualities, yet they do not fully comprehend it. Although he has grasped a fragment of the crimson shadow, it does not imply he possesses comprehensive knowledge. At this moment, a faint wave of mysterious energy emanated from him, and in the next instant, the crimson shadow swiftly materialized, racing towards the distance once more. In the overgrown grassland, Lu Yin remained silent, even as Wu Chao and others sped past them without a word. At this moment, she appeared to possess newfound confidence. She held her breath, and upon observing her demeanor, Li Hao realized Lu Yin intended to launch a surprise attack on the approaching superhuman. The certainty of this was due to Li Hao's own vision. Indeed, amidst the rain-soaked night, it was glaringly evident. In the darkness, a luminous glow akin to moonlight flickered in the distance. This was the mysterious energy of the Moonshade realm. Li Hao could perceive this mysterious energy, a fact unbeknownst to others. A superhuman was in pursuit, not a martial artist, but rather a single superhuman from the Moonshade realm. This entity was comparable to those who had transcended 100 thresholds, perhaps even more challenging to confront. Lu Yin, with her ability to cleave through 10 realms, sought to ambush her opponent. However, this would prove exceedingly difficult. Superhumans are far more formidable than those who have merely broken 100 thresholds. Evidently, Lu Yin's earlier success had emboldened her. Suddenly, she glanced back at Li Hao, and he understood her gaze. He felt a surge of tension. "Sister, please do not act recklessly." Lu Yin had evidently overestimated Li Hao's capabilities, intending for him to mimic his earlier performance, stepping forward to play a ruse in hopes of deceiving their pursuer. But the circumstances were different. At this juncture, Li Hao followed the source of light, and, amidst the darkness, caught sight of a streak of red, the Crimson Shadow. This was the first sighting of the Crimson Shadow that night, a vision that instilled considerable dread within him. No one could perceive it. Even Liu Long was powerless against the Crimson Shadow. The instructor had remarked that it pertained to a realm of spiritual existence, one that could only be confronted upon reaching the thousand-layered realm. Li Hao instinctively grasped the jade sword within his embrace, to contend with the Crimson Shadow. Perhaps only this sword could suffice. However, even if it could confront the Crimson Shadow, One must remember that it was accompanied by a superhuman of the moonshade level. Lu Yin and her companions were simply outmatched. As he noticed Lu Yin preparing to charge forth, Li Hao clutched her tightly. She must not move. These superhumans, once the crimson shadow was near, would possess an additional set of eyes, 360 degrees of vision. The crimson shadow could soar through the skies, becoming invisible and colorless, suspended in midair, observing all around. The superhumans who had perished within the city either had the crimson shadow trailing Liu Long or had allowed it to remain too distant, failing to notice ordinary individuals, thus leading to their demise. Otherwise, with the crimson shadow acting as their eyes, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay these superhumans. At this moment, Li Hao had already spotted the crimson shadow hovering in the air and dared not allow Lu Yin to charge forth. It would not be an ambush, but rather a death sentence. The instant she moved, the crimson shadow would undoubtedly detect her. Lu Yin turned her head to glance at Li Hao, who gently pointed towards the air. Lu Yin paused, realization dawning upon her, leaving her somewhat astonished. What could this mean? Li Hao inquired whether that intangible spiritual presence existed nearby. However, in their imagination, such an entity was elusive, likely singular, and at that moment, it should have been following Liu Long within the city. How could it possibly manifest here? Lu Yin, who had attained the 10th realm of severance, could not sense the presence of the other party at all. It was only at this moment that she felt an overwhelming pressure. There was not just one of those entities. Had Li Hao not spoken, she would have charged out, and even before she could launch a surprise attack, the opponent would have already detected her, leading to certain death. At this juncture, Li Hao was also pondering a solution. An esper accompanied by a crimson shadow was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Espers were inherently powerful, and with the inability to execute a stealth attack. The crimson shadow also possessed lethal capabilities, making it easier for the esper to ambush them instead. Liu Long, however, did not adhere to conventional tactics. He initiated a large-scale assault with conventional weapons within the city. Otherwise, faced with a direct confrontation, he would have had no hope of swiftly eliminating the three espers. Li Hao raised his gaze towards the source of light. To him, no matter how covert the esper might be, they were akin to a light bulb, and he felt no fear of being ambushed by the esper. His primary concern was the crimson shadow, which posed a significant complication, whether through earth evasion or other means. As long as Li Hao could perceive the mysterious energy, he could identify these beings. While Li Hao and Lu Yin were deep in thought, the crimson shadow swiftly glided past them. Li Hao dared not move, concealing himself within the underbrush, allowing the chilling raindrops to drench him completely. Soon, the light, infused with moonlight, gradually approached, departing alongside the crimson shadow. Once they vanished, Li Hao exhaled softly. They went after Brother Wu. Lu Yan's expression grew grave as she glanced at Li Hao and whispered, "Are you restraining me because that entity you encountered last time is nearby?" "Indeed," Li Hao affirmed with a nod. "I can sense its presence." It mattered little that he had not mentioned he could actually see it. At this point, it was all the same. Lu Yan did not press for further details, her brows furrowing in contemplation. "What should we do? It appears that Wu Chao has consumed a potential elixir, crafted by Yun Yao, which harnesses mysterious energy to awaken latent abilities. However, its effects will not last long, and Wu Chao will soon be rendered incapacitated." The distance to the storeroom was still a couple of thousand meters, and given the circumstances, they could arrive quickly. Yet, even if Wu Chao and the others made it there, they would have no time to prepare. The esper was too closely on their heels. Should they be caught, both individuals would meet their demise. At this moment, Li Hao endeavored to set aside thoughts of his teacher and rapidly contemplated the situation, asking, "Can you all join forces to confront Yuming? Without Liu Long's demon hunting team, is it feasible? If so, I could attempt to confront the Crimson Shadow. The jade sword in my embrace provides me with confidence." Of course, he was not entirely certain. "It is challenging," Lu Yan replied, then added, "However, it is not without hope, primarily due to your unique internal energy. I am nearly depleted, and this esper has pursued us from the city. Mysterious energy is not limitless, and he must have expended a considerable amount." Observing Wu Chao's state, it seems there is a strategic interplay between both sides. Thus, as long as he does not venture too far into the Yuming realm, there may yet be an opportunity. Chun Jin quickly interjected, "My injuries are nearly healed. As long as this fellow does not possess any extraordinary elemental attack capabilities, but rather relies on pure physical strength, I can withstand it." At this moment, Both men turned their gaze toward Li Hao, the newcomer. It was not that Li Hao was particularly powerful, but rather that he possessed mysterious methods. At this juncture, both of them hoped that Li Hao could devise a strategy to confront their adversary. Initially, they had come to protect Li Hao, but now the roles had reversed. They found themselves relying on Li Hao's unique abilities to survive this perilous situation. Sister, what methods do we have in the storeroom to deal with the superpowered individuals? We can't just rush in there and wait for death, can we? Li Hao pressed on with his inquiry. If the only option was to enter and await demise, then what purpose would that serve? As for burying explosives, the superpowered beings were not fools. They could deduce such plans. Moreover, if the explosives were to detonate, everyone would perish together, which would be a last resort. Ice crystal barrier. Liu Yin directly revealed the solution. In the storeroom, we utilized ice crystals to create a unique environment. The ice crystals can isolate the mysterious energy, as you are aware. Li Hao's heart stirred. He recalled the time he absorbed mysterious energy and was subsequently isolated from it. An ice crystal barrier? Had it enveloped the storeroom? But wasn't it said that ice crystals were quite rare? How could there be enough to encompass such a large storeroom? Liu Yin quickly clarified. The area we created is not extensive, it's just a small region. In there, we can block superpowered damage. Without their abilities, superpowered beings are no more formidable than martial artists. However, the area is limited and does not cover the entire storeroom. We must enter that zone and find a way to lure them in. Why not set it up inside the city? Li Hao still questioned, bewildered by the need to journey so far for this purpose. Liu Yin explained as they moved forward, I fear Wu Chao may not hold out much longer. The three swiftly rose and raced ahead. As they ran, Liu Yin whispered, it is inconvenient to deploy large-scale destructive weapons within the city. Additionally, the ice crystals here are difficult to transport back. They are prone to shattering. The ice crystals here are not genuine ice crystals, but are a special type created by a superpowered individual we defeated, formed through their abilities at the moment of their demise. Li Hao grasped the concept, albeit vaguely, but understood that it seemed they could only set an ambush here. Liu Long's intent to confront them in this decisive battle was to exploit the isolating characteristics of the mysterious energy against the superpowered beings. Why not create ice crystal armor or something similar? Li Hao inquired further, thinking that if ice crystals could block mysterious energy, such armor would significantly diminish the superpowered being's offensive capabilities. That is impossible. Ice crystals are not sturdy at all. They possess unique properties. But if you were to fashion them into armor, let alone whether it could even be made, even if it could, the opponent could easily shatter it with just a slight movement if they do not utilize their powers. It can only be utilized in specific, stationary locations. Otherwise, it would likely break during movement. Li Hao understood and ceased his inquiries. The three continued their sprint. At this moment, the storeroom was faintly coming into view. Outside the storeroom, Wu Chao's chilling voice, akin to a ghostly wail, echoed through the rain. You dare to follow, you wretched child? In this place, countless explosives have been buried. Dare to enter, and I shall detonate them, leading us to mutual destruction. Outside the warehouse, Wu Chao and his companions have already stepped into the open storage area, their breaths heavy and labored. Blood streams from all 7 orifices of Wu Chao. The effects of the medicinal substance are rapidly fading. Outside, the ethereal blue esper isolates the rain, refraining from entering. He understands that this location may indeed harbor a vast quantity of explosives, yet these martial artists underestimate the esper far too much, as well as their own organization. At this moment, the red shadow is advancing towards the warehouse. Explosives? Ridiculous. Can you truly destroy the red shadow? Woof, woof, woof. The Black Panther begins to sound the alarm, growing anxious. The red shadow approaches. Wu Chao and Yun Yao possess no means to confront the red shadow. Even if the esper stays outside, should the red shadow breach their defenses, the explosives would be rendered useless, only serving to obliterate them. This matter, which should have had nothing to do with you, has become your unwarranted meddling. Coldly, the blue-faced esper remarked. He glanced at Yun Yao, inquiring, how many of those crystal beads do you have left? Use them all. Previously, it was Yun Yao who had used one to blast the red shadow away. This was indeed a rare item capable of harming the red shadow, yet he was certain that Yun Yao had little left. The one she had used might have been her last. Such items are intrinsically linked to mysterious powers, and the demon hunting squad could not possibly possess many. Inside the warehouse, Yun Yao maintained a calm demeanor, producing a single crystal bead without uttering a word. In the next moment, she hurled the bead in the direction of the Black Panther's frantic barking. Bang! A tremendous explosion erupted as the crystal bead detonated. Yun Yao could not see the outcome, nor the results, but the panther's growls diminished slightly, indicating that the red shadow had indeed been forced back. However, Yun Yao was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. She had little left. Currently, only 3 beads remained, and yet this intangible entity could not be easily vanquished, proving to be even more troublesome than the espers. As for Li Hao, outside, the esper was in no haste. These individuals were trapped here, unable to escape. He was increasingly puzzled about the whereabouts of Li Hao and his group. The martial artists from the Ghost Face organization had also vanished without a trace. Had something gone awry? Martial artists are indeed worthless. 10 martial artists, including one surpassing the 100-level threshold, failed to capture 2 who had reached the 10th realm and an ordinary person. Just then, his gaze shifted. He turned to look behind him. At that moment, Li Hao and his 2 companions appeared, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the red shadow, as if they had inadvertently stumbled upon the scene. Upon seeing the ghost-faced esper, Li Hao's expression changed, and Lu Yin gripped her sword tightly, her face grave. They have all arrived. The esper suddenly laughed. Liu Long possesses some talent. Still alive at this point. And you all, what of Gue and the others? Clearly, he was inquiring about those martial artists. Lu Yin and Chen Jian did not appear to be individuals who had recently endured a fierce battle. He could tell at a glance that they seemed unscathed. Lu Yan's internal energy surged, suggesting that they could not have gone through a grueling fight under such circumstances. Where had the martial artists from the Ghost Face organization gone? After all, there was at least 1 martial artist surpassing the 100-level threshold and 9 at the 10th realm. Surely they could not have lost their way? Yet, it was difficult to ascertain. The rain poured down heavily, and it was nighttime. It would indeed be laughable to get lost now. At this moment, Li Hao felt a twinge of anxiety, for as they arrived, he noticed a crimson figure soaring toward him. Inside the warehouse, the Black Panther let out a few cries, while Yun Yao appeared flustered, warning, "Be cautious, something sinister approaches." Wu Chao, bloodied and frantic, shouted, "That entity is intangible and imperceptible. Once it infiltrates your body, it will incinerate your internal organs. We are in deep trouble." Lu Yuan, wielding dual daggers, positioned herself protectively in front of Li Hao, her vigilance palpable as she addressed the superpowered adversary coldly. "No matter how enigmatic it may be, it is still under human control. Eliminate you, and I believe that entity will vanish." With that, Lu Yuan let out a fierce cry, launching herself forward with astonishing speed, daggers in hand aimed at the opponent. Chen Jian, gripping his shield, charged forward with equal ferocity. There was no alternative. As Li Hao had indicated, stealth attacks were futile at this juncture. The only viable strategy was to restrain the superpowered being while Li Hao sought a means to vanquish the crimson figure. Once the crimson figure was defeated, the superpowered adversary would lose its greatest safeguard. Only then would they have a chance to eliminate the superpowered foe. In the instant that Lu Yuan surged forward, the crimson figure darted toward her. Meanwhile, Li Hao abruptly turned and fled, declaring, "You hold them off. I shall summon reinforcements." He was running. The superpowered being initially intended to deal with the members of the demon hunting squad first, but upon noticing Li Hao's retreat, it felt a surge of irritation. Their primary objective was Li Hao. The hunters could be spared, but Li Hao must not escape. The crimson figure rapidly pursued Li Hao. An ordinary person could not evade the relentless chase of the crimson figure. However, it could not eliminate Li Hao just yet. The command given to the crimson figure was to entangle Li Hao and restrain him. The superpowered being's greatest fear was that Li Hao might inadvertently lose his way or, worse, meet his demise. That would spell disaster. Woof. At that moment, the Black Panther lunged forth, chasing after the crimson figure. Wu Chao and Yun Yao attempted to follow, but it was too late. The superpowered being, a master of the Moonshade realm, let out a cold snort. Countless raindrops in the air instantly transformed into lethal projectiles, hurtling toward the group. Water control. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Jian's shield was pelted, riddled with numerous dents from the powerful assault. The force was so intense that it would have left gaping wounds on flesh. Altogether, Lu Yuan shouted furiously, thrusting her dagger forward, disregarding Li Hao for the moment. These foes would not harm him now. They were biding their time. Cunning. The superpowered being, encircled by the group, chuckled lightly, unperturbed. So what if they guessed his intentions? With a wave of his hand, a water shield formed before him. Liu Yuan's dagger pierced through, shattering the water shield, yet her strength was depleted, preventing her from advancing closer. The era of martial artists had passed. The superpowered being chuckled softly and waved his hand once more. His mysterious powers surged. This rainy night was his battlefield. Here, he could unleash his full potential. Water arrows scattered in all directions. Chen Jian let out a furious roar, brandishing his shield. The coordination of the demon-hunting team was commendable. Wu Chao, despite enduring excruciating internal pain, moved like a specter, wielding a pitch-black dagger, swiftly circling the opponent in search of an opportunity to strike. The four masters of the 10th realm, united against a superhuman of the Moonshade realm, found themselves at a disadvantage in an instant. However, their synergy was commendable, and with Chen Jian standing firm at the forefront, the adversary's water arrows, while potent, lacked the unique properties of flames, allowing Chen Jian to hold his ground for a while. At this moment, Liu Yan unleashed her full combat prowess, her long legs whipping out to shatter the water shield, her dual blades swiftly plunging in. The five engaged in a fierce melee. In the distance, Li Hao sprinted frantically, while the red shadow pursued him with astonishing speed, catching up in the blink of an eye. Behind, the Black Panther charged forward, barking furiously at the red shadow. Li Hao halted, glancing around, and then at the approaching Black Panther, feeling somewhat helpless. What are you barking at? I can see it. The crux of the matter was that barking was futile. The red shadow was impervious to harm. Clutching the jade sword against his chest, Li Hao felt a surge of anxiety. He wondered if it would be effective. If the jade sword proved ineffective against the red shadow, would he have to wait for his teacher to come to his rescue? The red shadow appeared to lack awareness, merely responding to commands. As Li Hao paused, the red shadow swiftly approached him. Li Hao's hair bristled. He did not evade. The red shadow might be the most formidable foe yet, even more troublesome than those superhumans. If he did not eliminate the red shadow, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. Woof, woof. The Black Panther barked again. Li Hao paid no heed to the Black Panther. He seized the jade sword from its chain, gripping it tightly with 2 fingers. The blade pointed at the red shadow. Whether he could vanquish the red shadow hinged on this moment. This entity had once burned his friend alive, though he was unsure if it was the same one. The red shadow deserved to perish. As the red shadow drew near, Li Hao gritted his teeth and thrust the sword forward. Soundlessly, the red shadow seemed unaffected, showing no signs of injury. A jolt of shock coursed through Li Hao. Ineffective? Impossible. Previously, it seemed as though the jade sword had acted on its own. How could it be useless now? Yet, the reality was stark. The blade had passed through the red shadow without effect. Could it still be in a sealed state? A bloodline unsealing? He recalled what his teacher had said that day. The jade sword was likely sealed. To unseal it, he either had to stab his own heart to draw blood or achieve a certain level of bloodline fervor, perhaps enabling the unsealing of the jade sword. At that moment, Li Hao's blood surged with fervor. Though he was merely at the 10th realm, even in this state, he could not compare to Liu Long, who could directly repel the red shadow. Yet, in that moment of fervor, he sensed something peculiar. The jade sword in his hand trembled slightly. Kill! Li Hao exclaimed, thrusting the sword once more. This time, he felt a connection. As the red shadow approached his chest, the blade struck true, a hissing sound erupting as plumes of crimson mist began to rise. At that moment, the red shadow seemed to materialize from the intangible into the tangible. Li Hao, who had been perceiving it all along, was uncertain whether the red shadow had truly manifested. Yet, he sensed that it appeared significantly clearer than before. Suddenly, from behind, the Black Panther lunged forward, its paws flailing as it swiftly struck, its sharp claws making contact with the red shadow. A distinct sound echoed as it tore open a fissure in the red shadow. The Black Panther's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. Without hesitation, Li Hao positioned his fingers as if wielding a sword, unleashing his internal energy in a fierce thrust. The blade pierced the red shadow, releasing a plume of crimson mist. At that moment, the red shadow seemed to sense impending danger and attempted to flee, but the Black Panther's paws struck again, forcefully driving it back. In the next instant, Li Hao abruptly retracted his sword and delivered a powerful punch, finally landing a blow on the red shadow. The red shadow had taken form. The small sword had rendered the red shadow into a substantial entity. It appeared not to possess great strength, merely resilience against being vanquished. Yet, both Li Hao and the Black Panther's assaults inflicted damage, each strike causing wisps of blood mist to emanate. So this is how it is? At that moment, a smile broke across Li Hao's face. I was frightened for a year, and it turns out you are this weak? I had thought you formidable. But the Red Shadow is merely at this level? The realm of the decapitating 10, shrouded in mystery, is simply elusive to the average observer. Which explains why the Red Shadow failed to eliminate Liu Long. Dayu. Li Hao launched a frenzied assault, brandishing a knife he had just extracted from the martial artist, slashing at the Red Shadow again and again. The Red Shadow, roughly human-sized, was soon reduced to fragments by him and the Black Panther. However, the red mist began to coalesce once more. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Could it truly be immortal? What is this ghastly entity? The small sword seemed to have not fully unsealed the Red Shadow's invisibility, losing its efficacy. Was it truly impossible to eradicate this creature? Just then, a faint crimson mist settled upon Li Hao's hand. Having continuously practiced the 5-animal breathing technique, the jade sword's energy circulated within him. The instant the red mist touched his hand, Li Hao instinctively absorbed it into his body. Simultaneously, within him, the jade sword's energy mixed with the blood mist, suddenly forming a unique energy. This energy was extraordinarily special. It did not enhance the body or fortify the internal organs, but rather melded into his blood. After his blood transfusion, Li Hao had felt an infusion of energy within his veins. At this moment, as the blood energy entered, it caused his blood to surge with vigor. Li Hao was taken aback. Was the Red Shadow also a form of special energy? He sensed the newfound strength coursing through his blood. In an instant, his eyes glowed crimson. The martial artist strengthens bones, fortifies internal energy, transforms blood, and cultivates flesh. Blood, indeed, is the most challenging to enhance. Could this essence be energy? Can it be neutralized by the jade sword's energy, thereby forming a special energy that he could absorb? Heaven! Li Hao's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by how to deal with this seemingly indestructible entity. But now, having absorbed this energy, he thought to himself, let us see how you can resurrect. With the 5 animals breathing technique unleashed, Li Hao seized the crimson shadow and began to absorb voraciously. I will drain you dry. Bang, bang, bang. The blood shadow thrashed violently, sensing an imminent threat. In that instant, wisps of red mist began to disperse, swirling towards Li Hao. His blood surged and boiled within him. Previously, after enhancing his spleen, he experienced something similar. Although the energy absorbed then was insufficient for a noticeable transformation. Yet this time, the energy from the crimson shadow was abundantly rich. Every pore in Li Hao's body oozed blood. However, the newly generated blood surged forth, akin to molten lava erupting within him. Li Hao suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. Absorb. In his ecstatic state, he realized that the crimson shadow might indeed be the key to his empowerment. Though he had scarcely absorbed 1/10 of the crimson shadow, he already felt stronger. What would happen if he absorbed it entirely? How many more had come? At that moment, he yearned for dozens of crimson shadows to be within his grasp. He would drain them all. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently, blood flowing like a torrent through his veins. In that instant, Li Hao felt an immense strength. Although his muscles and skin still seemed somewhat inadequate, as if they might burst from the pressure. Nearby, the Black Panther, previously unable to partake, seemed to sense Li Hao's windfall. Witnessing the blood seeping from Li Hao, it suddenly extended its tongue to lick him. Perhaps it too could gain some benefit. Both man and beast were exhilarated. The Black Panther licked Li Hao a few times and, sensing a genuine effect, grew even more fervent in its actions. Meanwhile, the crimson shadow struggled, the blood-red mist continuously swirling around it, and its form gradually diminished from human size to the size of a human head. Li Hao, having absorbed so much, felt as though he were floating in a euphoric haze. What a treasure! The sensation was not inferior to that of the mysterious energy. If anything, it was superior, as though he had absorbed hundreds of units of mysterious energy without experiencing the accompanying agony. Li Hao swung his fist once more, shattering the last remnants of the crimson shadow. This time, he could distinctly feel the surge of power coursing through him. Have I made progress? Li Hao felt a flicker of joy. Even if he had not yet reached the 100 mark, he believed he had ascended to the levels of 30 or 40, feeling significantly stronger than before. In the next moment, Li Hao swiftly turned to dash back. The crimson shadow was completely gone. He was uncertain whether that extraordinary being could sense its absence, but he decided to return and assess the situation. The Black Panther seemed to have attained the strength of the 10th level as well. Combined with his own abilities, they might be able to confront that foe head-on. Chapter 40. Sunlight, seeking monthly votes. Having absorbed the power of the crimson shadow, Li Hao felt a tangible enhancement within himself, remarkably clear and more pronounced than the gains from the mysterious energy. In his current state of elation, he raced back alongside the Black Panther, pondering the possibility of more crimson shadows arriving. At the same time, just as the psychic adept, capable of conjuring countless water arrows, was poised to breach Chun Jian's defenses and eliminate the bothersome rotund figure, the assembled water arrows suddenly shattered with a resounding bang. The water elemental adept was abruptly engulfed in a torrent of blood, bewilderment etched across his face. Yes, bewilderment, an inexplicable backlash of mysterious energy. What had he done? This tempestuous downpour was his domain. He had not exhausted his mystical energies to the brink, so how could a sudden recoil occur? In the next moment, a realization washed over him. The crimson shadow had vanished. It was astonishing. He stood momentarily dazed, grappling with the incomprehension of it all, for such an occurrence had never transpired before. The crimson shadow was not his. It had been assigned by the organization. The formidable beings from the organization had once proclaimed that the crimson shadow was indestructible, an eternal presence. As long as the slightest essence remained, it would not perish, but rather be reborn anew. Thus, the concept of a backlash was utterly unfathomable. These psychics and the crimson shadow existed in a symbiotic relationship. They sustained its being through their enigmatic powers, and in turn, the shadow aided them in feats beyond their capabilities: surveillance, tracking, assassination. The crimson shadow was the most formidable and enigmatic entity within the organization. Even those at the radiant level found it nearly impossible to slay the crimson shadow. They might sense a fraction of its presence, yet to annihilate it completely was virtually impossible. When merely a fragment of the crimson shadow remained and was entirely dispersed, even the mightiest could not perceive that subtle force. Thus, over the years, the shadow had triumphed without fail. No one had ever considered the possibility of the crimson shadow's demise. Even if these psychics were to fall, the shadow would not perish. It would merely sever its connection, with the organization dispatching personnel to retrieve it. In this instance, several psychics had met their end in battle, and their crimson shadows were now in a state of standby. With no one to command them, others remained oblivious. As long as the crimson shadow remained dormant, even the radiant and the infinite could not detect its presence, allowing the organization to find an opportune moment for retrieval. It was incomprehensible. The mindset of a psychic, under ordinary circumstances, is often less resilient than that of a martial artist. Most psychics achieve their powers in a single leap, lacking the indomitable spirit of martial artists. They excel in favorable conditions, yet when confronted with the inexplicable, they frequently succumb to psychological turmoil. In this moment, the water elemental adept found himself enveloped in confusion. First, he had faced a backlash during combat, and now he was lost in thought. The members of the Demon Hunter squad were all battle-hardened martial artists. Particularly, Liu Long, who often appeared frivolous, was now exceptionally attuned to the shifts in battle dynamics. Almost simultaneously with the dispersion of the opponent's water arrows, Liu Long seized the opportunity. Swiftly identifying an opening, and with a flash, her black dagger plunged forward. Silent and unseen, Chun Jian raised his shield in tandem, while behind them, Wu Chao, who had been bleeding profusely, suddenly brightened with renewed vigor, swiftly circling around to divert the opponent's attention. Dr. Yun Yao also silently summoned several crystal orbs, seemingly tossing them casually towards the water elemental adept. Boom! At that moment, the crystal ball shattered, unleashing a mysterious energy that left the water-based superhuman feeling somewhat disoriented. Before he could retaliate, Liu Yin's dagger sliced through the air, and the water superhuman instinctively raised his hand to conjure a water shield. However, it was too late. With a piercing sound, the dagger plunged into his chest. In that instant, he was fully awakened. The water superhuman could no longer concern himself with why the red shadow had encountered trouble or why he was suffering backlash. After all, he was a being of the Moonming tier. Although the dagger had struck him, it did not claim his life. Superhumans, transcending ordinary beings, are not easily slain. The mysterious energy within him mitigated the blow, and though injured, he still drew breath. He let out a low roar, summoning another water shield to protect himself, while simultaneously sending forth countless water arrows that shot out in all directions. Lu Yin and her companions hastily retreated, while Chun Jin bravely advanced once more. Crack! This time, his small shield finally succumbed, shattering as the water arrows pierced through it in an instant. The sound of piercing was incessant as numerous water arrows embedded themselves in Chun Jin's body. His complexion turned pale, blood oozing from his wounds. With several gaping holes appearing on his face, one wound was perilously close to his eye, nearly shattering it. The retreating Lu Yin and her group bore grave expressions. Moonming, a presence comparable to, or even surpassing the 100-breaking level. They had previously triumphed over a 100-breaking martial artist, which had excited everyone, leading Lu Yin to wonder if she was nearing that level herself. Yet, in this full-scale confrontation, without Liu Long leading the charge, she finally understood the true terror of Moonming. Despite their combined efforts, it seemed their opponent had faltered, becoming momentarily distracted. Their combat experience was evidently lacking, and still, they failed to vanquish him. On the contrary, their group now found themselves in dire straits. Wu Chao was utterly devoid of combat capability, having been pierced by several water arrows and collapsed nearby, his fate uncertain. Yun Yao, quick to seize the opportunity, managed to retreat, though her legs were stained crimson. Chun Jin, serving primarily as the defense, bore even graver injuries. At that moment, she was the only one relatively unscathed, sporting only 2 or 3 wounds, far less severe than the others. You seek death. At this juncture, the water superhuman was enraged, fear mingling with his anger. Where was the red shadow? He regarded these individuals with disdain, but the critical issue was the disappearance of the red shadow. If the red shadow was lost, even if he accomplished his mission, he would face dire consequences upon his return. While the organization had not explicitly stated the repercussions of such a loss, he was acutely aware of the tendencies of the powerful figures within. It was over. His life was not necessarily more valuable than that of the red shadow. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, in the distance, Li Hao rushed over, his expression marked by fear. Sister, 2 super strong beings are battling ahead. I nearly got killed by the shockwave. We must flee. Lu Yin paused. Super strong beings? A battle? I didn't sense any fluctuations. The water superhuman, now disregarding everything else, anxiously demanded, Li Hao, where is my shadow god? Shadow god? Li Hao sprinted toward them in a frenzied manner, his shoes having fallen off. Seemingly without time to ponder, as he exclaimed in panic, what is that thing chasing me? The shadow god. I am uncertain. I just witnessed the recent tremors, and a terrifying red smoke has erupted around me. Fortunately, I am unharmed, yet the water-based superpower appears to be in shock. The red smoke is rising. Did the aftermath of the battle from the formidable warriors claim the life of Hong Ying? Because on this side, he had issued orders to spare Li Hao and instead ensure his safety. Thus, it seems that Hong Ying's efforts to protect Li Hao inadvertently led to his demise. The superpower is unaware of the true strength of the formidable beings Li Hao referred to. However, he knows that anyone capable of slaying Hong Ying is certainly no weakling. At this moment, Li Hao has already arrived. Disregarding the water-based superpower in his fear, he urges, quickly, get inside. Hide. Those 2 are coming. The water-based superpower is now extremely close to Li Hao, so much so that he could grasp him with ease, yet at this moment, he has lost the desire to seize Li Hao, bellowing in anger, what formidable being. Is it a warrior from the organization? Who is battling against the organization's might? Is it the Sun Radiance? Or perhaps an even more powerful entity? He is completely oblivious to the reality of Hong Ying's death. Doubting that Li Hao possesses the capability to confront him, it seems utterly impossible. Get inside first. Li Hao urgently drags the fallen Wu Chao towards the storeroom. Fear evident in his voice. It was astonishing. I saw a small hill vanish in an instant without a sound from those 2. The heat they radiated felt more intense than the sun. The sun, the realm of sun radiance. At this moment, the water-based superpower is bewildered. Has the organization sent forth sun radiance? Has the night watchman also sent a powerful entity from the realm of sun radiance? He quickly glances into the distance. Yet he still perceives nothing. He cannot sense any superpower fluctuations. Has he surpassed his own range and capabilities? Just then, an idea strikes Li Hao. He hastily releases Wu Chao and approaches the water-based superpower, his voice trembling. I surrender. Capture me. Take me with you first. Their speed is too rapid, and I fear they will soon battle here. Regardless of whose side they are on, during their clash, they will not care for our lives. You seem not to wish to kill me at this moment, but those over there may not share the same sentiment and may not be restrained by any regard for us. Surrendering is my only option. The water-based superpower gazes coldly at Li Hao, incredulous that this individual seeks his protection at such a moment. How absurd. Hong Ying perished in an attempt to safeguard this unfortunate soul. However, it is fortuitous in a sense, for now. There exists a rationale to report back. It was not due to his own inadequacy, but rather the battle of the strong that caused the upheaval, with Hong Ying dying to protect Li Hao. Nevertheless, at this moment, Li Hao must not perish. He firmly grips Li Hao's shoulder, while not far off. Lu Yan's eyes brighten. She had expected Li Hao to act as he did previously and strike at the foe. Yet, that did not happen. Li Hao is obediently captured. He is not foolish. He had already arrived and witnessed Lu Yan's attempt to attack, only to find that her strike failed to pierce through the opponent's defenses. The adversary possesses a mysterious protective ability. A sneak attack now would most likely fail to eliminate this individual and would instead attract his attention, leading to disastrous consequences. Li Hao felt as though his shoulder, gripped tightly, might shatter under the pressure, and he gasped in pain. Be gentler. We must retreat for now. If we enter, those two are exceptionally formidable. Inside, there's an ice crystal shield for defense, which might protect us from the lethal aftermath of their mysterious energies. The water-based psychic realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder these individuals were so eager to flee here, now that the truth was laid bare. It was not a significant concern, especially since the group was nearly incapacitated. He remained silent, once again conjuring a water arrow. Although these opponents posed little threat, it was prudent to eliminate them to avoid any complications. First, he would take them out, then lead Li Hao inside for safety. Even if a battle at the level of the sun's radiance ensued, the residual energy would be manageable behind the ice crystal shield. Furthermore, as a practitioner of the moon's shadow level, his self-preservation should be assured. At this moment, Lu Yan cast a resentful glance at Li Hao, dragging Wu Chao as she shouted, "Retreat." She intended to withdraw. The water-based psychic contemplated pursuing them, but Li Hao urged urgently, "They are doomed. We must seek refuge inside first. Their escape is advantageous. Otherwise, we would have to guard against them breaching the ice crystal shield to attack us." Indeed, moreover, time was of the essence. Although their whereabouts were unknown, the distance to the demise of the Red Shadow was not great. If combat with Lu Yan ensued, any delay could result in being caught in the aftermath, which would lead to trouble. As for the doubts surrounding the water-based psychic, there was a flicker of suspicion, yet the Red Shadow was dead. Additionally, with Lu Yan and her companions fleeing, he could escort Li Hao inside, even within the ice crystal shield. While his psychic abilities might be somewhat restricted, they were far superior to those at the cutting levels. Li Hao posed no threat at all. The organization was all too aware of his background. He had studied martial arts with Yuan Shuo for merely 2 years, mastering only the basics of the 5 animal exercises, devoid of any offensive capability. His exposure to psychic powers had only begun in recent days. Every move and action of Li Hao was meticulously monitored by the organization. Although Li Hao had made some progress in the 5 animal exercises, records indicated he had perhaps reached the 2nd or 3rd cutting level. Nothing more. The water-based psychic dismissed any thoughts of engaging with Li Hao, who was incapable of harming him. Without further contemplation or concern for Lu Yan and her group, he entered the warehouse, secured the heavy door, and swiftly guided Li Hao deeper inside. The ice crystal shield was unspoken, yet he could sense it. The mysterious energies probing revealed where it could not penetrate, marking the territory of the ice crystal shield. Soon, the two arrived at the rear of the warehouse, where a small, isolated cargo container awaited. This must be the place. The water-based psychic cautiously surveyed the area, feeling nothing amiss. As for the explosives buried underground, he dismissed them. Triggering them beneath the watchful eyes of psychics was beyond the capabilities of those few. Even if they succeeded, it would spell doom for everyone, including Li Hao. First, they would take refuge. As he entered the cargo container, he coldly remarked, "Are you certain you saw 2 individuals? You are remarkably fortunate to be alive. It's a blessing you survived, or we would truly face difficulties in explaining this. Li Hao, do not harbor the illusion that someone will come to your rescue. Even with formidable night watchmen outside, this time they will comprehend that within the realm of superpowers, they are merely ordinary beings. The true superpower organizations are beyond the grasp of the night watchmen. At this moment, the two entered the cargo container. Surrounding the container was indeed a thin layer of crystal, a form of ice crystal specifically designed to repel superpowers. Offering nearly zero physical defense, yet exhibiting formidable resistance against supernatural forces. The water-type superpower held some resistance to these materials, yet after a moment's contemplation, he decided to step inside. This substance indeed provided significant protection against enigmatic energies. Furthermore, he was adjacent to the ice crystal, ready to shatter it at a moment's notice. Even if Liu Yin and the others returned, he could instantaneously break free. At that point, there would be no cause for concern. However, should a confrontation arise between powerful beings, the ensuing shockwaves could prove overwhelming. Captain Liu. At this moment, the few individuals who had already evacuated the warehouse area. Chen Jin could not restrain himself from calling out. Have they truly left? What about Li Hao? Liu Yin halted her steps, gazing towards the distant warehouse with a hint of worry in her eyes. Yet, she gritted her teeth and declared, "It matters not. He chose this path." Yu Ming is indeed more formidable than anticipated. With the boss absent, it is exceedingly difficult for us to eliminate the adversary directly. Li Hao likely intends to lure him into the ice crystal shield, seizing the opportunity to ambush while his powers are restricted. Indeed, as Li Hao submissively allowed himself to be captured without any resistance, she understood his intent. He aimed to entice the opponent inside and then launch a surprise attack. As for the dangers involved, Liu Yin preferred not to contemplate. A superpowered being of Yu Ming's caliber, even when faced with some limitations, was not something Li Hao could contend with. However, the recent skirmish had made it clear to them all that combined, they could not vanquish that individual. Within the cargo container, the water-type superpower remained vigilant, straining to listen for any sounds, but it was eerily quiet. He cast a dubious glance at Li Hao, questioning whether he had truly encountered a battle of superlative strength. Startled by the gaze, Li Hao quickly discarded the handgun at his waist. "Do not misinterpret my actions. I had no intention of drawing my weapon." He hastily raised both hands in surrender. "Truly, you may search me if you wish. Also, regarding the Li family sword, I know not what it is. I possess only a small knife. I cannot ascertain if it is indeed the sword you seek. Should you desire it, feel free to take it." The mention of the Li family sword momentarily stunned the water-type superpower, who had not previously considered it. The organization had long coveted the Li family sword. Indeed, was it not in the possession of this individual? In the next moment, the water-type superpower's expression shifted as he approached Li Hao, who kept his hands raised, not daring to move, appearing quite compliant, as if fearing for his life. He gestured towards his abdomen. "The knife is here in my belly. I do not know if it is what you seek. If you take it, will you spare my life? I am but an ordinary person. Killing me would benefit you not. I could still assist you. My teacher is Yuan Shua, a formidable martial artist." Huh. The water-type superpower chuckled, a mix of derision and disdain evident in his mirth. He stepped forward, reaching toward Li Hao's abdomen, which was indeed quite swollen. As he extended his hand to touch it, he discovered a weapon. Was it the Li family's sword? He grasped the small knife that Li Hao had previously taken from the martial artist. At this moment, Li Hao was filled with terror, genuine fear. What would happen if this individual recognized the knife? Fortunately, it seemed that the man was merely probing, revealing no signs of suspicion. The Li family's sword? The water-type superpower held the knife in his hand, filled with some doubts. Was this what the organization sought? Such an ordinary object, devoid of any sense of mystery. Yet, this was precisely why it had gone unnoticed. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. He scrutinized it closely and suddenly asked, "Are you certain this is the Li family's sword?" "I have no idea." Li Hao hastily replied, "I truly don't. Including this statement, I only learned about it a few days ago. My family possesses just this one weapon, and it may be related to the Li family's sword." As he spoke, Li Hao eagerly added, "If you bring this closer, I can show you. There's a small inscription on it. I don't know if it's what you're looking for." "A small inscription? Where?" The water-type superpower examined the knife closely but found nothing, frowning, wondering if Li Hao was deceiving him or if he had genuinely missed it. He approached Li Hao, who still had his hands raised. The water-type superpower smiled, thinking how obedient he was, but alas, he still faced death. The organization wanted not just the sword, but also your life. "You point the hilt at me. I'll show you. I want to move, don't misunderstand," he said, growing somewhat impatient. Who cared whether Li Hao moved or not? Even if Li Hao failed to keep his hands raised, he was not afraid of any actions from this man. He drew closer to Li Hao, who hesitated for a moment, then lowered one hand, pointing at the hilt, saying, "Right here, take a closer look, there's a small inscription." The man instinctively glanced at the hilt. In the next moment, he seemed to sense something, a fleeting impression that he perceived a third hand. Was it an illusion? No, there truly was a third hand, a miraculous touch. Previously, Li Hao had dealt with that formidable opponent in a similar manner, and this time was no different. The technique taught by Yuan Shuo proved exceptionally effective. It might be slightly less effective against women, but for men, whether superpowers or martial artists, that area had the weakest defense. The crucial point was that if that area was attacked, the pain was excruciating. Such agony, those who are not men may not understand. Sometimes, a mere accidental bump can bring one to their knees in tears. Within the icy crystal dome, the adversary's mysterious energy was compressed to its weakest form. Clearly, there was no mystical defense in that area. Crack! It sounded as if a balloon had burst, an egg had shattered, or a fish's bladder had been pierced. At that moment, a sound echoed from the cargo box. The water-type superpower instinctively looked down, and like an ordinary person, tears began to stream from his eyes, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. The pain. At that instant, the mysterious energy within him began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Li Hao acted with remarkable speed, seizing the small knife that had just been taken from him and plunged it downward, not at the throat, nor the head, but into the shoulder. The adversary let out another agonizing scream. At this moment, one thought consumed him: pain. Li Hao's blade pierced through flesh, unimpeded, for Li Hao possessed the ability to perceive. Indeed, this was his forte. He could discern the opponent's mystical energy, identifying the areas where it was thinnest, least concentrated, and most susceptible to penetration. The heart, throat, and around the eyes were brimming with mystical energy, which had yet to dissipate. To strike these vulnerable spots now could result in Li Hao being countered by the very energy he sought to exploit. Yet, contrary to what any ordinary person, even a martial artist, would instinctively do, aim for the vital points, Li Hao chose otherwise. He drove his blade into the opponent's shoulder, where no mystical energy shielded him. His gaze cold and fierce. With a swift motion, he severed the opponent's arm. In the next moment, excruciating pain caused the opponent's mystical energy to further unravel. Li Hao withdrew his blade and thrust it once more, this time aiming for the waist. A cry of agony echoed as the superhuman could scarcely believe that each of Li Hao's strikes found their mark at his weakest defenses. With one hand still intact, he could hardly spare the effort to shield his groin, barely summoning mystical energy to conjure a water blade that slashed towards Li Hao's head. Even after sustaining such grievous injuries, this foe retained the will to fight. A superhuman from the Moonshade realm possessed far more vitality than a martial artist who had broken the 100 mark. Previously, a martial artist of that caliber would have succumbed to such an onslaught long before now. Yet this one could still retaliate. Li Hao, however, did not evade. He had his own strategy in mind. To dodge would risk allowing the opponent to shatter the ice crystal barrier, awakening their powers. Should they escape, it would pose an even greater dilemma. With the star energy within him, as long as he was not left maimed, he could endure and recover from significant injuries. Thus, he allowed the blade to pierce his abdomen. The searing pain nearly caused him to lose his composure, yet Li Hao remained steadfast, gripping the opponent's neck with both hands. One hand seized the opponent's hair while the other wielded the small knife, plunging it into the nape. With a sickening squelch, the blade tore sideways, producing a sharp sound as it brutally ripped through the opponent's neck. A piercing scream followed. The opponent's mystical energy was nearly obliterated. Li Hao clutched tightly to the hair of the fallen foe, repeatedly tearing at the wound with the knife, summoning every ounce of strength to make a decisive cut. The knife met resistance as it almost severed the neck completely. Blood gushed forth, and the head dangled precariously, nearly dislodged. This terrifying scene left Li Hao feeling slightly unsettled. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Internal energy surged forth, and once more, he struck with the knife, thrusting again and again. Time lost meaning in the frenzy of battle. Outside, a voice called out Li Hao. The killing intent in Li Hao's eyes faded as he glanced down at the dismembered superhuman, his brow furrowing slightly. He discarded the remnants in his hand and wiped the blood clean before stepping out of the cargo container. Was he dead? Outside the cargo container, Lu Yin and her companions remained vigilant, cautiously approaching. Upon seeing Li Hao emerge, Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they hurriedly rushed into the container, while Li Hao refrained from entering. After a brief interval, Lu Yin and Yun Yao exited, their faces pale. Chen Jian, too, regarded Li Hao with an expression of astonishment. The brutality was indeed excessive. Was this young man truly a novice? How many times did he stab? The victim was utterly dismembered. Not only Lu Yin and Yun Yao, but even he felt a chill run down his spine. Struggling to comprehend how Li Hao had executed such a feat, was he grasping the opponent's head, stabbing again and again? Truly ruthless. Lu Yan's countenance had also shifted dramatically, and after a moment, she regained her composure, exhaling softly. Are you all right? Mo had actually been slain by Li Hao. Previously, Li Hao had already killed over 100. Tonight, he had managed to take down another 100, and even Mo. Such an achievement. Could it truly be accomplished by someone at the 10th level? Even though both had underestimated him, disregarding him, it required immense courage, meticulousness, and an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, lying without a trace of fear in the presence of such formidable foes was not something just anyone could accomplish. Lu Yin herself might have faltered. I'm fine. Li Hao's expression was somewhat ashen, yet he quickly composed himself, flashing a grin. They are all villains. Evil shall never triumph over justice. We are justice. Li Hao engaged in a moment of self-affirmation, and in the next instant, his fighting spirit rekindled. He declared with a hearty laugh, justice will prevail. We shall undertake righteous deeds and eliminate evil. At that moment, he found himself enamored with this phrase. As long as he stood on the side of justice, even if he killed them, it was justified, it was only natural. Seeing him regain his composure, Lu Yin felt a mixture of relief and increased concern. She worried that this young man might genuinely become a psychopath. How could he so swiftly recover his composure in such a scene? As a seasoned veteran, she had found it difficult to endure what she had just witnessed. At that moment, Yun Yao, who typically appeared gentle, could not help but softly say, if you survive this time, I will provide you with some psychological rehabilitation. She believed that while Lu Yin often claimed to be abnormal, she now felt Lu Yin was mistaken. It was merely that she had not encountered someone more deranged. Li Hao was that individual, a newcomer. Did this fellow truly have no psychological issues? Li Hao nodded. Yes, all right. He did not mind accepting his teammates' assistance. Healing was healing, after all. In truth, he felt little discomfort, and now that the sight was no longer before him, it was not a significant issue. Li Hao, if you survive this time, I believe that whether in the realm of superpowers or martial arts, you will eventually carve out your own place. At that moment, Yin Yao added. Her gaze towards Li Hao had shifted from what it once was. If this fellow were to live, many sleepless nights awaited. Li Hao appeared somewhat bashful, awkwardly responding. Sister Yun, please don't say that. I'm just a mere 10th level, not even a superpower. It's quite embarrassing. The group fell into silence. Lu Yin took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Let us not dwell on this matter. We are still unaware of the situation on the leader's side. We must make arrangements immediately. If the leader is still alive, he will undoubtedly arrive here. Move the cargo container outside. If the leader can access it, those superhumans who inadvertently stumble into the presence of over 100 martial artists will find it as effortless to eliminate Yu Ming as quenching one's thirst. With their powers suppressed, those superhumans will surely meet a grim fate against the martial artists. Had Li Hao not been inside the cargo container, it would have been far from simple to eliminate this water-type superhuman. The mysterious energy within him boasts formidable defensive capabilities, which even Lu Yin struggles to breach. Let alone Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao also steeled himself, chuckling heartily. Indeed, I have observed that superhumans tend to be rather arrogant and easily deceived. Having hastily gained their powers without any foundational experience, these individuals may very well chase us recklessly. In contrast, were it martial artists, I believe my teacher, a cunning and seasoned veteran, would find it exceedingly difficult to mislead them. But superhumans? I genuinely feel they are more gullible, looking down upon martial artists, making it challenging for them not to fall for traps. At this juncture, no one mentioned Li Hao's killing spree any longer. Chun Jian gazed at Li Hao with a pitiful expression, glancing toward the ground where Wu Chao lay, filled with yearning. He hoped Li Hao would not forget about Wu Chao and could spare some of that power to save him. Otherwise, Wu Chao's demise would be inevitable. Even Yun Yao would be unable to revive him. Li Hao remained silent, having not overlooked the matter. However, upon channeling a bit of energy into Wu Chao, he realized the latter's injuries were far too severe to remedy swiftly. Therefore, he refrained from exerting too much power. prioritizing survival first and intending to address the situation thoroughly once it was resolved. As they prepared the warehouse, Liu Long and his team were nearing the location. 10 superhumans had engaged in an ambush, resulting in 3 deaths at Liu Long's hands, 1 at Yuan Shua's, and 1 more fallen victim to the patrol officer's errant shots. In the blink of an eye, a massacre had unfolded. At that moment, only 4 superhumans continued to pursue Liu Long and Yuan Shua. Yuan Shua had already joined forces with Liu Long, his face ashen. Liu Long, dragging him along, feared that this man might perish during their escape. "Old Yuan, hold on," Liu Long urged, anxious, uncertain of Li Hao's current status. Yet, Yuan Shua seemed destined to be the first to fall this night. "Rest assured, I can endure a while longer," Yuan Shua gasped, glancing back at the 4 superhumans relentlessly chasing them. He surveyed them but paid little heed, focusing instead on sensing another source of power, radiant like the sun. Was there only one such force? Yuan Shua pondered. If it were merely one, then these individuals were fated to fail in their endeavor tonight. For he knew that the Night Watch also possessed a sun radiance among their ranks. Even if he did not unleash his full strength, the chances of success for these individuals were slim. 1 sun radiance, along with 10 moon shadows and numerous martial artists, certainly warranted respect for Li Hao. In terms of strength, such a team would be sufficient to contend with Yuan Shua, Liu Long, the Night Watch, and the patrol officers, rendering Li Hao himself inconsequential. However, after years of meticulous planning, how could they have sent a daylight to oversee matters when the scheme to eliminate Li Hao has already been exposed? If indeed the 3 major organizations were to take action, it would not be so straightforward. If they chose to strike, they must do so decisively, inflicting significant losses upon the opposition. The emergence of high-tier power being diminished would serve as a compelling reason for the adversary to refrain from further aggression. Otherwise, the death of a single daylight might not instill fear, and they could persist in their assaults. While the daylight is formidable, there are dozens within the Silver Moon province. The loss of one such entity would not necessarily intimidate the upper echelons of the 3 major organizations. Yuan Shua opted to continue waiting. Even if formidable opponents arrived, they would not necessarily reveal themselves immediately. Those of great strength tend to exercise caution, ensuring there are no ambushes before making their appearance. Otherwise, they must remain wary of the Night Watchman's traps. The Night Watchmen would handle the one at the rear. With their daylight already in play, if there were additional strong figures, they would likely only emerge once assured of their safety from ambush. Yuan Shua made his judgment. As for Li Hao, he would not perish imminently, for these individuals would not readily execute him. Time was required. Thus, his lack of urgency was justified. After all, Li Hao was not in immediate danger. Regarding others, Yuan Shua's heart was not so soft. If a few were to perish, eliminating a top-tier entity would be worthwhile. In the midst of this pursuit, further back, Wang Ming found himself grasped by an elder, soaring through the air. Wang Ming, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Old Huang, will you not make your move?" Yuan Shua and Liu Long seem on the brink of collapse. The elder holding him remained silent, only scanning the surroundings, before slowly responding, "We have not yet arrived." Not yet arrived? Before Wang Ming could comprehend, he was suddenly cast aside, the elder's voice echoing in his ears. "Go find Hu Hao, Li Ming, and join forces with Liu Long to eliminate those few." Before Wang Ming could regain his composure, a thunderous roar resonated across the expanse. Huang Yun, the Night Watchman, had indeed deployed a daylight. It appeared they had forgotten past pains. The thunderous sound reverberated, and in the next moment, a figure resembling a thunder god materialized from the sky. The elder known as Huang Yun wore a grave expression. "It seems the 8 great families of Silver City harbor secrets we have yet to uncover. You have dispatched a thunder-type daylight, the most battle-hardened of all superhumans." The thunderous daylight entity smirked. "Let us each take a step back. We seek only Li Hao, and you may take the rest, including Yuan Shua and Liu Long. Otherwise, today, the Night Watchmen may lose one of their daylight ranks." Huang Yun remained silent, absorbed in contemplation. This time, the Night Watchmen had exerted every effort to reach Silver City, believing that a daylight-level powerhouse would surpass their opponents' expectations, yet they found themselves at a disadvantage. From which organization do the 3 major factions originate? He realized he might not be able to contend with this individual. Although they were both daylights, his mysterious abilities paled in comparison to the formidable prowess of his opponent, especially given their thunder affinity. In that moment, Huang Yun felt a sense of helplessness, and with a heavy heart, he lamented, "Why must you disturb the order of this world? As superhumans rise, have you forgotten that you too were once mere mortals? You do not understand." The thunderous figure, unfazed by the words spoken, let out a laugh, and in the next instant, a crack of lightning erupted. The dawn battle ignited in the wilderness. The clash of thunder and hurricane. At this moment, the diminutive Silver City witnessed an exceedingly rare dawn battle. Chapter 41. The painful departure of master and apprentice. Li Hao did not deceive the extraordinary being. Although he arrived a tad late, the dawn battle had indeed erupted. Beneath the rain-soaked night, the collision of thunder and hurricane erupted just over 10 miles away from the warehouse. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated the surrounding void. Outside the warehouse, Li Hao gazed intently in that direction, his expression grave. There, two radiant entities, as dazzling as the sun, unleashed their mysterious powers. In that moment, the lightning blazed forth, and it was possible to witness two silhouettes engaged in a fierce battle in the skies. They could fly, though their powers did not seem to be of the flying variety. These two individuals soared high above. One rode the lightning, while the other was enveloped by the storm. As thunder and wind clashed with relentless ferocity, the sounds of their battle echoed. Yet at this moment, the two top-tier beings did not exchange words. The Night Watcher had made his move. In the distance, Liu Long turned to look back, his expression shifting slightly. The dawn had indeed arrived. Not only had a team of 10 extraordinary beings come, but also a formidable presence from the dawn. If the Night Watcher had not summoned the dawn, Silver City would have been utterly defenseless. The 4 Moonshade extraordinary beings, currently pursuing them, also turned to behold the 2 dawn powerhouses suspended in the air, their expressions betraying a hint of longing beneath their ghostly visages. The dawn. In comparison to the Moonshade, the dawn was immensely stronger. If Moonshade-level extraordinary beings could still be felled by mundane firearms, those of the dawn level, unless faced with city-destroying weaponry, possessed speed, defense, and perception that transcended ordinary limits. Before you could even lock onto them, they could already sense your presence. Just as Yuan Shuo stepped into the realm of Do Qian, he conveyed to Li Hao that Do Qian was a matter of divine prowess. The crimson shadow was imperceptible to the average person, yet Do Qian could sense its existence. Even if the substance remained unseen, Do Qian could discern where the shadow lay. The moment the shadow moved, Yuan Shuo would detect it. This exemplifies how the prowess of Do Qian and those of the dawn level surpassed that of Moonshade by leaps and bounds. Huang Yun. Liu Long recognized the extraordinary being in the distance, his expression turning solemn. Huang Yun, who previously held the 3rd rank in the Luoyuan city, had unexpectedly arrived. He comprehended that the Night Watcher had summoned reinforcements, but he was astonished that it was this individual, one who was not weak among the Night Watchers, and certainly a top-tier entity within the Silver Moon province. Yet, it was evident that in this rain-soaked night, the enemy's lightning abilities were superior. In the sky, the storm of lightning clashed, with the tempest clearly being suppressed. As the lightning flickered, Huang Yun's figure swayed within the hurricane, appearing somewhat unsteady. He was no match. But who was that thunderous powerhouse? Liu Long's expression was fraught with concern. The pinnacle of the Dawn realm, 10 Moonshade extraordinary beings. What formidable organization sought to eliminate Li Hao? More formidable than anticipated. Regardless of what they are doing, our priority is to ensure our own safety. Yuan Shuo coughed lightly, questioning the onlookers. Although Huang Yun was no match for that individual, he would not be swiftly defeated, as they were both of the same caliber, and the disparity was minimal. It was prudent to flee. The reason for retreating was Yuan Shuo's belief that with the emergence of the sunlit figure, trouble was likely brewing on Li Hao's side as well. The moment had arrived. This sunlit figure had been biding their time, and it was apparent they had been waiting for this very moment. The warehouse was not far off now. Liu Long gritted his teeth, wielding a short axe, and glanced back at the pursuers, determinately stating, "Counterattack." There were still 3 moonlit figures among the Night Watchers. Now that the Night Watchers had engaged, they could unite for a counterstrike. The opposing side had only 4 moonlit figures, and with 3 Night Watchers remaining, alongside Liu Long and the severely injured Yuan Shuo, their combat strength was still roughly equivalent. Of course, the Red Shadow was an exception. That creature was exceedingly troublesome. Nevertheless, their strength was considerably greater than before. As for the warehouse, the icy barrier was merely a precaution. If they could successfully retaliate, it would be even better, potentially aiding Huang Yun. At that moment, A thunderous voice resonated. The Night Watchers intervene. Eliminate them. Let them understand that this is no longer their era. What are the Night Watchers? In Silver City, they had mobilized 1 sunlit figure and 3 moonlit figures, which was the utmost limit for the Night Watchers. The superpower organizations had the freedom to traverse wherever they pleased. But the Night Watchers were bound by missions and territorial responsibilities. Silver City did not fall within their jurisdiction, nor was it under Huang Yun's control. The congregation of so many Night Watchers here already represented the maximum capability of the Silver Moon Province. Should additional personnel be dispatched, other territories could face dire consequences. The Night Watchers had suffered losses before, and given their heavy casualties in the ruins, numerous superpower organizations were now eyeing them with hostility, even seeking opportunities to ambush the Night Watchers. Behind Liu Long, for ghost-masked superpowers halted upon hearing this command. Further back, Wang Ming had just reunited with Li Hao and their companions. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Ming appeared somewhat exhilarated, exclaiming, "Let us strike. The Night Watchers shall establish their authority today. Slay these foes, and the superpower organizations will think twice." For the younger members of the Night Watchers, their concerns were few. They were acutely aware that in recent years, the Night Watchers had been stifled, constantly under constraint. There were even divergent voices from above, with some high-ranking Night Watchers advocating for the incorporation of certain superpower organizations, offering them privileges and distributing benefits, which led to increasing instability within the Night Watchers. It was rumored that within the Night Watchers' headquarters, there were powers exceeding the sunlit level, plotting for something that would grant them independent enforcement rights. When human strength far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and even conventional weaponry proves ineffective against them, desires can become infinitely magnified. Nowadays, beyond the central regions, areas like the Silver Moon Province have already been engulfed in turmoil, with the flames of unrest beginning to spread. The rise of superpowers over the past 2 decades has enabled superpower organizations to expand rapidly. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Li Ming's third eye opened with a spark of excitement. "It's Brother Ming. Brother Ming has arrived. Li Hao, let us strike together and eliminate them." She recognized Wang Ming, a prodigy of the younger generation within the Night Watchers of the Silver Moon Province. Although he was not a celestial sorcerer, he had entered the realm of superpowers only a few years ago and had already attained a formidable level in the Moonshade tier. According to the detailed classification of superpowers introduced 3 years prior, the Moonshade tier is further divided into the Crescent, Half Moon, and Full Moon levels. Wang Ming, having crossed into superpowers for less than 5 years, was now at the pinnacle of Half Moon, nearing Full Moon status. In contrast, while Li Ming was merely at the Crescent level, Li Hao was approaching Half Moon but had yet to reach it. Seeing Wang Ming ignited Li Ming's enthusiasm. Among the younger generation of Night Watchers, there was a fervent desire to achieve greatness, yet circumstances had often thwarted their ambitions. With Huang Yun also taking action today, Li Ming felt that their opportunity had finally arrived. Kill. Wang Ming, undeterred by the situation, was equally exhilarated and instantaneously summoned a sword of light energy to his hand. Li Hao, however, was more solemn. The opponents before them were formidable. Yet, at this juncture, there was nothing he could say, and he swiftly took to the skies. Vanishing into the darkness, Li Ming's third eye opened wide, and in that moment, a crimson light surged forth towards the distant figures. Foolish. At this instant, Yuan Shua shook his head, and Liu Long sighed. The combat experience of the 3 Night Watchers was undeniably lacking, particularly with Li Ming, despite the distance. Her 3-eyed divine light would merely exhaust her mysterious energy without yielding any significant effect. Though the younger generation of Night Watchers was brimming with passion, their experience was severely insufficient. Unlike Huang Yun and his peers, who had been superpowered for many years, accumulating ample combat experience over time, this was a factor contributing to the diminishing regard for martial artists. Initially, martial artists were renowned for their rich combat experience and practical skills. In the early years of superpowered beings, despite being stronger and more assured of survival than martial artists, they often found themselves at a disadvantage in life and death battles. However, 2 decades had passed, and now the older generation of superpowered beings possessed combat experience and practical skills that were comparable to those of martial artists. Liu Long chose not to voice any objections and turned to retreat. If left unchecked, the 3 newcomers would likely be eliminated by their adversaries. The disparity was evident. The remaining 4 individuals were not weak, sitting atop the hierarchy of their 10-person squad. According to Liu Long's assessment, among the four, one had surpassed the peak of 100, embodying the full moon tier within the realm of superpowers. The other three were also predominantly at the half-moon level. Wang Ming and his companions were unlikely to withstand the onslaught of their opponents. Alas, Yuan Shuo called out, feeling somewhat helpless as he saw Liu Long flee. Are you not ashamed to leave this half-damaged old man behind? Moreover, have you forgotten that your task is to protect Li Hao? With these superpowered beings engaged here, there's no urgency to seek out Li Hao. Perhaps other formidable individuals are already in pursuit of him. Liu Long, that foolish man, had faltered at a critical moment. Forget it, I shall go myself. Dragging his half-broken body, his face pale as ash, he gasped and shouted, I am heading to Li Hao's side. The people here refuse to leave and are instead intent on slaying the night watchman. I fear there is danger for Li Hao. Liu Long, you must hurry. He gasped 7 or 8 times in a single breath. The next moment, he staggered towards the warehouse. Meanwhile, a battle erupted in an instant. 7 superpowers, along with a martial artist surpassing the 100-level threshold, clashed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the previously exuberant Li Ming let out a cry of agony, as her third eye was struck by a thunderous superpower, blood splattering forth. This was the same superpower that had previously threatened Mu San, and likewise, the leader of this small squad, a thunderous superpower at the full moon level. The only one capable of confronting him was Liu Long, while even Wang Ming fell short. Liu Long wielded an axe, striking fiercely. Yet, just as he was about to engage, his face turned pale, feeling as though his internal organs were ablaze. That ominous force was back. He had some experience. Wang Ming, wielding a lightsaber and eagerly seeking to strike, suddenly groaned, his mysterious energy dissipating, causing his lightsaber to shatter in his unsteady grip. Blood spewed from his mouth, his expression one of confusion and bewilderment. What ability is this? Liu Long could not help but curse, fool. After all this time, you still haven't realized? There exists a mental-level invisible monster that burns internal organs and disrupts mysterious energy. Be cautious. He had assumed that these fellows, having followed him for so long, would have recognized the brewing danger. Yet, the novice remained just that, a novice, so painfully inexperienced. As soon as the confrontation began, both Li Ming and Wang Ming were injured, leaving Liu Long feeling despondent. Had he known they were this inept, he would have been better off fleeing with Yuan Shuo. Retreat. With such a dismal record after merely engaging, he could not afford to delay any longer and shouted, Follow me to break through. At this moment, he was, in fact, the strongest among them. Wang Ming, now awakened to the reality, felt a mix of embarrassment and resignation. He had only executed minor tasks against weaker foes and had never faced such formidable superpowers. Caught completely off guard. How humiliating. He could not dwell on it further. It seemed they needed to break through now. At that moment, Liu Long, brandishing a short sword, coldly proclaimed, The Li family's sword is in my hand. If you desire it, come and take it. With that, he sprang into action, leaping out of the fray and swiftly making his way towards the warehouse. His relative lack of concern for Li Hao's safety stemmed from this very factor. The Li family's sword was with him. Those individuals might need both the person and the sword, and of course, he was unable to extricate himself from the situation. The short sword in his hand emanated a faint yet mysterious energy. Instantly, the expressions of the 4 superpowers shifted, shock evident beneath their ghostly visages. The sword is with Liu Long? Pursue. The 4 swiftly abandoned Wang Ming and the others. Defeating these foes was merely incidental. Securing the Li family's sword and Li Hao was paramount. At this moment, the rain had begun to take on a bluish hue. Thunder clashed. On a stormy night, as the rain turned to deep azure, it was the perfect moment to confront Li Hao. At this instant, the group ceased their delays and swiftly pursued him. As for the 3 individuals trailing behind, they were of little concern. In terms of combat experience, they were significantly superior. If one were to categorize them into 3 tiers, they were only slightly weaker than Liu Long, while the trio behind were mere novices, hardly warranting attention. Soon, Hu Hao materialized from the skies, seizing 2 of them and racing towards Liu Long. Wang Ming's expression darkened. They had shamed the Night Watchers. Their campaign had faltered at the outset. Barely engaged in battle, both he and Li Ming had sustained injuries, a truly humiliating predicament. Recalling the entity that had recently harmed him filled him with trepidation, prompting him to caution, be wary of the lurking monster. Its nature is unknown. and I felt not a thing before it burrowed into my body, igniting my innards and causing my mysterious energy to dissipate. It is exceedingly perilous. Had Liu Long not been present, I might have perished at their hands. In that moment, the group no longer dared to underestimate their adversaries. Reflecting on Liu Long and his companions, who had managed to endure such peril and even counterattack, left Wang Ming and the others with a bewildering sense of unease. Had the martial masters truly fallen from grace? Liu Long, a master of over 100, seemed inferior in vitality to them. The destructive force of internal energy paled in comparison to that of mysterious abilities. While they were ostensibly of the same caliber, in reality, the speed and physical prowess of superpowered individuals exceeded that of martial masters. Yet, astonishingly, Liu Long had managed to vanquish several superpowered foes. Hu Hao remarked softly, "Martial masters are distinct. We are too young and lack experience. Masters are forged through the crucible of battle. Liu Long has trained for many years and has taken numerous lives. Old masters like Yuan Shuo, during their prime, would engage in battles every 3 days, accumulating more kills than anyone else." Wang Ming fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on the figures ahead, gritting his teeth in frustration. They had been underestimated. As for the lurking monster, he recalled Liu Long's previous strategies and wondered if the surging mysterious energy would prove effective. At the very least, he had gained some experience. Combat experience is forged in the fires of life and death, incrementally increasing with each encounter. Should the 3 superpowered individuals survive today, they would no longer be as helpless in the face of danger as they were now. Coughing, Yuan Shuo spat blood, his complexion growing increasingly ashen as he looked skyward. The rain was relentless. "Stop pouring. If it continues, my hair will turn black, and I can no longer discern whether the pallor of my face is feigned or merely the result of a fading dye. This rain is truly torrential." He pondered whether there were still stronger foes lurking. Given the current circumstances, the opposition held an advantage, albeit not overwhelmingly so. If it remained this way, they might not easily subdue Li Hao, let alone perform any rituals to unseal the sword of the Li family. That thunderous, superpowered individual remained unperturbed, entangled in combat with Huang Yun. Thus, it was likely that even more powerful adversaries were hidden in the shadows. With years of experience and the perceptiveness gained from battling countless martial masters, he surmised that there must indeed be stronger foes concealed in the darkness. Whether it is the radiant sun or something beyond it remains uncertain. This time, the adversary's target is Li Hao. The core must not be mistaken. Thus, if they exist, they are undoubtedly biding their time to seize Li Hao directly, while the Night Watchers are not their objective this time. Moments later, Yuan Shuo has already arrived at the warehouse. In the next instant, his expression shifts subtly. How high does one regard Li Hao? The secrets of the 8 families of Silver City may surpass his expectations. What level has arrived this time? The pinnacle of radiance? Or perhaps something even more formidable? It seems improbable. Yuan Shuo feels a twinge of apprehension. After advancing to the rank of Doqian, he believed radiance to be rather unremarkable, not worthy of his attention. With over 60 years of martial practice and battle experience, his instincts are incomparable to those of the superpowers. The longest they have trained is but a fleeting moment. Thus, he asserts that within the Silver Moon province, only 3 or 5 individuals could potentially defeat him. Those few are entities that transcend this level. Among them, the leader of the Night Watchers in the Silver Moon province is undoubtedly of this caliber. Whether a second individual of such stature exists among the Night Watchers remains unknown. Would such beings come to Silver City to eliminate Li Hao? If so, this could indeed present considerable trouble. Yuan Shuo senses the abundant internal energy within him, alongside a razor-sharp, blade-like essence. Despite his momentary unease, he steels himself, thinking that if they truly have come, then so be it. This will be his first time unleashing his full strength, wagering that they are unprepared to encounter an old hand like him. Outside the warehouse, Li Hao is also somewhat perturbed. As he extends his hand to catch a raindrop, the water merges with his blood, causing a faint simmering sensation within him. Li Hao realizes that trouble may soon be at hand. This rainwater feels off. He recalls that on the night Xiao Yuan perished, he sensed nothing amiss, yet vaguely remembers the rain that night appearing somewhat blue. Of course, few would take notice in the darkness. Water naturally exhibits varying colors in different environments. Blue rainwater seems innocuous enough. However, this time, Li Hao perceives a distinct difference. As the rainwater mingles within him, it subtly ignites a simmering within his veins. Is it his bloodline? He muses. Is this the moment and opportunity they have awaited? To elevate his bloodline to a boiling point, ultimately leading to his demise, thus harvesting all the bloodline power to unlock the ancestral legacy of the Starry Sky Sword? He ponders, yet remains perplexed. Why does this rainwater possess such an effect? Moreover, is this peculiar rainwater confined only to Silver City? Otherwise, why not orchestrate a scenario beyond the city's borders? Is it a method they have deployed that causes the appearance of blue rainwater, or does Silver City inherently possess such rain? As Li Hao contemplates these matters, he scans his surroundings. In the darkness, he sees it. At this moment, his heart races wildly. Over 10 miles away, two energies shine with the brilliance of miniature suns. He perceives them. At that instant, he notices an even stronger, more luminous, and blinding radiance from a greater distance. Like a blazing sun, Li Hao's complexion pales. Stronger than those two radiant beings, that luminous entity approached with an astonishing velocity, heading directly towards him. To eliminate him, this superhuman organization had dispatched an existence surpassing even the peak of the radiant beings. He could not discern the strength of his adversary. He only knew that this individual was mightier than the previous two. Before the figure arrived, Li Hao sensed an unsettling anomaly. In the darkness, a colossal red shadow soared swiftly through the air towards him. Immense, indeed. This was the first time Li Hao had witnessed such a grand red silhouette. At least 10 times larger than the one he had previously vanquished, towering around 20 meters. His mouth agape, he thought, surely not. When Xiao Yuan perished, he had been present at the scene, and if his memory served him correctly, the red shadow that had slain Xiao Yuan was comparable in size to the one he had defeated. But this one was extraordinarily gigantic. Even from a distance, it was visible, 20 meters tall, that equated to the height of a 6- or 7-story building. The crucial point was that no one else could perceive it. Only Li Hao could. At that moment, his heart nearly ceased to beat. Teacher, can you manage this? This was the first time he doubted his mentor's capabilities, wondering if perhaps the teacher was truly overwhelmed. Beneath him, the panther trembled in fear. Once confident in its newfound strength, it now cowered, tail tucked, paralyzed by fright. The immense red shadow loomed larger than life. Previously, Li Hao had reveled in the thrill of his power, and the panther had savored the experience as well. But now, it could only think, my goodness, this is an insurmountable challenge. At this moment, Li Hao was certain that no matter how extensive Liu Long's strategies were, they would be futile. The approaching entity was beyond what Liu Long and his companions could contend with. Lu Yan glanced at Li Hao, who had turned pale yet managed to smile. Let us retreat. The danger has been mitigated. The formidable ones are entangled. You should assist the boss while I remain here. Lu Yan frowned at him. Li Hao continued, truly, it's a waste of manpower to linger here. You should help the boss. I will stay behind. Li Hao? Lu Yan regarded him, her tone devoid of its previous charm, now icy and direct. Speak plainly. Li Hao chuckled, a grim smile on his face, jesting nonchalantly. I foresee the sun falling. Sister, we are merely fireflies. If the sun is to fall, how could we possibly contend with it? Lu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. She gazed into the distance at the booming thunder and raging winds, her agitation evident. Are you referring to that direction? No, it is even more intense. Lu Yan held her breath for a moment, her thoughts drifting, her spirit waning. Stronger than the radiant beings? What kind of formidable entity has Li Hao provoked? Surpassing the radiant beings? Lu Yan struggled to comprehend the notion. She, a mere practitioner of the 10th realm, was a level below the starlight practitioners, with others above such as the lunar and solar beings, not to mention myriad other tiers. They had found it challenging to unite and vanquish a retaliating lunar being, let alone an existence beyond the radiant realm. Let us go. Li Hao urged with a smile. Hurry. The target is me, not you. One must believe in the eternal existence of justice, dear sister. Please extend my gratitude to the boss. Li Hao? Lu Yan wished to express more, yet the words remained unspoken. Meanwhile, Yun Yao's expression darkened as she softly inquired, is it possible for you to escape? Li Hao managed a bitter smile, pondering how such a feat could ever be achieved. The adversaries were drawing ever closer. At that moment, Yuan Shua's figure emerged first, appearing disheveled and covered in dirt. His shoes lost in the chaos, his face smeared with soot, looking utterly disheveled. He rushed towards Li Hao, visibly relieved, revealing a bright smile that stood out against the rain. Little Hao, it's a relief to see you alive. Li Hao regarded him, questioning, "Teacher, is this not a bit excessive? You're a formidable warrior of the 1,000 layers, yet you present yourself in such a state?" Reflecting on this, Li Hao cast another glance towards the distant, colossal orb of light, now less than 10,000 meters away, its approach increasingly foreboding. Realizing the urgency, he stepped closer, supporting his seemingly faltering teacher, lowering his voice. "They are far stronger, akin to the blazing sun of midsummer. If you cannot manage, then we must accept our fate. If not, can you help me flee? Is that possible? Who do you underestimate?" Yuan Shuo retorted, though his voice also quivered with uncertainty. "I haven't tested it. I truly do not know if we can escape." Li Hao pressed on, and there is something lurking in the shadows that exceeds imagination. "Another one?" Yuan Shuo gasped in disbelief. "Two. One might be manageable, but two? Are there even distinctions in their strength? How enormous are they? At least 20 meters tall." Yuan Shuo realized the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, he sensed something, for he was indeed a being of the 1,000 layers. And he could detect a unique wave of energy, akin to a mental presence. This is truly troublesome. Yuan Shuo contemplated retreating. His student, even as a direct disciple, had entangled him in a peril far beyond comprehension. Even if the leader of the Night Watch in the Silver Moon province arrived, he might very well be compelled to retreat. "You expect me, an old man, to stand against this? Yet, without having tried, how could one know? If such a predicament could be resolved, it would likely inflict significant damage upon the adversaries. If one were to eliminate this threat, and then that of the daylight, even the 3 major organizations would struggle against such forces." Though he pondered these thoughts, Yuan Shuo whispered, "Can you see it?" Yes. At this moment, there was no reason to conceal anything. He perceived the situation clearer than Yuan Shuo. This clarity brought him greater dread. The moonshade could be ambushed, but this formidable presence, no matter how close he got, capturing it would be nearly impossible. As for that red shadow, it loomed so large. Could he even grasp its toenails standing beneath it? Yuan Shuo inhaled deeply, seemingly making a decision. He glanced at the few individuals trailing behind and suddenly declared, "All of you get lost. I intend to share life and death with Li Hao. After all, our time is limited. Depart at once. I shall face this fate alongside my student. These burdensome companions should leave as soon as possible. As for Li Hao, he has departed, leaving no room for amusement. Yuan Lao, begone." Yuan Shuo's tone was harsh. "Are you still here, waiting for death?" Regarding Li Hao, Yuan Shuo glanced around and noticed the cargo box blocking the doorway. It seemed he had discovered a glimmer of hope. In a hushed voice, he said, "You shall stay within there for a while. It may offer some defense against the supernatural. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. Of course, I shall join you. Together we shall enter. If that creature intends to devour your bloodline, it will not act recklessly to kill you. In its eyes, you are less than an ant, far too easy to eliminate. As long as it restrains its mysterious power, we still have a chance." "Understood." Li Hao nodded, understanding the act well. "You need not worry, teacher. I am adept at this. This time, it will be a test of our performance. If fortune favors us, perhaps the teacher can deal with the adversary. However, facing 2 foes, if that towering red shadow also targets the teacher, it could spell trouble. Teacher, do you think that weapon of mine, inserted into the heart, can truly break the seal?" Li Hao pondered the jade sword, which had remained sealed. Even without being unsealed, it could strike the red shadow. What if it were to be unsealed? Could it slay the red shadow? If it could, the teacher's chances against that powerful supernatural being would significantly increase. Yuan Shuo contemplated for a moment before responding, "There is hope, but it is not a certainty." At this juncture, his eyes shifted toward Li Hao, as if inquiring whether the moment had arrived. He could not see the red shadow, yet he could sense its presence. Li Hao, pale and stiff, nodded. At that moment, over 100 meters ahead, a towering red shadow descended. Enormous. Yuan Shuo also smiled stiffly, feeling utterly speechless. "Is my first full-force attempt destined for failure? Begone." Yuan Shuo shouted once more, and at this moment, Lu Yin and the others ceased their chatter, having noticed the change in Li Hao's expression. He had never looked so pale, even after killing that moonshade. Lu Yin gritted her teeth and dragged Wu Chao away. Meanwhile, Black Panther contemplated making a stealthy exit. But upon seeing Li Hao remain, he hesitated, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and anticipation. Perhaps there was a chance. Perhaps he could strike down that towering red shadow, and in doing so, how many benefits could he reap? No longer would he leave. Liu Yin and the others quickly withdrew to intercept Liu Long, lest he crash in, which would pose a significant problem. At that moment, Li Hao and Yuan Shuo entered the cargo box. Yuan Shuo wielded a large knife, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, his face reflecting a sense of melancholy. Li Hao, the old man may not endure much longer. After this, it may all come to an end. You still hold hope. That daylight may not be a match for the night watchman, who is quite formidable. Liu Long yet lives. As long as we deal with those few adversaries, you shall be safe. Once you are secure, live well and do not linger in Silver City. Yuan Shuo, appearing as if he were nearing his end, earnestly advised his student. As Li Hao's face bore a look of sorrow, he reassured, "Teacher, you will be fine. I know that the extraordinary can heal injuries with their mysterious powers. I believe you will recover." Such is the innocent optimism of a child. Coughing violently, Yuan Shuo expelled blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. "The greatest regret of my life is that I never ascended to the realm of combatants, never became extraordinary to sweep the world. Otherwise, how could a mere day of brilliance be my match?" In that moment, gasping for breath and appearing quite unwell, he grasped Li Hao's arm, panting heavily. "Remember the 5 animals breathing technique I taught you. It is a compilation drawn from countless ancient texts." Outside the cargo box, a shadow silently descended. The sound of the cargo box reached their ears, the 5 animals breathing technique. At this moment, even the strongest beings beyond the brilliance of day paused momentarily. Initially intent on entering to capture Li Hao and eliminate that individual, they now restrained their mysterious powers, refraining from action. The 5 animals breathing technique of Yuan Shuo. Countless eyes were fixated upon it, yet this old man had never disclosed it. Tonight, Yuan Shuo may perish, and so too might his student. If the technique were to be lost, it could vanish entirely. Perhaps they could eliminate Li Hao and capture Yuan Shuo? This thought flickered in the mind of the figure above the shadow. Treasures stir the heart. Ordinary artifacts no longer hold allure for him. But the 5 animals breathing technique certainly could. What they valued most about Yuan Shuo was not merely his martial prowess, which had waned, but rather the vast array of ancient texts residing within his mind. This old fellow has destroyed countless records. To safeguard himself, Yuan Shuo had unknowingly obliterated numerous ancient texts, now stored within his own consciousness. The figure moved silently, instantly appearing outside the cargo box, unbeknownst to Yuan Shuo and Li Hao. The former was still imparting his dying words, while the latter was in such anguish that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. "Teacher, I will cherish the 5 animals breathing technique." Yuan Shuo coughed blood again. "Yes, that is good. Moreover, I have many treasures to bequeath to you, as well as some ancient ruins. Others are unaware, but I will share this with you. Do not reveal it to anyone. That is the foundation of your rise. Once obtained, ascending beyond the brilliance of day will pose no difficulty. Ancient civilizations are unimaginably powerful. Teacher, please do not speak further." Li Hao pleaded in immense pain. "If you continue, they may not be able to restrain themselves from coming in to seize you. Fear not. I am at the pinnacle of my strength and can endure a while longer," Yuan Shuo reassured him. The two exchanged heartfelt words when Yuan Shuo suddenly lowered his voice. "Come closer. I fear eavesdroppers." Li Hao leaned in, straining to hear. Outside the cargo box, the figure glanced at Yuan Shuo, observing his lips moving, though no sound emerged. The mysterious energy struggled to penetrate, as it was shielded by an ice crystal barrier. In an instant, the massive shadow was compressed by a wave of his hand to a normal size. The next moment, the shadow passed through the ice crystal barrier and entered the cargo box. Unable to eavesdrop himself, he decided to let the shadow do so. He would listen and then eliminate. In order to avoid pressuring Yuan Shuo, which may not yield any secrets, Li Hao, with reddened eyes, nodded slightly. Yuan Shuo displayed a satisfied smile, understanding that the crimson shadow had arrived. However, the question lingered. Could this young lad withstand the situation? Never mind. It would not come to killing him just yet. Everything was within the old man's grasp. The supernaturals were fools, and his secrets were not so easily uncovered by them. At that moment, both master and disciple displayed a mournful expression. "Take care, dear teacher. Xiao Hao, safeguard yourself," they wept together. Outside the cargo box, a figure exhibited impatience, urging for a swift resolution. "If you're to die, do so quickly. Reveal the secret." At this moment, in order not to draw Yuan Shuo's attention, he suppressed his mysterious energy to its lowest point, fearing detection. The initial intent to strike with thunderous might and eliminate all foes was extinguished in an instant. Hurry up and speak. My patience is wearing thin. Chapter 42. The resurrection of the old demon Yuan, seeking monthly votes. The top-tier powerhouses outside were growing increasingly impatient. The master and disciple appeared as if facing imminent separation, as though Yuan Shuo were on the brink of death. As he manipulated the crimson shadow, he desired to listen closely to their conversation, hoping to glean any traces of ancient relics or secrets of the 5 animals breathing technique. Slightly tilting his body, he strained to hear, even if he could discern nothing. Inside the cargo box, Yuan Shuo, wielding a large blade, coughed incessantly. Xiao Hao, recite the 5 animals breathing technique again. I fear you may forget. Li Hao bowed his head, refraining from contradiction, and softly recited. The human body possesses 38,000 orifices. Each orifice corresponds to a breath, a cycle of inhalation and exhalation. The 5 animals breathing technique absorbs the essence of 5 creatures, soaring in the sky, burrowing in the earth, running swiftly, moving lightly, and harnessing strength. As he recited, the figure outside flickered with excitement. From this day forth, only I shall master Yuan Shuo's 5 animals breathing technique. Just as he yearned to hear more, Yuan Shuo made his move. An opportunity had arisen. Without a sound, Yuan Shuo, gripping his blade, unleashed a surge of vitality, conjuring a blood-red dragon of energy that illuminated the void. With no reservations, he exerted his full strength. In the presence of such formidable opponents, holding back would be tantamount to courting death. The divine intent erupted like a furnace, shattering all crystalline barriers. In an instant, these ice crystals transformed into a prison, enveloping the external powerhouse under the manipulation of divine will. This was the essence of combat experience. In that moment, by shattering the ice crystals, Yuan Shuo effectively obstructed the opponent's counterattack. Even if he could not entirely suppress the foe's mysterious energy in a clash of titans, even a momentary suppression could alter the course of battle, determining life or death. The blood-red energy dragon evaporated the surrounding rain in an instant. With a single slash, boom, a thunderous sound reverberated, the blade's light reflecting across the heavens. At that moment, the top-tier powerhouse was revealed before the two, a middle-aged man with an unmasked visage, his eyes defiant and long hair flowing, appearing even younger than Liu Long. In this instance, the opponent, despite being blinded by greed, reacted swiftly, demonstrating his prowess as a top-tier powerhouse. As Yuan Shuo swung his great blade, his opponent did not surrender meekly. Instead, he let out a low growl, raising his hands heavenward, from which a transparent shield materialized. This shield erupted with a brilliance that rivaled the sun itself, transcending the very pinnacle of what the common man perceives as light. The sun's radiance represents the zenith of human understanding, yet this adversary surpassed that threshold, embodying a titan among any organization. With his hands crafting the shield, he bellowed once more and stomped his foot, causing the earth to fracture and tremble. Seeking death. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Despite the force of his opponent's furious shout, Yuan Shuo cleaved through the shield with a single strike, blood spilling from the adversary's mouth. Nevertheless, he remained defiant, stomping the ground and sinking into it. This maneuver minimized the hindrance posed by the ice crystals surrounding him. Moreover, at the moment the shield shattered, a golden longsword appeared in his opponent's grasp, a blade of unparalleled sharpness forged from mysterious energies. Yuan Shuo, the foe bellowed, lunging forward with the sword, for the best defense is a potent counterattack. He could not allow Yuan Shuo, this martial warrior, to effortlessly breach his defenses and close the distance. Do Qian. He sensed that Yuan Shuo had ascended to the Do Qian realm. Roar. In that instant, Yuan Shuo also let out a fierce roar, akin to a mighty tiger descending from the mountains, reverberating through the forest. The sound waves surged forth, instantly dispersing the surrounding rainwater, transforming it into arrows of water that shot out in all directions. Behind him, Li Hao, though not the target of their aggression, began to bleed from all 7 orifices. At this moment, the crimson figure once more positioned itself before Li Hao, acting as a protective umbrella. This formidable being did not entertain the notion of defeat. Since he would not falter, Li Hao could not perish now. His demise would disrupt the plan to converge the 8 meridians, rendering it incomplete. Yuan Shuo roared, shaking the surroundings and causing his opponent's mysterious powers to ripple. Yuan Shua's hair instantly darkened, and his visage regained its youth. In an instant, his long blade unleashed countless phantoms. The martial way connects one to the divine. With a mighty shout, his vital essence coalesced into a dragon, and the void transformed into a furnace, igniting with flames. The air around seemed ablaze, and the long-haired warrior felt an intense heat enveloping him. Not flames, but the very essence of life. This is the hallmark of a supreme martial artist. The fusion of divine intent and vital essence was akin to the celestial furnace. Kill! Yuan Shua propelled himself from the ground, unleashing a torrent of strikes. The long blade shattered, and he relinquished it, opting instead to wield his fists, delivering blows that shook the earth. Boom! A series of relentless assaults marked Yuan Shua at this moment as unfathomably powerful. The being, surpassing the sun's radiance, had no time to retaliate. Being driven back by a barrage of Yuan Shua's fists, with a resounding crash, the figure was sent flying, blood spilling into the void. The long-haired warrior was struck back, a distinct imprint of a fist emblazoned upon his chest. Yuan Shua, seizing the advantage, stepped into the void and unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the air itself. In this moment, the battle between the two had only just commenced, yet it transcended the distant struggles of the two beings in the radiant sun realm in an instant. Under the ferocity of their clash, the rain ceased to fall, and the sky transformed into a brilliant white, illuminating the surroundings. Yuan Shua, the long-haired warrior, bellowed, unleashing a torrent of mysterious energy. From all directions, metallic substances began to stir violently, transforming into a multitude of swords that surged towards Yuan Shua with lethal intent. The speed was astonishing. Within the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows multiple times. At that moment, Yuan Shua resembled a mighty bear, his feet firmly planted on the ground. With a powerful step, the earth trembled and collapsed, leaving a ravaged landscape in its wake. He propelled himself upwards, delivering a punch that shattered the myriad incoming metallic blades. What of the superpower? Like a deity, Yuan Shua swept out with his leg, obliterating the assaulting swords in a single kick. Boom! They closed in once more, the speed defying comprehension, as Li Hao could barely perceive the spectacle unfolding before him. All he knew was that his mentor had secured the upper hand. The long-haired warrior was sent flying, bloodied and evidently at a disadvantage, though the extent of his loss remained a mystery. At this moment, the battle at the radiant sun level abruptly halted. Huang Yun, somewhat disheveled and scorched, was oblivious to his own plight, his gaze fixated in shock upon the scene unfolding in the distance. Yuan Shua, he suddenly turned to the figure opposite him, his expression a mix of astonishment and fury. It truly is you. Is that the Broken Sky Master? The title of Master was not merely a designation of rank, but a mark of divine favor, signifying that the individual had awakened as a superpowered being at the moment of the resurgence, born into power without the need for any subsequent training. Such superpowered individuals are typically the pinnacle of strength. The Broken Sky Master, it was said, had become a superpowered being the very instant the powers resurfaced, boasting 2 decades of experience, making him one of the most formidable among them. He had surpassed the radiant sun. The thunderous warrior across from him, his countenance shifting, remarked coldly, "I never anticipated that Yuan Shua would ascend to the rank of Douqian. No wonder you dared to intervene. Your audacity is remarkable." The Douqian martial master was nearly a rarity in the Silver Moon province, and Yuan Shua might well be the sole Douqian master in recent years. Yet, despite the terror that Douqian invoked, he faced the Broken Sky Master. Huang Yun gritted his teeth in silence. Yuan Shua's ascension to Douqian was unexpected, but he had not anticipated his boldness or the ill fortune of encountering the Broken Sky Master on his first full-force strike. Troublesome indeed. Nevertheless, Yuan Shua had gained the advantage. His relentless assault had already forced the master to spit blood, a sight both he and the thunderous warrior observed. However, if he could not land a decisive blow, the current advantage would be but an illusion. In that moment, Liu Long also found himself in a state of profound shock. Douqian, his eyes were filled with awe, yearning, and disbelief. Yuan Shua had indeed advanced to Douqian. Just then, Lu Yin and her companions arrived. The demon-hunting squad united with 3 night watchers, barely managing to halt the advance of the 4 superpowered beings. As the multitude engaged in combat, an astonishing battle erupted in the distance. Yuan Shua, alongside another formidable being surpassing the radiant sun, brought forth an unprecedented conflict in the small silver city this night. Liu Long, overwhelmed by shock, bellowed furiously, "Kill." It was imperative to devise a way to eliminate the few before him. For Yuan Shuo would likely be unable to withstand such a supreme adversary. Dou Qian, after all, was merely comparable to the radiant sun. In the air, Yuan Shuo propelled himself from the ground with an unparalleled fervor, exhibiting none of the sluggishness typically associated with age. His fists danced, striking with relentless force. Within his right hand lay a modest stone, akin to a claw, which he unleashed with each punch. Initially, the long-haired warrior dismissed this claw, but soon enough, upon being struck, the mysterious defensive energy protecting his chest was shattered by the claw's impact. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Shuo delivered a blow that shattered the warrior's innards, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What is this?" he pondered. "An extraordinary object? How could it penetrate my defenses and directly injure my insides?" A surge of potent, mysterious energy flooded into his body, breaching his defenses entirely. Yet, Yuan Shuo pressed on with his assault. With the martial artist now holding the upper hand, it was crucial to maintain the offensive until the opponent was either vanquished or rendered utterly incapable of fighting back. Li Hao mirrored his approach. Yuan Shuo had asserted that true victory is only achieved when the enemy can no longer rise, utterly subdued and incapable of resistance. In that moment, Li Hao appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at the distant clash where the two top-tier warriors ravaged the earth, leaving it fissured. Was this within the realm of human capability? Was this truly Dou Qian? Indeed, this was the essence of Dou Qian. In his mind, he had once considered Dou Qian formidable, yet still bound by the limitations of the flesh, believing its destructive capacity could not compare to that of high-powered grenades. Yet the evidence had proven his perspective woefully inadequate. Yuan Shuo launched himself from the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him. His blood surged like a furnace, evaporating the rain that fell from the sky and transforming the area into a rainless expanse. Could this be likened to a grenade? Each move he executed likely surpassed the destructive power of even artillery, and he was but a man, agile and astute. No wonder the military's ability to counteract superhumans was diminishing. Previously, in the face of a moonlit-level entity, Li Hao had thought that with a dozen or 20 armed individuals strategically positioned, eliminating a moonlit or breaking 100 would be feasible. However, witnessing the prowess of a Dou Qian warrior, he realized that even with 1,000 armed men, unless the opponent acted foolishly and engaged in direct confrontation, they would find themselves utterly powerless. On the contrary, should the enemy exercise caution and seize opportunities, even 1,000-strong army could be shattered. Terrifying, Li Hao murmured. And at that moment, he glanced at the crimson shadow before him. The shadow had admirably shielded him from the residual forces. This crimson figure was indeed formidable. To withstand the aftermath of such a clash between two supreme beings was no small feat. Gazing at the small sword in his hand, Li Hao smiled wryly. The sword remained sealed. Although it had previously managed to injure that crimson shadow, he doubted it would be effective against the might before him now. The power of the small sword is limited, and it seems that it may not suffice. However, the teacher is formidable, relentlessly attacking and maintaining the upper hand. Yet, Li Hao understands that the teacher may not be as strong as the opponent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to inflict damage during his sneak attack. If their strengths were comparable, he would have already subdued the enemy. In true battles between formidable warriors, unless they are evenly matched, conflicts usually conclude swiftly. At that moment, Li Hao observed the red shadow moving, seemingly preparing to engage in battle rather than merely protecting him. It appeared that the long-haired warrior, with the assistance of the red shadow, would pose a significant challenge for the teacher. Clearly, the adversary had regained consciousness and realized the urgency of swiftly dealing with Yuan Shuo. The red shadow's departure would present a grave predicament. Li Hao was terrified of death, pain, and the possibility of causing his own demise. However, in this moment, he hesitated not. With his jade sword, he plunged it into his chest. The heart bled. The teacher had mentioned that this might aid in unsealing the small sword. Whether it would work remained to be seen. A searing pain surged through him. Li Hao feared he had pierced too deeply, possibly rupturing his heart. Would he die? Uncertain. But, regardless of the outcome, he had to ensure the red shadow remained. No matter what, it could not be allowed to join the fray. Would the small sword, once unsealed, be capable of achieving this? Who could say? It was a gamble. Yuan Shua was wagering that he could contend with that individual, while Liu Long was betting on his ability to confront the superpowered entity. At this moment, Li Hao too was making a wager. He was betting on this ancestral sword to unseal and combat the Red Shadow. With a fierce resolve, he withdrew the small sword and thrust it toward the Red Shadow. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to reach it, and thus the Red Shadow paid him no heed. However, as the small sword was extracted from his chest, emanating a faint luminescence, it pierced deeply into the Red Shadow. In a fleeting moment, Li Hao thought he heard a cry of anguish from the Red Shadow. Was it alive? He could not ascertain. All he knew was that he had to eliminate this entity. So in the next instant, Li Hao withdrew the sword once more and thrust again. At this juncture, the Red Shadow reacted, as if Li Hao's assault had driven it into a frenzy, breaking free from the control of the long-haired warrior. Suddenly, the Red Shadow transformed into a cloud of mist, surging toward Li Hao's chest. An energy, akin to flames, erupted within him. In that moment, Li Hao let out a tremendous roar, activating the 5 animals breathing technique. As starlight began to manifest, he realized that the Red Shadow intended to incinerate him, just as it had with Xiao Yuan, seeking to consume him entirely. But I possessed the Starry Sky Sword. As the fiery energy erupted within him, Li Hao momentarily glimpsed an alternate reality. In that instant, he comprehended what Xiao Yuan had perceived before. He understood why Xiao Yuan had chosen to flee, realizing that he had become the next target of annihilation. At this moment, a different visage of the world unfolded before Li Hao's eyes, his vision transcending all material existence. Above Silver City, a colossal bagua seemed to hover in the air. The enigmatic bagua enveloped the entirety of Silver City. Each of the 8 trigrams, corresponding to distinct cardinal directions, appeared to be interconnected by invisible lines, one of which was directly linked to Li Hao, while the other 7 diverged away from Silver City, all heading in the same direction. It seemed as though someone had forcibly drawn away the remaining lines. In that moment, Li Hao comprehended the truth. What Xiao Yuan had witnessed on that fateful day must have been this very scene. Among the 8 lines, one corresponded to Xiao Yuan himself, while another was tied to Li Hao. Though Xiao Yuan may not have been particularly astute, upon witnessing this spectacle, he would surely grasp that the next target for elimination was Li Hao, who was intertwined with the bagua lines. Did you truly witness this scene? This thought flashed through Li Hao's mind as he ceased all contemplation. The 5 animal breathing technique surged within him, allowing him to absorb a vast amount of starlight energy. The energies of starlight and the shadowy red force erupted simultaneously within him. His internal organs trembled and shattered. Yet the starlight energy swiftly mended the ruptured meridians while simultaneously extinguishing the power of the Red Shadow. In the distance, the long-haired warrior's expression shifted slightly. He had been relentlessly pressured by Yuan Shua's aggressive onslaught. He had originally intended to summon the Red Shadow to assist in vanquishing Yuan Shua. The moment Yuan Shua became entangled with the Red Shadow, he would have an opportunity to catch his breath, regain his true combat prowess, and eliminate that scoundrel. However, the summoning had failed. The Red Shadow did not return. Damn it, what had transpired? He had no time to ponder, as Yuan Shua's ferocious assault was exceedingly domineering. This combat master, with an internal force that surpassed typical levels, possessed an unparalleled destructive capability that far exceeded the usual standards of martial prowess. At that moment, Yuan Shua let out a thunderous roar, and chains suddenly manifested around him. He intended to break through the superpower lock, ascend to superpower status, and annihilate his formidable foe before him. Boom! A superpower lock exploded, and Yuan Shua's strength surged even further. In the next instant, he unleashed a punch that altered the very colors of the sun and moon. His vital energy coiled around the long-haired warrior like a mighty dragon. The long-haired warrior, in turn, radiated a dazzling golden light, brimming with murderous intent, as the bloodthirsty dragon of energy shattered repeatedly. Both combatants were consumed by their rage, disregarding any notion of mutual destruction. After shattering a lock, Yuan Shua seemed to grow even more powerful. Yet, in the following moment, Yuan Shua's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and roared, unleashing a surge of mysterious energy that had just manifested within him, causing it to explode outward. This formidable, mysterious force detonated externally, causing the long-haired man to involuntarily spit blood once more. "Are you mad?" the long-haired warrior exclaimed in shock. "Just moments ago, Yuan Shuo had birthed this mysterious source of energy, indicating his potential to swiftly ascend to superpower status. Yet, in the next second, Yuan Shuo had chosen to obliterate this mysterious source, which represented the origin of his mysterious abilities. Shattering it signified that Yuan Shuo had relinquished his opportunity to ascend to superpower. Was this not the act of a madman? Yuan Shuo's complexion was pale, yet tinged with a hint of mirth as he gazed at his opponent, a fleeting warmth swiftly transforming into coldness. How can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? That enigmatic source had begun to erode his inner strength. It is essential to understand that a martial artist's very foundation lies in their inner energy. Once this energy is compromised, it signifies an assault on one's body, blood, and vital organs, culminating in severe injury. While mysterious energy might offer some restitution, it remains an external force. In that brief moment, Yuan Shuo realized that advancing to a higher realm of power could pose a significant threat, rendering the fruits of his years of arduous training into mere ashes. Nonetheless, he was resolute to the utmost degree. This mysterious source had not triumphed entirely. At the very least, it had gravely wounded his adversary once more. Without the mysterious energy, he could still vanquish you. With a thunderous roar, Yuan Shuo transformed into a colossal bear, not in form, but in ferocity, resembling a fierce brown bear. Clutching his stone dagger, he recognized its formidable ability to breach defenses, proving invaluable in subduing his opponent, even without fully unlocking the dagger's potential. Its inherent power was sufficient to serve as his greatest trump card against this formidable foe's mysterious energy defenses. Boom! Like a bear, Yuan Shuo once again stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, propelling himself into the air to deliver a relentless assault upon the long-haired warrior. From start to finish, he maintained an aggressive onslaught. Waves of dagger energy surged forth. Bang! The long-haired warrior was sent flying once more, utterly suppressed, from the onset until now. Yuan Shuo had not afforded him a moment to regroup or retaliate. This seasoned martial artist was adept at exploiting any lapse to deliver lethal strikes. Though his opponent possessed greater strength, vitality, mysterious energy, and defense, all of that power dissipated like a mirage when he could not land a blow on Yuan Shuo. Yuan Shuo roared again. Yuan Shuo, we can boom. A mighty kick from Yuan Shuo shattered the air, infused with dagger energy, delivering devastating destruction. With a single strike, even a modest hill behind the long-haired warrior was reduced to rubble. Kill! Yuan Shuo bellowed once more, as a blood dragon, a manifestation of his vitality, hovered above him. The dragon surged to life. Yet it was insufficient. Despite his prowess, even with the addition of dagger energy and maintaining the upper hand through stealth, he had yet to slay this adversary. What did this signify? It indicated that Yuan Shuo was still incapable of inflicting a fatal blow upon his opponent. Yuan Shuo refused to yield. Visions of countless ancient texts flooded his mind, and in the next moment, one tome crystallized in his consciousness, the blood blade technique. This ancient manuscript detailed the fusion of vitality and spiritual strength, transforming them into a blood blade for a lethal strike, a last-ditch effort employed by martial artists during ancient civilizations. Its destructive potential was immense. However, the side effects were equally severe. The blood blade technique, merging vitality and spiritual intent, could unleash a lethality surpassing realms. But the cost would be rapid physical deterioration, potentially leading to disability or death. Ancient texts record that during the era of ancient civilizations, seasoned martial artists would diligently cultivate a particular technique to confront formidable adversaries. In critical moments, they would risk their lives to unleash this skill, often yielding remarkable results. However, it was later banned, as most practitioners who employed it met with demise. Yet, at this juncture, did Yuan Shuo truly care? Besides, did not his student possess a sword? Could he not save lives? Who claimed that he was destined to perish? It was not an inevitability. The records also noted that there existed solutions to this technique, though Yuan Shuo regrettably had not encountered them. Melt. The heavens and earth transformed into a furnace, divine intent erupted, and power surged. In that moment, Yuan Shuo surged forward with unstoppable momentum, instantaneously transforming into a being of divine might. A dragon of vitality coiled above his head, swiftly merging into his being. And in the blink of an eye, he forged a blood-red blade. The crimson long sword pierced into the stone blade. The diminutive stone knife in his hand now expanded in size. Wielding it, Yuan Shuo struck forth, and with that blow, the very sky turned crimson. Supernatural abilities? Mere trifles. Yuan Shuo roared vehemently. Opposite him, the long-haired adversary's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, unleashing all his mysterious energies. In that instant, it was as if the sun illuminated the earth, transforming the entire vicinity of Silver City into a realm of light, akin to broad daylight. Yuan Shuo, you force my hand. Force your mother. Yuan Shuo did not await the completion of his opponent's words. His sword had already descended. A thunderous roar echoed as the mysterious energies gathered by the long-haired foe were utterly shattered by that strike. Not ceasing there, the blade continued its descent towards the long-haired man. The latter's face turned ashen, disbelief etched in his gaze. How could this be? He had condensed all his mysterious energies, only to have them cleaved asunder by a single strike of Zhang's blade. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him. With incredulity, he pondered how Yuan Shuo could wield Zhang's blade. It was unfathomable. Even if he had acquired it, he should not have been able to utilize it. Not only with Zhang's blade, but this held true for weapons from other clans as well. They could only be wielded by those of their own bloodlines. Even if their weapons were seized by an organization, they remained mere shells, usable only to a slight extent, unless the 8 bloodlines converged. Igniting the starry sky sword with Li Hao's lineage, there was little hope of genuinely employing these weapons. Yet, Yuan Shuo bore no ties to the 8 clans, let alone Zhang's bloodline. How could he possibly harness the power of Zhang's blade? No one was there to provide him answers. At that moment, the strike was unimaginably swift, cleaving his opponent in twain. As Yuan Shuo landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, it was authentic. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Without uttering a word, he swung his blade once more, instantaneously slicing the divided body into countless fragments. If he did not perish from this, he would truly be astounded. Without a backward glance, he soared into the air like a bird, disregarding Li Hao and all else. With a single step, he covered 1,000 meters, his speed unfathomable. Yuan Shuo expended every ounce of his energy, seizing the fleeting effect of the blood blade technique as he hastened towards the battlefield of radiant light. Since he had already struck, he would not hold back. In transit, he casually slashed with his blade, tearing through the firmament. For heads almost simultaneously fell. Liu Long and his companions gazed upon him as if he were a deity, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, terror, joy, and fear. Yuan Shuo, a man of divine and demonic stature. Yet Yuan Shuo, indifferent to their gazes, focused instead on the thunderous warrior attempting to flee. His voice resounded like a thunderclap. Huang Yun, intercept him, or I shall slay you as well. Boom. The tempest erupted. Huang Yun, heart-pounding, thought, have we won? Yuan Shuo has severed the celestial master. The Silver City, no, the Silver Moon province is on the brink of transformation. A supreme warrior beyond the radiant sun has perished here, and his slayer is but a martial artist. The winds howled. With a furious shout, the storm, mingled with torrential rain and thunder, clashed violently. Yuan Shuo was intent on bloodshed. Huang Yun had to stop him. At that moment, the thunderous warrior revealed his true form. A young man, pale-faced, growled softly. Huang Yun, do you dare to hinder me? If you do, the Crimson Moon will not spare the Night Watchers. The disparity between the Night Watchers and the 3 great organizations is clear. Do you wish to provoke a full-scale war with the Crimson Moon? Huang Yun suddenly chuckled. Young man, the 3 great organizations are formidable, while the Night Watchers are weak. But if the 3 dare to come, they shall not return alive. In the wilderness, they may seem superior, but do they truly think our army is defenseless? In the wild, they cannot prevail. This is an undeniable truth. Yet when it comes to crucial moments, do the 3 great organizations dare to assault the great cities? We would all perish together. It is merely a balance of mutual restraint. Let me go, Huang Yun. Release me, and the Crimson Moon will offer you 3,000, no, 10,000 units of mysterious energy. Huang Yun was initially tempted, but then fell silent, unleashing a relentless barrage. Do not jest. That man is approaching, Yuan Shuo. This ruthless individual from 20 years ago has now entered the realm of Do Qian, perhaps even surpassed it. The thought alone is terrifying. I cannot let you escape. Otherwise, he truly might kill me. The Night Watchers have suffered greatly over the years in collaboration with him, and now that he has surpassed Do Qian, I dare not provoke this former overlord. At that moment, Yuan Shuo arrived. Like a deity of wrath, With a single stroke, he cleaved through the air, blood-red blade light illuminating the void. The blow shattered the thunderous warrior. The young man roared, "Yuan Shuo, spare me, kill me, and you will surely perish. My father is the leader of the Crimson Moon." Yuan Shuo sneered coldly, "You are far too naive. I know your father, the leader of the Crimson Moon. 20 years ago, he was merely a martial artist who broke 100, and I made him kneel and beg for mercy with a single punch. Over the years, I have avoided him, or I would have long since left the Silver Moon province. Our enmity runs deep. You bear an uncanny resemblance to that scoundrel. And I never expected his son to come in person." Huang Yun's expression changed. The son of the Crimson Moon? Yuan Shuo then swung his blade once more, cleaving the young man's head open, a smirk on his face. "Fool, your father has long sought my life, fixating on me for decades. Yet here I stand, unscathed. What can he achieve by killing you? First, I shall annihilate the Night Watchers." Huang Yun fell silent. Before this, the animosity between you was merely an echo of past grievances. However, now that you have slain his son, have you not forged an unbreakable vendetta? Yuan Shuo, without a backward glance, soared into the air like a bird, his voice resonating in the distance. "All spoils belong to me. I shall visit my students, and everything shall be delivered to the ancient Yuan family. Unless, of course, you, Huang Yun, wish to taste my blade." Huang Yun's expression shifted, his silence betraying his trepidation. Such a formidable individual. To reach this level of prowess is truly terrifying. He could not suppress his curiosity. "What realm do you inhabit? Are you at the peak of Doqian? Can Doqian truly vanquish a celestial master?" The recent slaying of the child of the Red Moon, executed with the ease of chopping vegetables, was indeed daunting. Just the pinnacle of Doqian. Yuan Shuo's words echoed, leaving all in shock. In the next moment, Yuan Shuo returned to the warehouse, now in ruins. He glanced at the still bleeding Li Hao and seized him, vanishing into the darkness, his complexion slightly flushed. In an instant, he expelled a mouthful of blood, which was immediately vaporized. "I can no longer endure this. What has gone awry?" He sensed Li Hao's sword transmitting energy at this moment. He could not forcibly take it. He could only siphon a bit to mend his shattered internal organs. He thought, "This time, I have truly overstepped. The peak of Doqian is a title I do not possess, though I am not far from it. The crux of the matter is my grievous injuries. Should I delay further, I may lose my esteemed appearance altogether, and bloodshed is inevitable." Cough, cough, cough. This time, it was genuine coughing. Yuan Shuo's complexion shifted from ashen to a ghastly pale. Grasping Li Hao, he fled with haste. It was prudent to escape first. Otherwise, should others arrive, or if that fool Huang Yun suddenly decided to test him or attempt to kill him, he would be defenseless. Flee, hide, and return when the coast is clear. Yuan Shuo contemplated, recalling the moment he unlocked the superpower seal, his gaze revealing a hint of peculiarity. "My dream of superpowers has shattered. What superpower seal? It is not a pathway to unlocking abilities, but rather a defensive system for self-preservation. Damn it, what is this superpower? To forsake the internal strength amassed through effort in exchange for superpowers is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. It appears formidable, yet it is as insubstantial as a castle in the air. The resurgence of superpowers may indeed pose a risk." Cough, cough, cough. He expelled another mouthful of blood, intending to vaporize it once more, only to realize the blood had vanished. Upon glancing beside him, he was astonished to find a dog accompanying him, devouring the blood. Yuan Shuo recognized this dog as Li Hao's companion. He frowned slightly. "Are you also seeking to transcend? Consuming my blood and Li Hao's? Dogs that have tasted human blood become a great menace." He felt an urge to slay the creature. Indeed, for this dog had the audacity to consume blood. Just as he contemplated taking action, the Black Panther disgustedly regurgitated his blood, casting a disdainful glance at Yuan Shuo, its eyes reflecting contempt, as if to say, "This blood is truly repugnant." Yuan Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at the Black Panther, suddenly breaking into a smile. "So it turns out your keen nose is for energy." Within Li Hao's blood lay a unique vitality. This dog was not driven by a thirst for blood, but rather to consume that very essence. Well, it is Li Hao's dog. He couldn't be bothered with it anymore and swiftly vanished into the darkness. There was no time to dwell on such matters. He needed to flee. And far away at that. He could hide for a few days and, should the need arise, resort to the dog for sustenance. After all, a moving source of food would save him the effort of hunting. Unbeknownst to him, the Black Panther followed eagerly at his heels. Meanwhile, the departure of Yuan Shuo and his companions sent shockwaves throughout the realm. The news spread rapidly through various channels, desperately conveyed to every corner. The blood battle of Silver City. The divine master Duantian was slain, the Red Moon leader's son was murdered, 10 Moonshade superpowers were lost, along with a multitude of martial artists, and over 100 lives extinguished. And the orchestrator of it all was none other than Yuan Shuo, the infamous sorcerer who terrorized the Silver Moon province 2 decades ago. Now, this old demon had ascended to the pinnacle of Do Qian, slaying the divine master Duantian against all odds. In that moment, the news began to ripple from the Silver Moon province to distant territories. It marked the first fall of a transcendent being beyond the sun's radiance in the Silver Moon province in 20 years. Instantly, the world was abuzz. A true upheaval had begun. Chapter 43, Dual Cultivation, Seeking Monthly Votes. With a sudden cough, blood spewed forth. Li Hao, groggy, opened his eyes. The 5-animal breathing technique was still in motion, gradually calming the turmoil within. However, the crimson energy continued to surge, and Li Hao felt as though his entire meridian system was blocked, a sensation akin to being solidified. No pain, only numbness. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him. Awake? The voice of his teacher reached his ears. Li Hao blinked, fatigue evident in his gaze, and saw his teacher playing with the Black Panther nearby. Teacher. Li Hao coughed again, this time expelling blood tinged with darkness. Yuan Shuo, though weary himself, had remained with this lad all day. Seeing Li Hao finally regain consciousness and resolve, he wasted no time in brazenly snatching the little sword away. Let me have a taste. Li Hao was speechless. This behavior was hardly befitting of a literary master. Teacher, I know, Yuan Shuo interjected. I've examined it. There's an excess of energy within you. For now, we must maintain a balanced state. You won't perish just yet. If you don't allow me to take a sip, I might have to prepare for your funeral later. Yuan Shuo spoke with a jesting tone, yet the situation was indeed grave. Had it not been for the fear that his prized disciple might perish from the energy surge, he would have taken the sword long ago. After all, this was his student. Would he have been able to wait this long for anyone else? His own internal chaos was even more tangled than Li Hao's. While Li Hao merely faced an energy upheaval, Yuan Shuo was drained, his internal force depleted, and his spiritual essence significantly harmed. This was a matter that transcended mere physical injury. The Bloodblade technique truly lives up to its reputation as a forbidden martial art. This was the first time Yuan Shuo personally experienced the formidable power of such a discipline. Of course, the Bloodblade technique bore no connection to Li Hao. When it comes to the utilization of energy at the mental level, Li Hao would have to wait until he encountered Do Qian again. Although this forbidden martial art is powerful, it is not something that an ordinary individual can wield. Those who attempt to use it may not withstand its consequences. As he absorbed the energy from the jade sword, Yuan Shuo felt a momentary healing of his injuries, unable to suppress a groan of pleasure. What an exhilarating sensation. It was akin to a parched land finally receiving rain, truly delightful. If only he had possessed this small sword earlier. Perhaps he could have unleashed the Bloodblade technique once more. The weapons of the 8 great families are astonishingly potent. Even that stone dagger, had it not been in his possession, he might not have easily breached his opponent's defenses at Do Qian's level. To slay the God Master of the Broken Sky, both the stone dagger and the Bloodblade technique are indispensable. This victory over his adversary could be attributed to fortune. Teacher, Li Hao called out to Yuan Shuo, who appeared somewhat disheveled, a look that seemed genuine rather than feigned, with no one around to witness it. Did we win? We did. Yuan Shuo replied, simultaneously drawing an energy while cursing. The Red Moon is truly ruthless. To deal with an ordinary person, they deployed a top-tier powerhouse at the Sanyang level. They really spared no expense, and thankfully, I managed to take him down. Sanyang. Li Hao, rendered immobile, leaned against the filthy wall and inquired, is that above the Riyao? Yes, that's the one. Yuan Shuo said, savoring the energy and feeling his injuries mend. His spirits considerably lifted. Riyao signifies the gathering of Sanyang's power, embodying the essence of their unity. It refers to a superhuman whose total energy is nearly equivalent to that of 3 Riyao levels, thus a Sanyang powerhouse. I had thought that even if the forces behind the scenes had some means, it would be rare to find such a being, especially as superhumans have only emerged in the last 20 years. Sanyang level beings are exceedingly scarce in the Silver Moon province, slightly more common in the central region. For them to send a Li Hao was already a sign of respect, yet here we are, facing a Sanyang powerhouse directly. This is truly perilous. Had it not been for the stone dagger, had I not advanced, and with countless ancient texts at my disposal, a Sanyang level presence could have easily dispatched us all and swept through Silver City without difficulty. Li Hao sighed. Indeed, they truly regard me highly. The more this is the case, the more it suggests that trouble may not yet be over. To send such a formidable presence after an ordinary person. And now that the teacher has slain him, what about next time? Teacher, how did you manage to kill that fellow? Have you broken through? No. Yuan Shuo suddenly furrowed his brow, shaking his head. It's not that simple. Setting aside superpowers, in terms of martial artists, there is no path beyond Do Qian. No path beyond. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then, does that mean the teacher has advanced to superhuman status? Is the blade insufficient? That is not the reason. For now, it's not something I can reveal to you. Focus on advancing past 100 first. There is still a long road ahead. He was reluctant to divulge too much, fearing that the excess information might distract Li Hao. He added, of course, I can hardly comprehend your current situation. What have you absorbed? The meridians and blood within your body have nearly solidified, filled completely with energy, yet it is not merely a mysterious force. Li Hao pondered for a moment before articulating. It is that spiritual essence I mentioned. It entered my body and was reflected back by my small sword, resulting in a surge of energy flooding into me. This energy fused with the sword energy within, creating a unique power. I had previously absorbed a small amount, which had a potent effect on my blood, but it is nothing compared to now. The excess I've taken in has left me somewhat unable to digest it. Surely. Yuan Shuo nodded. I am well aware of your physical constitution. You are not weak among the ranks of the 10th realm. However, the energy you have absorbed likely surpasses the level of 1,000 strata. It is excessive, and although it has not caused you to burst, it is indeed related to your sword energy. It has neutralized the power, yet it has also placed you in a predicament. Li Hao attempted to continue assimilating the energy, but found himself utterly powerless. It truly seemed solidified. What to do? At that moment, Yuan Shuo, having recovered significantly from his injuries, observed Li Hao's attempts to absorb more energy, and shook his head. You unconsciously absorbed too much energy in your slumber. It has now solidified. It would be challenging for you to absorb it on your own. Li Hao frowned, casting a glance at his teacher, believing that he must possess a solution. In his eyes, Yuan Shuo was almost omniscient. Although that may be an overestimation, it had been true thus far. Whatever Li Hao did not know, the teacher seemed to grasp effortlessly. Any query posed would find resolution in him. Yuan Shuo continued. As for what lies ahead, I cannot predict whether greater troubles will arise. However, you are the sole heir of the 8 great families of Silver City. Since the Red Moon organization failed to achieve its aims and lost a top-tier expert at the 3 Yang level, they are unlikely to relent easily. Of course, with my presence, they are currently unaware of my circumstances and dare not act recklessly. Moreover, having slain a 3 Yang level powerhouse, should they send more, it is likely they will not send just one. The Night Watchers still exist, and I am still, in name, a collaborating professor of the Night Watchers. For the time being, they should not dare to act rashly. Yuan Shuo spoke these words both to ensure Li Hao understood that his predicament remained unresolved and to reassure him that for now, there would be no immediate danger. Although the Night Watchers are weak, as long as they hold their ground, the Red Moon would not dare to act lightly unless they commit fully, which would lead to a significant confrontation. The Red Moon lacks that resolve. As for your issue, it can be easily remedied. Li Hao's eyes brightened, sensing that his teacher had a plan. 2 methods. Yuan Shuo extended 2 fingers, smiling. First, bloodletting. Li Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Certainly, if there were no other options, resolving the issue this way would not be out of the question, but the notion of bloodletting sounded agonizing. Second, dual cultivation. Li Hao, not entirely oblivious, found this remark peculiar and questioned. Find a woman? Get lost. Yuan Shuo retorted, exasperated. Do not be so quick to think of unsavory matters when dual cultivation is mentioned. You're still young. Why are you thinking of women? Dual cultivation is merely a method of practice. Do not let your imagination run wild. I mean with me. Li Hao's mouth fell agape. Yuan Shuo chuckled. What is the matter? Displeased? Is it so wrong for your teacher to take advantage of you? Your energy absorption is excessive, beyond your capacity to expend. a predicament that most cannot resolve. However, as we share the same origin, your fundamental technique is the 5 animals breathing method, as is mine. Through our dual cultivation, with my prowess, I can assist you in dissipating a significant portion of your energy. Yet, this would come at a cost to you. As much of the energy you painstakingly absorbed would be siphoned away by me. There exists another approach, as Yuan Shua leisurely suggested. The third method is patience. Gradually refining and absorbing the energy, I believe that within a year or two, you could fully assimilate it. Upon completion, you might ascend to the pinnacle of 100 or even strive toward 1,000. However, such hopes are slim, for transcending 1,000 primarily hinges on divine will. This is merely energy, while reaching the 100 pinnacle is a certainty. If Li Hao is willing to wait, he should be able to consume this energy within a year or two, becoming a master at the 100 pinnacle, a speed that many would envy. Time, indeed, is not excessively long. Yet, Yuan Shua hesitated to disclose this immediately, for he understood that Li Hao might not possess the luxury of time to wait in tranquility. With energy stagnating and solidifying in his meridians and blood, even if Li Hao could maintain his life, the next year or two might see him confined to bed. A mere invalid. Should you engage in dual cultivation with me now, I would absorb the majority of the energy, leaving you with only a fraction. While this would still yield considerable enhancement, reaching the pinnacle of the 10 realms would be manageable, yet surpassing 100 would present a formidable challenge. Yuan Shua gazed at him with a smile. So what are your thoughts? Moreover, I almost forgot to mention that the first option, bloodletting to loosen the energy, could also allow for some absorption, perhaps even more than through dual cultivation, possibly enabling you to transition into the 100 realm. Among the 3 choices, dual cultivation might yield the least benefit for you, as Yuan Shua is exceedingly powerful. If he participates, most of the energy would inevitably be drawn away by him. After some contemplation, Li Hao inquired, Master, may I propose a 4th option? A 4th option? Where did that come from? Yuan Shua regarded him with a hint of confusion. Do you possess more methods than I? Li Hao sheepishly replied. I recall you mentioning a senior sister of ours residing in Baiwa City. Does she practice the 5 animals breathing method? Get lost. Yuan Shua was speechless. What a fanciful notion. Besides, where would we find your senior sister at this time? There are countless eyes upon us. We must remain discreet, focus on healing first, and forget about your senior sister. As he considered this, Yuan Shua stroked his beardless chin. Forget about your senior sister. Moreover, she is over 30, past her prime. While you, a young lad, seem unrestrained in your preferences. Li Hao was left speechless, shaking his head, then chuckled. Let us proceed with dual cultivation then. Just refrain from using that term, master. It sounds unpleasant to my ears. Use a different phrase, and I shall choose this option. Are you certain? Absolutely. Li Hao grinned. Your strength is my means of survival. Just like this time, had you not intervened, I would have been reduced to ashes. He truly pondered it. Merely found the term dual cultivation somewhat discomforting. Nevertheless, opting to share energy with Yuan Shua seemed beneficial. It would serve both their interests, a win-win situation. After all, even if he were to reach the 100 pinnacle, what would it matter? The opponent initiated the encounter with an overwhelming force. Immediately, a top-tier adversary of the 3 yang level struck, surpassing even the 100 break threshold by 2 levels. Without Yuan Shua's protection, Li Hao felt utterly helpless. Yuan Shua chuckled. I know you're not a fool. Although I present you with 3 choices, in truth, there's only one, whether you like it or not. You'll have to engage in dual cultivation. I'm positively ravenous. My internal energy is nearly at its limit. If you weren't my student, I would have drained you dry while you slept. Li Hao could only smile wryly. Teacher, we are on the side of justice. Your behavior makes it seem as though we are the villains. Such nonsense about justice. Yuan Shua dismissed. 20 years ago, martial artists ran rampant. I, your teacher, wielded my iron fists to sweep through them, having taken countless lives. People called me the old demon Yuan. Some even mocked me with names like Monkey, due to my mastery of the 5 animal style and my swift movements. Not a single flattering title to be found. Silver Moon 3 guns? That had nothing to do with me. I was simply the old demon. He asserts that it was only with the rise of superpowers that I adopted a within the Silver Moon Proloquy demeanor. Enough with the idle chatter. Only 3 or 5 individuals could potentially defeat him. Let's hasten the dual cultivation. You've been lying here for a day. The Silver City is currently stable, and the night watchmen have reacted. The Red Moon likely won't dare to send anyone recklessly. We must return quickly. Is it really that urgent? Li Hao questioned, not feeling particularly pressed. Before he could finish, Yuan Shuo scolded, "Are you foolish? We've taken so many lives, 1 yang, 1 sunlight, 10 superpowers, and a number of martial artists. How much mysterious energy have we amassed? If we don't seize the spoils before the night watchman's strong ones arrive, how can I confront them over mere spoils? They've dispatched a sunlight. They will shield us and bear the blame. Can we afford to turn against them? Absolutely not." Li Hao shook his head in agreement. "Then that's settled." Yuan Shuo grinned. "With Huang Yun present, he fears me. That fellow wouldn't dare challenge me. Once I return, all the treasures will be mine. Otherwise, if a 3 yang truly arrives, the night watchmen will surely take their share, leaving us with nothing. Even if you and I can't use them, your captain and that well-endowed woman could benefit, no? Are you referring to Liu Yan?" Li Hao was speechless, astonished that his teacher still had the inclination to be concerned about such matters. It was quite unbecoming. He had never perceived this side of him before. Was it all an act previously? Perhaps. Back then, his teacher had no choice but to lay low. Unable to defeat his opponents, masquerading as an ancient academy professor. Now that his strength had increased, and he had eliminated a 3 yang level being, he had naturally regained his swagger. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." As he spoke, Yuan Shuo tossed a small sword to Li Hao. The energy feels significantly diminished. It seems the energy contained within is limited. What a pity. I wonder if it can be restored. This energy is incredibly useful. If it cannot be replenished, that would be a tremendous loss. He expressed a hint of regret, having felt a noticeable difference when absorbing it earlier. The energy was no longer as potent. Now merely a faint echo. Of course, as long as Li Hao absorbed it, it should last for a while. However, given his single combat prowess, he would soon deplete it. Thus, Yuan Shuo chose to refrain from further consumption. "Teacher, as for this sword, I had previously unsealed it." "Not at all." Yuan Shuo abruptly interjected. "It was merely a temporary breach of a seal. Your meager essence is hardly sufficient to fill the gaps. This sword of yours is even more formidable than anticipated. Take your time. For now, we have only unsealed a fraction, and its impact is rather limited. We shall delve deeper into this matter later." With that, he seized Li Hao, aligning their palms and feet, and suddenly, in a moment of contemplation, he stripped Li Hao of his shoes. Li Hao, immobilized, noticed his teacher's intentions to undress and quickly exclaimed, "Teacher, 5 hearts facing the heavens is sufficient. There's no need to remove clothing. It's still damp. It feels uncomfortable. Please, don't." Li Hao, in a state of urgency, pleaded, "Teacher, let us maintain some decorum." "You little rascal," Yuan Shuo scolded. "Do you think I relish the sight of you?" He quickly discarded Li Hao's shoes and, with their limbs interlocked, continued, "We shall soon practice the 5 animals breathing technique together. Remember, I will channel my force and inner energy into you. Just follow my lead. Do not resist. Your resistance is futile. No one is coming to your aid." Li Hao remained silent. The teacher's words grew increasingly sinister. It was best not to overindulge in them. Merely acquiescing would suffice. The two fell into silence. In the next moment, they both activated the 5 animals breathing technique. Li Hao felt a surge of powerful inner energy rush into his body, reverberating through his meridians and blood vessels. The previously solidified pathways of energy were suddenly assailed. Yet fortunately, their techniques stemmed from the same source, mitigating the force of the impact. The crystallized energy was dispersed by the inner strength of their practice, releasing streams of energy. Both Li Hao and Yuan Shuo absorbed it, while nearby, the Black Panther, lying low, was also covertly utilizing the 5 animals breathing technique. Yuan Shuo glanced sideways and remarked, "This dog you've raised has quite a few clever schemes. If you're concerned, we could prepare a pot of dog meat. If not, then let it be." Li Hao also cast a glance at the Black Panther, which looked up at them in fear. He chuckled, "It's fine. Even if this creature truly becomes sentient, it shouldn't pose a threat to me or others." Yuan Shuo chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and swiftly retracted his energy. He was ravenous for it. Li Hao's small sword energy was insufficient. This newfound energy was far superior. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a treasure! Unlike the mysterious energy, this essence is far more suited for martial artists. What on earth was that creature you vanquished?" "A red shadow." "Red shadow?" Yuan Shuo fell into deep contemplation, and after a moment, he replied, "I've never heard of it before. It may have been concocted by the Red Moon organization. quite peculiar. This energy may not greatly aid those with supernatural abilities, but for martial artists like us, it is exceptionally nourishing. It seems they must possess a considerable amount. Red Moon. At that moment, a smile broke across Yuan Shua's face. Li Hao glanced at his teacher and suddenly grinned widely. The two of them exchanged knowing looks and burst into laughter. Yuan Shua raised an eyebrow, and Li Hao, fully understanding, whispered, "Teacher, I can see what ordinary people cannot. We have an opportunity." A chuckle escaped Yuan Shua's lips as he replied, "We are here to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness, not to meddle in matters of red shadows and white shadows. Do not speak recklessly. Moreover, remember, if we truly wish to vanquish evil and uphold justice, we cannot imitate Liu Long. We must devise a superior strategy and be well prepared, ideally, achieving two objectives with a single stroke." He elucidated to Li Hao. Although the Night Watch may not possess the formidable strength of the three major organizations, they do have the advantage of being officially sanctioned. There is no shortage of valuable resources. I am aware of numerous assets that they possess. The three major organizations have always sought to contend with the Night Watch, which, in turn, is retaliating. I regrettably did not have the opportunity to undertake any missions from the Night Watch this time. Otherwise, eliminating a member of the Sanyang would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Li Hao understood, realizing that infiltrating the Night Watch and undertaking missions would provide greater rewards. "Teacher, don't the Night Watch only accept those with superpowers? You don't comprehend. We shall discuss it later. In any case, we have made it onto the Night Watch's list this time. Did you not give your sword to Liu Long? Perhaps it is now in Huang Yun's possession. This serves as our token of allegiance. Would they dare to take your sword without accepting you?" Yuan Shua chuckled. "There are plenty of ways. Ultimately, when venturing into the world, one must first seek a strong ally or scapegoat. Though I am formidable, my support is not substantial enough. The Night Watch may not be the strongest in the realm of superpowers, yet there will certainly be many at the Sanyang level. Furthermore, you must understand that we are currently in the Silver Moon province. The majority of the Night Watch's strength is concentrated in the central region. It is not just you. Even I, your teacher, may need to blend in. We shall navigate this together and see what unfolds when the Night Watch can no longer maintain its grip." Li Hao listened intently. This was the sagacious counsel of an experienced martial master who had survived in the world for many years without succumbing to defeat. At this moment, both were absorbing energy. Li Hao felt his physique rapidly strengthening. The energy was being assimilated, enhancing his blood, bones, and muscles. Yuan Shua further advised, "This time, your physique should approach or even exceed the 100 mark. However, you must remember one thing. Physique is one aspect, speed is another, and strength is yet another. Moreover, experience, technique, and reaction time are all foundational for a martial artist's survival. Do not become like those inexperienced members of the Night Watch, who possess only energy without the requisite qualifications. You must diligently practice the 5-animal technique. It is sufficient for you to cultivate to the level of Do Qian. The 5-animal technique is well balanced. While it may lack in explosive power, you possess the 9 forging strength, which complements it perfectly. You are not deficient in skills or energy. What you lack is the ability to apply them proficiently. Once we return to Silver City, you must practice diligently. Whenever you have the chance, spar with Liu Long. He would hesitate to genuinely harm you." "Teacher," Li Hao interrupted, "I will practice with you." "Nonsense," Yuan Shua interjected. "Do you think I have the time to train a novice? Besides, I can predict your every move. What benefit would there be in practicing with you? You wouldn't choose your own sparring partner? Have you considered that I am a man in his 70s? What a jest. I am far too busy to serve as your sparring partner, while Liu Long is also idling about, so he shall suffice." Li Hao was left utterly speechless. His teacher seemed to have become less patient after this recent enhancement. He would have previously agreed to practice together. The master and disciple fell silent. Li Hao continued to circulate the 5-animal breathing technique while observing his surroundings, pondering where he currently found himself. Due to the presence of the teacher, he refrained from asking many questions. However, at this moment, why does it resemble a sewer so much? Which sewer have we concealed? After a continuous dual cultivation lasting over an hour, Li Hao sensed that a substantial portion of the energy within him had been decomposed. His blood no longer solidified but began to flow vigorously. It felt as if he could strike Liu Long dead with a single punch. Of course, Li Hao was aware that this was merely an illusion. At that moment, Yuan Shua also exhaled with satisfaction, his face radiating comfort. This energy is quite remarkable, infused with a degree of spiritual energy. Indeed, this substance is the tonic for martial artists. My injuries are nearly healed. If I were to summon the three yang again, I could certainly prevail, provided, of course, that I unleash the blood blade technique and wield the stone blade. My only fear is that the energy of the stone blade may be depleted, and once the blood blade technique is exhausted, I would be unable to recover. The energy of the little sword was nearly expended, and the energy Li Hao absorbed was also dwindling, leaving just enough for his own consumption and digestion. Hence, the prospect of slaying another three yang was bleak. Nevertheless, the three yang might not dare to provoke him at this moment. Li Hao then stood up and swiftly performed a set of 5 animal exercises, feeling a significant increase in his strength, albeit with a slight sense of unfamiliarity. Yuan Shuo observed and advised. Remember, the strength of a martial artist is cultivated from within, generated by oneself. Thus, there is nothing to be uneasy about. You will quickly adapt. We are not like those superpowered weaklings whose strength is predominantly external and difficult to control. We have no issues of control. You are merely in the initial stages, experiencing the might of power for the first time. After a couple of days, with a good night's rest, you will adapt. Do not heed the nonsense of others. What matters is that when your power reaches a certain level, your realm will follow suit. Of course, when contending at a high level, you must learn to wield the divine intent or the concept of momentum. Otherwise, that hurdle will truly be challenging. If you break 100, sufficient strength will suffice. Li Hao listened intently. The teacher's words were pearls of wisdom. At that moment, Yuan Shuo also stood up and kicked the feigning Black Panther. Go out and scout for dangers. Then check in Silver City to see if there are any formidable superpowered beings. If there are none, return swiftly to report. Otherwise, I shall feast upon you. The panther, tail tucked, felt a sense of fear towards the old man and hurriedly dashed outside. Following Li Hao, it felt somewhat at ease, after all. When sleeping next to Li Hao, the old man would drool while staring at it, as if he intended to devour it, which terrified the poor creature. Once the Black Panther departed, Yuan Shuo pondered thoughtfully. This creature is not to be underestimated. It can even perceive the red shadows of spiritual energy, which I cannot, indicating that it possesses some uniqueness. Its companionship with you may not be coincidental. It could be related to the bloodline of your 8 great families. Could it be that the ancestor of this dog is connected to the ancestors of the 8 great families? There is a possibility. I am merely speculating, unsure if there is any connection. Remember, young one, it is permissible to keep a dog, but it must never become the master. A mystical companion may prove beneficial. But once the spirit surpasses you, you would be a fool. Yuan Shuo, with the wisdom gleaned from his life experiences, repeatedly guided Li Hao. Li Hao listened intently, holding great admiration for his mentor, pondering over nearly every word. Let us return, Yuan Shuo declared as he stepped toward the exit. As they emerged from the dark corridor, Li Hao glanced outside and realized they were no longer in Silver City. This is Mist City. We should take refuge here. We can still return in time for dinner this evening. Yuan Shuo led Li Hao through the bustling streets of Mist City, the transition feeling quite natural and seamless. Remember, upon your return, refrain from speaking too much. Hand over that sword to the Night Watcher, but do not make it too easy. Simply state that it is under my authority. They would not dare to take it lightly. Li Hao nodded obediently. Yuan Shuo continued, if possible, leave Silver City as soon as you can. Li Hao nodded again, contemplating. I previously observed a bagua above Silver City, which seems to connect the 8 families' bloodlines. 7 of those lines extend into the distance, yet mine remains anchored in Silver City. Indeed, it is either a seal that must be unbound or some other scheme, perhaps orchestrated by the ancestors of the 8 families. Once you exit Silver City, they will likely not pursue you with the same vigor. They may need to wait within its confines for the appearance of Lan Yu to strike, allowing your bloodline to awaken and sever that connection. Yuan Shuo's brilliance shone through as he quickly deduced these possibilities. Thus, it is prudent for you to depart Silver City. The Baiwa city in the Silver Moon province is the safest haven. There, the 3 major organizations would not dare to act recklessly. The 3 major organizations? Li Hao, having listened to him speak, still felt rather bewildered. Hongwe, Feitian Yinluo. These organizations have been in existence for quite some time, even predating the last 2 decades. It is likely that the Celestial Guardians made their clandestine debut over 20 years ago, establishing these three organizations even before the Night Watchers came into being. Yuan Shuo spoke softly. These groups may have foreseen the resurgence of supernatural powers and preemptively recruited a cadre of celestial guardians before the Night Watchers were even formed, leaving them unable to respond promptly. By the time the Night Watchers were established, many celestial guardians had already aligned with the three organizations. Furthermore, do not underestimate the Night Watchers. Despite their relatively recent formation, they possess the strength to counter these supernatural organizations, as they are officially sanctioned. Li Hao nodded once more. The master and disciple exited Mist City, making their way towards Silver Moon City. We shall return to collect our spoils. Yuan Shuo was not overly anxious. Even if the Night Watchers elite were to come, their arrival would not be swift. Those of the Sanyang tier held substantial value, and calling upon them would require time. Chapter 44, Spoils Silver City, July 19th. It was yet another rainy day, the downpour continuing but less intense than the previous night, with a gentle drizzle adding a touch of coolness to the summer air. The events of the night before seemed to have faded from memory. Yet, the citizens of Silver City could not entirely forget. They remembered the blazing sun rising over the northern suburbs and its subsequent fall into darkness. They were unaware of what had transpired, but they were assured that the authorities in Silver City remained intact. On this day, the Inspection Bureau was still conducting its routine patrols, which was sufficient reassurance. In times of turmoil, especially during chaotic eras, such official presence became all the more worthy of their trust and reliance. At this moment, apart from the official forces, they have no other support. The Grand Cathedral within the city has been reduced to ruins. Today, that area has been cordoned off, transformed into a forbidden zone. Not only there, but any region where a superhuman has perished has also become a no-go area, patrolled meticulously to ensure no one enters or exits. The warehouses in the northern suburbs are of paramount importance. A top-tier entity, surpassing the radiance of the sun, was mercilessly slain by Yuan Shuo, meeting a fate so brutal it left no room for revival. Near the warehouses, the aftermath of last night's battle left the site in utter disarray, exposing a considerable cache of explosives beneath the surface. Additionally, in the distance, several cannons lay concealed, an arrangement orchestrated by Liu Long. Regrettably, they went unused. Of course, it is fortuitous that they remained dormant. Had they been deployed last night, the current situation might have unfolded quite differently. At this juncture, a multitude of individuals gathered around the site of the fallen Celestial Master. Among them were several formidable figures from the Night Watch, including Huang Yun, Wang Ming, Hu Hao, and Li Ming. Notably, the portly Mu Sun also made an appearance, accompanied by the injured Liu Long, clad in a trench coat, waiting in the rain for something. Just then, it seemed as if the rain had ceased. In an instant, a figure materialized from the air. It was a short-haired man, his face marked by signs of fatigue, as if he had journeyed from afar without a moment's respite. Huang Yun was the first to notice the newcomer and stepped forward with a look of elation. Chief Hao has arrived in person. He had not anticipated such promptness. Even if he had come directly from Bai West City, it hadn't taken long. Suggesting that the upheaval in Silver City had compelled the Night Watch headquarters in the Silver Moon province to take action. Suspended in midair, the short-haired man descended. He stood around 1.7 meters tall, appearing to be in his 40s, and bore a weary expression. Upon seeing Huang Yun, he nodded slightly and turned to Mu Sun. Offering a smile, Director Mu. In terms of rank, Mu Sun held a considerable position as the city patrol officer, the true leader of the law enforcement apparatus in Silver City, even surpassing Huang Yun in stature. Though Huang Yun was nominally a patrol officer, equal in rank to Liu Long, the hierarchy of the Night Watch was a notch above that of the Inspection Bureau. Allowing Huang Yun to be considered on par with Senator Mu Sun nodded slightly, acknowledging the swift arrival of Chief Hao. Is Bai West City safe? Not a problem. The man referred to as Chief Hao revealed a faint smile. Bai West City is as secure as a fortress. No one would dare to disrupt the peace. His words were merely a formality. Mu Sun responded somewhat sarcastically. Is that so? If Bai West City is indeed as secure as you claim, then how did a being of radiance manage to enter last night? Is a large city exempt from troubles, while a smaller one is not? Chief Hao seemed momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication. I was just making an observation. It's quite challenging. How did it become a matter of grave misdeeds in your words? Director Mu appeared unfazed. I'm accustomed to it. A small city, with a population of 100,000 or so, could lose everyone without much consequence. But Baiwa City, with its 30 million inhabitants, a calamity there would result in far greater losses. Just look, our Silver City doesn't even have a night watch division. That is the stark reality. Nearby, Liu Long lowered his head, his ears twitching slightly at the mention of the situation. He softly remarked, "Our Silver City is rather small, with hardly any superpowers present. Even if there are, they have all gone to Baiwa City, making it impossible to establish a branch here." Mu Sun chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the former director was commendable. I heard he reached a strength beyond 100 and ascended to the ranks of superpowers, becoming a top-tier master at the Rieo level. Alas, he ultimately cannot return. The allure of the outside world is great. It is only natural for him to wish to explore it. Minister Hao was somewhat at a loss for words. Beside them, Huang Yun cleared his throat. Director Mu, the current situation is even more dire than you might imagine. The number of night watchers is limited, and there are incessant troubles in the central region. We had to divert some elite forces to the Silver Moon Province's 32 cities. It truly is impossible to manage everything. He continued, "This time, I specifically relinquished the defense of Huzhong City to come here discreetly. Thankfully, nothing happened there. Otherwise, I would be a sinner throughout the ages." The sentiment in Silver City towards Baiwa City was rife with grievances. It was an unavoidable reality. Mu Sin's words rang true. As Silver City lacked even a single branch office, the night watchers in the Silver Moon Province were not limited to just Baiwa City. Other major cities also housed branches, stationed with a number of Starlight and Moonshade Masters, and some larger cities even had Rieo Guardians. Mu Sin scoffed. Minister Hao chuckled as well. The demon hunting team in Silver City is stronger than many night watcher branches in other cities. One Liu Long is worth several Moonshade Masters, and Director Mu is exceedingly powerful. Though Silver City is small, its defensive capabilities are not weak. We simply did not anticipate that so many formidable foes would come. With a trio of Sanyong, a Rieo, 10 Moonshade, 1 beyond 100, and 9 at the slaying 10 realm, to be realistic, apart from Baiwa City and Yaoguang City, none of the other cities in the Silver Moon Province's 32 cities could withstand such an assault. This complimented Mu Sun and his team. Yet, what Mu Sun desired was not mere praise. A smile graced his face. "So, does Minister Hao now acknowledge the strength of our Silver City?" Minister Hao appeared somewhat embarrassed. Mu Sun pressed on. "In light of this, I propose elevating the demon hunting team to the Night Watcher branch of Silver City, with Liu Long appointed as the patrol envoy." Before Minister Hao could respond, Mu Sun added, "This time, Liu Long has made significant contributions and deserves commendation, though he may not be a superpower. Should the Night Watchers solely focus on whether one is a superpower rather than actual combat prowess and achievements? If so, the Night Watchers would be exceedingly short-sighted." With a cheerful demeanor, Mu Sun continued, "If elevated, typically, a minimum of 10 Night Watchers should be assigned. Whether Starlight or Moonshade Masters, it matters not. Additionally, a monthly allocation of 100 units of mysterious energy seems standard. However, given Silver City's precarious state, I believe we cannot adhere to the usual distribution. At the very least, we should allocate 1,000 units." Minister Hao opened his mouth in shock, and Huang Yun stared in disbelief. As for Wang Ming and his companions, they were utterly astonished. What was happening? Mu Sun added with a smile, "Besides this, all other provisions should follow the distribution rules of other cities. Furthermore, for our recent elimination of a Sanyong and a Rieo, the Night Watchers should distribute supplies according to merit. Last night, Silver City suffered significant losses. It would be prudent for the Night Watchers to furnish us with supplies, especially ice crystals, as our demand is considerable. Encircling Silver City would be ideal. Furthermore, we require extraordinary weapons as well." Silence. A profound and utter silence. Minister Hao regarded him for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, he remarked, "I am but the deputy. I shall relay this upon my return, but whether it can be executed is beyond my authority to determine. Delay for now. This rotund fellow, Mu Sin, has surely lost his mind, approaching me with such matters. Are you afraid I might perish?" Yet Mu Sin appeared utterly unconcerned. "Consider it as Minister Hao's consent. The Night Watchers are equipped with 1 leader and 5 deputies in the Silver Moon Province. Minister Hao has acquiesced. I believe the others will pose little issue." "Go to hell." Minister Hao nearly erupted in expletives. "When did I ever consent to anything? The directives from above dictate dissolution and relocation. However, establishing a branch of the Night Watchers would signify a commitment to hold the ground, a promise he was reluctant to make lightly. At that moment, he suddenly felt that perhaps his arrival was ill-timed. It was akin to sitting on pins and needles. That accursed fat man, with his uncanny ability to exploit every opportunity. Musin continued, Minister Hao, I am not trying to pressure you, but the establishment is imperative. Yuan Shua has ascended to the pinnacle of Doqian, having vanquished the three suns. Can we truly regard a stronghold of such caliber without a branch of the Night Watchers? Are we to extinguish their hopes? Moreover, Silver City does not appear to be as straightforward as it seems. The influence of the 8 great families alone warrants the Night Watchers' attention. If it were up to me, we not only need to establish a branch, but also secure a presence of the three suns. It would not be excessive to have dozens of daybreakers. The absurdity of it all. Yet, there were elements of Musin's words that could not be disregarded. Minister Hao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. I will relay this. However, as I have stated, I cannot make the decision. Indeed, Musin ceased to press the issue. After all, he was merely the deputy. And expecting him to make a decisive call was unrealistic, but the sentiment had been conveyed effectively. He turned to Liu Long. Captain Liu, or should I say, City Watcher Liu, make sure to extend your gratitude to Minister Hao. Inform your colleagues in White Moon City of the good news. Minister Hao has traveled great distances to elevate your position, demonstrating that the Night Watchers are fair in their rewards and punishments. Minister Hao could no longer contain himself. Director Mu, that is quite enough. I will speak well of you, but I reiterate, I am merely a deputy. With that, he turned his back on the chubby man, seething with frustration. He strode towards the distance, where numerous bloodied remnants lay scattered, still uncleaned. Huang Yun followed closely, quickly stating, these are the remains of the three suns, imbued with their power. I fear that hasty cleaning may cause the energy to dissipate. Minister Hao's arrival is fortuitous. You, as a three suns, should be able to gather the mysterious energy. The mysterious energy of superhumans varies in strength. The essence of the three suns can be collected by a daybreaker, but it is prone to leakage or overflow, which would be a tremendous loss. It is better left undisturbed. These corpses, I cannot fathom how Yuan Shua managed to slay them, even now. The energy within the remnants seems to remain in a sealed state. At this moment, Minister Hao crouched down and picked up a piece of the corpse. In the next instant, a surge of crimson blade energy erupted forth. A thunderous sound erupted from his palm, and in an instant, a faint trace of blood was left upon Minister Hao's hand. His expression grew somber. Such a potent blade aura, such a keen edge. The residual blade energy had actually harmed him. Yuan Shua's strike was astonishingly powerful. Was this a manifestation of the Doqian level? Although he had encountered martial artists of that caliber before, none were from the Silver Moon province. He had also sparred with Doqian martial artists. They were formidable. Yet to claim they could transcend realms and slay a Sanyong was merely a pipe dream. Superpowered beings at the Sanyong level were not lacking in combat experience or life and death trials. Unless their training time was significantly shorter, superpowered beings were hardly inferior to those seasoned martial artists. Yet, the divine master Duantian was still slain by Yuan Shua, who had transcended realms. At this moment, Mu Sun and his companions were equally astonished. The residual blade aura had indeed injured Minister Hao. Unbelievable. His weapon was extraordinary. Minister Hao remarked, it's not merely the weapon. His secret techniques are exceptional as well. The divine intent intermingled with blood energy. The unity of flesh and spirit. Yuan Shua truly deserves his reputation as a top-tier martial artist who once swept across the land. The elder was stronger than other martial artists, for he possessed an abundance of secret techniques. Minister Hao's gaze turned pensive as he contemplated whether he could gain the upper hand in a confrontation with Yuan Shua. Being of the Sanyong level, his strength was not vastly different from Duantian's. If Yuan Shua could kill Duantian, it wasn't entirely impossible for him to do the same to himself under the right circumstances. Naturally, in battles between the strong, factors such as timing, terrain, and circumstance played crucial roles. The outcome could swing in favor of either party. With Duantian's demise, turmoil would likely ensue in the Red Moon faction. Minister Hao added. Huang Yun expressed some concern. Might they strike again? There's no need for alarm. Minister Hao chuckled. The death of a Sanyong will surely inflict considerable pain upon them, and currently, the Red Moon's primary forces are not in the Silver Moon province, but rather in the central region. They cannot muster a significant force to the Silver Moon. Do they dare risk sending a second or third Sanyong? He continued. Of course, caution is still warranted. The Night Watchers have too large a target to defend, and the opposing organization is more dispersed, making them easier to evade detection. We must remain vigilant. Mu Sun, uninterested in such matters, already understood them fully. At this moment, he directly inquired, how much mysterious energy can be extracted? That was the crux of the matter. Who cared about anything else? Minister Hao glanced at the scattered corpses around and pondered for a moment before responding. A considerable amount has dissipated, but we can extract approximately 1,000 units. 1,000 units would form a cube measuring 10 meters on each side. Clearly, a single person could not contain such a volume. However, the volume of mysterious energy was not calculated in this manner. It was assessed based on how it dissipated, filling the ice crystals, and once it ceased to expand. That was the method of calculation. Yet, Mu Sun furrowed his brow so little. Slaying a Yuming usually yields 20 to 40 units. Averaging it out, let us say 30 units. 1 Sanyang is equivalent to merely 30 Yumings? That is far too little. Minister Hao shook his head. It's not calculated that way. Moreover, this individual expended considerable energy and had been left for a night. Extracting 1,000 units is quite commendable. This is still without accounting for the extensive dissipation. Huang Yun nodded thoughtfully and quickly interjected. That daylight is the offspring of the Crimson Moon, a wielder of thunderous powers. His consumption is considerable. Extracting 100 or 200 units would be deemed substantial. As for the 10 moon shadows combined, they would yield approximately 200 to 300 units. Liu Long calculated and concluded that a total extraction of around 1,500 units would be astronomical. His monster hunting team has slain 5 powerful beings, achieving a total extraction of 120 units of mysterious energy, a feat accomplished over 3 years. This time, however, a tenfold increase in mysterious energy would require over 30 years for the monster hunting team to amass such a bounty. Yet, the presence of 3 Sun Warriors renders all complaints moot. Such a modest gain seems trivial. The risks are not merely tenfold, but rather 100 or 1,000 times greater. Without Yuan Shuo, everyone would be doomed. Huang Yun continued. Additionally, there is one superpowered item. That thunderous wielder carried a superpowered weapon. As for this Sun Warrior before us, he bore nothing. Quite a pity. Well, it's acceptable. Minister Hao nodded and inquired. Where is Yuan Shuo? He vanished last night with his student, the heir of the Li family. I see. Minister Hao acknowledged, his gaze shifting momentarily. Moments later, a dog led the way, swiftly coming into view. After a while, Yuan Shuo and Li Hao strolled leisurely towards them. From a distance, Yuan Shuo spotted the individual and softly remarked to Li Hao, "Do you see that short fellow up ahead?" "Yes, that individual is Hao Lianchuan, a night watcher with the provincial headquarters in the Silver Moon Province. There are 6 ministerial-level powers among the night watchers in the Silver Moon Province, including 1 head and 5 deputies. This fellow ranks among the top 3. Apart from the head, he stands as one of the foremost figures. It is said that there are only 2 Sun Warriors in the Silver Moon Province's night watchers. One holds the position of head, while the other, until today, was uncertain. Now it is confirmed, he indeed possesses Sun Warrior status." Li Hao nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. From a distance, the aura of light was evident. "Teacher, are there really only 2 Sun Warriors in the Silver Moon Province?" "More or less," Yuan Shuo replied quietly. "Do not be misled into thinking that the presence of Sun Warriors is abundant. If it were so, there wouldn't have been only Duan Tian appearing last night. I previously mentioned that upon entering the battle, I faced 3 to 5 opponents, while the Silver Moon Province ostensibly has only 3 to 5 Sun Warriors." Li Hao understood, whispering, "So, has teacher now entered the top 5 rankings? Although I have not ascended to a higher tier, after slaying a Sun Warrior, what other Sun Warriors would dare to underestimate me?" Yuan Shuo responded with a modest smile. "Let us not overstate the top 5. However, does the one ranked first dare to challenge me? I have slain a Sun Warrior. How about them? I believe I might be the first in the Silver Moon Province to have done so. Do you comprehend? Realms are one thing. Combat prowess is another. While other Sun Warriors are formidable, it does not imply they can vanquish a Sun Warrior. Yet Yuan Shuo, regardless of his methods, has succeeded. For this reason alone, these that transcend this level, other Sun Warriors would hesitate to engage him in combat. As the conversation unfolded, the distance between them diminished. Yuan Shuo continued, "This time, among them, in taking down this Sanyang, I have paid quite a price. I wonder if the spoils will suffice to cover my costs. Spoils. In the distance, Hao Lianchuan's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of peculiarity. Mu Sun and his companions remained silent, while Huang Yun, with a look of helplessness, turned to Hao Lianchuan and whispered, "Last night, when he left, he claimed that all the spoils were his. What should we do about this?" Hao Lianchuan remained silent. Yuan Shuo, an old acquaintance, Professor Yuan, from afar. He initiated a greeting, smiling. "Congratulations, Professor Yuan, for stepping into the realm of Do Qian, slaying a Sanyong, and becoming the foremost figure in the Silver Moon martial arts world. A true terrestrial immortal. Too kind." Yuan Shuo chuckled, clasping his hands together. "It was merely luck. This fellow is not particularly bright. When I struck him, he didn't even retaliate. Perhaps he lacked combat experience. I had no choice but to strike him down after a few blows. Had I known Sanyong was so easy to defeat, I should have attempted it years ago before my promotion. Maybe I could have slain one and then ascended to super ability." Awkwardness ensued. Huang Yun was uncertain whether Hao Lianchuan felt embarrassed, but he certainly did. However, debating this matter with a martial artist who had just killed a Sanyong seemed futile. Hao Lianchuan, unperturbed, chuckled. "Indeed, Professor Yuan has trained for decades, dominating the scene 20 years ago. We, as the younger generation, cannot rival the professor in experience." "You are correct, but you are quite old. Why say such things?" When he had not yet ascended, this individual had not been so audacious. Now, emboldened by his promotion, he dared to confront even a Sanyong. Yuan Shuo, uninterested in banter, chuckled and turned to Li Hao. "Go. Have your elder Huang collect some of those mysterious energies. We incurred substantial losses this time. We must gather something to compensate." Having said that, he looked towards Liu Long. "Where's my disciple's sword?" Liu Long remained silent, merely producing a small sword. Meanwhile, Hao Lianchuan's gaze flickered slightly. Was it the Li family's sword? He had been unaware it was in Liu Long's possession. Otherwise, he would have taken a closer look. Unfortunately, with Yuan Shuo present, he refrained from commenting. Suyu stepped forward, receiving the small sword, and quietly asked, "Boss, where are the others?" "Here." Only Liu Long was present. Lu Yin and the others were absent. "Healing. Wu Chao is quite injured, and the others bear wounds as well. Yin Yao is currently assisting them." Li Hao nodded. He then glanced at the elder, referred to as Elder Huang by Yuan Shuo, conveying his request for assistance in collecting the mysterious energies, which typically eluded common individuals. Huang Yun felt somewhat awkward, glancing at Hao Lianchuan. Yet, Hao Lianchuan said nothing. Living Sanyong were precious, but the deceased were of little concern. No one expected to acquire mysterious energies by killing super abilities, except for someone like Liu Long. Slaying a Sanyong yields 1,000 units, but one must realize that a martial artist breaking through 100 to ascend to super ability might require a similar amount, perhaps even less. However, killing a Sanyong for mysterious energies was undeniably not worth it. Li Hao believed that mysterious energies were all obtained through murder, a notion stemming from his inexperience with the world. If such were the case, the realm of superpowers would have already descended into utter chaos. The enigmatic energy, while seemingly given importance, is treated with a degree of indifference. However, Hao Lianchuan was not preoccupied with this. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Li Hao, scrutinizing both the sword in his grasp and the individual himself. The heir of the Li family, the last scion of the 8 great families of Silver City. What secrets could these illustrious families be concealing? It is astonishing that the Red Moon would expend such vast resources to eliminate members of the 8 great families. Professor Yuan, is this indeed Li Hao? Truly a commendable student of yours. Hao Lianchuan chuckled, then remarked, "I have heard that you have joined the Inspection Bureau. It seems we are colleagues. Taking revenge for a friend, valuing loyalty and righteousness. This time you have achieved a significant accomplishment by capturing the entire Red Moon organization. The Inspection Bureau will surely reward you accordingly. I foresee a promotion to inspector is well within reach." Yuan Shuo laughed. "A raise, perhaps? From 2 or 3,000 to 10 or 20,000. Hao Lianchuan was at a loss for words at such a statement. "Professor Yuan, the recent attack by the Red Moon was indeed unexpected, and it is, of course, related to Li Hao himself. To be candid, especially regarding certain ancient matters, we are quite in the dark. Even you, Professor Yuan, could not have anticipated this, let alone us." Hao Lianchuan offered a brief explanation, then continued, "I have heard a song circulating in Silver City. One of its lines mentions the sword of the Li family. Might I have the honor of witnessing it? Over there, Li Hao cast a glance at Yuan Shuo and then at Hao Lianquan, before stepping forward to present the small sword to him. Hao Lianquan responded with a smile and sensed it briefly. He felt a stir of emotion. It was sealed. Upon further scrutiny, he discerned that the sealing power was still formidable. While he could not ascertain the specifics, the sheer strength of such a seal was enough to indicate that this sword was extraordinary. Yuan Shuo, ever direct, inquired, "Do the Night Watchers desire it?" "Indeed," Hao Lianquan, eschewing pleasantries, stated plainly. "With you here, Professor Yuan, there is no need for subterfuge. Firstly, the Red Moon organization may very well have come for this sword. It is perilous for Li Hao to possess it, a fact that you must understand. Secondly, we are indeed curious about the 8 great families and wish to trace the origins, seeking to uncover the intentions of the Red Moon. This sword warrants further study. Thirdly, since Li Hao has yet to unseal it, it may be challenging to find a means to do so. Perhaps we could attempt it. After all, the Night Watchers are a substantial organization with numerous talents, and their methods for unsealing would surely surpass those of Li Hao." He glanced at Li Hao, then at Yuan Shuo. "This sword is currently the source of trouble." Yuan Shuo smiled. "Understood, hence my disciple bestowed it upon me. Thus, it shall not be a matter of concern. Let him have the Red Moon seek me out. 20 years ago, he was but a dog, and 20 years hence, he remains so. Professor, it has been 2 decades. The Red Moon has evolved into a formidable force over these 20 years, even managing to cultivate 3 yangs. What do you believe their current strength to be?" Hao Lianquan responded earnestly. "Just 2 years prior, the Red Moon made a move and eliminated a yang. Moreover, whether they exerted their full strength remains uncertain. Presently, they are engaged in conflict within the central region against Yan Luo, Fei Tian, and the headquarters of the Night Watchers. Their presence here is temporarily curtailed, but that does not preclude their ability to arrive. The professor is astute. Thus, I shall speak plainly. Entrusting it to the Night Watchers would be far safer than having it in your possession, Professor." Yuan Shuo chuckled. "Quite right. Let us proceed. The conditions are few. First, the sword of the Li family has been taken from you. Second, ensure the safety of myself and Li Hao. Third, the mystery can encompass all. Fourth, Li Hao wishes to join the Night Watchers. Fifth, I require all the ancient texts you have collected over the years. Sixth, you must personally protect Li Hao. Seventh, in the upcoming exploration of ancient ruins, Li Hao should have the priority to choose 3 artifacts of ancient civilizations. Eighth, at this moment, Hao Lianquan feels more discomfort than if he had consumed something vile. The sword of the Li family remains sealed, and it is difficult to ascertain its true level of treasure, or even if it can be unsealed. Perhaps Hongyue has a method. Yet the Night Watchers are currently unaware of much. Moreover, taking this sword indeed serves to protect Li Hao, yet Yuan Shuo is making unreasonable demands. And he continues to speak. Just these initial terms, he feels, are impossible to agree to, especially as Yuan Shuo grows increasingly animated, nearly binding the Night Watchers to his whims. 11th, return to me all of the crimson fruits I discovered last time. 12th, Hao Lianquan had to interject. Professor, you may keep the sword. I no longer desire it. Do as you wish. Yuan Shuo raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and chuckled. Don't try to play this game with me. The Night Watchers possess many fine treasures, and I have personally uncovered a plethora of them. To put it bluntly, the treasures I have discovered far exceed my needs. So is it too much to ask? Were it not for the assistance I provided you over these years, would you have amassed such treasures? Professor, the Night Watchers have paid a heavy price over the years, countless lives lost, as you well know. Furthermore, we need to guard against those nefarious elements, and many of our resources have already been depleted. Very well then. Yuan Shuo directly took the small sword. Take it or leave it. Regardless, I shall bear it. Let us see if Hongyue dares to come. I was not afraid of him then, and I am certainly not afraid now. As for the 8 families of Silver City, perhaps they conceal countless treasures and secrets that we shall unearth ourselves. Hao Lianquan was left utterly speechless. He glanced at Li Hao and smiled. Li Hao, what is your opinion? Li Hao felt somewhat awkward, glanced at his teacher, and softly suggested, Teacher, why not give it to the Night Watchers? Yuan Shuo erupted in anger. Have you forgotten who protected you? Li Hao replied dryly. No, teacher. I worry for your safety. Giving it to the Night Watchers would at least ensure greater security. Your demands are excessive. It is merely a sword. I considered it a mere thought, and last time Wang Ming mentioned a price of over 100,000, I nearly acquiesced. Beside him, Wang Ming felt quite embarrassed. Wishing he could disappear from sight. Why mention this now? Li Hao continued earnestly. The Night Watchers safeguard our homeland and require the cultivation of numerous elites to fend off formidable enemies. Teacher, we desire too much. What will they do? We are the righteous side, not thieves. Hao Lianchuan secretly admired this. Indeed, no wonder the reports indicate that Li Hao is astute, sensible, and deeply principled, earning continuous praise within the inspection bureau. With just this statement, he is worthy of cultivation. You foolish boy, what do you understand? Yuan Shuo scolded. You idiot. Am I doing this for myself? Is it not for you? Teacher. Li Hao held his head high, somewhat hesitant to meet his gaze. Allow me this one indulgence. I do not wish to witness the night watchmen suffer excessively, leading to the ultimate price of death for any. I believe your demands can be reduced, particularly regarding Minister Hao's personal protection, which is unnecessary. He is a paramount being, tasked with safeguarding the entire Silver Moon province. Not merely myself. As for the mysterious energy, you must understand the considerable cost associated with it. I believe that 1/3 is ample. Li Hao continued. I am uncertain about the value of the other items. I feel that 1/3 is the utmost I can concede. Inwardly, Hao Lianchuan cursed. 1/3? Young man, you truly underestimate the worth of these items. Even that fraction would leave the night watchman gasping for breath. Thus it stands. Li Hao clenched his teeth. I can accept no more than this. Otherwise, I shall relinquish it entirely. Hao Lianchuan longed for him to utter the words of relinquishment, while Yuan Shuo appeared both furious and resigned. After a lengthy pause, he huffed. You may decide the fate of your possessions, so let it be 1/3. Just do not regret your choice later. This treasure, once taken, cannot be reclaimed. In my view, it is tenfold more precious than what I currently seek. You, an uneducated fool, will understand the lowliness of my request once you ascend to power. In that moment, Hao Lianchuan found himself at a loss for words to refuse. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Should he accept or decline? Observing Li Hao, who was ready to confront his own teacher over this matter, he felt a sense of helplessness. It was indeed a challenging predicament. He could only apply for further consideration. At that moment, he chose silence, opting to wait and see. Yuan Shuo, seemingly vexed, flicked his sleeve and declared, I shall return. Moreover, I am responsible for the kill, aside from the part executed by Liu Long and his team. The remainder is mine. I have no interest in claiming the night watchman's reward. In truth, even if he desired it, it would not be granted. With that, Yuan Shuo departed. Hao Lianchuan watched him leave, speechless. The man's temper had grown increasingly volatile. In the past, he had at least exerted some intimidation. Now, however, the situation had become more complicated. Turning his attention back to Li Hao, he smiled. Do you wish to become a supernormal being? Li Hao eagerly nodded, excitement evident on his face. Yet internally, he calculated. While I can absorb mysterious energy to strengthen my physique, it seems I cannot unlock the supernormal seal. My teacher has advised against aspiring to become a supernormal being just yet. I must first agree to the terms. This was a matter of the third layer existence. He must play the role of a diligent student. Huang Yun, you shall be responsible for collecting other mysterious energies. I will remain here. The rest may return. Hao Lianchuan instructed, then turned to Liu Long, stating, I have observed the performance of the demon hunting squad closely. However, I must emphasize that perhaps relocation is the best safeguard. You experienced the chaos of last night firsthand. A single person beyond 100 cannot maintain a foothold in the ever-strengthening realm of supernormal beings. Unless, of course, you can ascend to the rank of 1,000 like Professor Yuan. Liu Long replied solemnly, understood. However, I echo my previous sentiment. Relocation is not out of the question. Yet, the prerequisite for such relocation is to establish a fortified city near White Moon City, rather than simply discarding individuals into the large city and neglecting them. One must take responsibility for everything concerning their lives: food, clothing, shelter, and even employment. Otherwise, how many families would be torn apart, leading to despair and ruin? Those in power have their own considerations, as do we. If not, Liu Long would remain entrenched in Silver City, willing to defend the last bastion of purity. Despite his limitations, Hao Lianchuan sighed, ceasing his attempts at persuasion. The homeland is difficult to abandon, yet the chaos of the world grows increasingly tumultuous. Being isolated poses a constant risk of crisis. As for Liu Long's assertions, they are far from manageable. Settling 100,000 souls at once is no small feat. and there are numerous smaller cities requiring migration, each presenting challenges akin to those faced by Silver City, impossible to accommodate. Liu Long remained unconcerned, fully aware that the higher authorities would not acquiesce. He glanced at Li Hao and murmured, "Let us head back." Li Hao nodded in agreement. Departing with a smile directed at Hao Lianquan and turning to Wang Ming, he said, "Next time, I shall treat you to a meal, Commander Wang. Thank you all for your selfless assistance." Wang Ming felt a flush of embarrassment. "Selflessly assisting you? We have participated in battle, yet the outcomes are difficult to articulate, quite shameful." Indeed. Fortunately, Li Hao remained oblivious, and Wang Ming could only muster a toothy smile, replying, "It was nothing, truly deserved." Meanwhile, Hao Lianquan nodded with a smile, reaffirming his belief that Li Hao was a good lad, though regrettably entangled with a formidable organization like the Red Moon. His future remained uncertain. Moments later, Li Hao and Liu Long departed from that place. As they walked, Liu Long spoke in a somber tone, "I had intended to cultivate your potential, but it appears unnecessary now. You may soon leave Silver City, which might be for the best. White Moon City is somewhat safer." Li Hao chuckled, innocently asking, "Are you abandoning me, boss? Why would I leave?" Liu Long was taken aback. "Leave? You must understand, Silver City is becoming increasingly perilous." Li Hao laughed again. "Perhaps not." Leaving? He was reluctant to depart. Although his mentor advised him to leave at the earliest opportunity, Li Hao harbored his own thoughts. The adversary had suffered significant losses. It was unlikely they would return soon. Relocating to White Moon City was not guaranteed to be advantageous, given the abundance of powerful individuals there. Everything transpired under their watchful gaze, making certain matters difficult to conceal, such as the issue concerning Xiaojian. Of course, remaining in Silver City posed undeniable dangers. That was a fact. However, for now, Xiaojian had been taken away. Whether the Red Moon organization truly required the sword or if they sought his bloodline remained uncertain, as did the timing of the next rainfall of blue rain. Historically, there had been a year-long interval. The next could be as little as 6 months, granting at least half a year's reprieve, for otherwise, even taking one's life would prove futile. At the very least, for the next 6 months, he might not need to leave. Li Hao mused, contemplating the internal dynamics of Silver City. There might still be remnants of the Red Shadows. It was unwise to act now. Perhaps it would be best to wait until the Night Watchman and those formidable figures departed before making any moves. Otherwise, he risked revealing too much. This was a substantial boon, and while he had previously struggled to digest something too large, should others leave behind Red Shadows, he should manage to absorb it. Perhaps he would soon surpass the 100 mark. At that point, even if he went to White Moon City, he would possess some means of self-preservation. In this instance, the spoils of victory are predominantly allocated to the teacher, while I am content with a modest share. The quintessence of elemental power fortifies the internal organs, and I have yet to explore all varieties of mystical energies. Consequently, I can now develop my abilities with peace of mind for a while. A myriad of thoughts flickered in Li Hao's mind. He truly had no desire to depart in the near future. Beside him, Liu Long wore a complex expression. Not leaving? This lad is indeed audacious. According to Liu Yan, this young man has already vanquished 2 formidable opponents. Contemplating this, Liu Long mused that perhaps remaining here would allow him the chance to witness Li Hao ascend to become a superhuman, a moonshade, or even a daylight. If a daylight were to choose to stay in Silver City, it might garner even greater recognition for the city. Both men harbored their own thoughts, journeying back to the inspection division in silence. Chapter 45. Paving the way within the inspection division's basement. Wu Chao and Chun Jian lay upon their hospital beds, while Yun Yao was diligently attending to their injuries. It seemed that Yun Yao had mastered a unique healing ability, enabling her to mend wounds without the need for any instruments. Lu Yin stood nearby, lost in thought. Fortunately, she had not sustained any severe injuries this time, merely some superficial abrasions that had long since healed. "Boss." Upon entering, Liu Long was met with the gazes of Yun Yao, Lu Yin, and even the bedridden Wu Chao and Chun Jian, all of whom appeared anxious yet hopeful. Hopeful for what? Liu Long understood their anticipation and, after a brief contemplation, spoke. "The mystical energies extracted from the superhumans I defeated within the city should be retrievable, though it's unlikely that Yuan Shuo will relinquish the others." Following a bloody conflict, it was only natural for everyone to look forward to the distribution of spoils. This time, 10 moon shades had been annihilated. Li Hao had slain 1. Yuan Shuo had accounted for 5, while Liu Long had initially dispatched 3, later being responsible for the demise of another at the hands of the inspection division. Should the mystical energies of these 4 be allocated to the team, it would amount to a considerable sum. Comparatively, it was impossible to match Yuan Shua's share. Yet it would suffice for their team's needs after several years of modest earnings. Li Hao interjected, "It's all right. The teacher doesn't require so much. There might even be a surplus. I'll have a word and see if we can secure a larger portion." Liu Long waved his hand, opting not to pursue the matter further. He believed in taking only what he had rightfully earned, without seeking pity from others. Meanwhile, Liu Yin chuckled lightly, saying, "Little Hao, you single-handedly dispatched a moon shade. Merely the mystical energy from that individual is ample for you, as it can yield around 30 units. 30 units. To them. That was an extraordinary amount." However, Li Hao shook his head, asserting that reflects the team's collective effort, not merely the individual who delivered the final blow. If we were to evaluate contributions in such a manner, then the boss, having eliminated 3 alone, would mean our team receives nothing. Team endeavors are not assessed in that fashion. Liu Yin was indeed attempting to advocate for Li Hao's interests, yet he remained indifferent to such matters. Believing in the principles of team distribution, those who contribute more should rightfully receive a greater share. If contributions were solely based on final kills, then defensive specialists like Chun Jian or healing-oriented individuals like Yun Yao may never secure a single kill throughout their lives, thereby negating the very essence of teamwork. Liu Long remained silent, seemingly disinterested in the distribution of the mysterious energy this time. Liu Yin glanced at Liu Long, then at Li Hao. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly inquired, "The Night Watchers have brought formidable individuals. Do you have any plans for Silver City, boss?" She understood that Liu Long was more concerned about this. Liu Long found a spot to sit, with some wounds still bleeding, yet he appeared rather unconcerned. After a while, he replied, "Mufat hopes to establish a branch. But without Gao's decision, it might well be a futile endeavor." He then chuckled, "This time, the gains are substantial. If everyone can advance to superpowered status, there may still be hope." He continued to reassure them. If a few could enter the superpowered system, it wouldn't be entirely hopeless. Those who reached the 10th blade could likely become moon shadows. Having several at the moon shadow level would indeed present significant challenges. Even if they couldn't advance, they would still reach the pinnacle of 100. Such strength could rival that of some branches, with the only distinction being that the Night Watchers would not allocate certain resources, including the mysterious energy. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained silent, feeling out of place in this matter. At this moment, he was diligently processing the gains of the day. Having absorbed a considerable amount of Red Shadow's power, he felt his physical stamina at an all-time high, his body in prime condition. The 5 animals breathing technique continued to operate, yet this time, he consciously refrained from drawing energy from the small sword. The energy from the small sword was evidently diminished compared to before, and this resource was of great utility. Depleting it would indeed be a regrettable loss. According to his teacher, Li Hao's physical capabilities had nearly reached a breaking point, yet it required time for transformation. Seizing the moment, he aimed to digest what he had acquired. There were still numerous advantages awaiting him, such as the red shadows within the city, the mysterious energy from his teacher, and possibly even the benefits dispensed by the Night Watchers, all of which could propel him further. All of this stemmed from Yuan Shua's slaying of a formidable 3-yang level warrior. While everyone tended to their injuries or contemplated their next steps, Li Hao quietly absorbed energy to strengthen himself. Outside the city, the Night Watchers swiftly concluded their cleanup, with Gao Lianchuan and Huang Yun present, one a 3-yang and the other a sun radiance, along with Yuan Shua, who had dispatched the 3-yang. Silver City was safer than ever. Those of 3-yang level dared not venture into Silver City for fear of repercussions. Night fell once more. In the ancient courtyard of Silver City, within the Yuan family estate, Gao Lianchuan arrived alone. Inside the courtyard, Yuan Shua practiced his martial arts. The door opened automatically. Gao Lianchuan stepped inside, seated himself, and silently observed Yuan Shua's training. Once Yuan Shua completed a set of movements, Gao Lianchuan remarked, "Professor Yuan, your years of seclusion have been so profound that I had no inkling of any abnormalities. It seems the injuries from 3 years ago have long since healed?" Yuan Shua smiled, seated himself, and wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, "It's not too early, and the recovery hasn't been long. The reason for my silence was concern, you see." With a half-smile, Yuan Shua added, "If I were to announce my advancement to Douqian, The Night Watchers might very well obstruct me. One should not underestimate the Night Watchers. Hao Lianchuan shook his head. We have always hoped that the professor could become a mighty figure, transcending into the realm of superpowers. Perhaps the Silver Moon province could gain another formidable warrior of the Sun's third level. However, an unforeseen incident 3 years ago left us unprepared. Enough, Yuan Shuo interrupted. What about my spoils? They have been sent to the inspection office. It is inconvenient to deliver them, replied Hao Lianchuan, who had no intention of claiming those items. The fall of a warrior at the third level of the sun was enough to deter anyone from such thoughts. His visit to Yuan Shuo was not for those matters. After a moment of silence, he continued, what are the professor's thoughts about the relic site at the end of the month? We had originally agreed to explore an ancient relic together. Back then, Yuan Shuo was on the brink of death. Going would have merely made him a pawn for the Night Watchers. However, now that he is capable of slaying beings of the third level of the sun, the situation has entirely transformed. Yuan Shuo fell into contemplation. That place is perilous. I was wounded there 3 years ago, and many Night Watchers perished that day. I've heard that numerous organizations have attempted to explore it, suffering considerable losses as well. This time, the Night Watchers are collaborating with several organizations for the exploration. Even those from the central region will be involved, correct? Hao Lianchuan nodded. Indeed, the previous losses were too great for the Night Watchers to bear. After a moment's thought, Yuan Shuo spoke. I can lead a team for the exploration, but the distribution of spoils must change. Previously, anything related to superpowers belonged to you. I could only take what you deemed unnecessary. This time, I want an equal share. Upon hearing this, Hao Lianchuan sighed. Do you truly believe that is feasible? This relic is extraordinary. The Night Watchers will be making significant contributions, including myself and several others from the Daylight Order. You are asking for far too much. Yuan Shuo chuckled. Then I shall explore on my own. The dangers are undoubtedly present, yet if I venture alone, all treasures will be mine. As an expert in ancient civilizations, my understanding of these relics surpasses that of most. Collaborating with the Night Watchers has its pros and cons. Individuals from the Red Moon will also be coming. Hao Lianchuan observed him intently. Are you certain about acting alone? And if so? Yuan Shuo retorted with a cold smile. At worst, I simply want to go. Relying on those fellows, it's uncertain whether they can even unlock the relic. What of the Red Moon? Knowledge is power. Knowledge is wealth. In today's world, how many truly understand ancient civilizations better than I do? If you were to invite them, I would relish the opportunity to see how much your Night Watchers could claim. Hao Lianchuan fell silent. Yuan Shuo was not in a hurry, in Silver Moon Province. Who else could he turn to? Of course, the involvement of the Red Moon was indeed somewhat daunting. Although he had slain a warrior of the third level of the sun, it did not guarantee he could do so a second time, especially as Li Hao's Jade Sword energy was nearing depletion, leaving him without the opportunity to wield his Blood Blade technique again. I shall return to deliver it, Hao Lianchuan stated, recognizing that this decision was beyond his purview. Prior to his arrival, the Night Watchers had convened a brief meeting regarding the exploration of the ancient relic. Anticipating Yuan Shuo's ambitious demands, but they had not expected him to ask for so much. Yuan Shuo, observing his impending departure, contemplated briefly before speaking. Since you are already here, Silver City may not be entirely safe. Before you leave, shall we purge the dangers surrounding Silver City together? Purge? Hao Lianchuan replied solemnly. What do you mean? There are still some superpowered individuals nearby. Eliminate them all. Hao Lianchuan was taken aback, for the first time sensing the cold-bloodedness of this seasoned martial artist. Eliminate them all. Some of these superpowered beings had not engaged in rampant killing. They merely chose not to join the Night Watch. Some lingered near Silver City, and though they might harbor ill intentions, they had not acted upon them. Yet now, Yuan Shuo was suggesting their annihilation. Yuan Shuo sneered. You hesitate, fearing the tarnishing of the Night Watch's reputation. I do not. What business do they have loitering near Silver City? They must be up to something, believing they can reap benefits without risk, correct? If that is the case, I will take it upon myself to act. As for the outrage that may follow, do I appear concerned? He was indeed unperturbed. He had offended many over the years. So what? Having endured so much, entering the fray of the 1,000 struggles, he feared nothing now. Professor, this will surely provoke anger, Hao Lianchuan cautioned. Indecisive. Yuan Shuo retorted coldly. You are the deputy minister of the Night Watch. I am not. The considerations you must weigh do not concern me. I am a solitary figure. having survived to this day with nothing but a handful of students. They have their futures. If they fall victim or get embroiled in conflict, that is their fate. Thus, why should I care? Will you join me? He inquired once more. Hao Lianchuan sighed softly, responding, I cannot act directly. However, if there are those at the Sanyang level, I can intervene. Only then did Yuan Shuan nod in satisfaction. Suddenly, Hao Lianchuan lowered his voice. I cannot act recklessly. But could you take Wang Ming and a few others with you? Of course, cough, cough. Publicly declare that you are the sole executor. What do you think? It would be training for the youth. The key was that he hoped to shift the blame onto Yuan Shua. Yuan Shua chuckled, readily agreeing, which made Hao Lianchuan uneasy. Perhaps we should reconsider? He pondered, feeling that Yuan Shua's eagerness was too swift. Yuan Shua smiled. Young Hao, do not waver. Enough of the chatter. Allow those fellows to accompany me. Even if they do not engage directly, merely witnessing the events is beneficial. If necessary, let them deliver the finishing blows. Experiencing bloodshed will serve them well for their futures. After a moment of inner conflict, Hao Lianchuan acquiesced. He truly desired those young members of the Night Watch to gain more experience. He had heard that they had not performed well this time, including Wang Ming, who had excelled in Baiwa City but seemed somewhat ineffectual here. This left Hao Lianchuan concerned. Had these youths been overly sheltered, could they bear the weight of responsibility? That night, Yuan Shua set forth once more. In the southern outskirts of Silver City, within a grand and opulent estate, a corpulent man was indulging in a feast. His hands slick with grease. In an instant, the ceiling above him was shattered. Yuan Shua descended like a deity of vengeance, crashing through the roof. With a swift motion, he struck, leaving no opportunity for his adversary, delivering a decisive kick that pierced the man's temple. In the rear, Hu Hao and the others swiftly descended, their faces pale. This marked the third incident. Yuan Shua's murderous aura was overwhelming. This time, they truly witnessed the formidable strength and mental fortitude of these seasoned martial masters, who could kill without a flicker of hesitation. Yuan Shua cast a glance at the lifeless body he had just dispatched with a kick and chuckled. What is the matter? Are you still not accustomed to this? This fellow deserved his fate. If my memory serves me right, this estate once belonged to a prominent merchant from Silver City. It seems that merchant has vanished. Do you know where he might have gone? The group remained silent. Yuan Shua taunted. Perhaps he is buried somewhere in the courtyard. Would you like to dig him up and take a look? Behind him, Wang Ming exhaled. Killing and plundering is indeed a fate well deserved. However, old Yuan, we originally agreed you would give us some opportunities, but now you've directly killed him, leaving us no chance. Finish him off. Yuan Shua replied nonchalantly. I am under no obligation to teach you, but I can certainly allow you to witness bloodshed. Stab him a few dozen times, and that would suffice. Wang Ming hesitated. As the man was already dead, Yuan Shua turned to him, his gaze serene. Wang Ming, feeling a twinge of fear, gritted his teeth and conjured a sword in his hand, stepping forward to stab the corpse. Yuan Shua smiled. While Li Ming and Hu Hao exchanged glances and silently followed suit, beginning to inflict additional wounds. This was likely their first experience with such an act, and they appeared somewhat uneasy. Yuan Shua observed for a moment, unperturbed. They would grow accustomed to it with practice. As for the Night Watchers, the newer generation lacked practical experience, and his willingness to include these individuals was motivated by his own intentions. Once they had finished, Yuan Shua calmly declared, You three have now witnessed a glimpse of my world. From this day forth, I shall accept you as my named disciples. The group was taken aback. What was happening? In the air, Hao Lianchuan was equally astonished, bewildered. Yuan Shua continued indifferently, just like that. Henceforth, you may use my name in the outside world. You are now the named disciples of the martial master Yuan Shua. In our craft, lineage is of utmost importance. Should you betray me, it would be tantamount to betraying your own ancestors. My disciples must adhere to a singular rule. Do not betray the master or disgrace the lineage. Mutual respect and unity among peers is the only obligation of my disciples. In the sky, Hao Lianchuan remained in a daze. Meanwhile, Hu Hao and the others were also struggling to adjust, each appearing somewhat dazed. Yuan Shua's demeanor shifted to one of authority as he coldly asked, Are you unwilling? Or do you believe that I, Yuan Shua, am unworthy? Not at all. Wang Ming quickly replied, Old Yuan, that is not our intent. It's just that we are night watchers. And what of it? Yuan Shua replied impatiently, Your deputy minister is right above you. Ask him if there is an issue. Night watchers are all superhumans. and there is no specific mentor-mentee relationship. Being my named disciple doesn't hinder anything. You can inquire with Hao Lianquan if this poses any problems. In the air, Hao Lianquan contemplated swiftly, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. Being a named disciple was trivial. It was merely a minor matter, not a formal apprenticeship, so it bore little significance. Upon witnessing the scene, the few individuals dared not voice any further objections and readily concurred, perhaps feeling a flicker of delight within. After all, Yuan Shuo had vanquished the formidable San Yang, and becoming his disciple seemed rather appealing. Yuan Shuo then revealed a smile, stating, "Very well. However, as you are merely registered disciples, we shall forego any elaborate feasts. My disciples are few, yet each is a formal one. You shall refer to one another as senior brothers and sisters from now on. Remember, camaraderie among fellow disciples is paramount, and in times of difficulty, you must extend your utmost assistance to one another. That is the essence of brotherhood." With that, he presented a small booklet, saying, "I possess little of value to offer you, but here is the new treatise of the 5 animals. It must not be disseminated. Especially the breathing techniques contained within. Such knowledge is strictly confidential. This pertains to the breathing method, distinct from the 5 animals' breathing technique." He continued, "Do not underestimate this. While superhumans may not practice martial arts, relying solely on the absorption of mysterious energies is not necessarily beneficial. True mastery lies in the harmonious cultivation of both inner and outer strengths." The expressions of the group reflected a surge of excitement. They were aware of the significance of the new treatise of the 5 animals. Previously, they might have dismissed it, but with Yuan Shuo's recent conquest over San Yang, who would dare belittle his work? This time, their appreciation was genuine, and they all nodded in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Yuan Shuo smiled, a grin reminiscent of a cunning wolf. The 3 were all youthful members of the Moonshade lineage, particularly Wang Ming, who was nearing a full moon in age, not far from the day of his ascension. Such youth, coupled with their direct lineage to the Night Watchers, afforded them the prospect of swiftly entering the ranks of the Radiant Sun, thereby becoming a pivotal force in the Silver Moon province. A path had indeed been paved for them by Li Hao. "Ah yes, Li Hao of Silver City will henceforth be your junior brother," Yuan Shuo added. "He is a martial master and has yet to ascend to superhuman status. His strength may not surpass yours, but he is the bearer of my intellectual legacy. You must protect him, for he will undoubtedly offer you assistance in the future. As you are aware, the Night Watchers lack in knowledge. Sometimes, knowledge can alter one's destiny, and you may find use for him at some point." The group exchanged glances, and it was Wang Ming who broke the silence, declaring, "We shall remember your words, Master." "Indeed." Yuan Shuo nodded, continuing, "Now, let us seek the next target. This time, I want you to practice more diligently. Only by entering the Radiant Sun can you gain a semblance of authority. Look at your current state. You follow my every command without a hint of freedom, which truly embarrasses me." Wang Ming and the others chuckled, not daring to voice a word, for there were still significant figures present above them. In the skies, Hao Lianquan listened intently, gradually grasping Yuan Shuo's intentions, somewhat taken aback. It appeared that Yuan Shuo genuinely cared for his secluded disciple. Was this elaborate arrangement merely to provide Li Hao with a support network? Li Hao, lacking any foundational ties within the Night Watchers, had now gained 2 junior brothers and a sister. Although Yuan Shuo had casually forced the issue of discipleship, acquiring the new treatise of the 5 animals established a connection that could not be dismissed, unless Yuan Shuo were to perish. Challenging the master would be an act of profound treachery in the realm of martial arts. The Night Watchmen, being the official righteous faction, would never commit such acts. If they did, they would have to cleanse their ranks. Yuan Shuo Li Hao. Hao Lianquan muttered to himself, pondering whether Yuan Shuo had paved the way for Li Hao's inclusion among the Night Watchmen, rather than merely guiding him by example. This could indeed strengthen their bond. Otherwise, once Yuan Shuo ascended, it would be challenging for the Night Watchmen to direct him further. At this moment, Li Hao remained unaware of the additional disciples he had acquired. After a day of continuous absorption and digestion, he had assimilated nearly 80% of the Crimson Shadow power within him, with the remaining portion likely to dissipate naturally in a couple of days. Rising once more, Li Hao unleashed a casual punch, the sound of his bones cracking resonating through the air. A gleam of joy appeared in his eyes. His progress was astonishingly swift. He could not ascertain his current level, But the sensation of power he had just unleashed felt comparable to that of Liu Yan. Liu Yan, after all, was at the pinnacle of the 10th slaughter realm, close to breaking the 100 mark. What a delight! In just a few short days, he had surged from below the 10th slaughter realm, nearing the 100 mark, which left Li Hao exhilarated. The key was that he still had numerous benefits yet to be fully realized. Exiting the lounge, he found that aside from Wu Chao, Chen Jian could now also move about. Upon seeing him, Liu Long maintained his usual aloof demeanor, coldly stating, "It's good you're out. The items from the Night Watchman have arrived. With the addition of the Moon Phantom you killed, we acquired 160 units of mysterious energy. As for that martial artist, he was unable to provide any of these resources. Your teacher also managed to collect approximately 1,400 units of mysterious energy, but due to the large quantity, it has been compressed and stored in the Inspection Bureau's warehouse, requiring your teacher to retrieve it personally. This time, they had a variety of elemental mysterious energies, including thunder, earth, water, metal, and wind." He then turned to the others. "For this mission, I take the lead in our team's hunt for the superpowered beings. With a share of 30%, Li Hao receives 20%, and the remaining will be evenly distributed among you four, Liu Yan. Any objections?" Liu Long and Li Hao received half, while the remaining four received the other half, each getting less than Li Hao. Liu Yan smiled. "Of course, I have no objections. It's wonderful to receive anything at all, even exceeding my expectations. Even if we divide it equally, I will still receive 20 units. In the past, a single hunt for a superpowered being yielded only 3 to 5 units, often with more severe injuries than this time. Thanks to Li Hao, I sustained minimal harm. Receiving 20 units is certainly satisfying." With her satisfaction evident, the others, being less powerful, had no complaints. Meanwhile, Li Hao received 32 units, akin to the reward for slaying a superpowered being, as Liu Long allocated the entirety of the superpowered entity Li Hao had defeated to him. Seeing no dissent among the group, Liu Long nodded. "That's excellent. This has been our most fruitful endeavor in years. Let us hope someone achieves superpowered success this time." Filled with hope and desire. As for himself, he found himself lacking in desire. He recalled Yuan Shuo and the striking scene of 4 extraordinary heads falling to the ground with a single strike. Even martial masters could be invincible. He had reached the pinnacle of 100, and although the path to the realm of 1,000 seemed distant, he pondered, if he were to enter the realm of 1,000, would he still need to attain extraordinary powers? Entering the extraordinary realm meant embracing the sun's radiance. Yet Yuan Shuo, at the realm of 1,000, could vanquish the 3 suns. If he too possessed the strength to slay the 3 suns, would Silver City still face obliteration? Unthinkable. In this moment, Liu Long, who had relentlessly pursued extraordinary powers, found himself wavering, his conviction not as steadfast as before. For prior to this, the realm of 1,000 had vanished from the Silver Moon province. The road ahead appeared bleak. Now, Liu Long contemplated whether he should cast aside his pride and seek Yuan Shuo for guidance. Would this esteemed figure consent? Having a martial master of the realm of 1,000 to provide insight might spare him from unnecessary detours. He glanced at Li Hao, feeling somewhat guilty for contemplating the possibility of utilizing this fellow to convey his request. Li Hao, with a naive smile, seemed quite content with his allocation. 32 units were not insignificant. As for his teacher's 1,400 units, that belonged to his teacher, he could only hope for 300 to 500 units for himself. Was it too much to ask? The opportunity to surpass 100 seemed tantalizingly close. Everyone, rest well tonight. While the formidable ones are still present, we shall resume our duties tomorrow, Liu Long declared, casting one last glance at Li Hao. Li Hao, you may take this time to rest more and spend time with your teacher. Should you require anything, as the captain of the enforcement team, your superior is always available to assist. The implication was clear. If you find it too taxing, I would carry you to your teacher if need be. Li Hao, being astute, immediately understood the underlying message and chuckled inwardly, realizing Liu Long had genuinely submitted this time. Previously, when Yuan Shuo was mentioned, Liu Long had been defiant and resentful. It seemed this encounter had considerably affected him. Well, if the need arises, I will approach the captain. Liu Long nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. As for Li Hao, he was eager to explore the mysterious energy he had acquired, preparing to harness the powers of the 5 elements, potentially enhancing his internal organs and becoming even more formidable. Chapter 46, Breaking 100, seeking monthly votes, inspection division, warehouse. All the spoils from this encounter were stored here. Though night had fallen, the immense value of the inspection division's warehouse meant that even with powerful guardians within the city, they dared not be complacent. Mu Sun personally led a team to guard the warehouse. Until Yuan Shua took possession of these items, Mu Sun would remain vigilant. Over 1,000 units of mysterious energy. In a small city like Silver City, even someone of Mu Sun's high status had never witnessed such a bounty. Aside from Bayou City and Yaoguang City, other cities would scarcely see such a treasure. The security in the inspection division's warehouse was exceptionally stringent. As Li Hao entered the vicinity of the warehouse, he sensed the presence of numerous machine guns trained upon him, with Mu Sun, the director, also present. Even an ordinary sunlit warrior would find it difficult to seize these treasures. As a member of the enforcement team, Li Hao had met Director Mu. He saluted Mu Sun at the entrance. Regarding the director, my understanding is rather limited. My initial impression was fairly positive. Initially, when Li Hao withdrew from school to join the secretariat, Mu Sun had advised him to complete his studies before joining the inspection department. My second encounter with this director occurred last night. Although he ultimately did not leave the city to assist in battle, he nonetheless made every effort to aid Liu Long in his escape. As for today, I did not overhear the conversation between Mu Sun and Hao Lianchuan. Ah, Li Hao. Mu Sun chuckled, a radiant smile gracing his face. Quite commendable. Nodding in approval, he praised Li Hao. Although Li Hao was uncertain as to what precisely he was being commended for. Here to collect the mysterious energy? Indeed, Li Hao affirmed. Is it your teacher's allocation? Or that of the demon hunting squad? The portion assigned to me. As for my teachers, I wouldn't dare to overstep my bounds. Li Hao replied with a shy smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have heard that you have made considerable contributions this time. Liu Long mentioned that you could claim 32 units, which is truly enviable. Though he spoke casually, he himself had claimed a portion, having been the one to eliminate the earth-burrowing superhuman within the city. And he would not be modest about it. He had already secured that share for himself. As they conversed, Mu Sun remarked, "Allow me to escort you inside. Are you ready to absorb it today?" Li Hao nodded. Mu Sun opened the storeroom, and the lights illuminated the interior, revealing a vast expanse of ice crystal domes. However, at a glance, it was evident that it did not contain the full 1,000 units as expected. Li Hao, perplexed, inquired, "Aren't there others here?" Mu Sun entered the storeroom, and, noticing Li Hao's gaze, smiled. "Curious, are you? It seems there isn't as much mysterious energy here as you had imagined." Li Hao nodded in agreement. Mysterious energy need not be confined solely within ice crystal domes. While ice crystals effectively prevent the dissipation of mysterious energy, they require a considerable amount of space. When you are out in the field, having eliminated a superhuman, would you truly utilize such a large ice crystal dome to store the mysterious energy? That would be impractical. Upon hearing this, Li Hao also nodded in understanding. Correct. A Sanyang can extract approximately 1,000 units of mysterious energy. Who would carry an ice crystal dome of such substantial volume after slaying a Sanyang? The same applies to your extraction of mysterious energy, Mu Sun continued to explain. For instance, this time you have acquired 32 units. Do you believe you can only absorb it here? Every martial artist and superhuman prefers their cultivation process to remain private. Hence there are methods to extract and transport it. Intrigued, Li Hao eagerly asked, "Director, how can one extract it? What items can prevent the mysterious energy from dissipating?" He pondered that if he were to absorb it here, with so many people outside, it would hardly be discreet. If he finished absorbing it quickly, would it not reveal his uniqueness to others? You will find out shortly. Mu Sun chuckled, his laughter tinged with significance. In the past, we in Silver City could not extract and take it with us, but now we can. Moments later, the two arrived within the confines of the ice crystal domes, where over 100 units of mysterious energy, with various attributes, were contained, including some that were attribute-less. Mu Sun stated, "Choose your 32 units. It matters not whether they possess attributes or are attribute-less. In truth, the value is quite comparable. The energy without attributes is more easily absorbed, while the attribute-specific energy is somewhat explosive, yet it poses the risk of breaking one's limitations and transforming into a superpowered being." Li Hao's visit this time was primarily focused on the 5 elemental attributes. The earth energy he absorbed last time had already enhanced his spleen. This time, he sought not only the fire attribute, but also gold, wood, water, and earth. Only the fire attribute was absent, as the fire-powered super beings were not present, making it inconvenient to launch an attack on a rainy night. Utilizing fire energy in such conditions would yield diminished effectiveness and reduce combat strength. As for the others, there were energies of wind and thunder, with the ability to soar through the skies belonging to the wind energy. The absence of fire energy, which corresponds to the heart according to the five-element theory, meant that if the five elemental energies were to enhance the internal organs, the heart would remain unstrengthened. Li Hao glanced around and spoke promptly. Director, I wish to extract energies from the three elements of gold, wood, and water, along with 6 units of earth energy. Having absorbed 2 units of earth energy previously, Li Hao felt a need for balance. Given the current unavailability of fire energy, only 2 units remained for selection, and after some contemplation, he added 1 unit each of thunder and wind energy. Mu Sun was not surprised and merely cautioned. Absorbing elemental energies indeed provides an opportunity for you to ascend as a superpowered being, but it requires proper matching. If your inherent attribute is fire, absorbing water energy could lead to severe repercussions, even endangering your life. It was entirely reasonable for Li Hao to seek energies of different attributes, as drawing energy into one's body works best when aligned with one's own attributes, thus unlocking one's superpowered potential. However, this process is elusive. It can only be explored incrementally. Li Hao's request for a multitude of various energies at once could lead to wastage, yet it was his own decision, and he would not be dissuaded. Li Hao nodded. Director, I understand. If the situation becomes unfavorable, I shall withdraw. Indeed, I trust you will not be so foolish. However, your singular focus on absorbing attribute energy comes at the expense of your martial progress, does it not? There was a hint of regret in his voice. Your teacher has now reached the legendary level among martial masters, ascending to the realm of Doqian. I had assumed you would opt for the absorption of non-attribute mysterious energy, akin to your teacher, to advance further on the martial path. Yet it seems you are not overly concerned about this. Li Hao, with sincerity, replied, Director, my time in martial training has been too brief. It has only been 3 years since I began, and I have truly engaged with martial arts for just a few days. In reality, the initiation into super abilities is much swifter, so I am keen to become a superpowered being as soon as possible. Mu Sun nodded again, refraining from further persuasion. Yes, Li Hao's limited time in martial training made his choice of super abilities understandable. It would be best for you to reach the 10th level of severance before advancing to super abilities. This way, you may have the opportunity to transcend the Starlight Realm. Of course, it depends on the circumstances, as entering the 10th level of severance also requires time. Li Hao's affairs had never been reported by Liu Long, so Mu Sun was unaware of Li Hao's situation. As for the substantial allocation of mysterious energy to Li Hao this time, Liu Long had not provided any rationale. When Mu Sun inquired, Liu Long merely stated that Li Hao served as bait, which was a significant contribution. Only a few members of the team were aware that Li Hao had eliminated that superpowered being and the martial master who had surpassed the 100 mark. Thus, even until now, Mu Xin remains oblivious to the fact that Li Hao has transcended into the realm of the 10th / even approaching the 100th tier. In the eyes of all, Li Hao is merely an ordinary individual. Perhaps after absorbing the mysterious energy, he may hasten his entry into the starry realm or the 10th / As for other matters, no one has given them much thought. There is still ample time. Meanwhile, Li Hao, of course, quietly accumulates his wealth. There is no need to publicize this. Everyone's ignorance provides him the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, if they were aware. The element of surprise would be lost. Director, what shall I use to extract this mysterious energy? Mu Xin remained silent, walking to the side where he retrieved a long white object from a glass cabinet. At first glance, Li Hao did not recognize it. However, his expression quickly shifted. Human bone. As expected, Mu Xin smiled lightly and said, Use this. Of course, remember to return it once you are done. Generally, mysterious energy cannot be preserved. But besides ice crystals, human remains are the most viable for storage. Naturally, not just any remains will do. At least a being of the sunlit level is required, as their bones can contain and compress mysterious energy. This time, we obtained such a specimen by eliminating a sunlit and a sanyang. Hence, Silver City possesses this material. No wonder Mu Xin mentioned that there was no means before. The bones of these formidable individuals can compress mysterious energy. Otherwise, the powerful would be blown apart. In fact, Even their skin could be preserved. But since the two that perished were shattered by your teacher's strikes, the bones remain, while the skin is no longer of concern. Li Hao displayed a reluctant and somewhat nauseated expression, his complexion paling slightly. Muxin glanced at him and chuckled. Are you afraid? Li Hao awkwardly replied. No. It's not fear. It's just, Director, is this the only option? You could use other items, such as extraordinary artifacts. Do you possess any? Muxin laughed. Given the current conditions in Silver City, it is already commendable to have anything that can harbor mysterious energy, and you dare to be choosy. Your teacher's methods are even more extravagant. He preserved the mysterious energy using the head of that Sanyang. Li Hao's face grew increasingly pale, and he soon clenched his teeth, exhibiting a demeanor of defiance against death. Muxin sighed inwardly, recognizing his youth. Much like the young night watchers, Li Hao had seen little of the world. Even as a student of Yuan Shuo, his previous lack of martial training had left him unprepared for such bloody realities. Choosing not to say more, Muxin promptly began to extract the mysterious energy as per Li Hao's request. 8 units each of metal, wood, and water energy, 6 units of earth energy, and 1 unit each of wind and thunder energy. Instead of a single bone, he utilized a total of 6, placing them separately. Moments later, he placed the 6 bones into a small black bag and handed it to Li Hao, stating, when you return, absorb it slowly. Do not rush. Once you have finished, return the items. Such materials for preserving mysterious energy are scarce in Silver City. He then added, this information is known only to a select few, so do not disclose it to outsiders to avoid complications. Wealth can cloud judgment. 32 units of mysterious energy could fetch tens of millions on the black market. For many, such a sum is enough to make them overlook everything. Thank you for the reminder, Director. Li Hao expressed his gratitude, clutching the small black bag, and exited with a somewhat pallid complexion. Moments later, he vanished before the storeroom door. After a while, Lu Yin arrived as well. Noticing Mu Sun, she nodded slightly. Mu Sun returned a smile and remarked, the little rascal just took his share. Perhaps your demon hunting team could provide him with some appropriate training. Now that he is entangled in this realm, he must broaden his horizons. His timidity is evident. He turned pale at the mere sight of a human bone. If I don't let him go, he might soil himself. Lu Yin's gaze was filled with peculiar intensity. After a prolonged moment, she reluctantly nodded and said, all right. He is an intellectual, a seed of knowledge, unaccustomed to bloodshed. This is understandable. Yet internally, she was seething with sarcasm. That kid is no saint. He has deceived us once again. Scared of a human bone. I nearly soiled myself from fright when I killed that water-based superhuman. Is this all it takes to make him weak-kneed? Who does he think he is fooling? Previously, she had failed to see through his facade. Now, Lu Yin understood that this was Li Hao's disguise. The boy was both cunning and audacious, cold-blooded and twisted. Anyone who placed their trust in him would meet the direst of fates. She refrained from sharing further with Mu Sun, thinking it best that no one knew Li Hao's true nature. If everyone realized that he was a malevolent and twisted individual, their chances of survival would have dwindled significantly. That fellow was diabolically clever, capable of bringing down 2 formidable opponents. An intellectual indeed. Mu Sun sighed. Yuan Shuo, a mere pretender to scholarship, has inadvertently nurtured a genuine seed of knowledge. I wonder how Li Hao perceives him now. Once a frail professor, he has transformed into a remorseless killer. Mu Sun felt a pang of anxiety for Li Hao. Lu Yin forced a stiff smile and quickly shifted the topic. Director, I'm here to collect something. Let us not waste time. Why concern ourselves with how he views things? You needn't fret. He is likely worried that Yuan Shuo cannot accept that his student is a murderer. Mu Sun ceased his remarks, cheerfully leading Lu Yin further inside, engaging in light conversation. He relished such interactions, though regrettably, Lu Yin was a thorny rose. He dared not venture too close. Meanwhile, Li Hao did not return home, but instead headed straight to the Silver City ancient courtyard. At this hour, it felt much safer to be with his teacher. Should any complications arise during his absorption, the teacher might possess the means to resolve them. At the Yuan estate, Yuan Shuo had also returned. With few superhumans in the vicinity of Silver City, he had traversed the area, dispatching a few foes, although he was uncertain if there were more. Even if there were, those who learned of their demise would swiftly vanish. Currently, he was without protection, which he deemed unnecessary. Hu Hao and Li Ming had taken the newly acquired 5 animals manual and were eager to practice. They had no time to linger here. Moreover, Yuan Shuo preferred solitude. Thus he sent them away. When Li Hao arrived, the courtyard felt desolate. It was nearly midnight, yet the lights remained aglow. In recent days, few in Silver City could sleep soundly. Teacher. In the living room, Li Hao encountered Yuan Shuo, who was currently indulging in food. At that moment, Li Hao realized that he too was famished, as if he had not eaten for an entire day and night. May I have a bite? Thank you, teacher. Without hesitation, Li Hao settled down and began to feast, his mouth glistening with grease. Yuan Shuo, too, displayed a lack of decorum as he watched Li Hao eat with a warm smile. His gaze softened, a rare tenderness surfacing. He had grown old, sustained injuries, and was preparing to lay down his arms and retire, hoping to cultivate a student who could inherit his wealth of knowledge. His mind was filled with ancient texts, many of which he had regrettably destroyed. Should he pass away without passing on this knowledge, it would be a grave loss. He had originally intended to spend a few years imparting this wisdom to Li Hao, who was not his chosen successor in martial arts, but rather a vessel for the continuity of knowledge. The Five Animals' new book was merely intended to enhance Li Hao's physical health. Little did he know, in an ironic twist of fate, Li Hao had inadvertently stepped into the realm of martial masters, and he, through misfortune, had serendipitously gained a student, thus advancing himself into a new echelon. He was quite pleased with this student, though he lamented that his impending busyness might limit the time he could dedicate to passing on his vast knowledge. Xiao Hao. Yes? Li Hao looked up from his chicken leg. Yuan Shuo, with a twinkle in his eye, advised, do not return home for the time being. I shall be busy, but I will find time in the evenings to teach you some things. While they may not seem immediately useful, they could prove invaluable in the future. For instance, the blood blade technique, the five-animal technique, and the breathing method. Many of these teachings were gleaned from ancient texts, which he had adapted to better suit the needs of modern martial practitioners. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. There was a plethora of knowledge that he had previously dismissed as mere conjecture or fantasy of the ancients. Now, however, he began to question whether that perception was accurate. Yuan Shuo harbored a grand ambition to interconnect these ancient texts and explore whether they could forge a new path in martial arts. Some records within these texts had become fragmented over time. However, he believed he could gradually restore and reinterpret them. The original five-animal technique was not entirely intact, as much of it had been reconstructed by him, yet its practice had proven quite effective. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this endeavor could consume a significant amount of time. Li Hao nodded in agreement, ever the obedient pupil. Then let us commence this evening. Tonight is not possible. Li Hao interjected hastily. I must absorb the mysterious energy. Teacher, I am unsure if you have noticed, but the attribute of mysterious energy can be divided. A portion can be separated into attributes, while another can be divided into attribute-less mysterious energy. The attribute-less energy can enhance the physical body, while the attributed energy can fortify the internal organs. Of course, I am not entirely certain, but previously I divided the earth energy, which strengthened my spleen. Yuan Shuo paused in surprise. This was indeed a revelation he had not encountered. Are you certain? Absolutely, Li Hao responded. Though, it requires the energy of the small sword to facilitate. Otherwise, it cannot be done. Yuan Shuo became increasingly attentive, murmuring, mysterious energy can enhance the internal organs? The martial artist, in the realms of severing the 10 realms and breaking through the 100 realms, merely fortifies the bones and muscles. It is only upon reaching the 1000 combat stage that one undergoes a transformation, a rebirth through blood, which subsequently nourishes the internal organs. However, this process is exceedingly protracted. There exists a peculiar and enigmatic energy capable of devouring internal force, does it not? Indeed, during absorption, one feels nothing. Yet, once he possesses this mysterious source, he realizes it can consume internal energy. Now, Li Hao claims it can be utilized to strengthen the internal organs. Does this not suggest a shortcut? Why is this so? How does it differ from directly absorbing the mysterious energy? What, then, is the true purpose of the small sword? A myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind as he gazed at Li Hao, murmuring, in the 1000 combat realm, aside from divine intent, the enhancement of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels is paramount. Only then can one truly be considered an earthly immortal. Otherwise, even at the 1000 combat stage, some poisons could prove fatal. If the internal organs are not sufficiently robust, external cultivation of sinews and skin, and the internal practice of breath, will scarcely fortify the internal organs. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired again, "Are you prepared to absorb the mysterious energy to strengthen the internal organs?" "Indeed, that is my intention," Li Hao nodded, stating, "Teacher, I believe that cultivating both internally and externally may yield superior results, more holistic. Otherwise, once engaged in combat, the internal energy may fluctuate, and each encounter risks damaging the internal organs. This is one reason many martial artists suffer from internal injuries. Few martial artists emerge unscathed. If one is unscathed, it only signifies that they are a mere pretender who avoids conflict." "Very well," Yuan Shua nodded. "If possible, we must indeed strengthen the internal organs. Our limitations arise from our inability. It is imperative to fortify your internal organs before the energy of your sword is fully expended. Should this endeavor succeed, it would greatly aid your future endeavors. My only concern is that the energy within the sword may be too scant to suffice." As for himself, he had no intention of utilizing it, for he sensed that if he were to use it, the enhancement would be minimal and the energy would be depleted. In light of this, it would be more prudent to allow Li Hao to use it, thereby laying a solid foundation for him. "Do not eat." Observing that Li Hao was still preoccupied with his meal, Yuan Shua roughly lifted him, exclaiming, "What are you eating for? Had I known you had pressing matters, I wouldn't have let you eat." Li Hao remained unfazed, continuing to consume his meal, meticulously chewing the chicken before swallowing it with satisfaction. Yuan Shua's residence boasted a spacious training room. On fine days, he practiced martial arts in the courtyard. On inclement days, he trained indoors. Casting Li Hao onto the mat, Yuan Shua urged, "Quickly begin. Absorb the energy for me to observe." "Teacher," Li Hao promptly replied, "Let us not rush, teacher. I sense I am on the brink of breaking through the 100 realms, but what precisely is this breakthrough? What characteristics define it? What should one be cautious of when transcending this level?" These inquiries left him perplexed. Yuan Shua, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure with a hint of nostalgia. Although he had repeatedly asserted that Li Hao was on the verge of breaking through the 100 realms, in an instant, as the moment approached, he felt an indescribable sentiment wash over him. When had he himself broken through the 100 realms? At a tender age, one embarked on the journey of martial arts, entering the realm of the 10 slashing by adolescence, and transcending into the 100 breaking stage in their 20s. By the age of 40, they reached the pinnacle of the 100 breaking, dominating the martial artist community of the Silver Moon province and establishing themselves as a formidable leader. For the subsequent 30 years, they sought ways to ascend into the 1000 combat stage, ultimately achieving success only recently. Meanwhile, the enigmatic rise of Li Hao and the emergence of extraordinary abilities proved beneficial for martial artists, as the newfound mysterious energy facilitated self-enhancement. A moment of guilt flickered within as the thought crossed their mind that they had not imparted these teachings to Li Hao. As a practitioner of the 1000 combat level, it was indeed embarrassing that their own disciple lacked understanding of martial arts. The realms of 10 slashing and 100 breaking, as previously mentioned, pertain solely to pure strength. However, upon reaching the 1000 combat stage, one delves into the spiritual dimension, often referred to as divine intent. Thus, distinguishing the 1000 combat stage becomes paramount. In the realm of 10 slashing, the emergence of internal energy signifies entry into the ranks of true martial artists. This internal energy is cultivated through daily practice of techniques and secret arts, now supplemented by the absorption of mysterious energy, which, being attribute-free, can also enhance the physical body, allowing for a rapid accumulation of internal energy. However, this path is fraught with risks, akin to a double-edged sword, leaving it to the individual to gauge their own limits. The process of reaching the 10 slashing stage is integral to developing robust internal energy. A powerful internal force leads to a formidable physique, an undeniable truth. In the past, the true essence of the 100 breaking stage was marked by battlefield prowess, symbolized by a 100-man army. Yet in modern times, such conditions are seldom met, as it is challenging to find a 100-man army that engages in combat without modern weaponry. Thus, the distinction between realms and practical application becomes evident. Li Hao listened attentively, nodding in comprehension. The mark of the 100 breaking stage is the external manifestation of internal energy. Surprised, Li Hao inquired further about this externalization. Yuan Shua elaborated, explaining that the human body possesses a natural barrier to both mysterious energy and internal force. When one's internal energy can transcend the physical form, serving to protect oneself and harm adversaries. One has reached the 100 breaking level. How does one achieve this externalization? Li Hao asked. Yuan Shuo clarified that it is not a deliberate act, but rather a natural response of the body. Once internal energy reaches the 100 breaking level, it will naturally externalize, breaking through barriers, enhancing physical capabilities, and strengthening internal energy, which is sufficient. Although it seemed straightforward, Li Hao found the concept somewhat complex. He pondered the nuances of distinguishing strength within the 100 breaking level. Yuan Shuo continued, explaining that within the traditional martial artist community, the 100 breaking stage is generally categorized into initial, mid, late, and perfected phases. This corresponds to the phases of the moon in the realm of extraordinary abilities: crescent, half moon, and full moon. Beyond the full moon, before entering the solar radiance stage, lies the waxing moon stage, which signifies a perfected 100 breaking martial artist. The waxing moon eventually wanes. Thus, a perfected 100 breaking martial artist must progress to avoid stagnation. Should one reach the apex of both the moon and 100 breaking stages, yet remain unable to advance, they begin their descent into decline. The waxing moon wanes, and when water reaches its brim, it overflows. Thus, if one finds themselves at the pinnacle of their abilities, yet unable to ascend further, they are on the precipice of decline. Yuan Shuo had lingered at this level for a considerable time, gaining profound insights. In this realm, if one cannot ascend swiftly, one may find oneself stagnating, much like he did, unless by sheer chance, one's life could reach an untimely conclusion. Presently, Liu Long is also striving to break through to this level, having barely reached it. However, if he too fails to advance, a downward trajectory is imminent. Li Hao pondered for a moment and inquired, "Teacher, how does one discern between the initial and intermediate stages?" Quite simply, Yuan Shuo elucidated. A martial artist in the initial stage breaks the 100 and exhibits internal energy outwardly, limited solely to the limbs. The limbs are the easiest to express externally. Once one has accomplished this, it signifies the completion of the initial training. A hallmark of the intermediate stage is that the entire body can project energy externally, with the exception of the head. In the advanced stage, even the head is capable of external energy manifestation. At this point, you could strike someone with your head, channeling internal energy, indicating that your physical cultivation has reached an apex. This is the advanced stage. Li Hao blinked. And what about perfection? Perfection? Yuan Shuo chuckled. At this stage, one begins to engage with divine intent. The realm of perfection may seem enigmatic to you. Simply put, it's when you feel as though you have developed a celestial eye, possessing a sense of crisis awareness. Occasionally, you may suddenly feel the presence of someone behind you, or even perceive your own inner self, thus connecting with divine intent. This is the state of perfection. It marks a preliminary step into the realm of Douqian. Li Hao understood. In this moment, he gained an intuitive grasp of the martial artist cultivation system. The 10 realms involve cultivating internal energy in the physical body. Breaking the 100 signifies the outward projection of internal energy. Completion in the limbs denotes the initial stage. When the torso achieves this, it signifies the intermediate stage. When the entire body is devoid of vulnerabilities, that is the advanced stage. Perfection indicates the ability for introspection, sensing crises, and connecting with divine intent. Is Captain Liu at the level of perfection? Li Hao asked again. Yuan Shuo shook his head. Not quite. But it could be considered so. How so? He primarily relies on mysterious energies to elevate himself. He may well be at the late stage of breaking the 100. Yet he is entirely ignorant of divine intent. His accumulated internal energy surpasses the advanced stage, which is a common issue among current martial artists. Therefore, Liu Long's hope of entering Douqian is slim, unless he can access divine intent. If he neglects the cultivation of divine intent, he may end up either as an extraordinary being or remain at the peak of breaking the 100 for a lifetime. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Is there no way? There is. Yuan Shuo replied with a smile. For martial artists, this stage is indeed the most challenging to breach. Can you guess how I first encountered divine intent? The preceding realms are not overly difficult. It is solely the connection with divine intent that is truly arduous. Li Hao was puzzled, but knew his teacher possessed the knowledge. Having achieved Douqian, teacher, how did you make that connection? Through training in martial arts, intent, heart, and source. Li Hao appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Yuan Shuo sighed. You don't seem particularly astute. Nevertheless, given your recent foray into martial arts, I shall elaborate further. Take the new book of the 5 animals as an example. To reach the perfection of breaking the 100, I once lived in the mountains for 3 years. I observed daily the true characteristics of tigers, deer, bears, monkeys, and birds. I strive to learn everything about them and to emulate their ways. However, it is crucial to remember that imitation does not equate to becoming them. After all, humans are inherently distinct from beasts, and we must grasp the divine essence within this dynamic. For instance, consider the tiger's pounce. What drives its relentless attack? Enabling it to strike precisely at its prey? How does the deer discern the impending threat of the tiger? This entire process is indeed quite profound. Yuan Shuo remarked with a smile, "Those who understand this will grasp its essence. Those who do not are simply devoid of talent." Li Hao's interest was piqued. "Teacher, what of Captain Liu, who practices the 9 tempering force? His approach is not merely a mimicry of the 5 animals. How can he penetrate its deeper meaning to achieve a breakthrough?" This inquiry delves into the very origins of martial arts secrets. Consider the 9 tempering force. One must ponder how its creator conceived such a technique. What is the essence of the 9 tempering force? How can one achieve the profound state of 9-fold tempering? I have not practiced it myself, hence I cannot articulate it, but having trained to such a level, surely he has gleaned some insights? The pursuit of strength is indeed commendable. However, raw power alone seldom facilitates a transcendence of realms. Li Hao nodded, as his teacher's succinct words provided him with an initial understanding of the entire martial arts cultivation system. Combat at the level of Do, Qian truly signifies a struggle at that tier. It became clear that the captain's inability to ascend to Do, Qian stemmed from his failure to attain the pinnacle of Pa Bai. Without encountering the divine intent and comprehending its significance, he remained far from that threshold. Such matters cannot be resolved through mere mystique. Perhaps, in the future, I too will face similar challenges. With this newfound understanding, Li Hao ceased his inquiries and focused on absorbing the mysterious energy. Previously, he had fortified his spleen. This time, he resolved to strengthen the other 5 organs. Among the 5, the heart corresponds to fire energy, the spleen to earth energy, wood to the liver, metal to the lungs, and water to the kidneys. With this thought, Li Hao commenced the absorption of water energy, prioritizing the strengthening of his kidneys. A robust kidney equates to a vigorous man, a fact well known to the well-read Li Hao. With enhanced kidneys, perhaps he could also bolster his lower regions, though that remains uncertain. After all, Li Hao had employed this tactic twice against his foes, and he himself felt somewhat drained. He feared others might employ similar strategies against him. As the water energy entered his body, Li Hao drew forth a modicum of jade sword energy. He was cautious not to squander it, fearing excessive depletion might render the jade sword devoid of power. The kidneys play a significant role, possessing detoxifying and metabolic properties. With powerful kidneys, one need not fear the enemy's poisons, as they can be swiftly expelled from the body. Furthermore, kidneys regulate blood pressure, and individuals like Li Hao, with high blood viscosity, are prone to sudden spikes in blood pressure. This is not a grave concern, but poses a risk of vascular rupture, highlighting the drawback of his robust constitution. A trace of mysterious energy was absorbed from the bones, swiftly separated by the jade sword energy within him. This portion of attribute energy began to fortify his kidneys, exactly as Li Hao had surmised, correlating with the 5 organs. Yuan Shuo continued to observe, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. He had an inkling of the implications, yet this was not the moment for experimentation. After absorbing approximately 2 portions of water energy, Li Hao proceeded to draw in metal and wood energies. As he absorbed the 4 types of energy, Li Hao sensed a fortification of his internal organs, save for his heart, which at that moment felt somewhat uneasy. The velocity of his blood flow had accelerated, and his internal organs had become more robust. While other parts of his body could withstand this change, his heart seemed to be approaching its limits. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat incessantly, causing him mild discomfort. However, it was not yet excessively imbalanced. Fire energy. Yuan Shuo suddenly realized this and quickly formulated a plan. In the next instant, he vanished from the room. Outside, he stepped into the air and appeared before Hao Lianchuan in the blink of an eye. "Do you have fire energy?" "Huh. No, why? I recall you being of the fire element." "Indeed, but that does not mean I possess fire energy. Am I to strip away my own mysterious power?" He had not brought any fire energy with him. "Just extract a little." Hao Lianchuan felt exasperated. "What does that mean? I'm still alive, and you want me to relinquish my mysterious energy?" Hurry just a bit. I'll tell you a secret. A secret? About speed. All right, Hao Lianchuan, intrigued by this secret, pondered for a moment and reluctantly extracted a small portion. Yuan Shuo frowned. Not enough? Around 20 units would suffice, which is trivial for you. With a sigh, Hao Lianchuan responded, Professor Yuan, don't mislead me. I hope this secret is truly worth 20 units. Yuan Shuo paid him no mind. As the latter extracted some fire energy, Yuan Shuo swiftly gathered it using extraordinary means. Hao Lianchuan chose to overlook this. The old man had evidently amassed quite a fortune over the years. Professor Yuan, what is this secret? Hao Lianchuan inquired, curious. Whether it was a significant secret or not mattered little. 20 units was not an excessive price, especially since he sensed that refusing might provoke Yuan Shuo. Thus, the secret was effectively a bonus. However, Yuan Shuo uttered a statement that left him somewhat shaken. Your heart is overburdened. Fire energy is highly stimulating for the heart. You need to absorb a small amount of energy from the other 4 elements. Even a little will suffice. There may be some conflict, but that is inconsequential. Just a slight intake will help alleviate the strain on your heart. Otherwise, you risk cardiac rupture. With this, he stepped into the air and vanished swiftly. Hao Lianchuan, meanwhile, was left in a state of astonishment. His heart was indeed overburdened. The idea of appropriately absorbing energy from the other 4 elements resonated with him. He had recently felt discomfort in his heart, but had dismissed it. 5-element energy? Hao Lianchuan fell into contemplation, suddenly realizing that the 20 units of fire energy were exceedingly worthwhile. This old man indeed possessed a plethora of secrets. Just one casually mentioned was enough to warrant his attention. Indoors, Li Hao had initially intended to cease his absorption. However, Yuan Shuo promptly presented a small, round vessel, fire energy. Li Hao's eyes lit up. His teacher was remarkable, conjuring exactly what he needed. He resumed his absorption. Gradually, Li Hao's heart also experienced fortification, and at that moment, a stable circulatory system formed within him, reinforcing all 5 internal organs. As the internal organs completed a harmonious equilibrium, Li Hao felt a subtle tremor coursing through his body, and he sensed a significant increase in his inner strength, though it had yet to reach the threshold of breaking through. Undeterred, he continued to absorb energy, drawing in waves of essence. Time passed unmarked, and he managed to gather 30 units of elemental energy, complemented by the 8 units of fire energy contributed by Yuan Shuo. This time, Li Hao successfully absorbed 38 units, and with the previous 2 units of earth energy, his total reached an impressive 40. This quantity was something that Lu Yin and the others had struggled for years to achieve, and they had not been granted such an abundance to draw from. Upon completing his absorption, a sensation surged within him, hinting that he might be on the verge of breaking through. In the next moment, Li Hao let out a low shout and unleashed a punch. However, it felt insufficient. Yet, he remained unfazed. With a burst of energy, he attempted a second strike. This time, his inner strength seemed to amplify, and with a resounding crash, a glimmer of light flickered around his fist as he struck forth, shattering the tiles beneath him. Li Hao's face lit up with joy. Had he truly surpassed the 100 mark? Yuan Shuo, however, frowned slightly. Not bad, but you were just shy. That second attempt barely managed to project your strength, yet it can still be considered a breakthrough. But why did you have to destroy my tiles, you brat? Yuan Shuo's expression was one of displeasure, lamenting the destruction of the expensive tiles he had laid with great care. Teacher, I've broken 100. Li Hao exclaimed, brimming with excitement, oblivious to his surroundings. Yuan Shuo, maintaining his authoritative demeanor, replied, So what if you've broken 100? It's a shaky accomplishment at best. Strictly speaking, it doesn't count yet. Your peer, Wang Ming, has already reached the peak of half a month and is on the cusp of full month strength, which is the late stage of breaking 100. Do you really think you're impressive? A bit of discouragement was necessary to keep the boy grounded. Teacher, Li Hao stammered, is it wrong to be excited? I've broken 100. Moreover, your practical combat abilities are lacking. Let us leave it at that for now. Yuan Shuo commanded with authority, spend today adapting. With that, he stepped out of the training room. Once outside, a radiant smile broke across his face, fists clenched in triumph. 100. Who would have thought, despite my age, I might truly cultivate the next master of the martial arts at the 1000-tier level? This boy, though reliant on external forces, as long as he can comprehend divine intent, it won't matter. If he can reach 1000 in combat, then he is on the path to dual mastery. He reminded himself to remain composed, feeling an overwhelming joy within. I cannot reveal my emotions. I am a formidable thousand-tier warrior, one who has slain 3 Yangs. Just a mere 100, a novice at that, easily extinguished with a single slap. With this thought, his mood settled considerably. Indeed, that is how it is. In the next moment, Yuan Shuo stepped on the broken tiles beneath him, grumbling, "Tomorrow, have someone come to replace these. All of it. You will foot the bill." Within the room, Li Hao felt a bit awkward. I don't have much money. Teacher's tiles are quite expensive. It suddenly dawned on him that he was, in fact, quite impoverished. And the joy of his recent breakthrough dimmed significantly. I'm broke. Chapter 47. Joyful news from the team. The phenomenon of double-layered internal energy signifies that Li Hao has indeed touched the threshold of breaking 100. However, he remains indifferent. He is as delighted as a fool. It has only been a few days since he stepped into the realm of decapitation. Merely 3 to 4 days have passed. Regarding the absorption of the mysterious energy, it is not particularly abundant. In fact, his companions, such as Liu Yin, may have absorbed just as much. The crux lies in the fact that during his absorption of the mysterious energy, he also assimilated a significant amount of Jade Sword energy. The Jade Sword energy is divine. It harmonizes the red shadow energy and the mysterious energy, mitigating their impact while enhancing the structure of the energy, rendering it more suitable for nurturing the body rather than exhausting one's potential like superpowers do. Li Hao excitedly throws punches. The 5 animal frolics. Not only that, at this moment, he is also attempting to transition to the 9 forging technique. There is one drawback in martial arts. Every time one changes their technique, they must also alter their breathing method. The 9 forging technique has its own breathing method, just as the 5 animal frolics possess the 5 animal breathing technique. When Li Hao employs the 9 forging technique, he must interrupt the 5 animal breathing technique and switch to the breathing method of the 9 forging technique for it to be executed smoothly. This transition requires a brief moment. Although the time is fleeting, the more proficient one becomes, the simpler it is. Yet, in battles among the strong, this could be a disadvantage. As Li Hao contemplates this while switching techniques, he wonders if his teacher has a solution. The 9 forging technique seems to have limited immediate effect. However, Li Hao can sense the immense power of this secret skill. When he unleashes his internal energy, he may not surpass 100 yet, likely on par with Liu Yin. Yet with the double-layered energy, he has indeed transcended the 100 mark. His internal energy radiates outward, and his strength has surged beyond Liu Yin. This is merely the second instance. What of the third, fourth, or even more? Perhaps, upon reaching the 9th layer of accumulation, he could advance from the early stages of breaking 100 to the mid or even late stages. Li Hao dismisses these musings for now, deciding to focus on achieving stability in breaking 100 before contemplating further. He hopes to execute a triple-layered accumulation. His internal energy is more abundant than before, and his physique is significantly stronger. At this moment, his internal energy is sufficient, and his body can withstand the backlash. However, the third surge of internal energy becomes somewhat uncontrollable, making it impossible to achieve a rapid accumulation state. Without the ability to rapidly accumulate, it bears no distinction from ordinary internal energy, rendering him incapable of radiating his internal energy. His teacher remarked that his practical skills are lacking and his reaction time insufficient. Yet, he possesses the strength to shatter myriad laws. Li Hao's thoughts diverge slightly from Yuan Shuo's. He reflects that while he is still a novice in breaking 100, he cannot match Wang Ming. However, should he achieve a perfect mastery in breaking 100, could Wang Ming truly contend with him? Thus, he resolves to elevate his realm and enhance his strength. When he encounters the bottleneck of divine intent, he will gradually refine his power and accumulate practical experience, at which point he will have the luxury of time to hone his skills. Indeed, Li Hao envisions wielding the power of his realm to suppress others. For instance, the teacher, Dou Qian, is formidable. Even if Li Hao reaches Dou Qian's level, he may not necessarily surpass his teacher. However, what if he transcends his mentor by an entire realm? Overcoming adversity is indeed legendary. Yet, it also signifies a considerable increase in difficulty. To dominate through sheer strength is commonplace. A staggering 99% of individuals would find it impossible to turn the tide. Li Hao's thoughts continually shifted as he practiced martial arts. At this moment, his contemplations diverged from those of others. While some aspired to be invincible within their realm, Li Hao pondered whether he should strive to remain perpetually a step above his adversaries. If you are invincible within your realm and I stand a level higher, how can you possibly contend with me? Thus, there is no need for pause. I must persist in absorbing energy until I can no longer do so. Mysterious energy, blood shadow energy, jade sword energy. He sought to swiftly assimilate these forces. Even if the jade sword energy began to dwindle, Li Hao felt no regret. Transforming it into his own strength was paramount, for power not firmly grasped can never truly be one's own. That night, Li Hao's practice of martial arts resonated through the air. Yuan Shuo refrained from disturbing him. Upon first encountering Li Hao's internal energy projection, he recognized the young man's fervor for martial arts. Yuan Shuo believed that if such passion were to endure, Li Hao would undoubtedly possess a broader future. Meanwhile, Li Hao chose not to pursue the red shadows within the city. Hao Lianchuan was still present, and indeed, he intended to collect them soon. Li Hao was apprehensive that Hong Yue might send someone to seize the red shadows, so he resolved to act promptly once Hao Lianchuan departed. This way, even if Hong Yue did send someone, they would only dare to approach after both Hao Lianchuan and Yuan Shuo had left. Li Hao calculated every detail with precision. Early the following morning, Li Hao hurried to the demon hunting squad's base once more. 2 days had passed since the battle, and the squad fared well. Even Wu Chao, who had sustained the gravest injuries, was now able to walk. Each face was adorned with smiles. This battle had been the most intense. Yet it was the only one in which no squad members had perished, greatly uplifting the spirits of the team, including Liu Long. Moreover, upon entering, Li Hao noticed that Liu Yan had arrived even earlier than he. Upon seeing him, her face instantly blossomed into a charming smile. "Little Hao Hao, I adore you." With that, she leaned against him. Li Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment and whispered, "Button up, please." "Is little Hao Hao shy?" Liu Yan teased with a laugh. "I didn't see any shyness when you were, shall we say, involved with others." Not far away, Wu Chao, still recuperating, chuckled softly. "Team leader Liu, did you witness how he was involved?" He then added with a rather lascivious grin, "How he participates. Us men might never get a chance to experience." Liu Yan shot him a glare, her laughter turning cold. "You, of all people, should keep quiet. You were the one injured the worst, and yet have the audacity to make crude jokes." Wu Chao promptly fell silent, feeling somewhat helpless. On another note, Yin Yao was tending to Chun Jian's wounds, her voice calm as if nothing had occurred, not turning her head as she remarked, "Deputy Team Leader Liu, you're in your 30s. Perhaps exercise a bit of restraint. Li Hao is still young." "Who are you calling in your 30s?" Liu Yan retorted angrily. Typically, she would not dare provoke Yin Yao, but such a comment was tantamount to declaring war. Her fury was palpable. "Who is over 30? I have just turned 30. Yin Yao delivered a decisive blow, and at this moment, she ceased her argument, tending to Chun Jian's bandages. She glanced at Li Hao, offering a gentle smile and inquiring, "Are you unscathed? If you are injured, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "TCH." Liu Yan scoffed disdainfully, her voice barely above a whisper, as she harbored a certain apprehension towards Yin Yao. Li Hao smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." Although he bore some injuries, they were healing swiftly, and he was almost entirely unscathed now. However, Liu Yan, spurred by Yin Yao's words, nearly forgot to address the main matter at hand. Suddenly, she exclaimed with fervor, "Xiao Hao, did you know that I leveled up last night?" Her excitement was palpable as she summoned her inner energy, a faint white glow emanating from her fingertips. "Last night, I absorbed a fragment of mysterious energy, and I have crossed the 100 mark." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before their faces broke into expressions of joy. She had leveled up. Liu Yan had lingered at the 10th realm for quite some time, absorbing a considerable amount of mysterious energy, but had not ascended to the status of a super ability user until now. Initially, everyone was elated, but then Wu Chao's expression darkened as he murmured, "You've crossed the 100 mark?" Indeed, despite the excitement, Wu Chao remained despondent, and Chun Jian, who was changing the bandages, fell silent as well. Yin Yao, while assisting with the bandages, sighed. Reaching the 100 mark is indeed a commendable achievement. Li Hao observed the shifting emotions in the group. Their initial joy seemed to wane, and he began to comprehend their sentiments. While reaching the 100 mark signified an increase in strength, it also implied greater challenges in becoming a super ability user, a fact not lost on them. A potent martial artist faces increased difficulty in transitioning to the realm of super ability users. Take Liu Long, for instance. His martial prowess continued to grow. Yet he remained unable to cross into the realm of superability, thus limiting his potential. The advancement within the superability framework is considerably more straightforward. A martial artist at the 100 mark is merely comparable to the level of a moonshadow superability user, whereas individuals like Wang Ming, Li Ming, and Hu Hao, despite their youth, easily transcend into the moonshadow realm, with bright prospects ahead, even if the daylight realm remains distant. However, how many martial artists possess the ability to reach the 1,000 duel stage? The disparity in potential between the two realms is vast. Liu Yan's ascension to the 100 mark 20 years ago would have been heralded with grand celebrations. Yet today, her inability to enter the superability realm, despite her advancement in martial prowess, significantly diminishes her hopes of becoming a superability user. The atmosphere that had been filled with joy suddenly turned somber. Liu Yan sensed the change, but was less affected than before, giggling brightly. What's wrong? Isn't this worthy of congratulations? Crossing the 100 mark is quite impressive. I am the second strongest in our team, after the leader. Furthermore, with Elder Yuan's example, I am far from despairing. After reaching the 1,000 duel level, I could even challenge the formidable 3 Yang users. The emergence of Yuan Shua has undoubtedly instilled hope in everyone. To exaggerate slightly, the martial artists of the entire Silver Moon province, upon hearing this news, would find renewed hope. The 1,000 duel can indeed challenge the 3 Yang martial artists, eternal legends. Certainly, should circumstances permit, martial artists would undoubtedly aspire to transcend into the realm of superpowers. The current hierarchical structure of superpowers boasts a multitude of formidable individuals, with several existing at the level of the 3 suns. There are even whispers from the central region that some superpowered beings have shattered boundaries, ascending beyond the 3 suns. Yet, what of the martial artists? In the vast Silver Moon province, home to over 100 million inhabitants, there has only been a solitary martial artist who has reached the level of Do Qian, and alas, he remains the sole representative. In comparison to potential, the superpowered beings evidently possess far greater capabilities. Above the sun's radiance lies the 3 suns, and beyond that, there are realms yet to be defined, with precious few individuals having ventured there, and news of their existence has yet to return. But what of martial artists? Is there a realm beyond Do Qian? Even they remain in ignorance. Do Qian, decades ago, was already considered akin to an earthly immortal, slaying 10, breaking 100. And who could claim to be an adversary to thousands? Who among them could assume the title of the one who stands against multitudes? The prospects for superpowers are vast. While martial artists seem like relics of a bygone era, Liu Long, at the pinnacle of breaking 100, yearns to step into superpowers. And Yuan Shua has long pursued the same goal. Now, unexpectedly, Liu Yan has crossed into breaking 100, which is indeed a moment of joy, bolstering the strength of the team. Yet, it also heralds challenges, as the path for a breaking 100 martial artist to advance becomes significantly more arduous. Although many envy Yuan Shua, there are those who await his downfall. Advancing to Do Qian and then to superpowers is fraught with difficulty, as the limits of superpowers continue to expand, while the boundaries of martial artists seem to have reached their conclusion. Today, Yuan Shua is indeed strong. But in the central region, entities above the 3 suns have emerged, placing him 2 tiers beneath them. No matter how formidable the martial artists may be, can they truly confront those who stand above the 3 suns? Furthermore, there is a critical point to consider for martial artists. A single step forward can take over a decade, even 2 or 3 decades, whereas superpowers have only emerged in the past 20 years. Now, beings above the 3 suns are manifesting, and they are continually strengthening and advancing each year. This is an aspect where martial artists cannot compete. What has transpired? Liu Yan, however, beams with joy. I have advanced. I am now a breaking 100 martial artist. If I could transcend to superpowers at this level, perhaps I might one day ascend to the sun's radiance. Such a momentous occasion. Why do you all wear such expressions? Li Hao was the first to respond, breaking into a smile. Congratulations, sister. You are now a breaking 100 powerhouse. There is no need for undue concern. My teacher has stated that in the realm of martial artists, Do Qian is not necessarily the ultimate limit. As for superpowers, while they progress rapidly, it does not imply the absence of drawbacks. Li Hao continued, as everyone turned their attention to him. We all understand that martial artists progress slowly. However, the internal energy of martial artists arises from within the body, a form of capability and energy that lacks conspicuous downsides. Conversely, what of superpowers? The energy of superpowered beings is largely drawn from external sources. Once they enter an area devoid of mysterious energy, superpowered individuals can find themselves in peril. Moreover, superpowered beings encounter numerous disadvantages. For instance, fire-type superpowers are noticeably diminished in strength during rainy weather, whereas martial artists can adapt to various environments. Yuan Yao gently interjected. This is common knowledge, yet one must recognize that in the expansive Silver Moon province, there has been but one Do Qian martial artist in the past 20 years, your own teacher, Yuan Shua. I shall refrain from judging who possesses greater strength or advantage. Consider the realm of superpowers, which has only emerged in the past 2 decades. In the Silver Moon province, there have been at least 50 known daybreakers. And what lies beneath the surface? Are there not clandestine superpower organizations? The Night Watchers are no exception. With a hint of resignation, she remarked that while the drawbacks of superpowers are understood, they are rapidly advancing and overcoming these challenges. Conversely, martial masters are steadily fading into obscurity. Professor Yuan has now become the foremost martial master in the Silver Moon province. Yet, can this leading figure truly rival those of the Tri-Sun caliber? He has slain one of them, but could he possibly vanquish another? Many speculate that Yuan Shua managed to defeat Duantian due to the latter's unanticipated advancement, leading to a devastating blow and ultimately his demise. In a direct confrontation, Yuan Shua may not stand a chance against a Tri-Sun level opponent. Li Hao chuckled, Sister Yin. Even if the upper limit for martial masters is somewhat lower, a breakthrough beyond the 100 mark could swiftly propel one into the realm of daybreakers. Which is indeed a positive development, is it not? Our team would be significantly strengthened with an additional master of this caliber. This is certainly a cause for celebration. Noticing the collective anxiety, he felt compelled to speak further. Although Lu Yin might not outwardly exhibit her cheerful disposition, Li Hao genuinely believed there was little distinction in their circumstances. Indeed, at that moment, Chun Jian also grinned amiably. A martial master beyond the 100 mark is quite formidable. Our leader has achieved this milestone, and he far surpasses those Night Watchers. Consequently, among our 6-member team, 2 are now masters beyond 100. Given the relatively small size of Silver City, as long as we do not encounter a superpower assault of this magnitude again, we should be able to manage against a few Moonshade superpowers. Indeed. Wu Chao concealed his own discontent, forcing a strained smile. Captain Liu, congratulations. We now have our 2nd master beyond 100 in the team. Impressive. Just then, Liu Long entered the room. He surveyed the group and then turned to Liu Yan, calmly inquiring, Are you all aware of Liu Yan's breakthrough beyond the 100? Yes. The group nodded in unison, clearly indicating that Liu Long had learned of this news before them. Liu Long continued with a composed demeanor, This is excellent news. At this critical juncture, any increase in strength is beneficial. As for the challenges of advancement, does Silver City not boast the foremost martial master of the Silver Moon province? Seeking his guidance may yield fruitful results. Moreover, surpassing the 100 mark to enter the realm of superpowers could lead to an exponential rise into the Daybreak realm, though the number of Daybreakers is scarce even in the Silver Moon province. You will find yourselves envious when that time arrives. Having said this, he shifted the topic away from Liu Yan's advancement. Should Liu Yan ascend to superpowers, he might have elaborated further, but at present, many believe that the stronger one's martial mastery, the further one strayed from the realm of superpowers, which might not necessarily be advantageous. Let us move on to other joyous news. Liu Long's expression brightened. This morning, Captain Hao reached out to me. He has, in principle, agreed to establish a branch of the Night Watchers in Silver City. The formation of this branch signifies far more than mere nomenclature. He glanced at Li Hao, perhaps the only one who did not fully comprehend, and elucidated. Once the branch is established, superpowers will be dispatched from above, along with essential resources required by superpowers, including mysterious energy. It is unfeasible. For the inspectors, an increase in salary merely serves to sustain basic needs such as food, sleep, and clothing. Beyond these essentials, what additional utility does money provide? Their desires extend beyond mere financial gain. A slight increase in wealth does not translate into substantial benefits, and possessing riches does not guarantee access to mysterious energies. The clandestine trade of such energies often requires funds for various purposes, such as procuring necessary supplies for organizations, including provisions for daily living. These expenses are typically covered by the state. Therefore, they do not place significant value on monetary wealth. Once the division is established, salaries may transcend monetary compensation and transform into mysterious energies. Not only would this create a stable influx of resources, but the higher authorities would also likely dispatch superhumans to bolster the defenses of Silver City. Furthermore, the establishment of a division implies that the higher-ups have temporarily abandoned plans to relocate Silver City. The advantages are manifold. As Liu Long spoke, he chuckled, remarking that Minister Hao had reached out to him specifically to express approval of this proposal, which is promising. At least now, with Minister Hao's endorsement, his standing among the Night Watchers is considerably elevated, second only to Minister Xia. This also indicates that the likelihood of the division's formation has significantly increased. Liu Yan, however, remained indifferent to this, calmly inquiring whether Liu Long would be the city patrol officer for the division. The head of the division, by rank, should be on par with the city patrol officer, equivalent to Mu Senator. The establishment of the division is indeed favorable. Yet there is concern that the higher authorities may opt to appoint someone else as the minister, given Liu Long's status as merely a martial artist and not a superhuman, which may not bode well. Liu Long replied nonchalantly, asserting that there is no need to dwell on such matters. Our objective is not to merely oversee the Night Watchers division. Once this division is established, it will signify that this location is to be fiercely guarded. Moreover, if the higher-ups decide to form a division and appoint others as city patrol officers, those individuals would at least be of the Lunar Peak tier. This is a positive development, not a negative one. The others pondered this, though their excitement was not as pronounced as anticipated. Unless it could be definitively established that Liu Long would become the minister of this division, there was little cause for genuine enthusiasm. In light of this, Liu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened as she suggested, "Why not invite Professor Yuan to join us?" With him on board, the role of city patrol officer for this division would undoubtedly remain secure. Liu Long regarded her, taking a moment before retorting, "Do you truly believe that is feasible? What are you thinking?" Besides, with Yuan Shua's temperament, even if he were to arrive, he would likely be indifferent to the responsibilities and might even bring about some complications. It would be better if the higher-ups arranged for a peak lunar expert to come instead. Having expressed this, Liu Long turned to Li Hao, donning a subtle smile. "Did you absorb the mysterious energy last night?" Li Hao nodded. "How does it feel? Have you sensed any loosening of the superhuman lock?" Li Hao shook his head. "No, it remains unchanged." This revelation caused Liu Long to frown slightly. Although his thoughts had been somewhat unsettled by Yuan Shua's arrival, it was primarily due to his own inability to advance to superhuman status, which led him to continue on the path of martial arts. However, Li Hao is still young, and now is his prime opportunity. If he too cannot progress to superhuman status and continues to focus solely on physical enhancement, the challenge of advancing later will only increase. Nevertheless, there is no need for haste. Liu Long chose not to pursue the topic further. Patience was essential, as some individuals might never encounter the elusive mystical energy necessary for their advancement. This was simply beyond their control. They could only wait. Perhaps, when the moment was right, Li Hao would effortlessly transcend into the realm of super abilities. The six-member team had made significant progress, and once everyone recovered from their injuries, even if they could not ascend to super abilities, their strength would still be considerably enhanced. In Silver City, the demon hunting team was becoming increasingly formidable. If a few more Night Watchers were dispatched, their defensive capabilities would be greatly strengthened. At this moment, however, Li Hao's concerns lay elsewhere. With a hint of shyness, he remarked, "Boss, I'm still just a level 3 inspector. The appointment for level 2 hasn't come through yet. Does this count as an achievement? If so, surely I should qualify for level 1 as well." Silence fell upon Liu Long, momentarily taken aback by the young man's unexpected preoccupation with such matters. He had almost forgotten this detail. As an inspector, his next step would be to become a city inspector, but since the Night Watch division had not yet been established, he was unqualified for that position. Currently, there was only one city inspector in Silver City. Mu Senator Liu Long was momentarily speechless, finally responding, "All right, I'll report this. You've indeed accomplished something this time. While I can't promise the title of inspector, level 1 is certainly guaranteed." Li Hao beamed. "Then my salary should exceed 10,000, right?" Liu Long could no longer contain his irritation. "You divided 32 units of mystical energy yesterday. If you were to quantify that in monetary terms, it would amount to tens of millions. Are you truly concerned about such trivial sums?" "Sometimes. Liu Long wondered why this young man lacked clarity. With a sigh, Li Hao replied, "Boss, while mystical energy might be valuable, I cannot sell it. Without money, one finds it difficult to navigate life. Last night, I accidentally broke my teacher's floor tiles. He expects me to replace them, and when I inquired this morning, the total cost would be over 100,000. Liu Long found himself at a loss for words. Was Yuan Shuo really asking his student to replace floor tiles? Struck dumb, Liu Long was interrupted by Li Hao's laughter. "Boss, how about lending me a bit of money?" "Huh?" Liu Long was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly replied, "I don't have any money." "How is that possible?" Li Hao looked at him, incredulous. "You're such a miser. You can't even spare a loan. You're a city inspector. Your salary must be substantial." Liu Long chose not to explain. He truly had no money. He had never even checked his salary, as he distributed it all to others. Currently, his focus was solely on mystical energy. Everything else was inconsequential. Whenever his salary was dispersed, it went to the families of fallen comrades. The others in the team were similar. Their desires for wealth were minimal. With over 20 members of the demon hunting team having perished, not everyone was single, and it was difficult to distribute mystical energy to their families. So monetary compensation was the only option. Most of them subsisted on communal provisions, wearing inspection uniforms, and discussions of money were met with indifference. Seeing this, Li Hao reluctantly abandoned the idea of borrowing money. A bunch of impoverished souls. Although they had all received a considerable amount of mystical energy, they were reluctant to part with it. As long as their basic needs were met, who cared about having money on hand? Li Hao refrained from further discussion on the matter and soon remarked, "Boss, last night I inquired with my teacher about how martial artists ascend to the realm of Douqian. My teacher did not hold back. He primarily spoke about your situation, mentioning that you are a pseudo-perfection of the 100. While your strength has reached that level, you have yet to touch upon the divine intent. Hence you cannot truly be considered a complete perfection of the 100. Liu Long's interest was instantly piqued, and the others leaned in attentively. Yan Lu, who had just entered the realm of breaking the 100, anxiously clutched Li Hao's garment. They had all struggled to advance to the realm of superpowers, and any insight into the secrets of Douqian would be a monumental gain. Li Hao continued, "My teacher believes the crux lies in your lack of understanding of the essence of the 9 forging technique. He once ventured deep into the mountains, living alongside tigers and leopards, to grasp the divine intent within the 5 animal technique, which pertains to force. Specifically, my teacher mentioned that each individual has their unique attributes and that the secret arts vary. Thus, the key lies in comprehending the core essence of these secret techniques. The core essence of the 5 animal technique resides in the force exhibited during the hunt of the 5 animals, in harmony with nature. As for the 9 forging technique, my teacher has not practiced it, so he could not elaborate. However, he stated that unless you grasp this point, you shall never hope to transcend to Douqian." Liu Long fell into deep contemplation. Divine intent, force. He was familiar with these terms, yet he remained at a loss regarding how to truly comprehend them. Even his father had never elucidated this, as he likely had not grasped it before his demise. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to Yuan Shuo, the essence of the 9 forging technique. After pondering for a while, Liu Long found himself with no clear direction, yet he at least recognized a path forward. He turned to Li Hao and smiled. "Did your teacher instruct you to convey this?" "No," Li Hao replied with an earnest grin. "My teacher told me that since it pertains to the boss, I must certainly share it with you." Liu Long chuckled, his spirits evidently lifted. After a moment of laughter, he waved his hand, saying, "All right, I appreciate this gesture. It's on you. As for Yuan Shuo, I shall not concern myself with him." He continued, "While Yuan Shuo is occupied with eliminating some superhumans, we have a rare opportunity to relax. Everyone should absorb the mysterious energy if they can and focus on their cultivation. If there is no pressing matter, they can assist the law enforcement team with various tasks." Turning to Li Hao, he added, "If you are practicing the 9 forging technique and have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. However, prioritize the new 5 animal book. Do not confuse the main with the secondary. The 9 forging technique can be harmful. It is not as beneficial as the new 5 animal book. I am aware of the family methods, which can be detrimental to both the practitioner and the opponent. If Li Hao can master it, then so be it. If not, then it's best left alone." As he spoke, another thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, "What of Black Panther? I haven't seen him today, and I find myself missing him." Li Hao chuckled. "He is with my teacher. That rascal has been secretly learning the 5-animal breathing technique. Yesterday, he absorbed some of the Red Shadow's power and seems to be undergoing a transformation. My teacher has kept Black Panther there, but whether it is for training or punishment, that is beyond my concern. Liu Long nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. He understood that discussing matters related to Yuan Shuo was delicate. As Li Hao prepared to leave, he said, "Boss, I am going out for a stroll." "At this hour?" Liu Long questioned. "Yes, I wish to explore the Xiaoyuan cemetery." "Oh." Liu Long contemplated the matter and nodded. "Go ahead. There is not much happening lately. Your teacher and director Hao are still around, so there shouldn't be any issues. However, refrain from leaving the city. Be cautious of encountering members of the Red Moon." After imparting a few more words of caution, he swiftly departed, having other matters to attend to. Once he left, Lu Yen spoke up. "Little Hao, do you want your sister to accompany you?" "No, I would prefer to go alone," he replied. Given that it was a visit to the gravesite, Lu Yen did not press the issue. After Li Hao exited the basement, Lu Yen felt a peculiar sensation. Her gaze slightly altered. This young man had just leaned against her, and she sensed his blood flow much more acutely than others would. The velocity of his blood was astonishingly rapid. Initially, she assumed his excitement from being close to her had accelerated his circulation. However, upon closer observation, it was evident that this speed was a constant state. His blood flowed at such an extraordinary rate. She glanced in the direction Li Hao had departed and suddenly smiled. Could it be that he had made further progress? If so, he had not mentioned it, seemingly intent on pursuing the path of the shadowed beings to its fullest extent. Then, turning her thoughts inward, she recalled her own recent achievement of surpassing the 100 mark. Yet, she had not expressed her joy outwardly, as breaking that threshold meant the path to becoming a superhuman would become significantly more challenging. Last night, she had nearly wept over this realization. Ultimately, she adjusted her mindset, deciding to treat today as a day of celebration. Now, reflecting on Li Hao, she sighed internally, hoping he wouldn't become too engrossed in martial pursuits. For the path of martial arts offered little promise. Thinking of those young individuals among the night watchers who had already crossed into the realm of the moon and nether, she felt both envy and jealousy. She wished for Li Hao to swiftly ascend to the status of a superhuman rather than merely making further strides in martial arts. As Li Hao paid his respects at the gravesite, she mused that perhaps she should also visit that departed soul. It had been quite some time since her last visit. Now that she had crossed the 100 mark and her hopes of becoming a superhuman seemed dashed, perhaps it was time to pay him a visit. Chapter 48. The dragon lurking in the abyss within the city. Li Hao donned the inspection uniform as he traversed the streets. Passing by the dilapidated cathedral, he took a closer look and noticed a crimson shadow within. It floated there, solitary and motionless, as if already deceased. No one else could perceive its presence. There was more than one. 3 superhumans had perished near the cathedral, yet Li Hao had only witnessed 2 crimson shadows. Uncertain whether the third was simply absent or had been eliminated. Could anyone besides me eliminate the crimson shadows? Li Hao was uncertain. Yet he understood that even if their master perished, the shadows would persist, which was sufficient for him. The Red Moon organization and its bloodline shadows were firmly etched into his memory. A cadre of nefarious individuals. Such villainy, including extermination, annihilation, and obliteration, would remain forever imprinted in his mind. Having confirmed the existence of the crimson shadows, he was in no rush to act. Pretending not to notice, Li Hao discreetly passed by and made his way to the cemetery. Zhang Yuan's south resting place was not outside the city, but rather within it, slightly off the beaten path. Nonetheless, there was a section of public graves nearby, surrounded by some industrial buildings. After walking for over half an hour, Li Hao finally arrived. This cemetery was situated on a modest hill. Zhang Yuan was interred here. When he passed, the cremation had been nearly complete, eliminating the need for further processing. At the hillside, a new grave stood solemnly. Li Hao had not visited in several months. The last time was during the new year. As he approached the gravesite, his gaze momentarily flickered. To his surprise, fresh flowers adorned the gravestone, although they appeared to be withering, likely having been placed there some time ago and now scattered by the rain. Nevertheless, Li Hao was certain that the flowers had not been there long. However, Xiao Yuan's family had long since passed away, and after his death, Li Hao had personally financed the purchase of this burial plot. There were no relatives left, and no funeral had been conducted. Who would come to pay their respects to Xiao Yuan? Li Hao surveyed the area, noting the absence of any ethereal auras. confirming that no superhumans were nearby before stepping forward. He silently regarded the flowers before the gravestone, lost in contemplation. The photograph of Zhang Yuan on the gravestone depicted a youthful visage, seemingly smiling at passers-by. After a prolonged silence, Li Hao finally spoke. Xiao Yuan, when you urged me to flee, I hesitated. It seems I have triumphed over my mentor, vanquishing a formidable foe from that organization and eliminating many superhumans. I am uncertain if they will return, nor do I know if the entity that took your life has been eradicated. I had hoped to offer their severed heads in your memory, but alas, it appears they have been removed. Taking a seat beside the gravestone, Li Hao expressed his reflections with a hint of a smile. However, I have begun my journey into this realm. I am striving to become a superhuman, and perhaps one day I will be able to avenge you. I know the name of the leader of that organization. He is called Hongyue. I am unaware of who struck the fatal blow, but I am certain that destroying the Red Moon organization would bring you justice. With those words, Li Hao fell silent, seated beside the gravestone, gazing down the mountain, momentarily lost in thought. He paid little attention to the flowers beside the gravestone. Their origin was of no consequence. Whether they were sent by enemies, relatives, or even by the very person who took Zhang Yuan's life, it mattered not. Li Hao chose not to delve into such inquiries. After sitting there for a while, he resumed his ascent. This was Zhang Yuan's final resting place, and his parents' graves were also in this vicinity, albeit at a higher elevation. Whether his parents had died in a car accident was ultimately irrelevant. Regardless of the truth, Li Hao held the Red Moon organization accountable for their demise. If it was indeed a car accident, then the Red Moon deserved punishment. If it were not, they still warranted retribution. In life, one must have goals and motivations. With the loss of his parents and his closest friend, despite the kindness of his mentor, a mentor could never replace a parent. At times, Li Hao felt lost, adrift without direction. Yet, if not for the looming threat of the Red Shadow, when Zhang Yuan perished, Li Hao might have resigned himself to a life devoid of hope. Now, however, the Red Moon imbued him with the conviction to persevere. Occasionally, Li Hao pondered that the more powerful the Red Moon became, the better. If it were too weak, easily crushed by his mentor, it would only sap his will to fight. Without the Red Moon, perhaps he would have been disinclined even to pursue superhuman abilities. At the summit, a vast expanse of gravestones awaited. Li Hao approached one of the gravestones, where a photograph of a man and a woman was displayed, both smiling joyfully. This cherished picture was taken during a family gathering on Li Hao's 10th birthday. However, he had excluded himself from the image. Had his parents been alive, they would likely not have wished for this photograph to serve as a memorial. He stood there for a considerable time, silent, his gaze shifting restlessly. At times, anger flickered in his eyes, followed by moments of madness, only to be replaced by calm composure. Such a tumultuous expression should not have graced his visage, yet in that moment, he seemed almost unhinged. Despite this inner turmoil, Li Hao remained motionless, standing tall. Earlier, he had exchanged words with Zhang Yuan at the foot of the hill, but now he uttered not a single word. Fixated on the photograph, after a prolonged silence, he suddenly stepped forward and with a swift motion of his hand, obliterated the image etched upon the gravestone. Were there bystanders? They might have found it astounding. Yet, in that instant, a peculiar smile graced Li Hao's lips, a smile that felt almost unsettling. He cast a deep glance at the gravestone, surveyed his surroundings, and then began to descend the hill. As he walked, his fists clenched tightly. In the past, he had been indifferent. Today, however, he was transformed. His knowledge had expanded, and his understanding deepened. In that moment, a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. Indeed, even when confronted with the superhuman whom he had vanquished, he had not exhibited such fury, but now his intent was palpable. The grave was empty. Although he did not disturb the earth, he sensed something amiss. Someone had tampered with his parents' resting place. Beneath the grave, he felt nothing, and while he could extend his inner strength to perceive more, he found only emptiness. The words Red Moon flashed through his mind. He understood that his parents' grave had been disturbed. Following the accident, perhaps to conceal the truth, their burial might have been violated on that very day. Until now, he had not paid attention, nor had he possessed the strength to investigate. Today, he realized that perhaps his parents' remains had been stolen soon after their demise. Where were their bodies? The answer was all too clear. When Xiao Yuan perished, he was reduced to ashes. What of his father, the heir of the Li family? Did his lineage possess any unique qualities? Had the Red Moon sought to collect his father's bloodline simply because Xiao Jian was with him? necessitating another attempt on his life to unlock Xiao Jian's potential? The threads of fate now intertwined with his own. Had they once been connected to his father? A flurry of questions surged within his mind, only to be extinguished swiftly. There was no need for excessive contemplation. What significance did it hold? The only meaningful course of action was to eliminate those responsible. Taking a life is merely a fleeting act after the deed. Those who disturb graves and desecrate the dead deserve the harshest of fates. Not only his parents, but Li Hao suspected that the graves of all the prominent families might have been violated. Every deceased soul could have had their remains stolen. Perhaps not just this generation, but even their ancestral graves may have been unearthed. Understanding the distinctions among the 8 prominent families and recognizing the necessity of their bloodlines, it seems inevitable that the existence of weapons to disturb the ancestral graves would arise. Li Hao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He felt no need to investigate this matter. If his parents' graves were empty, it was reasonable to assume that others were in a similar plight. These brutes. As he descended, Li Hao altered his course and made his way to the cemetery administration office. Inside, an elderly gentleman dozed off. "Sir," Li Hao called out, rousing the old man from his slumber. Blinking in confusion, the elderly man was startled to see Li Hao, but quickly regained his composure. "It's broad daylight. No need to frighten people." Li Hao offered a smile. "My apologies, sir. I am a descendant of the 118th grave on the mountain. I recently visited my parents and discovered that their memorial photograph has been damaged by someone." "Is that so?" The old man responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. "No one goes up the mountain when it rains. Could it have been damaged then?" "I am unaware of that, sir," Li Hao replied, shaking his head. "I am not here to assign blame. As their son, it pains me to see the photograph in tatters. I have been quite busy lately and have not had the time to come and repair it. If it is not too much trouble, could you assist me in arranging for someone to restore it? I will ensure that the photograph is delivered to you." With that, Li Hao produced several star coins from his pocket and handed them to the elderly man. "This is the fee. If it is insufficient, please send someone to the inspection office to find me. I am Li Hao from the inspection office." The old man, noticing Li Hao's uniform, promptly nodded. "This is more than enough. It is my duty. Once you bring the photograph, I shall immediately call for someone to assist you." "Thank you very much." Li Hao expressed his gratitude and added, "Also, regarding the grave at 1125 on the mountainside, it belongs to a friend of mine who has no relatives. I noticed fresh flowers at the tombstone. Has someone come to pay their respects?" "I'm afraid I cannot say," the old man replied awkwardly. "As you know, we are responsible for basic management tasks. We cannot keep track of who visits which grave. There are many comings and goings, and it is difficult to ascertain who has come to pay their respects." Li Hao nodded slightly, smiling. "No worries. I was merely curious, wondering if perhaps my friend's family had returned. Since you do not know, then so be it." After expressing his thanks once more, he turned to leave. In a moment of rage, he had damaged the photograph. As an ordinary person, what reason did he have to desecrate a grave? Li Hao suppressed the fury and murderous intent within him. Such impotent rage was futile. It would only allow the enemies to discern his vulnerabilities. He hoped they would not take undue notice of this incident. Soon, they would all be eradicated. None would remain. Li Hao cursed them repeatedly in his heart, awaiting the moment. Once again, he strolled toward the inspection office, continually adjusting his mindset to remain unaffected by the incident. While his thoughts were resolute, his expression gradually returned to calmness. Yet, the fire within him burned with the potential to consume all. Should his parents' remains truly be lost, the consequences were self-evident. If they had been wholly cremated, he could accept that, but was the cremation conducted properly? Surely, they had extracted his father's bloodline. The more he thought about it, the more his anger flared, igniting into an even fiercer blaze. So intense was this fire that Li Hao felt as though his extraordinary abilities were manifesting, barely managing to suppress his fury, concealing it entirely. Upon returning to the inspection department, he encountered a familiar face, seemingly waiting for him. It was Wang Ming. Li Hao donned a veneer of feigned cordiality and quickened his pace, calling out, "Director Wang, please, don't." Wang Ming replied awkwardly, his tone somewhat strained. He glanced at Li Hao and continued, "Just call me by my name." "That would be inappropriate." Li Hao responded with a smile. "Director, you are a youthful luminary among the Night Watchers. My mentor has spoken highly of your remarkable prowess, asserting that you are on par with our team leader. Regardless of the context, it would be improper to address you so casually." Wang Ming appeared somewhat embarrassed and cautiously inquired, Has Professor Yuan mentioned anything to you? Perhaps about his few apprentices? Li Hao feigned ignorance. Oh, yes. He did mention that Director Wang is a genius who will undoubtedly surpass him in due time. Wang Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed Yuan Shuo had refrained from divulging anything further, which was a relief. Otherwise, it would have been truly awkward. He had referred to Li Hao as senior brother before, but now, that title felt genuinely uncomfortable, and he was reluctant to address Li Hao in such a manner again. Wang Ming quickly shifted the topic. I must take my leave. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Silver City is merely a small place. Someone of your stature should not linger here. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment before continuing. You are aware of the Night Watchers and the extraordinary abilities involved. This time, Professor Yuan has acquired many mysterious powers. As a student, I believe you should strive to secure some of those abilities and advance into the realm of the extraordinary at the earliest opportunity. Wang Ming's expression grew serious. The matter concerning the 8 great families of Silver City is far from resolved. The Red Moon has paid a hefty price, having laid its plans for many years. Yet it has not achieved its final objective. You are undoubtedly still their target. As the sole heir of the 8 great families, I believe they will not relent so easily. Silver City is not a place for prolonged residence. It is too remote. Even Professor Yuan cannot remain here indefinitely. While it was manageable before, now that he has ascended to a higher level of combat, staying here might not be wise. Li Hao sighed, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. However, you should consider developing in White Moon City. With your mentor's capabilities, I believe he can secure you a position within the Night Watchers. Not all of them are extraordinary beings. There are also logistical departments that handle intelligence and support work. Plenty of roles would suit you well. Given your impeccable background, having been born into the inspection department, I heard that you have been promoted recently. Even if you were to be demoted to a Night Watcher, you would still be afforded a respectable position. At this juncture, Wang Ming offered some advice. Though you may feel unfamiliar and uncomfortable in White Moon City, remember that one must always strive for higher ground. You are still young, and you will adapt in due course, having worked alongside each other and even fought together. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. Of course, I am merely an insignificant figure among the Night Watchers, so I may not be able to assist you greatly. He patched things up, saying that while minor issues could be directed to him, significant matters should not. He added, moreover, you can also seek assistance from Li Ming and Hu Hao. They are both quite helpful and unlikely to refuse. Li Hao felt a pang of confusion and surprise. Were they truly so accommodating? Was there something he was unaware of? He instinctively sensed it was related to his teacher. Otherwise, there would be no reason for someone like Wang Ming, a night patrolman, to engage in such discourse with an ordinary individual like himself. Pondering these thoughts, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Officer Wang. Don't call me that. It's up to you. Wang Ming waited for Li Hao not merely to convey these words. Soon, he added, if you can become a superpower in Silver City, that would be most splendid. Should you find it impossible to attain superpowers here, I can endeavor to secure you an opportunity to channel energy into your body. Li Hao displayed a hint of doubt. Channel energy into my body? Our demon hunting team can do that too. Rubbish. Wang Ming retorted sharply. What you do is child's play. Liu Long and his team have already undergone that process once. Doing it again is entirely feasible. You, however, have never formally channeled energy before. The procedures for night patrolmen differ from those here. It involves not just the absorption of mystical energy, but also other steps that facilitate advancement. Otherwise, why would wealthy merchants spend money on something they could easily obtain? Why pursue the night patrolman's quota? Upon reflection, Li Hao realized the validity of Wang Ming's assertions. Yet, he refrained from probing the specifics of these differences, simply smiling as he replied, Thank you, officer. I presume the quota must be quite precious. I wouldn't want to squander it. I'll try my own hand at it. If it doesn't work out, I shall follow the path of a martial artist like my teacher. I feel I am not far from reaching the 10th realm. Wang Ming sighed. You still do not comprehend. Your vision is too narrow. While martial artists are formidable, those like Professor Yuan are extraordinarily powerful. However, your aspirations must extend beyond this. Understand that superpower development has only been underway for 20 years, and already, there exist those who surpass the 3 yang. The future's limits remain uncertain, unlike martial artists, who do have their constraints. Li Hao nodded, aware of this from his teacher's teachings. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. His teacher advised against attempting advancement prematurely, advocating for the practice of martial arts first, and he was inclined to heed that wisdom. He understood that his teacher must have valid reasons for such counsel. Naturally, he refrained from sharing these thoughts with Wang Ming. Wang Ming had already conveyed a great deal, even offering to assist in securing a spot for him. Li Hao expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Officer Wang. I will remember this. And if it truly proves impossible, I shall muster the courage to seek your assistance. Do as you wish." Wang Ming noted that Li Hao seemed reluctant to depart from Silver City, and he chose not to press further, waving his hand as he declared, "I must take my leave today." He concluded with one final remark. Silver City is indeed too small. With a population of 1 million, Baiwest City boasts 30 million. A leader like Captain Liu, who surpasses 100 levels, is exceptional here, yet commonplace in Baiwest City. Opportunities, treasures, techniques, and secret arts are far superior there. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Li Hao waved as he watched Wang Ming depart. The night watchman had arrived in Silver City, having accomplished his mission, and it seemed he had garnered quite a bounty. He departed, and it was likely that Hao Lianquan was soon to follow, or perhaps he had already left. With this thought in mind, Li Hao suddenly refrained from entering and instead turned towards the ancient courtyard, calling for his teacher to accompany him. They needed to capture the red shadow first. The reason for summoning his teacher was clear. If Li Hao were to pierce the red shadow with his sword, it would reveal its true form. What if his teacher was not present to aid him against the red shadow's potential attacks? Moreover, what if they were discovered? With his teacher by his side, they might observe the creature and discern its composition. Li Hao had no intention of concealing this matter. His teacher had likely already suspected the existence of the red shadow, but had chosen not to address it directly. That evening, in the cathedral, the lockdown had been lifted. The mysterious energy could now be extracted, and the bodies had been dealt with. The area was no longer under surveillance, and even Hao Lianquan and his companions had departed, leaving no one to pay further attention to the site. Liu Long was aware of the existence of monsters, yet he believed they were merely manifestations of supernatural abilities. Once the superpowered individuals perished, such abilities would naturally dissipate. Within the cathedral, Yuan Shuo quietly sensed his surroundings. After a considerable time, he pointed towards a specific direction and spoke in a grave tone. "Here?" Li Hao's gaze flickered, and he nodded in affirmation. Yuan Shuo inhaled deeply, truly elusive. "Had you not mentioned it, I would never have sensed it so thoroughly. Without a detailed examination, discovery would have been impossible. No wonder this entity is so shrouded in mystery. It had appeared in the ancient courtyard and killed Zhang Yuan without me feeling a thing. At that time, I had not yet entered the realm of combat. Even if it had been nearby, I would have struggled to notice it without proximity." Li Hao remained silent, retrieving a small sword, holding it delicately between his fingers. Yuan Shuo rolled his eyes, questioning whether Li Hao found it awkward to wield such a weapon so frequently without drawing attention. "Never mind," he ultimately said. "I'll find a way to conceal this within another weapon. Since you have now surpassed the century mark in skill, I have little to offer you. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you desire? I shall procure one for you, and we can hide this within it for your convenience." Li Hao contemplated briefly before responding. "This item needs to be kept close, as I shall use it often. If it were hidden within another weapon, would I need to carry the weapon to bed? That would only raise suspicion." With that thought, he chuckled and added, "Teacher, this arrangement is quite suitable. However, could you forge a weapon for me with a small latch at the front specifically designed for this? In critical moments, I could insert this item, revealing just a tiny blade tip." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shuo agreed, recognizing the necessity of having such an item readily available. He nodded and continued, "Additionally, I need to borrow your knife for a time. You won't require it momentarily. Its energy impact is too potent for you, providing effects similar to the mysterious energy, albeit slightly improved, with limited benefits. I shall provide you with more mysterious energy later, but for now, lend it to me." The knife would be indispensable for him in dealing with formidable adversaries at the third sun level, making it crucial. "Very well," Li Hao nodded, saying no more. He tightened his grip on the small sword and thrust it forward. With a soft pop, it seemed as though he had pierced through a membrane. In the next moment, the crimson silhouette revealed itself, suspended in the air without struggle, utterly motionless. Yuan Shuo, at this juncture, discerned the true form of the red shadow, his eyes flickering with intrigue. It can manifest its true shape. He approached for a closer examination, scrutinizing it intently, and infused a trace of internal energy into it. After a brief moment, he exclaimed in admiration, Impressive. This is an energy entity. It is not a tangible object, but rather a composition of pure energy. Generally, entities composed of energy can be perceived and felt, yet I failed to detect this one due to a unique spiritual energy within it. Spiritual energy? Precisely what I refer to as momentum and divine intention. Yuan Shuo continued his meticulous observation and pondered further, remarking, "The creator of this entity is no ordinary person. Quite remarkable indeed. However, this thing bears a resemblance to certain descriptions I encountered in an ancient text." "What?" "The blood shadow puppet." Yuan Shuo's gaze flickered. "It is not something to be trifled with. If it is indeed the kind described in the ancient tome, it could be quite troublesome, requiring sustenance from a person. Ultimately, this entity would devour its caretaker, assimilating and digesting them entirely." He chuckled, pondering whether Hongyu intended to achieve a synthesis of puppets. "Master, do you imply that these blood shadows absorb the superhumans, and with each consumption, they grow stronger, infused with that special energy we have absorbed? The creator may be aware that they are treating those superhumans as sustenance." Li Hao understood, his expression shifting. "Hongyu? So, this individual is aware of the benefits that the red shadow's energy brings to the body. However," Li Hao quickly remarked, "does your implication suggest that Hongyu practices martial arts?" "Previously, yes. Currently, he is a superhuman. Nevertheless, even as a superhuman, he retains the qualifications of a seasoned martial artist, and it is not improbable that he still engages with martial arts, perhaps harboring other intentions. The red shadow offers the greatest advantages to martial artists, a fact both Li Hao and Yuan Shuo have experienced firsthand." Yuan Shuo continued his examination and chuckled. "Regardless of him, this entity is a valuable asset. Although it does not possess the potency of the previous one, it is sufficient for you. As you have just surpassed the 100 mark, absorbing more of this will enhance your internal energy, proving no less effective than the mysterious energy for superhumans. I truly wish to meet Hongyu again and inquire how he succeeded in its creation. I would love to produce a batch for consumption." Upon finishing his words, he reached out, and the red shadow manifested in his hand, easily within his grasp. With a decisive motion, he crushed the red shadow, causing the crimson energy to surge and coalesce once more, yet Yuan Shuo continued to knead it, eventually forming it into a compact sphere. He placed this red orb into a small vessel, grinning. "You should absorb it promptly, preferably before my departure. Otherwise, the creator might discover it." "How many remain?" "There is one here, and I checked other locations, where I found 2 more. In the area where you previously eliminated those superhumans, there were 3. That totals 7. Li Hao had also dispatched a small red shadow earlier, bringing the count to 8. Thus, it appears that these 10 superhumans have yielded 8 red shadows. The celestial master brought forth another, yet the slain daylight did not possess a crimson shadow. It remains a mystery whether this is due to his lineage as the son of the crimson moon, which perhaps rendered him devoid of such an accompaniment. Very well, then. Let us take all but one. I shall keep one for my examination. The crimson shadow's power is not particularly formidable and holds little significance for Yuan Shuo. Thus, he is not driven by the desire to absorb this meager energy, but rather intrigued by the prospect of further exploration. If he could create one himself, would he not then possess a shortcut to elevate his martial prowess? This device proves to be far more useful than any arcane energy. The master and apprentice roamed throughout the night, and by the time the clock struck midnight, all 7 crimson shadows were in hand, leaving one for the teacher, while Li Hao retained the other 7. That night, Li Hao found no opportunity to attend his lessons. Yuan Shuo was equally preoccupied, delving into the study with the crimson shadows to conduct his research. Li Hao, however, did not rush to absorb the power of the crimson shadows. He still had a portion of thunder energy and wind energy remaining, and he wished to experiment with what benefits these elemental energies might confer upon him. The arcane energy was scarce, but it was worth a try. The 5 elements correspond to the 5 organs. Thus, what do thunder energy and wind energy correspond to? Soon, Li Hao began by absorbing the thunder energy. As the energy coursed through his body, he refrained from hastily employing the jade sword energy to neutralize it, allowing the thunderous energy to surge within him. Indeed, thunder is renowned for its unparalleled attack power, delivering a formidable impact. Among the energies Li Hao had encountered, perhaps only blade energy surpassed it in terms of force, the others paled in comparison. Yet, despite its overwhelming attack capabilities, Li Hao discerned that its transformative effect on his body bore little difference from other arcane energies. They were all quite similar. It stimulated his internal strength momentarily, then dissipated without triggering the super energy lock. Clearly, Li Hao and thunder energy were not particularly compatible, failing to elevate him to the status of a super energy user. He remained unconcerned. Becoming a super energy user with just one element would be far too easy. He differentiated a small fragment of jade sword energy, which swiftly neutralized the thunder energy. Moments later, an elemental energy infused with the might of thunder surged through his body, and after a while, this energy seamlessly integrated into his bones. Li Hao paused in surprise. His bones? In the next instant, a tingling sensation enveloped him, akin to a gentle electric shock, radiating throughout his entire being. Ah! Li Hao let out a soft exclamation, and in an instant, the door to the training room swung open. Yuan Shuo glanced at Li Hao, who appeared utterly enraptured, even moaning softly. He frowned slightly and remarked in a low voice, "Young man, I understand your sentiments. However, while practicing at your teacher's home, refrain from indulging in distracting thoughts in the training room. It is late at night. Instead of resting or honing your skills, you are lost in trivial distractions. If you are truly so eager, find a way to satisfy yourself." "No, teacher, enough with the explanations." Yuan Shuo waved his hand. "As someone who has been through this, I comprehend. Practitioners of martial arts possess a vibrant vitality, leading to heightened desires. What I admire most is your ability to experience such ecstasy without any external aids." As he spoke, there was a hint of admiration. Yet he shook his head and quickly added, "Never mind. Over the years, I have actually accumulated some valuable resources. You may retrieve them from my study. The third shelf is filled with those books. This is far superior to your fanciful imaginings. You, my boy, are truly a talent." "No, teacher, I am practicing." "I understand." Yuan Shuo nodded. "I once said the same thing. My mentor caught me in the act back in the day, and I too claimed I was practicing. This routine is all too familiar." With that, he turned to leave. The old tricks. In my youth, I too deceived my teacher in such a manner. When caught in the act, a boy's instinct is to deny, and that is quite normal. Li Hao was left dumbfounded, soon shaking his head in silence. What could he say? Was he truly practicing? What was he thinking? Could thunderous energy indeed strengthen the bones? At that moment, Li Hao felt disinclined to elaborate. His teacher would come to understand eventually. He was bubbling with excitement. What about the wind energy? He would continue his experimentation. This time, he swiftly absorbed the wind energy. Although its impact was not as potent as that of the thunder energy, once it entered his body, it imparted a sensation that felt almost as if he could soar. There was a buoyancy to it. He attempted to neutralize it with the jade sword. This time, the wind energy was extracted and began to circulate within him. After a while, Li Hao scrutinized and concentrated, but found little discernible change. Nevertheless, he sensed a subtle difference. Rising to his feet, he tried once more. His eyes flickering with realization, the wind energy seemed to render his body lighter. Indeed, though he could not ascertain precisely where it had integrated, his immediate perception suggested it had merged into his flesh, not merely enhancing it, but giving him a sensation of lightness. If that were the case, his speed would surely increase. A martial artist thrives on speed, power, and physical strength. These are the essentials. The wind energy had likely fused directly with his body, allowing him to feel as light as a swallow. Perhaps that was the essence of it. He hastily began to practice his breathing technique, initiating the flying bird technique. This technique is truly the art of lightness among the 5 animals. Li Hao moved his arms as if he were a bird taking flight. Previously, he had merely flapped like a hen, but this time, he felt a newfound lightness and, with a single motion, he surprisingly advanced a short distance. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. How marvelous the wind energy was. If he absorbed enough of it to enhance his physique, perhaps he could truly fly. In such a case, he would be able to contend with aerial superhumans. Thunder energy strengthens the bones, wind energy lightens the body, and the 5 elements fortify the internal organs. Li Hao sensed that once he honed his martial prowess, he might surpass superhumans in comprehensiveness. Shedding many of their flaws and deficiencies, at least he would not face the limitations of fire-based superhumans who falter in the ring. That night, Li Hao was exhilarated, continuously employing the flying bird technique, leaving his practice room littered with minor injuries. In the adjacent room, Yuan Shuo shook his head in disbelief. This foolish child. The flying bird technique is truly not meant for you to wield. Flying bird technique, under normal circumstances, can only be barely utilized upon reaching 100 completions, when combined with divine intent, allowing one to soar through the skies. However, its efficacy pales in comparison to that of the superhuman flight. It can only flutter a few hundred meters before one must descend once more. Naturally, Li Hao wished to learn it, and he was too apathetic to dissuade himself. That night, Li Hao found himself restless, disinclined toward slumber. He spent the evening perusing the tomes on the third shelf of his bookshelf, feeling a twinge of reluctance at the thought that he might take them all away the following day. After a long while, he extracted an aged, yellowing book from the third shelf and concealed it elsewhere, finally releasing a sigh of relief. The remaining volumes would be gifted to his disciple. This particular book, however, had been a cherished companion since his youth, making it difficult to part with. Chapter 49, Silver City Division. Silver City. With the departure of Hao Lianquan and his companions, the Red Moon's presence was eradicated, and Silver City gradually returned to a state of tranquility. It was as if the battles of recent days had merely been a fleeting dream. The Red Moon made no further incursions, and the Night Watchers had entirely withdrawn. Silver City remained as it once was, yet now, within the ancient courtyard, there resided a formidable warrior, a slayer of the three suns, who instilled fear across the Silver Moon. The Night Watchers confiscated the sword that Yuan Shuo had given to Li Hao. The details of how this information was disseminated, or whether it was made public at all, were unknown to Li Hao. He had not immersed himself in that sphere, and was thus oblivious to the intricacies of its intelligence. However, with a mentor keeping watch, Li Hao felt no apprehension regarding any potential tricks. As for the promised benefits, the Night Watchers had yet to deliver, citing the need for time. Yuan Shuo had advised Li Hao to be patient. If the Night Watchers agreed, they would indeed provide, albeit possibly with a delay. Now, with the exploration of the ruins imminent, the Night Watchers required a substantial amount of resources and were likely reluctant to invest excessively in Li Hao at this moment. Following the conclusion of the ruin exploration, regardless of success or failure, there would likely be some gains. According to Yuan Shuo, at that time, Li Hao might seize the opportunity to select treasures that suited him. The delay in the exploration of the ruins was attributed to Yuan Shuo's advancement, necessitating time for all to acclimate, including other superhuman organizations that required preparation. Yuan Shuo, once deemed insignificant, now demanded greater forces should he continue to participate. Major organizations would need to dispatch at least 1 or 2 daybreakers, or even a single sunslayer to counter Yuan Shuo. Such powerful individuals could not simply be summoned at will. Before long, the date had arrived, July 25th. Over the past week, Li Hao had been adapting to the amplifications of various powers. During the day, with nothing to occupy him while the entire team rested, he attended lectures at his mentor's home in the evenings, absorbing fantastical tales recounted from ancient texts. Yuan Shuo had unearthed an abundance of ancient manuscripts over the years, keeping them from others and refraining from bringing them out of the ruins. Some were too cumbersome to preserve. He merely perused them, swiftly noted their contents, and then destroyed them. Such actions, when viewed in this light, hardly painted him as a benevolent figure. Certainly, it is evident that Yuan Shuo possesses an extraordinary memory, and Li Hao's memory is commendable as well. It is no wonder that Yuan Shuo was inclined to take Li Hao under his wing, as a strong memory is evidently one of his key criteria for assessment. After several days of intense learning, Li Hao felt as though his head might burst. Yuan Shuo expressed an eagerness to impart the wealth of knowledge he had accumulated over the years. In just a few days, Li Hao had managed to memorize dozens of books, yet this was merely a fraction of Yuan Shuo's vast intellectual legacy. Yuan Shuo meticulously selected significant ancient texts for transmission, leaving no written records or data behind. If Li Hao could memorize the material, it would rightfully belong to him. If not, Yuan Shuo would not provide any alternative means of recording. The inspection division and the enforcement team had experienced a lull recently, with few superhumans appearing, leading to a quieter atmosphere. Members resumed their patrols and investigations as usual. Lu Yin and her colleagues had moved back from the basement to their offices. Li Hao continued to clock in for work, having officially been transferred to the enforcement team. One morning, upon entering the building, the female inspector responsible for receiving calls greeted him with a beaming smile. "Li Hao, Captain Liu is looking for you. He wants you to meet with him." "Thank you." "Wu Jie," Li Hao replied sweetly. In the few days since he joined the enforcement team, he had grown familiar with the personnel, who all seemed to take a liking to him. Knowing he hailed from the Silver City Academy and had a gentle demeanor, he greeted everyone with a smile, often accompanied by a bashful grin that endeared him to some of the female inspectors. The enforcement team was somewhat aware of matters concerning the demon hunting squad. However, it was clear that Li Hao had inadvertently become entangled in such affairs, and since he was not the type of martial artist known for his combat prowess, many expressed sympathy regarding his involvement in the perilous demon hunting squad. The inspector handling the calls expressed her concern for Li Hao, saying, "Li Hao, the enforcement team has suffered significant losses lately, and many areas are short-staffed. If you have the chance, you might consider discussing with the captain about transferring to another division. If not, I would be happy to have you assist me here. It's quite easy." "Yes, I will definitely speak with the captain." "Thank you, Wu Jia," Li Hao replied, turning back to offer another smile. The inspector, known as Wu Jia, returned his smile, appreciating Li Hao's obedient and endearing nature. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Hao ascended the stairs towards Captain Lu's office. In recent days, everyone had been processing the experiences gained from previous battles. What could the captain want with him? Was there another mission at hand? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he reached the top of the stairs and, before entering the office, noticed something peculiar. Inside the office, there was a luminous sphere, a superhuman. Judging by its size and brightness, it appeared to be an individual of the Moonming level. Which superhuman could it be? He knocked on the door, and from within came Liu Long's voice. "Come in." Upon entering, Li Hao was taken aback. There were no outsiders present, only familiar faces from the demon hunting squad. He glanced at one individual in surprise. Yin Yao. Indeed, Yin Yao had advanced and had become a superhuman. The doctor within the team has unexpectedly advanced. In recent days, the others have made little progress, still hindered by their bottlenecks. After surpassing the 100 mark, Liu Yin has nearly withdrawn from the ranks of those advancing to superpowers. The remaining three, Chun Jian and Wu Chao, have just recovered from their injuries and are hesitant to absorb too much mysterious energy. Yin Yao, having healed long ago, has been absorbing more energy recently and, to everyone's surprise, has indeed advanced. Upon Li Hao's arrival, he immediately glanced at Yin Yao. In the office, Liu Yin, lounging with her legs crossed, wore an expression of discontent. "What are you staring at? Has my face blossomed?" Since her own advancement beyond 100, she no longer feels as cautious around Yin Yao. Li Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, refrained from engaging in conversation and instead turned to Liu Long, offering a salute. "Boss." "Oh, you're here. Now everyone is present," Liu Long remarked. Noting Li Hao's earlier gaze towards Yin Yao, a faint smile appeared on his face. "It seems that although your strength may not be formidable, your perceptive abilities are adequate enough to sense some differences?" "Indeed," Li Hao nodded, then turned his attention back to Yin Yao, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Sister Yin." Yin Yao displayed a smile that was perhaps a smile, nodding slightly and softly saying, "It's merely a stroke of luck to have advanced, unlocking the superpower lock and becoming a superpowered individual. It's just unfortunate." She let out a sigh. Liu Long calmly replied, "Advancement itself is commendable. Why demand too much?" Liu Yin, seeing that Li Hao did not comprehend, cheerfully explained, "Yin Yao has advanced. But it turns out that her previous healing abilities have suddenly vanished. Instead, she has matched with water-based abilities. From a doctor, she has suddenly become a water manipulator." Liu Long defended Yin Yao. "That's normal. Before entering the realm of superpowers, no one can definitively ascertain their matched abilities. Furthermore, water abilities can indeed have healing effects. Water-based superpowered individuals sometimes serve as healers in various superpower organizations. Yet, there remains a distinction between the two. Healers tend to align more with light or wood abilities, while water-based abilities do not possess the same efficacy in healing as the former." At this moment, Yin Yao displayed a hint of a smile. "It's fine. Advancing is what matters. It's certainly better than some who have not advanced." Liu Yin scoffed. "Do you really think that surpassing 100 as a martial artist is a mere illusion? If you're unconvinced, you may try it out." "Enough," Liu Long interjected, interrupting their argument. In this small team, the two women particularly could not stand each other. Previously, Liu Yin had some reservations, but now that she has surpassed 100, they have begun to compete against one another. He turned to Li Hao, smiling. "I called you here to announce good news." With that, Liu Long appeared somewhat invigorated. "News has arrived from Baiwa City. The Silver City Night Watch Division should be established." After Minister Hao returned, he provided some assistance, and the Night Watchers who came to Silver City also contributed. Considering all this, Bai West City has agreed to the establishment of the Silver City Division. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of joy. Li Hao also felt a surge of happiness. Boss, does this mean we can expect a salary increase? Liu Long, somewhat speechless, cast him a glance. What kind of brain do you have? Is this merely about salary? He responded somewhat curtly. Of course not. Upon becoming a night watchman, our compensation transformed from mere currency to enigmatic energy. What is the true worth of this mysterious energy? Can it truly replace monetary remuneration? Li Hao felt somewhat awkward. He was aware of its value, yet he lacked an abundance of this mysterious energy, having received guidance from several teachers. However, he was acutely aware of his dire need for money. While his teachers might possess such energy, he felt uncomfortable requesting it, as asking for financial support seemed far more embarrassing. At 20 years of age, he found it humiliating to be unable to sustain himself. Liu Long, indifferent to Li Hao's thoughts, remained in good spirits and continued. According to configurations in other cities, if a night watchman branch is to be established in Silver City, it would typically require at least 10 individuals to form a complete structure. This includes one branch head, who would serve as the city watcher, 1 to 2 deputy heads, who would be senior inspectors, and 1 action group leader, who could also be an inspector. Given the limited number of personnel and the smaller framework, we have made these arrangements. He turned to the group. Based on the information I have acquired, this time, Bai West City has not appointed a branch head from above. I should be able to directly step into that role. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Lu Yan could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, why is the higher-ups being so generous this time?" Liu Long chuckled. There are various factors at play, but primarily, it relates to Yuan Shua. That fellow has not maintained harmonious relations with some of the stronger night watchmen, which makes many reluctant to come to Silver City, fearing his influence. Furthermore, Silver City is quite small, and having offended the Red Moon, there is a possibility of an attack, causing powerful figures to be disinclined to arrive. As for those below the Radiant Sun realm, they are not foolish either. Liu Long is a peak martial artist, and if newcomers were to arrive and find themselves overshadowed by him, how would they manage? Would others heed their commands? With these considerations in mind, Bai West City decided to proceed with the establishment, but the position of branch head was still entrusted to Liu Long. The group was elated. Li Hao beamed with delight. It matters not whether others undervalue us. What matters is that we recognize our worth. The boss has become a city watcher. The hierarchy of the inspection division consists of 3 tiers. Inspectors are classified into 3 levels, while inspectors and city watchers are categorized into 2 levels. With the terms lower generally omitted in conversation, as everyone privately acknowledges the distinction. However, the term senior is often added to elevate status. Liu Long also smiled, pressing his hands down to calm the excitement. This is a matter of necessity. The establishment of the Silver City Night Watchman branch is not simply about promotion. Everyone understands its significance. The purpose of gathering everyone today is twofold: to share in this joy and primarily to discuss the selection of a deputy head. If it is 1 person, I can recommend someone. If it is 2, Bai West City may appoint one, and I will recommend the other. This has become customary. As these words were uttered, Lu Yan cast a glance at Yun Yao, instantly grasping the leader's indecisiveness. With a huff, she remarked, "If she desires it, then let her have it. I couldn't care less. After all, she is a superpower wielder, while I am merely a martial artist." Liu Long found himself at a loss for words, pondering whom she was referring to. Who among them was not a martial artist? I am too. Yun Yao maintained a tranquil countenance, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Noticing Liu Long's gaze, she calmly stated, "I do not require it. If she likes it, then let her be recommended. After all, she is already the vice captain and an inspector, thus perfectly sufficient." Both individuals expressed indifference. Meanwhile, Li Hao, who had been mostly silent, suddenly interjected cautiously, "May I offer a brief suggestion?" The others turned to him, puzzled. "What do you wish to interject? Do you want it too? Don't be ridiculous." Li Hao appeared embarrassed and cautiously continued, "I merely wish to propose a small idea. Truly, a mere suggestion. The vice minister is usually an inspector, and Sister Lu is already one. In our team, we still have myself, Wu Gu, Chen Gu, and Sister Yun. We are all first-level inspectors. Just a couple of days ago, he was promoted, yet unfortunately, he could not ascend to the inspectorate." Li Hao continued, "Why don't we deliberate on this? Let the leader recommend one among the 4 of us for the vice minister position. Officially, that is the discourse. Privately, Sister Liu should remain the vice minister. This way, we can have an additional inspector, thereby elevating our salary and improving our benefits. As for the other perks associated with the vice minister role, they can be afforded to Sister Liu, maximizing her interests. He added, otherwise, even if Sister Liu ascends, she would still be an inspector. Even a senior inspector faces challenges in promotion, which seems rather wasteful. Liu Long and the others were left speechless. Could the equation be viewed in such a manner? They had never considered this angle, as they regarded rank as somewhat inconsequential. However, Li Hao disagreed and elaborated. I heard Wang Ming mention that even among the night watchers, varying ranks entail different benefits. Strength is one aspect, but rank is equally important. Some veteran inspectors and night watchers, perhaps not exceptionally powerful, possess significant seniority and have now transitioned into administrative roles, wielding considerable influence. Thus, Li Hao asserted with fervor, we must not dismiss this. While it may seem trivial in Silver City, it is imperative. Eventually, we will all advance. One day, when we become superpower wielders and break through the thresholds. If we still remain in the Night Watcher system, rank will be of great significance. For instance, our leader has recently been promoted to City Inspector. If assigned to White Moon City, a commendable position awaits. However, if our leader remains an inspector upon arrival at White Moon City, the abundance of inspectors there will complicate matters. As our status elevates and our voice strengthens, should Silver City ever falter, we will be able to advocate for the orderly relocation of its residents. Therefore, leader, rank is not merely useful, it is critically important. I refuse to believe that the upper echelons of the Silver Moon province consist solely of superpower wielders, all of whom are of the sun radiance and trisolar caliber. Liu Long fell into contemplation. After a moment's pause, he inhaled deeply, turning to Li Hao, and solemnly remarked, "You speak wisely. From the perspective of Silver City, it may appear inconsequential, yet should we ultimately fail to safeguard Silver City and join White Moon City, rank will indeed prove to be paramount. In contemporary times, governance is shared between ordinary individuals and those endowed with extraordinary powers, rather than being solely based on strength. Some formidable superhumans lack the inclination to manage urban affairs. Thus, the majority of responsibilities fall upon the shoulders of common folk." After expressing this, he turned to the others. Li Hao's reminder is indeed astute. Even though Liu Yin has ascended to the position of deputy minister, she cannot expect further promotion. Her tenure as an inspector is still relatively brief, and achieving the rank of senior inspector requires time. However, you all have the opportunity to become inspectors through this occasion. Yet, Yin Yao once again declined. "I have no interest in this. It does not captivate me." Wu Chao chuckled softly. "Boss, don't look at me. I'm not suited for it, not even in name. Let Chen Fatty take it." Chen Jian, with a naive expression, added, "I am also unfit. Boss, you know how I tremble in the presence of high-ranking officials. If I were to become deputy minister, how would I handle the reception of dignitaries without losing my composure?" Liu Long was momentarily taken aback. None of them were willing? He glanced at Li Hao, who wore an expression of delight. "Boss, I am willing." A hush fell over the room. Even Liu Yin could not suppress a smile. "Did you anticipate their reluctance, and thus feign eagerness for promotion? I mean, Li Hao, how young are you? You've already advanced to the rank of inspector. Are you not satisfied?" Li Hao beamed brightly. "Sister, it's not quite like that. If I graduate from the Silver City Academy, I could swiftly become a first-level inspector. Thus, my recent promotion hardly feels like a true advancement. The role of inspector is what genuinely constitutes a promotion. If Chun and the others were willing, I would certainly not entertain such thoughts. I am still young and have time ahead. However, since they are unwilling, I must strive to serve everyone well and contribute to our team." His words were charming. Yet the underlying motivation was clear. He yearned for promotion. The prospect of becoming an inspector was enticing. First, the salary would be significantly higher. This is self-evident. Second, if he were to go to Bayou City, it would facilitate better job placements. No one desires to start from the bottom, especially since Li Hao had spent a year cleaning in the secretariat. Third, with an elevated rank and status, he would gain access to higher echelons, which could prove useful in the future, such as obtaining intelligence regarding the Red Moon organization. Liu Long observed Li Hao in silence for a while. He had assumed Li Hao's suggestion was intended for others' advancement, but to his surprise, everyone had declined, leaving this young lad eager to seize the opportunity. How impressive! Despite his youth, he was quite the ambitious one. "Li Hao, do you believe you can manage this?" Liu Long queried, furrowing his brow. Even if they agree, you will need to undergo evaluation. You are still quite young, and it might be challenging for you to contend with the 10th realm. Li Hao quickly replied, Boss, this is a simple matter. Just convey to the higher-ups that it is to secure my mentor's allegiance by bringing me on board. As an ordinary inspector, I could leave at any moment, but as an inspector, I would be considered middle management, making it far more difficult to depart, to win over my mentor. What is an inspector's position? Such a convenient rationale he had crafted for himself. However, one must admit that if this were reported, the higher-ups would likely overlook Li Hao's actual strength, considering him merely a figurehead, a conduit between the Night Watchman and Yuan Shua. There might be whispers of favoritism, yet he remained undeterred. It matters not. I am resolute. Li Hao proclaimed. I am unperturbed by this. Securing the position of inspector brings genuine benefits. Liu Long found himself at a loss for words and turned to Yun Yao and the others, asking, Are you certain you do not wish to compete? Yun Yao nonchalantly shook her head, while Wu Chao chuckled softly. Xun Jian, with his characteristic honesty, responded, Let Li Hao take the lead. He has a brighter future than we do. The primary concern was that Li Hao was rather cunning. Xun Jian chose to support him, fearing that if this young man grew too powerful, he might turn the tables. What a rascal! Wu Chao and Yun Yao had no objections. Although Li Hao was comparatively weak, everyone was aware of his true nature. They all remembered how he had dealt with the previous month as challenges, and they knew he was formidable. If he aspired to rise through the ranks, they were willing to assist him, while the others were more concerned with their own potential to become extraordinary beings. So be it. Liu Long had not anticipated such an outcome, and at that moment, Li Hao was grinning from ear to ear. The position of inspector was secured. Meanwhile, Liu Yan, unfazed, remarked, Boss, according to the requirements, we need at least 10 people. But we currently only have 6. Even with a deputy minister sent from above, will they provide us with additional extraordinary beings? Liu Long pondered for a moment and shook his head. It's uncertain. They might provide us with reinforcements, or they might not. If no one comes from above, we will have to wait for a while for new recruits to level up. Bayou City will soon be recruiting newcomers from various cities to channel energy into their bodies. It's possible we will receive a few newcomers, Starlight Masters. Upon hearing this, the others scoffed, seemingly unimpressed. What use is a Starlight Master? We need those who can handle the challenges of the month. Li Hao, having regained his composure from his earlier excitement, suggested, What if we recruit our own? There are capable, extraordinary beings, and if they could be recruited, they would have been taken already. I mean martial artists. Li Hao clarified, Let us recruit martial artists. We have very few formidable martial artists in Silver City. If the local ones are inadequate, what about those from other regions? Although martial artists may not possess the same abilities as extraordinary beings, if we offer them a chance to become extraordinary beings, they would likely be willing to contribute. Furthermore, once a martial artist levels up, they can become a formidable force, with enough experience to rival newcomers. We are situated on the fringes of the Silver Moon province and could encounter dangers at any moment. Bringing in newcomers is not advisable. Liu Long thought to himself, wanting to retort, You are a newcomer yourself. How can you look down on others? But then he reconsidered, which newcomer had, upon joining, managed to eliminate both a formidable opponent and a month's challenge? Li Hao had earned the right to be somewhat picky. Let us give it a try. Liu Long did not dismiss his proposal, knowing that while martial artists might prefer to serve larger organizations, the dynamics had shifted since the establishment of the Night Watcher division. He was no longer merely the captain of a demon-hunting team, but the officially recognized head of the Night Watcher division, which held greater authority as a certified extraordinary organization. In that capacity, they would likely receive allocations of mysterious energy, which was far superior to the previous necessity of taking lives. Beside him, Liu Yan playfully ruffled Li Hao's hair. Li Hao felt somewhat uncomfortable and questioned, What is going on? Why are you touching me? This person always seemed to take liberties. Liu Yan beamed and said, Little Hao, your mind is quite sharp. If it weren't for your slightly lacking strength, you could easily be the head of this division. Liu Long cast a glance at her, inquiring about her intentions. Liu Yan chuckled, There is no ulterior motive. My dear leader, don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious. Xiao Hao previously absorbed mysterious energy at an impressive speed, and now, having acquired 32 units of it, I wonder how much he has absorbed this time. In the realm of 10 slashes, at what level has he ascended? I have recently broken the 100 mark. And that rascal Yun Yao has become a moon shaman. Wu Chao and Chun Jian have been delayed by their injuries and have only recently begun absorbing mysterious energy. You, however, have not suffered much. How are you faring now?" Upon hearing these words, Liu Long felt a flicker of curiosity. It was evident to everyone that Li Hao had not advanced to the level of a superhuman. Had he made any progress in the martial arts? The mysterious energy indeed holds substantial potential for enhancing one's strength. Li Hao, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "It's fairly modest, not much of an enhancement. I fear I have wasted some of the mysterious energy. As for the extent of my improvement, if I claim to have surpassed 100, you might not believe me. Even if you did, it would only bring you sorrow, given that I have only recently entered the realm of 10 slashes." Seeing his reluctance to divulge more, Liu Long refrained from pressing further. Perhaps he had advanced a bit within the 10 slashes realm, mid-stage? Late stage? The latter seemed like the utmost he could hope for. As for breaking the 100 mark, he had not seriously considered it. Such a possibility felt almost unattainable. All right, everyone should take a few days to rest. In a couple of days, the official documents will be issued, and we should have clarity on how things will be arranged. Additionally, I will put forth the matter of Li Hao's promotion to deputy minister. Upon mentioning this, he couldn't help but express his thoughts again. Li Hao, it would be a shame for you not to pursue a clerical position. This fellow, so single-minded in his ambition for promotion, might find a brighter future in a bureaucratic role. Li Hao quickly interjected, "Boss, am I not benefiting from your kindness? Otherwise, how would I have such an opportunity? Besides, it's also thanks to all of you taking care of me. Aware of my youth and my financial struggles, you've afforded me this chance. If my salary could be increased a bit, it would be greatly appreciated. I visited my home yesterday. The last explosion was right near my place, and the building is nearly collapsed. I've been contemplating finding a new residence." Indeed, although his home had not completely crumbled, it was hardly livable. On that fateful night of battle, a massive explosion rocked Silver City, targeting the neighborhood where Li Hao resided, one of the locations attacked by the Red Moon. The intent was merely to distract Liu Long, and no one was harmed, but the explosion did cause significant structural damage, leading to some elderly residents tumbling from their beds. Rumor has it that one broke a leg and was taken away by their children. Now, the area was eerily quiet, but it was certainly unsuitable for habitation. As Li Hao pondered this, he was indeed in search of a new place to live. It was impractical to continue residing at his teacher's home. A day or two was manageable, but over time, the unpredictable nature of his teacher's comings and goings became tiresome. Every time Li Hao sneezed, the old man would materialize to admonish him about moderation in youth. After enduring this several times, Li Hao found himself exhausted by the old man's antics. "Perhaps I should just move in with my sister." Lu Yin playfully draped her arm around his shoulder, grinning. "Sister's bed is quite spacious." Li Hao, feeling shy, replied, "Never mind. I fear I might disturb you." "Not at all." Lu Yin laughed joyfully, pinching Li Hao's cheek. "You're so adorable. How could you possibly disturb me?" Li Hao looked to the others for support, but they all averted their gazes, seemingly enjoying the unfolding scene. Liu Long waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, you may leave. And be cautious during your travels. Li Hao, even when searching for a place, try not to venture too far from the city limits. Otherwise, you may not even have a chance for rescue." "Understood." The crowd promptly exited. Upon leaving the office, they encountered Mu's son approaching them. They exchanged greetings but did not engage in lengthy conversations. However, Mu's son, being quite familiar, greeted everyone warmly and then turned to Liu Yin, cheerfully saying, "Congratulations, Captain Liu. Soon, you shall be addressed as Director Liu." Liu Yin beamed brightly, replying, "Don't say that. The director is a city patrol officer, and besides, I am not a director yet." After saying this, she departed with Li Hao. Mu's son's visit was presumably to discuss this matter, and it was uncertain how he would react upon learning of the recommendation for Li Hao to become the deputy director. After walking a short distance, Liu Yin, now a bit farther from Mu's son, finally restrained her smile. "This rotund fellow is quite formidable. Do not be deceived by his jovial demeanor. He may have reached the peak of the 100 breakthrough stage even earlier than our leader. With this plump man taking a position in Silver City, one cannot be entirely sure of his intentions. However, it is said that his family possesses some influence in Baiwa City, so it is better to avoid offending him, yet maintain a safe distance." Li Hao nodded, intrigued. Is the director at the peak of the 100 breakthrough stage? It's hard to say, perhaps so. Previously, when dealing with that flying superhuman, it was said he cleaved the opponent down with a single strike. which suggests he is at least in the late 100 breakthrough stage. Li Hao understood and ceased further inquiries. Meanwhile, in Baiwa City, at the headquarters of the Night Patrol in the Silver Moon Province, Wang Ming was in a state of shock. After a moment, he lamented, "Am I to become this deputy director and go to Silver City? I have no desire to go there. I was utterly humiliated last time. Will I not become a laughingstock again? Furthermore, it is too remote. I cannot comprehend why they want to send me there." He had recently advanced to the full moon stage, equivalent to the late 100 breakthrough stage, and was considered a young prodigy at the Night Patrol headquarters. Is it truly appropriate to assign me there? Opposite him, Huang Yin chuckled. This is a decision made by several directors. First, you are a recognized disciple of Yuan Shuo, making it easier for you to establish yourself there. Second, you have previously fought alongside Liu Long, which will facilitate his acceptance of you. Third, keep a close eye on Li Hao's every move. Huang Yin spoke gravely. Li Hao is the sole heir of the 8 great families. Although this matter is not currently discussed, it should not be overlooked. Your acquaintance with Li Hao will enable better interaction, and you could even provide close protection to Hong Yue, who will not easily let go of him. Of course, we are already monitoring their powerful individuals, but the Hong Yue organization is vast, and we cannot keep track of all of them. Wang Ming, your assignment there comes with significant responsibilities. You need not worry about resources, you will not be lacking. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Wang Ming felt desolate, exclaiming, "Is this truly a form of exile for me? What about Hu Hao and Li Meng? Surely they cannot be faring better than I." Huang Yin smiled. Those two? They both decided to participate, as the Night Watchman organization in Silver City lacked strength and was understaffed. With the addition of the 3 of you over the next 3 months, the entire framework could be established. You shall assume the role of deputy minister, while the other 2 will figure out their arrangements. After all, you possess more capability than they do. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming found solace in the thought, albeit reluctantly, as he truly did not wish to go. The prospect of facing individuals like Li Hao and Liu Long was particularly daunting. Nevertheless, with the decisions made by higher authorities, he had no choice but to comply, pleading, "Once things stabilize over there, may I return at any time?" "Absolutely," came the reassuring response. Wang Ming exhaled in relief, hopeful for a swift return, as Silver City felt unbearably small and was a sight of personal sorrow. After dismissing Wang Ming, Huang Yun revealed a smile, murmuring to himself, "Finally, it has been resolved. We shall return to Silver City when the migration occurs." The decision from above was firm. The migration plan would proceed, with Silver City included in the initiative. The specific timing would depend on circumstances. Chapter on leave. I do not wish to request a leave of absence during the new book period, but I am utterly exhausted. The little one kept me awake until past 4 last night and woke me at 6 this morning for a wake-up call. It has been a full day without sleep. As I attempted to write, I could barely stay awake, lacking any inspiration. After a half-day's rest, I must retire early. I cannot endure it any longer. I shall see you all tomorrow. Everyone should rest early tonight. The greatest adversary on the path of writing is the little one. Sigh. Chapter 50. A new official's enthusiasm. The establishment of the Silver City Night Watchman Division is imminent. On July 28th, the Silver Moon Province officially issued a notice, initiating the formation of the Silver City branch. Upon the announcement, other cities gazed on with envy and jealousy. Among the 32 cities in Silver Moon Province, only 9 currently have a Night Watchman Division. Silver City will be the 10th city to establish such a branch. The number of Night Watchmen is limited, predominantly concentrated in larger cities. Baiwa City boasts a population of 30 million, while Yaoguang City has over 10 million. Other cities previously established divisions based on a population threshold of 5 million. Population is indeed a critical criterion. Those that do not meet the requirement typically do not establish a Night Watchman Division to prevent the dispersion of superpowers, thus avoiding being overwhelmed by rival organizations. The establishment of the Silver City Division marks a historic first. However, considering the presence of Yuan Shuo and certain clandestine families in Silver City, the division was ultimately sanctioned. Moreover, Baiwa City has taken this seriously, dispatching 3 powerful superhumans, none of whom are newcomers. All 3 are at the moonshade level, with rumors of one being at the full moon stage. On the 28th, the documents were released, but Li Hao paid them no mind. At that moment, he was meandering through a traditional courtyard residence, an expansive estate covering over 400 square meters, complemented by a courtyard exceeding 1,000 square meters. a private sanctuary. As he explored, he inhaled deeply and turned to Liu Yan, saying, "Sister, do you perhaps overestimate my capabilities?" Liu Yan was fervently intent on finding him a home. Li Hao, unable to resist her enthusiasm, reluctantly acquiesced to her assistance. "My goodness, I merely asked for a 2-bedroom apartment, ideally on the ground floor. If not, then at least in a location with good sound insulation." Early in the morning, Liu Yan led him here. This location lies in the eastern district of Silver City, an area considered affluent. Many wealthy individuals in Silver City reside in this vicinity. Upon arrival, Li Hao sensed something amiss. The property prices here are exorbitant. The average price in Silver City exceeds 3,000 coins, while here it has reached 5,000. As a third-level inspector in the inspection department, Li Hao earns a monthly salary of 2,000 star coins, which is relatively decent in Silver City. By living frugally, he can save around 20,000 to 30,000 coins annually, primarily due to the benefits of a government position that allows for various reimbursements and bonuses. Even so, purchasing a 100 square meter apartment would typically require at least 300,000 coins. A decade of work without promotion would not be uncommon. Of course, now that Li Hao has been promoted, the situation has become significantly easier. However, in this area, a private residence with a courtyard would undoubtedly cost 4 to 5 million coins or more, a figure he dared not overestimate. Regardless, it must be at least that much. He found himself lacking the funds. Selling mysterious energies to other superpowered individuals is illegal, and selling them to his own kind is futile as they lack the means. Liu Yan was also surveying the surroundings with a smile, seemingly unbothered, and said, "What are you overestimating? You are about to become the deputy minister of the Night Patrol Division. In Silver City, you will hold a notable position. Do you expect to live in a cramped dormitory? As an inspector, do you still fear not having a place to stay?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao was taken aback. "Bribery? Please." Liu Yan looked at him with disdain. "Is that all you think about? Bribery? This is a trophy. Do you understand? According to the rules of the Night Patrol, trophies are surrendered and then distributed according to regulations. This house is a trophy from our last mission." "A trophy?" Li Hao was taken aback. "Have you forgotten about Zhou He?" "Oh, I remember." Li Hao recalled the man, the first martial artist he had inadvertently killed, who had died during interrogation by the team leader. "This is what he purchased." Liu Yan laughed heartily. "Right, there's also a car you've seen. It's currently in the inspection department's garage. You can take it once you're promoted. You captured Zhou He, and now that you've been promoted, his house and car are yours to keep." At that moment, Li Hao understood the origin of the house. He could not help but exclaim that Zhou He, a master of the 10th realm, was so wealthy. Of course, he was a martial artist and had been in business for many years. Could he not produce a few million? Furthermore, if you were willing to sell the mysterious energy from this trophy, you would instantly become a millionaire. For them, earning money is relatively easy. However, what use are mere riches? The truly valuable items are challenging to acquire even with money. Take Zhou He, for instance. While he could probably raise 3 to 5 million, could he use that money to buy 3 to 5 units of mysterious energy? It's highly improbable. Moreover, even if he were to purchase it and absorb it, the benefits might not be substantial. Liu Yan, witnessing Li Hao's limited perspective, felt speechless. Although she lacked wealth, she certainly did not fret over money, unlike Li Hao, who seemed perpetually preoccupied with salary increases. If this were to spread, it would surely be the subject of ridicule. Previously, his ambition for promotion was merely a ploy for a salary increase, which now seems rather comical. Li Hao chuckled dryly, realizing he had yet to experience the world. Throughout his life, the pinnacle of his wealth had been during his tenure at the inspection division, where he had saved 12,000 last month. Yet, it was best left unspoken. He surveyed the expansive courtyard once more, stepping inside to admire the contrast between the vintage exterior and the lavishly modern interior. The 2-story establishment also boasted an underground garage. The front yard led to a rear garden featuring a swimming pool, indistinguishable from the luxurious villas, with a landscape design that resonated with Li Hao's preferences. "How grand," he murmured. At that moment, Liu Yan, who had just turned around, caught his gaze and suddenly smiled. "Have you come to your senses?" She straightened her posture, adding, "You even know how to compliment now. Quite discerning, I see." Li Hao snapped back to reality, momentarily speechless, and shifted his gaze elsewhere, feeling a twinge of desire. "Sister, do the others not require this?" Is it truly all right for me to receive such a division? It seems trivial. Liu Yan appeared unconcerned. In truth, we often reside at the inspection division. You are still young, and your time in the team is brief. Hence your commuting habits. We, on the other hand, have been part of the team for several years. When we have free time, we tend to stay at the inspection division. We rarely return home, as it often feels empty. What is home? Merely a structure. A true home has long ceased to exist. Liu Long once remarked that members of the demon hunting squad each possess their own stories, yet none have mentioned family, spouses, or children. Wu Chao and Chun Jin seem to have always dwelled in the basement. Yun Yao is the same. Every time Li Hao encounters her, it is in that very space. The captain occasionally vanishes, and whether he returns home or ventures elsewhere remains unclear. Perhaps he simply has no home, merely wandering about. Liu Yan is no different. These individuals have come to regard the team as their home. Li Hao chose not to respond further. He was indifferent to the matter. However, he recognized his need to absorb mysterious energy and practice martial arts, with certain esoteric techniques that cannot be divulged, as imparted by his teacher, unless expressly permitted. Otherwise, practicing martial arts and breathing techniques in the basement could lead to exposure, which was unacceptable. Li Hao refrained from further conversation and continued to explore. The first floor housed a dining and living area, guest rooms, and restrooms. Aside from these, there was also a gym. The second floor contained the master bedroom, study, and children's room. Most of the rooms were of little use to Li Hao. The house's decor was not entirely new. It seemed someone had previously resided there, which was fortuitous, sparing Li Hao from the burden of renovations, as he lacked the financial means. Everything necessary was already in place, and all Li Hao needed to do was pack a few changes of clothes. The more he observed, the more his spirits lifted. He had not yet reached Liu Yan's level of detachment from material desires. In his previous neighborhood, even practicing a single punch would earn him reproach, which was disheartening. Now, however, it was a different story. The vast front and backyards, stretching over 1,000 square meters, offered him the freedom to revel in his newfound space. At this moment, Liu Yan was reclining on the sofa on the first floor. Upon seeing Li Hao descend from upstairs, she greeted him with a bright smile. "Little Hao, the house is quite large and empty at night. Are you afraid being here all alone? How about I keep you company?" Li Hao remained composed, looking around thoughtfully. "Sister, do you think I should host a gathering or something to celebrate the move?" "Whatever you wish." Liu Yan responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Little rascal, are you disregarding me?" Li Hao, cheerful and unbothered by her complaints, continued. "Sister, I heard that 3 night watchmen are being dispatched this time, all of whom possess the strength of the moon shadow level. If we calculate, our small team will have 6 members at the break 100 and moon shadow level. Not counting myself, that makes it 7. Honestly, such strength is quite formidable. The Silver Moon province, including Silver City, boasts 10 branches. And aside from lacking individuals of the sunlight level, Silver City has a total of 7 at the break 100 level, which is not inferior to some other cities' branches. Well, that's acceptable." Liu Yan felt no pressure, as she had advanced to the break 100 level herself. Otherwise, she would indeed have felt some stress. "Counting us, that makes 9. If we recruit one more, we'll nearly meet the minimum requirements." Liu Yan continued. "The boss intends for me to be the leader of the action team. Among the 3 coming from above, aside from the one who will serve as deputy minister, the other 2 will join the action team. Without break 100 strength, they really cannot keep the others in check. The boss wants to form a 5-member team. Wu Chao, Chen Jian, 1 reconnaissance officer, 1 shield bearer. And I will be the main attacker. As for the 2 superpowered individuals, we will allocate roles based on their abilities. A 5-member team should suffice for basic needs. Too many members would necessitate stronger command capabilities, which Liu Yan felt she could not manage. Li Hao, however, was puzzled. "What about me?" "You'll be in an administrative position." Liu Yan chuckled. "With 1 leader and 2 deputies, you 3 will be the ones sipping tea, reading reports, and listening to briefings." "What? Do you expect those in leadership to head to the front lines?" Li Hao was speechless, recalling that Liu Long had been the captain previously. Noticing his silence, Liu Yan quickly added with a smile, "I'm just joking. Typically, you 1T need to accompany us on missions. When danger arises, we'll naturally work together. The boss means for you to handle some basic clerical work. With more members in the squad and the formal framework established, there will be a need for document processing, archiving, and gathering intelligence, most of which will fall to you. Additionally, you'll be responsible for merit allocation, resource reserves, and warehouse management. There's plenty to keep you busy. Logistics work is not as simple as it seems. It just offers relatively higher safety. Previously, it was all handled by our own, with Liu Long distributing the merits. But once we integrate with the Night Watchman, this system may not sit well with outsiders, and that's where you come in. Upon hearing this, Li Hao didn't protest. Logistics were logistics, and he was indifferent. In recent days, he had been engaged in some document archiving work, akin to deciphering a cryptic text, mentally cataloging information to the point of feeling overwhelmed. However, his instructor insisted on rote memorization of many materials daily, leaving him no choice but to force himself to memorize. If there truly was a need for fieldwork, Li Hao would find it overwhelming. At that moment, Liu Yan stood up and declared, "We've finished here. Let us head back. We received some documents this morning, and the night patrol's efficiency was quite commendable. The others are likely to arrive this afternoon, and we need to be prepared for their arrival. As for your formal appointment, it should also be arriving this afternoon." Li Hao nodded, and the two exited together. Li Hao did not possess a vehicle. Although Zhou He had promised to allocate one to him, it remained at the inspection office. Liu Yan, however, had a car from the inspection office. Whether she owned one personally was unclear to Li Hao. Upon stepping outside, they found a vehicle parked at the entrance of the courtyard, not having entered the premises. The surrounding environment was quite pleasant. With the small courtyard not belonging to a single household, several other small courtyards were nearby, though distanced by a few hundred meters, providing each resident with ample privacy. Just as Li Hao and Liu Yan were about to get into the car, a sleek black vehicle halted before them. The window rolled down, and a man leaned out, sporting a charming smile. "Captain Liu, what a coincidence to run into you here." He appeared relatively youthful, in his 30s, and had an amiable demeanor. Li Hao did not recognize him and glanced at Liu Yan, who reciprocated with a bright smile that took him aback. Before he could inquire, Liu Yan approached the man, her smile unwavering. Li Hao followed, albeit feeling somewhat uneasy. Why such enthusiasm? It was not that he harbored any ill thoughts towards Liu Yan, but as a man, he felt uncomfortable when someone else treated her with such warmth. As he pondered this, Liu Yan retrieved something from behind her, and in an instant, she handcuffed the man's outstretched hand, her smile vanishing. "You've been following me." The man, visibly irritated, retorted, "I live here. What are you talking about? It was merely a coincidence." Liu Yan's expression hardened. "Such a coincidence? I now suspect you may be linked to some illegal organizations. You are coming with me to the inspection office. Given your background, you might be aware of the impending establishment of the Night Patrol Division. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that you are here to investigate the movements of the Night Patrol. Dare to pry into their affairs, and you are in serious trouble." "You're framing me, Liu Yan." The man fumed. "Don't try to pull this with me. It was just a chance meeting." Liu Yan coldly scoffed. "We shall see once you're at the inspection office. If you can make it out alive, then we can discuss this further. Li Hao, come here and escort this suspect to the inspection office for interrogation." Li Hao was also perplexed, his previous thoughts dissipating. At that moment, he could only think, is this really necessary? It felt as though the man was pursuing Liu Yan, and she was unwilling to accept his advances. However, sending him to the inspection office seemed rather excessive. Regardless of his thoughts, he swiftly approached, grasped the handcuffs, and commanded in a low voice, "Get out of the car. You dare." The man glared furiously at Li Hao, his earlier composure evaporating. If Liu Yan truly accused him of attempting to glean information on the night patrol, he would face dire consequences. "Liu Yan, don't push your luck. Try saying that one more time." Liu Yan's complexion was as cold as ice. "Continue to be obstinate, and I shall consider it a rebellion against the law, executing you on the spot." The man instantly fell silent. A wise man does not court disaster. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, I was wrong. Liu Yan, I wasn't spying on you. I was merely passing by. My home is just ahead. You know that. Besides, the Night Watch Division has yet to be established. What could I possibly be spying on? You see, the official document has just been issued, and you are already aware of it. How can you claim you are not spying?" The man fell silent, realizing that further discussion was unnecessary. Liu Yan let out a cold laugh and said indifferently, "Li Hao, remove his handcuffs, but keep a close watch on this fellow. Should he exhibit any further misconduct, execute him on the spot." "Understood," Li Hao responded, assisting in removing the handcuffs. Soon after, they boarded the patrol vehicle, while the man, seen through the rearview mirror, displayed a furious expression, his gaze fixed upon them. Inside the vehicle, Li Hao, curious, asked, "Sister, who was that just now?" Xiaopeng. Lu Yin replied calmly as she drove. He lives in the building right in front of you. Keep a close watch on him. This fellow has a notable identity. He is the vice president of Qiao Mining, and his father is the owner. Qiao Mining, Li Hao exclaimed, suddenly recalling, a major enterprise in Silver City, a wealthy individual. It is said that Qiao Mining possesses assets worth billions. Is that true? And how did he offend you? Qiao Mining is no ordinary company. Lu Yin replied gravely. On the surface, it is a mining enterprise, but in reality, it discreetly explores ancient civilization relics. Qiao Mining has specialized mining teams, or rather, teams that pilfer ancient relics. Of course, extracting ancient relics is not as simple as it seems. I suspect they might be connected to a superpower organization, possibly the Red Moon. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Why do you say that? If confirmed, this company should be uprooted entirely. Qiao Mining has been established for many years and is based in Silver City. You know Silver City lacks resources, and despite claims of nearby mines, nothing has been extracted in recent years. Yet Qiao Mining has remained here without moving. I never thought much about it until the Red Moon's arrival. And with the presence of the 8 great families in Silver City, I began to suspect their connection to superpower organizations. Lu Yin paused before continuing. It may not necessarily be the Red Moon. It could be Yin Luo. How did it change again? Li Hao inquired, perplexed. Lu Yin coldly chuckled. In any case, the likelihood is quite high. Without evidence, it remains mere speculation. My matters, the boss may have mentioned to you. To put it plainly, your brother-in-law was once an engineer at Qiao Mining, responsible for various trivial tasks. One time, he returned to tell me that something unusual seemed to have been excavated from the mine, possibly a relic. At that time, I thought little of it, as Silver City had no relics to speak of. Not long after, your brother-in-law was murdered. The assailant was a security captain from Qiao Mining. Allegedly because a conflict arose between them on the construction site, leading to a heated argument. In a fit of rage, he struck your brother-in-law with a stone, killing him. I received word that I should immediately lead a team to apprehend that individual. During the capture attempt, he managed to escape. Not long after, I received another message indicating that he had joined the Abyss and absorbed sufficient mysterious energy, thereby achieving a status akin to that of the lunar realm. Li Hao listened, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, Sister, are you suggesting that Qiao Mining is connected to the Abyss, possibly serving as their stronghold in Silver City? Their objective here might be to excavate ancient relics, and if they uncovered something significant, it could have been discovered by my brother-in-law, leading to his silencing? Most likely. Then why not inform the Night Watchers? Li Hao ventured, noting that while the Night Watchers appeared ineffective, they were still the only official superhuman organization. Having just offended the Red Moon, do you truly believe that now is the right time to confront the Abyss? Lu Yin perceived the situation more acutely than he did. The Night Watchers may not possess the strength of any of the 3 great families, and they have already severed ties with the Red Moon. If they were to clash with the Abyss as well, do you think they could withstand it? Should this information leak and reach the Abyss, it would only complicate matters further and invite trouble upon ourselves. Li Hao nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded that perhaps it was indeed unwise to speak out. Yet he still voiced, but sister, if you treat this person with such hostility today, are you not concerned he might suspect you know something? You do not understand. Lu Yin suddenly smiled. If I were indifferent towards him, he might suspect I have some knowledge. Now, as I prepare to join the Night Watchers, my abrupt unfriendliness will actually reassure him. At least he would believe I am unaware of any secrets. Otherwise, I would have to bear it all. Li Hao pondered her words, realizing that constant retreat and forbearance could sometimes breed suspicion. Lu Yin offered further insights. Moreover, you are the last descendant of the 8 great families in Silver City. I have investigated, and the other 7 families have completely perished. Those who ventured to the outer city all met with various misfortunes. Therefore, Silver City must harbor secrets. I suspect there are remnants of the 8 great families concealed here. Li Hao, if that is the case, what they are currently excavating may very well be your ancestral grave. Li Hao could only express his disbelief at the notion of an ancestral grave. It sounded rather unsettling. Lu Yin continued, this time, the Red Moon has made quite a stir. Even those who were previously unaware of the 8 great families are now informed, including the Abyss and Fatian. I suspect they might have known all along with certain smaller organizations and the Night Watchers. The current calm is merely a facade. Everyone's attention may very well be focused on you. Remaining in Silver City signifies danger. Although it has not yet manifested, that is solely because of Elder Yuan's presence. Once he departs, you shall witness how this place will inevitably become the most chaotic in the entire Silver Moon province. Chaos. It is inevitable, Lu Yin mused. Not lacking in sagacity, she had long held her suspicions. The tranquility was merely due to the presence of a formidable individual capable of slaying the three Yang. However, once that person leaves, chaos would surely ensue. Li Hao remained silent. After a while, he finally asked, "Sister, if you foresee the impending chaos, why not leave?" "Leave?" Lu Yin chuckled. "Where would we go? Besides, why should we leave? Chaos is beneficial. One must seek fortune and risk. As a martial artist who is yet to transcend to the realm of superpowers, I find myself yearning for an abundance of mysterious energy. The establishment of the Night Watch Division presents a golden opportunity. By eliminating adversarial superpowered individuals, one stands to gain rewards, coupled with a salary. The mysterious energy derived from vanquishing these superpowered beings could very well be my chance. Otherwise, having just crossed the threshold of 100, I would be forever barred from ascending to superpowers." She is acutely aware of the dangers that lurk here, yet she remains undaunted. It is precisely this peril that breeds opportunity. Without it, how long would it take for someone at my level to break through? At this juncture, she suddenly remarked, "I owe my advancement past 100 to you." The gratitude she expressed was laden with deeper significance, difficult to discern as either joy or resignation. Indeed, her progress was largely attributable to Li Hao, who had infused her with a significant amount of that unique energy. Upon returning, she discovered her physique had strengthened, and her superpower locks seemed more secure. This was the crux of her elevation beyond 100, a detail she had previously withheld. Li Hao paused, taken aback. "Me?" he asked, somewhat flustered. "The sword energy," he realized. "I merely intended to assist in your healing." "No worries," Lu Yin continued to drive, chuckling. "Achieving beyond 100 is a comfort in itself. At least it grants me some means of self-preservation. Without advancement in superpowers, a mere 10 slashes would hardly suffice for survival under current circumstances." Li Hao remained silent, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. Had the 8 great families truly garnered attention? He suspected this would occur, yet previously it seemed to be a topic avoided by everyone. He had assumed indifference, but evidently, it was still of concern. Although the 8 great families seemed like distant legends, the resurgence of superpowers, coupled with Li Hao's unveiling of the Li family's sword to the Night Watch, and the recent loss of a powerful figure from the Red Moon faction, had undoubtedly drawn the attention of formidable beings, not only in the Silver Moon province, but perhaps in other provinces as well. Currently, Yuan Shuo remained here, thus the silence persisted. However, as Lu Yin mentioned, once the teacher departs, this place may soon become the eye of the storm, a prospect that Li Hao found intriguing. This was indeed an opportunity. Having just crossed into the realm of 100, his strength was still on the ascent. His mentor had already procured the mysterious energy from the storeroom, stating that he would acquire some elemental energies for him. The energy available to him predominantly consisted of metal energy, as the 3 Yang entities were of the metal element, while the sunlight entity was associated with lightning. Although these energies could assist Li Hao, they did not offer the balanced support that the 5 elemental energies could provide. His teacher required time to negotiate for different elemental mysterious energies. In recent days, he felt that his triad power was nearing fruition, marking a modest improvement. In the rearview mirror, he observed the figure of Qiao Peng gradually receding into the distance. Qiao's mining company. It could potentially be an auxiliary organization of Yanluo. This point was duly noted. As for the inspection office, Li Hao and Lu Yin appeared to have experienced nothing amiss. In the grand conference room, Mu's son was present. To Li Hao's surprise, he recognized several familiar faces. Wang Ming also glanced at Li Hao, lifting his chin in silence. Before departing, he had advised Li Hao that Silver City was too small and that he should move on to White Moon City sooner rather than later. How ironic it was that he returned so quickly. What a shame. Muzin beamed upon the return of Lu Yin and her companions, exclaiming, "You are all here. Perfect timing, as the documents and personnel from the Night Watch have just arrived. Please, take your seats. I have an announcement regarding the appointments." The attendees settled in, while Wang Ming refrained from conversing with Li Hao or even acknowledging him, feeling a sense of humiliation. At this moment, he preferred to be invisible. After deliberation by the higher authorities, the Silver City Night Watch Division has been officially established. The former captain of the Silver City Enforcement Team, Liu Long, has been appointed as the head of this newly formed division. Liu Long stood up, approached the podium, received the letter of appointment, and saluted. The room erupted in applause. The gathering was modest, consisting of a few team members and several external night watch personnel. The nature of their work remained confidential. Despite the knowledge of many, they endeavored to keep their identities discreet, avoiding the public eye as much as possible. Wang Ming was appointed as the deputy head of the Silver City Division, previously serving as an inspector in the White Moon City Night Watch. He stepped forward to accept his appointment, his expression devoid of joy. Having traveled from White Moon City to assume the role of a deputy head among such a small group felt meaningless. He had held the position of inspector and had not received a promotion. It seemed futile. Li Hao, formerly a first-level inspector in the Silver City Enforcement Team, was also appointed as the deputy head of the Silver City Division. Wang Ming stared blankly at Li Hao, a wave of shame washing over him. He is also a deputy head? This revelation took him by surprise. How could I be so unfortunate? Now on par with Li Hao. Below, Li Ming and Hu Hao exchanged glances, their expressions laden with embarrassment. Did this mean Li Hao would still be their superior? Had they known he would become the deputy head, they would have been unwilling to join. They had anticipated Liu Yan's appointment. Liu Yan, being their senior and more experienced, would have been a more acceptable choice for the position, yet it was Li Hao who had received the promotion. At this moment, Wang Ming could no longer contain himself. Murmuring, "Minister Liu, isn't Li Hao a recent addition to the inspection department? Moreover, he is not even an empowered individual. How is this acceptable?" Liu Long responded calmly. "It's fine. Li Hao will primarily handle logistical tasks. When it comes to actual combat, we must rely on Minister Wang, who is a full moon tier empowered individual. The strongest in Silver City." Wang Ming's face flushed crimson. "This is an insult. What do you mean, Liu Long? Everyone witnessed the previous battles. Liu Long could take on 3 opponents alone, while I struggle against 1. Moreover, there is Yuan Shuo within the city. To call me the strongest is nothing short of humiliation." "Minister Liu," Liu Long replied placidly. But the strongest empowered individual." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming paused, falling silent. This statement, though somewhat accurate, was a bitter pill to swallow. He decided it wise not to engage with this reckless man. The appointment continued, with Liu Yan designated as the leader of the action team within the Silver City Division. In total, there were 9 individuals in the division, including Liu Yan, 4 of whom held leadership roles. Meanwhile, Yun Yao, Wu Chao, and Chun Jian appeared indifferent, while Hu Hao and Li Ming surveyed their surroundings, suddenly feeling isolated and forlorn. 2 empowered individuals at the Moondark tier had joined the modest Silver City, yet they found themselves relegated to mere foot soldiers. Even the team leader position eluded them. In that moment, the 2 nearly wore expressions of despair. Had they known it would turn out this way, they would have preferred a transfer to Radiant City. Even if they weren't leaders there, they wouldn't have been reduced to mere foot soldiers. At least they would have had some superpowered individuals of the Starlight level beneath them. Now, however, in the entire division, apart from the 2 of them, there were only Wu Chao and Chun Jian, both of whom were the weakest among the rank 10 martial artists. The problem was that these 2 were martial artists, not of their ilk, and were directly under Liu Long's command. They had truly become the underlings. At this moment, Mu Sun concluded the appointments, revealing a smile. "Congratulations to all. Especially to Li Hao, congratulations. I have always said that students emerging from the Silver City Academy would eventually make their mark. But I did not expect you to become an inspector this quickly." His surprise was tempered, as it was only natural for the higher-ups to agree. After all, they had to give Yuan Shuo face. The establishment of the Night Watchman was, for me and for the inspection department, indeed a momentous occasion. Mu Sun cheerfully continued. "From now on, any cases involving superpowers and martial artists within Silver City will be handled by you. The inspection department will only manage cases concerning ordinary citizens. Of course, should you require assistance due to insufficient manpower, you may draw personnel from the inspection department at any time." There were still too few night watchmen. The number of cases involving superpowers in Silver City would not dwindle, and Mu Sun was generous enough to allow for the drawing of support as needed. Liu Long did not pay much heed to this, contemplating before speaking. "As far as I know, the inspection department possesses the most comprehensive files on Silver City's superpowered martial artists. Please provide me with a copy of these files. This should include documents from major corporations, academies, and internal institutions regarding superpowers and martial artists." Mu Sun regarded him, remaining silent. Liu Long calmly stated, "What? Is that not permissible?" "Director Mu, according to our ranks, We are now of equal standing. The night watchmen have the authority to request that you submit these files. Not so. Mu Sun frowned. Liu Long, what are you trying to achieve? Every new official starts with a touch of fire. Is that a problem? Mu Sun hesitated to respond. These files had previously been accessible only to him, as they pertained to the existence of all extraordinary beings in Silver City, the ranked 10 martial artists, Starlight Masters, and those of the Moonshade level. Did Silver City possess them? Yes, but in limited numbers, primarily concentrated within a few major corporations and powerful institutions, such as the Silver City Academy, where martial artists were indeed stationed, not just Yuan Shuo, but others as well. Seeing Liu Long's insistence, Mu Sun chose not to argue further and nodded. I'll get them to you later. Do not delete any files. Liu Long's tone remained calm. Those do not concern you. Rest assured, I am not a villain. We are guardians of Silver City and shall not act irrationally. Suit yourself. Mu Sun refrained from saying more, turning to leave. From now on, he resolved to limit his dealings with Liu Long. This fellow was not a rational individual and would eventually lead to his downfall. Once he departed, Liu Long suddenly broke into a smile. At last, I can truly spread my wings. For a moment, although the others were unclear about his intentions, they were all filled with excitement. Wang Ming also felt a surge of enthusiasm, but soon sensed something amiss in the way Liu Long was being regarded. This could be troublesome. Wang Ming subconsciously thought, why are you looking at me? I'm an outsider. You wouldn't expect me to take charge, would you? Chapter 51, The Source Divine Weapon. In celebration of the department's establishment, everyone was invited to Li Hao's home tonight. Once Mu Sun departed, those remaining would inevitably share a common fate. Liu Long was not a particularly warm individual, so Liu Yin took the initiative, cheerfully inquiring, Xiao Wang, Xiao Hu, Xiao Li, are you three all right with this? The trio turned to her, and soon, Li Ming and Hu Hao looked towards Wang Ming. Here, you are the leader. Your word is law. All three were outsiders, unfamiliar with the others, and Wang Ming pondered whether to assert himself or concede defeat. The latter two were simply observing him. However, Wang Ming had no intention of engaging in such matters. He deemed this situation excessive, planning to depart soon, having no time to contend with Liu Long for power. Moreover, Huang Yun had advised him to familiarize himself with Li Hao. After some contemplation, he resolved to fulfill this task and nodded, all right. Then let us visit Minister Li's home. Beside him, Li Hao was somewhat speechless. Visit my home? In that new place of mine, I hardly know where the food is. Liu Yin certainly knows how to stir things up. Wouldn't it be simpler to dine out? Liu Yin, undeterred by his thoughts, smiled brightly. Let us proceed with this plan. The inspection division should have arranged accommodations for you all. After your arduous journey, settle in first. We will come to fetch you in the evening. Thank you. Wang Ming did not linger, striding away, wishing to spend not a moment longer in this awkward atmosphere. Despite Li Hao and Liu Long not particularly caring, he felt too proud to endure it. The memory of having been bested effortlessly by a few superpowered individuals still stung, and he had relied on Liu Long for rescue, which further troubled him. Soon, the three departed together. Once they left, Liu Long chuckled, not bad. Liu Yin nodded with a smile. Yin Yao also subtly agreed. It's these three. At least they fought alongside us last time, showing some spirit. Although they are somewhat new, they are not entirely inexperienced, and their strength is on par with Yu Ming. They are not mere novices. In truth, they were quite satisfied with these three. The lack of battle experience was not a concern. They feared the possibility of being assigned with unruly individuals or those solely seeking power, which would be troublesome. Not every superpowered individual is indifferent to authority. For the sake of fame and fortune, some might not hesitate to engage in distasteful actions. Fortunately, these individuals seemed acceptable. Nearby, Chun Jian chimed in with a goofy grin. They are indeed fine. Last time, when we faced those superpowered individuals, these three lent their assistance. They are familiar faces. Wang Ming's strength is not to be underestimated. He surpasses us, which is commendable. Liu Long nodded, reassured by this fact. While he had no desire for power struggles, should someone genuinely contest for authority, he would certainly not back down. He understood the significance of this small team. They were people he trusted, brothers in life and death. And he could not bear to hand over command to others, as it could lead to fatal consequences. Meanwhile, Li Hao was not concerned with these matters. Instead, he lamented, Sister, I have no cooking supplies at my place. Liu Yin, speechless, exclaimed, Are you foolish? Just order the food and have the restaurant deliver it to you. It's merely a meal. Who would bother cooking? Li Hao appeared bewildered. Is this how hosting works? I've certainly learned something new. So, we're just borrowing a space, right? I was still pondering how to manage it. Liu Long chuckled as well. Let's proceed as Liu Yin suggested. For us, a simple meal will suffice. What we eat is inconsequential. Hosting them for a meal is merely a gesture of goodwill. He then added, during dinner, Li Hao, you should try to bond with Wang Ming. Engage him in conversation, especially regarding the upcoming matters concerning superpowers. He paused and continued, the 8 families' affairs. Li Hao's expression grew serious. This was indeed something he needed to pay attention to. He was quite eager to learn about the 8 families, but unfortunately, his teacher had limited knowledge, and others were similarly uninformed. He wondered if the night watchman might possess more insight. If he truly wanted to understand, he believed the best approach would be to capture Ing Hongyue and interrogate her directly. Alas, that was not feasible. Therefore, inquiring with Wang Ming would suffice. Li Hao nodded and was about to step out to order the dishes when Liu Long waved him back, saying, don't rush off. Now that the team has officially become a division of the Night Watchman, it would be unseemly to linger in the basement. Go find an office building for us to move into. There's little to bring along. Li Hao agreed, all right. I'll have the law enforcement team vacate the enforcement building, and we can take over directly to avoid the hassle of moving. The others stared at him in disbelief. Goodness, your intentions are rather nefarious. The law enforcement team is relocating. There are only a few of us. Li Hao looked at them, somewhat perplexed and embarrassed. Scratching his head, what's the matter? Our headquarters is underground, and the storage room is there too. It's inconvenient to move. Let the law enforcement team leave instead. Their belongings are easy to relocate. If necessary, I can hire a moving company for them. Liu Yin laughed, while Liu Long appeared exasperated, waving his hand. You go handle it. But if it brings you criticism, you'll have to bear the consequences. This is outrageous. Just after establishing our division, you want to usurp their space. This kid, Li Hao, has truly revealed his true colors now. Brace yourself for the backlash. The group ceased to concern themselves with him and began discussing their own matters. After a while, they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were taken aback. The law enforcement team was bustling with activity, each member diligently moving items, working in perfect harmony. Liu Long was somewhat surprised. Were these individuals so agreeable? Each of them bore smiles. Was there some joyous occasion? Captain. The others continued to address him as captain, and those passing by greeted him promptly. Liu Long stopped a burly man among the movers. Old Zhou, you seem quite enthusiastic. Has Li Hao threatened you all? Not at all, replied the man, known as Old Zhou, with a cheerful demeanor. Could Inspector Li do such a thing? Didn't he mention that as long as we move out and finish before today, everyone can select a fine firearm from Team Leader Liu in your office? They can choose for themselves. Even if they pick artillery, they can take it with them. He then added, somewhat mysteriously, you two should be aware of this, right? Liu Long and Liu Yin exchanged a glance, filled with a sense of helplessness. What nonsense. This fellow truly has a knack for rambling. Yet, upon reflection, it was inconsequential. Should the need arise, acquiring such firearms would be effortless, and having them in the office merely served the purpose of convenience. Moreover, with the establishment of the new branch, it was only logical that the firearms from the inspection department should be surrendered, as night patrollers were seldom equipped with such weapons. I know. Liu Long replied with a hint of irritation, adding, so, you all just scampered off like that? Of course not. Old Zhou chuckled heartily. Captain, Li Xuanxia is indeed a talented individual, one destined for greatness. He mentioned that moving now would facilitate a better re-entry in the future. I hear they are recruiting new members? With anticipation, he gazed at Liu Long. The existence of night patrollers was not a well-kept secret within the law enforcement team. During the previous incident involving a superhuman, the enforcement team had personally intervened, and the existence of superhumans was now common knowledge. According to Li Hao, this area had been requisitioned, and Silver City now had that institution established, offering everyone in the enforcement team a chance to join, albeit through a selection process. If they moved now and were later chosen, they could return, with increased salaries and benefits, and the possibility of becoming superhumans. The excitement among everyone was palpable. Liu Long, however, frowned slightly. Old Zhou, this is quite dangerous. You are an experienced inspector and understand the risks involved. Why are you acting like a youngster, getting all worked up? Old Zhou laughed in response. Captain, I never hoped to become that kind of person. Li Xuanxia said they could recruit a few individuals for logistical support roles, promoting them a level up with salaries doubling. The funding comes from above, so it won't cost you anything. Li Hao also mentioned that one should seize opportunities when they arise. Typically, night patrollers can have an ordinary person assigned for support, which requires ample manpower. These are all matters of financial gain and promotion. Wouldn't you agree? Liu Long felt somewhat awkward. Is that so? I wasn't aware. No. I hadn't contemplated this matter. It dawned on him how the night patrollers had a logistical support department. He initially thought it sufficient to assign Li Hao to handle it, only to discover that Li Hao had outsourced the task. This fellow is quite resourceful. Nearby, Liu Yin and the others chuckled softly, while Chun Jin couldn't help but grin, saying, Li Hao has certainly thought this through, ensuring benefits for our old comrades. As for promotions, we are indifferent, but old Zhou and the others care about such matters. Every little advancement counts, especially when the funding is provided from above. Old Zhou, while moving the items, chimed in excitedly, Exactly. Captain, I thought you were looking out for your old brothers. Was I mistaken? He appeared somewhat disappointed. Did the captain not have our interests in mind? It seems Li Hao is truly generous. Liu Long felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly regained his aloof demeanor. Get lost. I had already considered this. I'm merely worried about your safety. Well, Captain, I'll inquire with Li Hao about securing a spot for myself without mentioning it to you. With that, old Zhou hurried off eagerly. Liu Long sighed in resignation. Realizing the fleeting nature of camaraderie, he had yet to leave, and already these fellows were quite pragmatic. Before long, Li Hao returned. Observing the bustling crowd, he raised his voice, urging everyone to exert themselves and strive to relocate by evening. The new place is quite agreeable. Moreover, I just spoke with Director Mu, who was reluctant to let everyone go. After much persuasion, he granted us 10 positions. However, these can only be promoted to the first level of inspector. Advancing to the position of commissioner is exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I suggest we send over those at the second level of inspection for maximum benefit. Of course, if any third-level inspectors wish to seize this opportunity, they must wait. Once our department expands, and we have more personnel, I will recruit some capable individuals from the law enforcement team to assist us. Director Li is truly magnanimous. It's no surprise he is an exceptional graduate of Yinshingu Yuan. The commissioner is indeed impressive. The crowd erupted in flattery, finding great excitement in this development. Unlike Liu Long and his fellow single friends, who could feast without concern for others, they had families to support. For them, promotions and salary increases were profoundly gratifying. Meanwhile, Liu Long observed silently for a while before turning to Liu Yin and softly remarked, In these past years, our singular pursuit of extraordinary abilities has caused us to overlook the simplicity of ordinary life. It's no wonder the law enforcement team was chaotic before. We had forgotten what these brothers truly needed. Promotions and raises, as long as they remain within this system, are aspirations for everyone. Yet, Liu Long, I have not provided them with this in recent years. As for Li Hao, he still regarded himself as an ordinary person. Understanding the desires of his colleagues allowed him to meet their expectations, and even though he had just been promoted, they were all eager to call him commissioner. A mere shout of his title bore no cost. Entering this logistics department signified prosperity. Liu Yin nodded slightly and smiled. This has nothing to do with me. I am merely a deputy. Boss, that is your responsibility. Do not shift the blame to me. Just then, Li Hao dashed over, brimming with excitement. Everyone is willing to move. I spoke with Director Mu, who mentioned that the adjacent building can be allocated for the law enforcement team, as it was originally vacant and simply requires a bit of cleaning. Boss, look, we now have our own station. Liu Long chuckled. You truly know how to get things done. I expected you would incite complaints instead. What made you think of recruiting a batch of people for logistics? It was Wang Ming who suggested it. Li Hao recalled this matter, remembering how he had been summoned to Bai West City. Although he considered himself an ordinary person, it was irrelevant, as Bai West City also required ordinary individuals for logistics work. Thus, he inquired and discovered that the Night Watch Division indeed possessed the authority to recruit ordinary people, albeit not for frontline positions. The number of vacancies was not fixed. However, generally speaking, as long as it did not exceed the number of Night Watch personnel, there would be no significant issues. Your memory is commendable. Liu Long praised him before suddenly adding, however, do not forget the primary objective. Do not become overly obsessed with holding an official position. It is unwise. You should focus on enhancing your own abilities. You are already a deputy minister, and your current capabilities are insufficient. Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. Boss, rest assured. I am diligently working towards early promotion to extraordinary abilities. My strength? I've barely surpassed 100. It's somewhat acceptable. The sharpening of the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. Li Hao, not wishing to be perpetually occupied with logistical matters, sought companions to share the burden, thereby allowing himself ample time to hone his martial skills. After a day filled with activity, night fell. The night patrol comprised 9 individuals who traveled in 2 vehicles. One was driven by Liu Yin and her group, while the other, a silver car with the license plate 7219, was allocated to Li Hao, accompanied by Liu Long and his companions. Li Hao found himself in the company of Wang Ming and 2 others. Wang Ming was reluctant to occupy the passenger seat, but the rear seats were already claimed by Li Ming and Hu Hao, leaving him with no choice but to squeeze into the front. However, after a brief period, his composure began to wane. Li Hao, do you know how to drive? He couldn't help but exclaim. Prior to getting in, he had resolved not to engage Li Hao in conversation, yet he was baffled by the man's driving skills. Li Hao, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, of course. I've driven before. Although not in such a luxurious vehicle. Driving is quite simple. Just steer, accelerate, and brake. Old Wang, you don't know how? Now on equal footing with Wang Ming, he refrained from addressing him as commander and opted for Old Wang instead, as Wang Ming was not much older than him, Li Hao being 20, while Wang Ming seemed to be of a similar age, or perhaps slightly younger. Previously, Wang Ming had referred to him as Brother Hao, which felt a bit too familiar. Wang Ming was left speechless. I can't. It seems you genuinely cannot, he retorted. So simple as just accelerating, braking, and steering? That may sound reasonable, but your driving is utterly terrifying. Deciding to remain calm, Wang Ming chose to divert the conversation, fearing he might become ill from Li Hao's reckless driving. Li Hao, how did you come to be appointed as the deputy minister here in Yincheng? Oh, my superior deemed me the most suitable candidate. The others were not quite fitting, so they chose me. Nonsense, Wang Ming thought to himself, feeling frustrated. Behind them, Li Ming was jolted around in the back seat, prompting her to interject and shift the topic. Li Hao, you haven't yet reached the 10th slashing realm, have you? Did you manage to acquire any suitable mysterious energy this time? Not yet, Li Hao responded glumly. My teacher mentioned that my physique might be special, making it difficult for me to match with mysterious energy. I suppose I should first focus on mastering the martial arts. Being skilled in that realm is not inferior to possessing superpowers. Have you made any progress toward the 10th slashing realm? Approximately. Li Hao chuckled. I believe I am nearing the 10th slashing realm. It seems I can produce resonance in my bones, but I have yet to experience actual combat. My teacher asserts that martial artists and superpowered individuals who lack practical experience are worthless. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 grew rather grim. Fortunately, Li Hao included himself in this statement, preventing any misunderstandings among them. Wang Ming, nearly exasperated, suppressed his irritation and continued. Have you visited old Yuan these past few days? I have. What did he tell you? A great deal. Why do you ask? Nothing. Wang Ming, upon realizing that Yuan Shua had indeed not mentioned anything about accepting apprentices, felt a sense of relief. However, he then pondered that the fact Yuan Shua had not made such an announcement might indicate that he did not regard registered disciples with much importance. The unattainable stirred within him. Should Yuan Shua openly promote the matter, they would, in fact, find it rather unappealing. Yuan Shua does not even mention his own disciples. How disheartening it is to realize the vast disparity between closed-door disciples and those with nominal status. Upon their arrival in Silver City, Yuan Shua hardly inquired about them. Yet, Li Hao remained unconcerned, driving while asking, by the way, sisterly, brother who? The teacher mentioned that your previous visit was for his protection during an expedition to a relic. Where's that relic? Why has it been postponed? Li Ming, unreserved and candid, revealed, it hasn't been cancelled, it's been deferred. That relic has drawn the attention of many. Before Elder Yuan's promotion, we had arranged for Captain Hao to lead the expedition, accompanied by a 3rd Yang, with other families organizing similarly. Everyone has their constraints. However, now that Elder Yuan must attend, even if we agree not to let him go, other organizations desire his presence due to his extensive knowledge of the relic. 3 years ago, the Night Watchman conducted an exploration, which resulted in significant losses, including the deaths of 3 daylight-level powers and several moonshade-level experts. During that incident, Elder Yuan sustained severe injuries. In recent years, both the Night Watchman and other organizations have undertaken explorations, all suffering considerable losses. Thus, Elder Yuan's involvement is imperative, but his capability to slay third Yang necessitates that the families prepare adequately. With this explanation, Li Hao began to comprehend. The mention of various organizations referred to Red Moon, Flying Sky, and Yama, did it not? Not just them. Li Ming clarified once more. The three major organizations are merely the most formidable in the realm of superpowers. Numerous smaller superpowered organizations emerge like mushrooms after rain each year, some being eliminated while others flourish. The Night Watchmen and the three major organizations constitute the upper echelon of the superpower domain, beneath which lie weaker factions. Is it truly this chaotic? Li Hao exclaimed, abruptly hitting the brakes, causing the others to nearly lurch forward, narrowly avoiding a mishap, though they managed to steady themselves given their superhuman abilities. They were utterly speechless, nearly careening into the river. Undeterred, Li Hao became intrigued, resuming his driving and inquiring, sisterly, does the Night Watchman not intervene at all? Shouldn't they either eliminate threats or bring them to heel? How could so many organizations emerge? Li Ming remained silent, while Wang Ming, growing impatient, interjected, it's not that simple. Superpowers can be cultivated through training, which is manageable, but some individuals are born as superpowers, advancing at a terrifying pace, perhaps even quicker than us Night Watchmen. If we fail to recognize them, they may ascend to daylight or even third Yang levels. They haven't committed any crimes. Should we eliminate them simply because they are superpowers? He continued, as for pacification, that exists too. However, some superpowers are reluctant to comply. What can be done? The world is vast. If you pursue one, they can easily flee. Forcing them to join would only lead to discontent and greater complications. He sighed. The crux of the matter is that the Night Watchmen lack the allure for superpowers. The three major organizations are far more appealing to them. Curious, Li Hao pondered. Why is it that with official endorsement, the Night Watchmen are still overshadowed by the three major organizations? This was a point he found perplexing. The officials wielded all advantages. Initially, when they emerged, they even had the deterrent of conventional weaponry, yet they still did not match the number of powerful figures within the three major organizations. What an utter failure. Alas, Wang Ming sighed, while Li Ming, with her candid nature, expressed her dissatisfaction directly, stating, isn't it all because of the mysterious energy? The founders of the three major organizations have been able to harness their extraordinary abilities for a significantly longer time, secretly amassing resources. It appears they have seized several substantial relics or other significant items, which allow them to generate a copious amount of mysterious energy. In contrast, the Night Watchmen started their journey a bit late, missing the prime opportunity to occupy some of these energy-producing relics and failing to acquire vital treasures capable of absorbing mysterious energy. Even if they possess some, the quantity is minimal. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she continued, do you think their lesser amount of mysterious energy can exert much allure over the superpowered individuals? The current chaos in the central region is fundamentally rooted in this issue, with the Night Watchmen being the primary instigators of the turmoil. Wang Ming cleared his throat. Li Ming dismissed his caution, of course. The headquarters of the Night Watchmen isn't merely located in the Silver Moon province. It is the central headquarters. Some formidable individuals, unwilling to be governed by the three major organizations, have clandestinely eradicated several small factions and seized some relics and superpowered items that generate mysterious energy. However, their actions were not discreet, and they were soon discovered. Now the three major organizations are retaliating, leading to continuous battles in the central region, pressuring the Night Watchmen to surrender the perpetrators. Additionally, some opportunistic individuals are taking advantage of the chaos, creating a veritable mess over there. For this reason, she continued, the Silver Moon province and its surroundings have remained low-key. The Night Watchmen generally refrain from provoking trouble, fearing a complete breakdown of order in the vicinity. Moreover, assistance from the central region is unlikely to be substantial. Those entangled with the three major organizations and the tumultuous factions are merely managing to hold their ground. In that moment, Li Hao expressed his surprise. Are you suggesting that the Night Watchmen directly attempted to seize those items in the central region and ended up being overwhelmed? Indeed, Li Ming replied, unable to suppress a laugh. Though it sounds rather unflattering, you are correct. They were indeed overwhelmed. I have heard that the formidable individuals above the Third Sun have engaged in multiple fierce battles. The Night Watchmen could not withstand the collective might of these adversaries. This time, they retaliated fiercely, even launching several city-destroying projectiles, resulting in considerable casualties. Both sides are now wary of one another, and the situation over there is chaotic. Li Hao suddenly chuckled, intrigued. How interesting. So, you mean to say that the Night Watchmen are still somewhat formidable in the central region? They dare to clandestinely annihilate factions and seize treasures? Previously, he had perceived the Night Watchmen as rather inept and helpless, particularly in the Silver Moon province, where they had to relinquish control over certain cities. Yet, unexpectedly, a conflict had erupted, spearheaded by the Night Watchman. Wang Ming, recognizing that Li Meng had revealed more than she should have, replied, "It's manageable, I suppose. However, this situation is not particularly pleasant to discuss. It is not as if they deliberately sought conflict with the major organizations. After all, such confrontations result in significant losses for everyone involved. The real issue lies with a few young, audacious diviners who, feeling a shortage of mysterious energy, secretly allied to eradicate a small faction and seize their treasures. Initially, no one was aware, but once the information leaked, there was no way to retreat, and thus, the conflict erupted. The situation was already a powder keg, and this incident served as the spark that ignited the central region." Wang Ming sighed, shaking his head. "Those young diviners are certainly not to be underestimated. I have heard that initially, both parties were engaged in negotiations and did not resort to direct conflict. However, a few individuals brazenly executed the grandson of the King of Hell and seized a priceless treasure. This act infuriated the King of Hell, and negotiations ceased entirely." Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. Are these individuals truly that formidable? Could they have ulterior motives, deliberately instigating a grand conflict? I am uncertain, though I doubt it. Even if there were issues, they would not be significant. Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly. "I have heard that the treasure is of paramount importance. The grandson of the King of Hell had merely taken it out to flaunt, only to be killed. It was subsequently handed over to the headquarters of the Night Watchers, where several high-ranking officials obtained the treasure. Initially, they had no intention of waging war, but they could no longer contain themselves and launched an attack. According to Huang Xuanqing, that treasure might generate an abundance of mysterious energy, perhaps even a special type of mysterious energy that could assist in determining one's constitution." Li Hao was somewhat surprised. Determining one's constitution? What does that entail? Wang Ming explained once more. "It means that if it were applied to you, it could reveal which type of mysterious energy you are compatible with, directly guiding you towards it, thereby increasing the success rate of your advancement to superpower status to an astounding 90%. This is not a mere average. Currently, guidance is random, and the success of one's progression is left to chance. There is no surplus of mysterious energy to squander. If this object proves useful, then out of 10 individuals guided, 9 would undoubtedly succeed, significantly boosting the strength of the Night Watchers. On one hand, our population base is substantial. On the other, we maintain a more stable internal environment with a robust selection mechanism that allows us to choose the best candidates. Historically, the 3 major organizations wielded immense power, possibly due to their ability to assess constitution and determine which type of mysterious energy was suitable for cultivation, ensuring successful guidance. Wouldn't you agree that this is indeed a treasured item?" Li Hao inhaled sharply and nodded. "A treasured item. The Night Watchers have fallen behind, likely due to their lack of this advantage. If I were a high-ranking official among the Night Watchers, I would certainly not return it. If it came to war, so be it. Even if we suffer casualties, we would fight, for we would never relinquish such a valuable possession." It is no wonder that the central region is rumored to be on the brink of annihilation. In this moment, Li Hao felt enlightened, gaining insight into the tumultuous core of the central region. Indeed, those from Baiwei City seem to possess extensive knowledge. Even Yuan Shua is unaware of these matters, let alone Liu Long, while Wang Ming, despite being a mere month in the dark, is remarkably well informed. So, is that treasured item still in the possession of the Night Watchers? Certainly, otherwise, hostilities would have ceased long ago. Wang Ming chuckled. Regardless, the chaos on that side is quite intense. Yet, disorder does have its advantages. Wang Ming remarked. I have heard that the battles there are numerous, leading to rapid advancements. Originally, there were very few above the 3rd yang, but recently, I have heard that someone has leveled up, and they are quite young. All major organizations have now entered the fray. The 3 major organizations aim to prevent the Night Watchers from growing stronger, while smaller organizations hope to seize the treasure for themselves. They too wish to partake in the spoils. obtaining this object to assess constitutions and enhance their strength to contend with the major organizations. Thus, the central region has attracted a multitude of superpowers to participate. The prevalence of conflict also signifies abundant opportunities. Many have attained advancement, with superpowers at the lunar level facing daily fatalities. Who knows how many have perished? Nevertheless, each day witnesses new ascensions, with individuals becoming superpowers. Suddenly, Li Hao, who had been silent, spoke up. It would be best if the war does not cease too quickly. Otherwise, Minister Li may find himself in a predicament, along with Professor Yuan. Currently, the formidable warriors of the Red Moon have no time to attend to them, as it is exceedingly difficult to dispatch more powerful individuals. However, once the conflict in the central region concludes, the diminutive Silver Moon province will be unable to withstand the might of a single Yuan Shua. Li Hao, however, remained unconcerned and chuckled. Let them come. Our branch in Silver City is not feeble. The others disregarded his comments. How naive. After merely a few months of training, he thinks he can contend with the Red Moon? What a jest. This fellow truly does not comprehend the brutal realities of the realm of superpowers. At this moment, Li Hao chose to remain silent, feeling quite satisfied as he gathered a wealth of information. Even on the Red Moon's side, it is uncertain whether they could mobilize a significant number of warriors for an assault, even when the next rainy season arrives, as they are currently restrained by the central conflict and unable to extricate themselves easily. Should fewer warriors arrive, perhaps they could be taken down one by one. As for the central area, Li Hao had no intention of venturing there to meet his demise. Hadn't he heard? The battles beyond the third yang continue relentlessly, and some have perished. It is far too terrifying. If his teacher were to arrive there, it would be a certain death sentence. Nevertheless, Li Hao held a keen interest in those so-called treasures and relics that could give rise to mysterious energies. He pondered whether his little sword could also continuously generate unique, enigmatic powers, or if it would exhaust itself entirely. With this thought in mind, Li Hao suddenly inquired, "By the way, are these mysterious energies infinite? For instance, once some treasures have absorbed their mysterious energies, can they continue to produce them?" Wang Ming elucidated. All major organizations possess methods to address this issue. They can even transform certain items to generate mysterious energies or replenish them. In any case, treasures are required as intermediary objects. In the realm of superpowers, these treasures are known as source divine weapons. Any organization that possesses source divine weapons deserves attention, as it signifies their ability to continually produce new superpowers. Source divine weapons. They can replenish and transform. At this moment, Li Hao's mind sparked with intrigue. Why did he feel that the weapons of the 8 great families might indeed be source divine weapons? Surely not. The 8 great families might possess 8 such weapons, though it is also possible they do not, as some legends suggest that certain individuals do not utilize weapons. If they are indeed source divine weapons, then 8 at once. How astonishing. Li Hao tentatively queried, "Is the sword I sent up last time a source divine weapon?" Wang Ming chuckled. "How could that be? Source divine weapons are not so easily obtained. However, your sword, being in a sealed state, cannot be ruled out. If it truly is a source divine weapon, that would be terrifying. The Red Moon has likely acquired many such items. If so, I hope it is not the case, as that would lead to a frightening surge in their power." Yet, Li Hao felt there was a genuine possibility. Source divine weapons. Consequently, the 8 great families in ancient times might indeed be extraordinary. Each family could have inherited source divine weapons. This is the foundation of a substantial organization. Without source divine weapons, without a stable source of mysterious energies, how could they possibly endure, relying solely on murder to seize energies? Take the Demon Hunter Squad, for instance. They relied on killing to acquire treasures, and had Yuan Shua not participated this time, they would have been entirely annihilated. At this moment, he recalled the term source divine weapon and pondered how to replenish the dwindling special energy within his sword. This energy was incredibly useful, and its depletion caused him great distress. "Old Wang, do other divisions possess source divine weapons?" he inquired. "Are you joking? Throughout the entire Silver Moon province, only the White Moon City has them among the Night Watch divisions. That's why each year, a new batch of extraordinary beings emerges. We are all superhumans birthed from those source divine weapons." Wang Ming elaborated further. Consequently, White Moon City is perpetually fortified by powerful guardians, and Minister Ho rarely leaves headquarters. remaining there to prevent the source divine weapons from falling into the wrong hands. The Minister Ho he referred to was indeed the paramount figure of the Night Watch in Silvermoon Province, a veritable leader, an unequivocal Tri-Sun powerhouse. At this juncture, Li Ming interjected, Source divine weapons not only give rise to mysterious energies. As far as I know, they can also generate some unique mystical powers. The specifics of these peculiar powers escape my understanding, but I have heard from some venerable elders that when superpowers first emerged, some individuals, unaware of the rarity of these special mystical energies, foolishly absorbed the mysterious sources from the divine weapons, which was an utter waste and extravagance. However, the effects seemed remarkably potent. Many of the Daylight and Tri-Sun powerhouses actually absorbed the source energy back in the day. Source energy. Li Hao's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart was once again shaken. Could the sword and blade energies he absorbed be the so-called source energy? The more he listened, the more he felt that his sword was indeed a source divine weapon. Wang Ming lamented, the older generation of superhumans lacked insight and acted recklessly. Nowadays, no one engages in such folly unless one possesses a weapon of their own. After all, source divine weapons can give rise to a vast organization. Who would be foolish enough to waste them? Li Hao then thought of his teacher. Did the teacher not know about this? He had always assumed his teacher was omniscient. If he were aware, surely the teacher would have deduced that swords and blades could be source divine weapons. Was everyone aware of source divine weapons? How could that be? In the past, no one knew. Perhaps only Minister Ho was aware in Silvermoon Province. It was only after news of that precious artifact spread following the Central Region's war that its existence became known. Li Hao nodded, understanding that his teacher likely did not know. The information had just begun to circulate, and since his teacher had been in Silver City, the news had not reached him, particularly since the Night Watch would not share everything with him. Li Hao felt a surge of joy, realizing there were things even his teacher was unaware of, and he would have to inform him upon his return. Source divine weapons. Now, he and his teacher each possessed one. However, he was uncertain how to infinitely generate mysterious energies, or, rather, how to endlessly replenish the special sword and blade energies he needed. With clarity in his heart, he felt he could devise a solution. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud crash. The car had collided. Wang Ming sighed, as did Li Ming and Hu Hao. They should have anticipated this. It was a mistake to engage this individual in conversation. Now, it would have been more convenient for Hu Hao to take the lead. Li Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment as he stepped out of the car for a brief glance, quickly returning inside. It's nothing, just bumped into a stone pillar. It's still drivable, he declared, restarting the engine and continuing his journey. Upon arriving at the entrance of his small courtyard, the three extraordinary individuals disembarked, their legs slightly unsteady. Meanwhile, Li Hao's recently acquired vehicle appeared utterly disheveled, its front end nearly unrecognizable. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, my car. It seems I am destined to never attain wealth in this lifetime. Just look at it, a perfectly good vehicle. And now he feared he might not be able to afford the repairs, especially if his salary remained unpaid. During dinner, Li Hao found himself somewhat restless. While they presumed he was distressed over the car, it was merely a minor concern for him. His greater preoccupation lay with the source divine weapons and the 8 great families. If Hanyue were aware that they could still utilize the weapons of the 8 great families, they would undoubtedly not relent. Not to mention the hexagram above Silver City, even a single source divine weapon would be enough to ensure their persistence. It was known that in the Central Region, people were nearly at each other's throats over a single source divine weapon. Currently, Hanyue had not mobilized on a large scale, perhaps out of fear that others might be drawn in as well. With this in mind, Li Hao resolved to exercise greater caution. Their intent to eliminate him was not solely for the hexagram, but also for the weapons. He hoped that the Night Watcher's sword could keep them distracted for a while longer. Meanwhile, in Baiwest City, a thunderous shout echoed. What audacity! Seeking death. A colossal sound reverberated through the air. Moments later, a crowd rapidly gathered before a vital storage facility, where a long-haired powerhouse, with a stern visage, surveyed the surroundings. After a prolonged silence, he declared, everyone, disperse. There is nothing to see. The crowd began to disperse. Once they had left, the man turned his icy gaze towards Hao Lianchuan, stating coldly, it seems there are no significant treasures here. Only the sword you brought back from Silver City. This was the headquarters of the Night Watchers in the Silvermoon Province. How dare they encroach upon this territory? Hao Lianchuan replied in a low voice, is the leader dead? He fled. Upon hearing this, Hao Lianchuan's expression shifted. He fled in front of the leader, a practitioner of earth affinity. The man responded coldly. The weapons of the 8 great families may not belong to Han Yue, yet it appears many are paying attention to them. You must remain vigilant regarding Silver City. Currently, with the separation of man and sword, they may not send formidable forces, but once Yuan Shua departs, it would be best for Li Hao to bring him to Baiwei City. Otherwise, some individuals may not remain docile. Understood. Hao Lianchuan nodded, unable to suppress his curiosity. What is the situation with the 8 great families? It's difficult to say. It's been too long, and we cannot unearth all the secrets. The man sighed. That Han Yue leader, Ing Han Yue, might have obtained some ancient texts regarding the 8 great families. In any case, keep a close watch. Additionally, give that Li Hao due attention. With that, he suddenly adopted a more indifferent tone. If these individuals do not relent, it may be possible to take the opportunity to eliminate some of the troublemakers. Hao Lianchuan nodded, recognizing the opportunity, yet apprehensive that the Night Watchers might lack the strength to seize this coveted prize. Furthermore, inform Yuan Shua that the exploration of the ruins is scheduled for the end of next month. Understood. Hao Lianchuan turned to leave, but upon reaching the door, he suddenly turned back and inquired, Minister Ho, is it possible to deploy additional strong individuals from the central region for support? Impossible. The man shook his head. It's simply not feasible. They are barely holding on over there. They have requested my assistance multiple times, urging me to bring the Source Divine weapons, but I have declined. If I were to depart from the Silver Moon province, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to manage. With a sigh, Hao Lianchuan departed, feeling somewhat helpless. Both sides are under considerable strain. Otherwise, for this exploration of the ruins, there should be more participants, rather than just him leading a single team of 3 Yang. It is likely that this venture will not be particularly safe.